Chapter 30. Amelia considered herself lucky out of the three of them. The cells were only 2 beds for 2 people at a time, so she ended up with a whole cell to herself while the Elric brothers had to share. She ended up stealing the incredibly rough blanket from the other cot and laid it on top of her own on the other side of the cell. It wasn't exactly comfortable, and the wooden handcuffs she wore didn't really make things easier. But at least she was just the slightest bit warmer inside her cell, while Edward fumed with his brother in their cell just beside hers. What the hell is wrong with these people? We bust our asses to save their asses and then they throw us in jail? Yeah, we did it under duress, but we would have helped anyway. Who the hell do these people think we are? He ranted alongside his patient brother, who mostly just let him rant as he paced around their cell. We're the Elric brothers. Everyone knows me, the Full Metal Alchemist who has the silver pocket watch to prove it, as the alchemist of the people. We would have helped them with the homunculus without the stupid tank fuel and whatever, but they didn't have to do all this bullshit. Brother, you really should calm down, Alphonse said. Yeah, conserve your energy. Amelia agreed. The prisons weren't heated. She could easily see her breath when she spoke, though only very quickly. You might freeze to death down here if you run around like that for too long. Hell, I'd do that just to show them they fucked up. She could hear Edward's hands grabbing at the bars of his cell doors, shaking it as he shouted down the hall, You hear that, Briggs? I'm gonna freeze to death down here, and it's gonna be your fault. Jesus Christ, Ed, Amelia sighed exasperatedly. How are you not pissed as hell about this? Edward snapped at her. I am, but I'm just choosing my battles. Amelia replied, General Armstrong is smarter than I originally gave her credit for. I doubt she won't make use of us being down here somehow. I'm saving my anger for her. She gripped at her blankets, because I want her to know how much she dishonored her family name by pulling this shit. I want to hit her where it hurts. Wait, really? Edward almost sounded impressed. Dude, I've been composing that monologue since we got put in handcuffs. I'm fucking ready to tear that bitch a new one when I get the chance. Amelia confirmed, as she tried to get comfortable under the irritating blankets that were simultaneously the only good thing about her freezing stone cell. She let out a small sigh. Besides, there's nothing I can do about it now. We're stuck here with no alchemy until someone decides to let us out. So, I may as well just prepare for the next moment we're inevitably going to talk with the general. She's made it pretty clear she won't let us leave until we give her the full story. Yeah, like that's about to happen, Edward replied. There was a beat of silence between the three of them that was only broken by the sound of Edward's cot creaking as he sat on top of it, seemingly calmed down. The 3 teenagers evaluated their situations differently, all with their own strategies in mind. Amelia's was to pick her battles, save her energy for when she could verbally assault the general for the great injustice of imprisoning them after they had done everything. They wanted to help them with the homunculus they clearly had no experience or idea about fighting. Edward's was to rant and rave now, because he had terrible control over his emotions, but was quickly starting to adapt to Amelia's idea. He could come up with something very witty and well-worded in the time it would take for them to come and let them out. Alphonse's strategy was more just to deal with the 2 angry teenagers that he was stuck with. There wasn't anything they could do about their situation, and while it was frustrating that they were imprisoned on a technicality imposed by the general's own people, he was sure that the general could be reasoned with and had let go of his anger to try and focus on a solution rather than focusing on a long-winded angry speech about the wrongs she had done to them like Edward and Amelia were doing. Still, if he made a comment about it, they would both just respond that he was trying to make them feel bad about their actions, which they really should, in his opinion, and make them forget to try. They would forget in their own time. Neither of them had that great of a memory for it, so he just took out his alchemy notes that he kept hidden inside his armor and started to write out some of his thoughts about different alchemical theories to kill time. In Amelia's anger, while she was mainly focusing on General Armstrong and formulating a fantastic speech about how she was a disgrace to her family, there was something about the entire experience that was bugging her. That homunculus, what do you think it was doing? She asked softly into the chilling quiet of their cells. What do you mean? Edward asked. It kept talking about digging, remember? Yeah, so. So, why is it digging? I mean, what does you know, who get out of sending one of his guys to dig? The thought had been bugging her now that they had time that wasn't spent worrying about getting the homunculus out of the way so people wouldn't get hurt. The homunculus, who they could probably guess was named Sloth for that attitude that made him think it was okay to sleep in the middle of a standoff, had been sent to dig underground, and so far from Central as well. I mean, this is really far from his headquarters, isn't it? So why would he send one all the way out here to dig a hole? Edward let out a small hum, sitting back against the stone wall as he tried to think about it. If I had to guess, maybe it was to mark something. Like what? I'm not sure. I can think of a few reasons why someone might want to make a mark, but that guy, I'm not really sure what he wants. Edward said, and on her side, Amelia sat up, working with her blankets to try and keep herself warm as she sat back against the cell wall on her cot as she tried to think of a reason why. He didn't really seem to be all that interested in anything other than gathering sacrifices. Maybe that hole is part of some kind of surveillance effort to keep an eye on you, Amelia suggested. It's a possibility, but I don't think that's right. He said, you remember how he acted when we saw him for the first time? He made sure we were physically okay, and he made a point of telling us that he wanted me and Al to live, but for you and Ling, it was like he didn't care at all. Right, I remember. Amelia shuddered a little at the memory of Father threatening to turn her into a homunculus. He was really callous. I don't think he would be the kind of guy to go out of his way to keep an eye on us, not personally. Edward said, maybe send one of his lackeys to do it, but this last homunculus doesn't seem like his best option. He might even just send one of the senior staff to do it or someone under them. That's true, she had to agree with that. This homunculus didn't seem too concerned about that idea. You don't think someone at the fort would be keeping an eye on us for them, do you? No, I think most of them are stationed in Central for a reason. And since Fort Briggs has almost no contact with Central HQ outside of necessary reports, I don't think anyone would be surveilling us for that bearded bastard. That's a charming alliterate insult, Amelia complimented. I thought it fit, Edward grinned, but going back to the hole, I don't think he would send a homunculus to dig his way up here just to keep an eye on a couple of his sacrifices. I think it depends on where the hole lets out. I guess if it went back to Central, it would mean something is probably being sent up here if it wasn't already. Amelia sighed. It was a pretty large hole, too. Alphonse noted, I don't know if it was that big for the size of that homunculus, but it was pretty deep. Whatever he would send here would have to be really big. We don't really know enough about this to make any real theories. Edward said, I'm not sure we can really figure this out without getting the chance to see the hole itself. Which isn't going to happen anytime soon, Amelia exasperatedly pointed out. Right, Edward's sigh mirrored her exasperation. But if someone brings us news about it, maybe we can get a better idea. Maybe we'll hear something tomorrow. Maybe, but I think we'll be alone here for a while. The two simultaneously sighed and tipped over so that they were both on their sides on their cots that rested against the wall. We could ask the guy that brings us breakfast tomorrow morning. Hopefully we'll hear something. Amelia said as she shifted around on her cot, I guess all we can do now is just wait. I hate just sitting around waiting. I want to do something, Edward complained. Well, there's nothing we can do right now, so we might as well try to get some rest, yeah? Amelia shifted up her cot until she was next to the bars that acted as the wall to her cell. She looked through them to the cell next to her. I think we'll be okay. I don't think the general will have us executed or anything. We can hope not. Edward sighed, but she scares me. I've never really had to deal with someone like her outside of a fight. Let's hope it doesn't come to a fight, Amelia said, getting as comfortable as she could on her cot. Good night, Ed. Good night, Amelia. Good night, Alphonse, she said. Good night, Amelia, she heard the armored boy reply. Even if this wasn't the best outcome for their situation, it was nice to know that her friends were right near her, if she really needed it. The next morning came after a long night of restless sleep for both Amelia and Edward. Neither of them seemed to take well to their prison cots, and it was hard to find a comfortable place when it was so cold, and they didn't have as much cover as they would like. Alphonse offered Edward his blanket, and Edward added his coat on top, but it still wasn't quite enough for him. Amelia wasn't much better, finding herself shivering and shuddering at different points through the night. At one point, She almost gave up on sleeping, yawning and rubbing at her eyes as she stayed under the warmth of her blankets. She looked in front of her, the rest of her cell still empty, and in the quiet of the morning, she couldn't deny that she felt incredibly lonely. Even though she knew the Elric brothers were just one cell next to her, she couldn't see them at all. It was as if she was imprisoned again as she had been months ago, and now she was left with little company but her own. Still, in the stony cells, she could make out Ed's breathing from his cot on the other side of the wall. She listened for a little while, hearing how gentle it was as he was already deep in sleep, and the sound was enough to gently lull her off to a more proper rest that left her feeling a little invigorated when she woke up a few hours later to the sound of footsteps. She yawned and sat up a little, seeing Neil the automail mechanic making his way down the hall. She pushed herself up awkwardly in her wooden handcuffs as he came closer to her cell, giving her a friendly smile as he held onto 2 cups of coffee. She could hear Edward yawning on the other side, and then shuddering. "It's so cold," he complained, feeling his hands moving a little strangely as he pulled up his blanket to try and warm up, pulling them out from underneath to see his wooden cuffs. Restraints? It took him a moment to remember what had happened, and then he let out an exasperated sigh as it all came rushing back to him and he started to sit up. "Good morning," Alphonse dryly greeted him, none too pleased about their situation either. "Nice chains." "Yeah, they're just lovely," Edward sarcastically replied. Neil walked up to their cell with his cup of coffee. "Hey, you 3 sleep well." "I guess, considering," Edward said, holding up his cuffed hands. Neil gave him a consolatory smile for his situation as he held out a cup of coffee to Edward through the bars of the cell. "I heard you helped defend the fort from that monster," he said. Taking that as his reason for the hot coffee, Edward took it from him with his thanks and took a sip. Amelia did the same with her offered cup, and while the bitter liquid tasted horrible, the warmth from it was definitely needed and gladly appreciated. "That'll be 100 cents each." Edward sputtered and spat out the coffee he was drinking while Amelia groaned. "You're charging me for this," Edward snapped. "Don't give us this stuff if you're gonna charge us, and you made it sound like you were giving us this out of gratitude." Amelia snapped at Neil, making the man laugh at their anger. "You can't let your guard down around here, you know?" He teased them, and Edward grumbled as he sipped at his coffee again. "Just start a tab or something," he muttered as he took another sip from the cup, needing the warmth it provided more than anything. "So, find anything else out?" Alphonse asked, deciding to change the subject to something a bit more pressing than getting charged for a cup of coffee. "We sent a party down to investigate the hole. They should be back any time now," Neil answered. "Also, Major Miles is at the hospital." "Is he hurt?" Edward asked, trying to remember if anyone got injured yesterday, and he was fairly certain no one did. "Hardly," Neil scoffed. "He's there visiting a soldier who was wounded fighting Scar." "Scar's in the north now?" Edward didn't particularly like that, especially considering he had no idea why he would come up this far north. Other than himself, there weren't exactly a lot of known state alchemists that chose to work among the cold and ice of northern headquarters, much less Fort Briggs. It would be arrogant to assume that Scar was chasing him, but is it possible he was chasing the alchemy girl, too? "Oh, here they are." A new voice brought Edward out of his thoughts as he saw a group of Briggs soldiers coming up to their cells, all with friendly faces. "They're awake," one said. "Thanks for yesterday," said another. "Yeah, you saved our buddies' lives," said a third. Edward smiled at the group of men as they came over. "I'm impressed. You guys stick together. You really seem to care." It was nice to see such a camaraderie when he was so used to people trying to fight him or shoot him down or just get him out of their way. He was never exactly thanked for helping out around Central soldiers, since they kind of just let him do almost anything he wanted within reason. But it was a pleasant surprise to see these Briggs soldiers coming up to thank him themselves. "Well, here at Briggs we have to look out for each other," one explained. "You saved our pals back there, so that makes you our pal as well," another added. "Well, you want to let your pal out of here then?" Edward enthusiastically asked. In almost perfect synchronization, the soldiers and Neil all replied, "No, we're not allowed to do that, sorry." "It was worth a try, Ed." Amelia encouraged him from her cell, taking another sip of her drink. She looked over at the soldiers. "So, everyone's okay? That monster is still out in front and hasn't gone anywhere." There's a patrol that's keeping an eye on him for now. It doesn't look like the guys moved at all. One answered her. That's good, she said, relieved to know that Homunculus wasn't going to go on some kind of rampage. I guess that tank fuel did its job. It's nice to know we can freeze these guys in place. Yeah, we're lucky the general's such a quick thinker, another soldier said. Hey, one of you is acquainted with her family, right? Amelia sat up a little more. That would be me, she said. We heard the general comes from a pretty intense background. Are the rest of her family like her? Well, no. I mean, they're eccentric and a little bit weird about their family traditions, but they're nowhere near the same level of intensity that General Armstrong has. Amelia said. I'm pretty sure she would kill me if I made her angry enough. I never felt like that with another member of her family. See, I told you. One soldier nudged the one that had asked about the Armstrong family. The one that asked rolled his eyes and nudged the other back. At Amelia's questioning look, he explained, my friend said that there was a chance that the general's background made her the family's black sheep. I just figured they were all that kind of intense, because where else would she have learned it? The soldiers stuck around briefly for a little while, chit-chatting with Edward and promising to update him often on everything that was going on, while others asked questions to Amelia about General Armstrong's family. Apparently, it was something that was almost never brought up, so to have a direct source gave them plenty to talk about. She almost felt like she was talking to a bunch of gossip columnists with some of the questions they asked about her family, asking for more details on how they acted, as well as what routines they had together and about the Major himself. In the end, they all had to return to their posts, and Amelia's coffee had gone from hot to warm, but it was still better than being stuck in the cold of their prison cell for too long. She sat up against the cold stone wall, keeping her hands around the metal cup and trying to hang on to the warmth it gave her, though she was considerably restricted by her handcuffs. Thank you, Ed. The blonde looked up from his own cup, turning his head towards the barred door where he could hear her voice. For what? For buying my coffee. What? Who said I was buying your coffee? It's not like I have any sense to spend around here. I'm not buying you a stupid cup of crappy coffee. Well, you have to now. I already drank like half of it. Spit it out. It's in my stomach. I'm not about to make myself puke. Well, you're. Edward threw up his hands, as much as he could in his restricted cuffs. Arg, fine. I'll pay for your stupid coffee. He slumped back into his seat with a scowl, grumpily sipping at his cup. Thank you, Ed, Amelia said in a soft voice, and Edward's expression softened for a moment before he went back to grumpily scowling. Yeah, whatever. Alphonse watched the whole exchange and chuckled, and Edward scowled up at him. What's funny? Nothing, brother, Alphonse said before he held up his book. I decided to do a little theory work concerning the portal. You want to take a look? Really? Yeah, sure. Edward gulped down the last of his cup and tossed it away, the metal clanging unpleasantly against the wall before landing on the floor as Edward began to read over his brother's notes. Did you come up with something good? Amelia asked, curious for the highlights. It's mostly just a bunch of hypotheses about what it could be and why it's so important that we've opened it. Alphonse said noncommittally, but I've been trying to think about why it's so important that we've done it. I imagine there must be more to it than just us. Amelia let out a small hum in agreement as she sipped gently at her coffee, trying to make it last as long as possible, while simultaneously trying to drink as much as she could before it got cold. I also tried to theorize about why you and Katie ended up at the gate together, when brother and I transmuted at the same time, and we went in separately. Amelia's eyes widened as he brought up that point. That's true, I never knew you guys went in separately. When we opened the portal, we didn't see each other. All we saw was the gate, and the truth before we were deconstructed for the toll. Alphonse said, so it seems interesting that you described your events with Katie going in at the same time. Well, neither of us had a gate when the transmutation was performed, so maybe that's why, Amelia offered. What do you mean? Alphonse asked, and Edward lifted his head up to listen to her theory. I mean, you and Edward were both capable of alchemy before you opened the portal, right? And Katie and I couldn't, and I definitely couldn't until I had a gate that was made from Katie's sacrifice. So maybe that's why you went in separately while we went in together? You guys were sent to your Your gates, or whatever, because you already had them, and we didn't, so we got lumped in together. You think the gates are directly related to our ability to perform alchemy? Alphonse asked. I don't know, I'm just spitballing, Amelia said, shrugging her shoulders. You could be onto something, Edward said, and Amelia turned her head to listen to him more closely as Alphonse put his attention on his brother. I mean, maybe that's why it's so important that we've opened the portal, since being able to perform a transmutation without a circle is the only real sign. It's a unique kind of knowledge that can only come from opening the portal, so maybe there's some other piece of knowledge within us that bearded bastard needs in order to do his plans. Amelia didn't really like what that implied. Like what? I don't know that I remember a lot from the portal. I mean, it was all kind of shoved into my head like it was pre-processed. I couldn't tell someone how it was done. Yeah, I know, but maybe that's what he wants. Some piece of knowledge or information that's locked away in our heads that we don't know is there, Edward said. There was a pause as Amelia considered his words, but, if that's the case, how would he get it from us? Well, we got that information by alchemy, maybe he can take it out with alchemy, Edward questioned. In theory, I think it makes sense, considering what little we know. I guess. Amelia didn't really think that was it, but it was all they had to go on right now. But what could he need? He can do a lot more with alchemy than we can. He doesn't have to move or do anything. Yeah, I know, but maybe there's something specific, he sighed frustratedly. We just don't have all the information here, and that's really bugging me. He looked back at Alphonse's book and started trying to read over his theories about the portal, but his mind kept wandering back to what they had been talking about, and he was too distracted to really understand any of it. I don't know, maybe. I don't know. I feel like the answer is right in front of me, but I can't reach it yet. I don't think it's quite that, but I can agree with how frustrating it is to be left in the dark, Amelia said, sighing a little bit as she looked around her empty cell, feeling that sense of loneliness again, and she shifted over to the cell door, putting her head against it to see if she could see where Edward and Alphonse were, but she didn't succeed. She pulled her head back with a frown. It's also frustrating as hell to be in a cell all by myself. Sorry, Amelia, Alphonse called to her, making her smile. It's not your fault, Al. You don't have to apologize, she said. I just wish I could see you guys. I don't particularly like talking to you through a cement wall. We're not exactly fond of it either, Edward said with a chuckle. I mean, I don't get to see you acting dumb, and I can't make fun of you. Oh, really? Amelia grinned as a little mischievous idea came to mind. Well, I don't think it's all bad, considering I can call you a shorty from over here, and you can't do jack. What did you just call me? Amelia. Hearing Edward's angry shout and Alphonse's chiding voice sent her into peals of laughter. I'm sorry. I couldn't resist the temptation, she said between giggles as she leaned back on her seat. You give yourself too many openings, Ed. Yeah, more like you make them just to piss me off, Edward grumbled on the other side. Maybe a little, Amelia admitted, but only because you make it so easy. It's not my fault that the world decided everyone else was going to be taller than me, Edward snapped. No, it's your fault for being a little baby about it and moaning about it being unfair, Amelia teased. Oh, shut up. I don't want to hear anything about being a baby with someone who whines more than anyone I've ever met. I do not whine, Amelia frowned. Yes, you do. You always have something to complain about. Name one. I'll name 5. You always complain when we do any kind of physical training. That's because you go at it super hard. Or any kind of alchemy education. I'm bad with math sciences, I'm trying. And you always find something to complain about at the hotels we go to. The North City Hotel had shitty heating, and you agreed with me. And there's always. All right. She quickly spoke and interrupted him. I get it, okay? I have a lot to complain about. You mean whine, Edward cheekily corrected her. Yes, fine, I whine, but that doesn't mean you don't have the world's quickest goddamn temper, she fired back. It's not the quickest. Yes, it is, Amelia and Alphonse replied at the same time, which just made him frown. Oh, fine, I guess it's not exactly under perfect control, Edward admitted. You could stand to work on it, Amelia commented. It would be good for you not to get so mad about things like that, brother, Alphonse agreed. She does this on purpose, Edward defended. Yeah, and you could take it as a learning experience. Amelia shot back. Oh, shut up. Amelia chuckled at his typical response, and Alphonse just sighed. I am working on it, okay? In my own way. Is your way just shouting all the time? Because I think everyone's noticed. Amelia teased. Amelia, please stop provoking him, Alphonse said. It's bad enough we're all stuck here without any knowledge of what's going on outside the prisons, but we don't need to fight with each other. This isn't really fighting, Amelia said. This is more just, I don't know, bickering. What else am I supposed to do other than talk to you guys in here? Talking doesn't mean you take the time to piss me off, Edward replied. I thought you were done with that. Amelia frowned as he realized he was probably right. Okay, I'm sorry. I guess I just slip back into old habits when I'm bored. She heard a door open at the end of the hallway, hearing footsteps coming down the stone floor towards them, but I guess I won't be bored for much longer. The footsteps sounded much heavier than the soldiers who had been here before, and Amelia stood up as she recognized the shadow that bore a mohawk on its head, seeing Captain Buccaneer coming towards her cell. She could hear Alphonse and Edward standing up too as they recognized him. He glared down at Amelia, who glared right back at him. She wasn't really used to having someone so massively intimidating glowering down at her like this, so she figured it wasn't good to just keep staring at him in silence, looking scared. She took a deep breath and gathering a little courage as she looked at the man who towered over her. What are you looking at? She asked in the most intimidating voice she could muster, and she watched as the captain's expression changed from a glowering scowl to bursting out in laughter, and her cheeks burned as she realized she had not succeeded in being intimidating. At all. He stood there for a few seconds, laughing, and she just continued to feel embarrassed, so she ended up shouting, "Stop laughing. It's easier for you to be scary when you're freaking 10 feet tall with a fucking mohawk." That just made him laugh more, and she felt her cheeks burning in embarrassment even more, and she finally decided it was best to shut up and let him get it out of his system. It went on for about a full minute. Meanwhile, Ed was trying to comprehend what the hell Amelia was thinking, trying to intimidate Captain Buccaneer, who they had initially mistaken for a bear when they first met. Very few could be as intimidating as that. Eventually, he calmed down and he went to open her cell door. The general has requested to see all three of you. All of us, what for? Edward asked as he came up to his door. She didn't say, Buccaneer answered as he went to unlock Edward's door next. The three of them all filed out and started walking behind Buccaneer out of the prisons. As they walked, Amelia felt Edward nudging her from behind, and she turned to look at him. What were you thinking? Edward whispered, and Amelia's face flushed in shame. I was trying to look tough. You would have done the same thing? She hissed back. Edward gave her a dry look, and she turned away with red cheeks as she continued the rest of their walk in silence. They were led back to the opening made by the homunculus and brought inside. Their handcuffs were removed as they were all mounted on top of horses. The hole was massive, easily stretching above all of their heads as they were brought inside with General Armstrong, Lieutenant Falman, and Captain Buccaneer. They were tied up along the saddles, so they couldn't really leave without taking the saddle with them, guaranteeing little chance of escape as they started to make their trip inside. It seemed to stretch on endlessly, and what little light they had to show the way inside just showed how huge it really was, and that there was no real end in sight. Awesome, this is a serious tunnel. Despite knowing what made it and that it probably served a nefarious purpose, Edward couldn't help but be impressed, knowing it was all dug by hand, looking up and gawking at the work of it all. I still can't believe that an intruder was able to get this far through our defenses, General Armstrong said, glaring down into the darkness of the tunnel before them. So, has anyone else ever made it into the fort before? Edward asked. No, not in all the time I've had command here, General Armstrong answered. But once, nearly 20 years ago, there was a strange incident where the mountain guard was attacked in the middle of winter. Apparently, a mysterious woman stole food and supplies for a full month. Edward and Alphonse immediately winced. The knowledge of something like that happening lined up with another story they had been told long ago by their teacher, who would always compare their training to 1 month on a solitary island to her own. A full month in the icy Briggs Mountains. They didn't say anything about it, having no intention to oust their alchemy teacher as the thief that attacked their guard all those years ago. Amelia looked back behind them as they rode, seeing the darkness in the tunnel behind them. "You can't even see the light from where we came in anymore," she idly commented, wondering just how far in the tunnel they had gone. The general pulled her horse to a stop, and the others followed suit. "This should be far enough." She looked over at the trio. "You, dismount." They stopped their horses, and their bounds were carefully undone by Captain Buccaneer as he came over to them, though all three of them still had ropes tied around their waists with the ends connecting to Captain Buccaneer's grip. The general brought out some supplies in one of the boxes, putting it down on the ground so she would have somewhere to sit. Another box being put on the ground full of supplies for another team she would be sending in later. She took a seat, her sheathed sword in front of her as she looked towards Edward, Alphonse, and Amelia with a serious expression. "Now then, we're safely away from any prying eyes. You can tell me everything without fearing discovery." Her gaze narrowed at Edward. "And I mean everything. Don't hold anything back." Edward and Amelia's eyes widened as they realized why she brought them down here. "Yesterday, I asked you about that monster. Remember what you said?" "I can't answer." Edward frowned a little as she brought it up. "You refused me, and that, even as a hint, is a dangerous thing to do. I told you to answer my questions fully and completely. At great peril to yourself, you neglected to do so. I think there's something you're trying to hide." She gave a pointed stare at Amelia when she said this, and she wilted a little, "and you'd risk your lives to protect it. Something, or maybe someone." Her words hit the nail on the head, and it showed on all three of them. "This time, don't lie to me. I want the truth." Her words held a great deal of weight when she said she wanted to know everything. She meant everything. She had brought them down here for complete and total privacy, so nothing they said would leave this tunnel, all in an attempt to understand what was going on and why. Edward glanced over at his brother, who nodded to his silent question, and then to Amelia, who nodded as well. She brought them down here because, even without them giving any hint as to their situation, she had figured it out and clearly wanted to help, or at least find out the truth as to why this had all happened at her fort. Edward turned back to the general, his gaze determined now that he knew that she respected them enough to do all of this just to find out what was happening. "We need your help, General." He told her everything they had left out. He explained everything he knew about his experience at the Fifth Laboratory, how the discovery of how the Philosopher's Stone was made led him to the much larger conspiracy that stones had been made by the government of Amstress. And worse yet, there was something that was leading all of the senior staff to do it in the form of a team of a homunculi. He spared no details, and Amelia piped in different places, explaining that she had been used as a leverage tool to keep Edward in the state alchemy program that was in place to find alchemists who had opened the portal, and that not only was Edward and Alphonse's childhood friend being held hostage, but so was General Armstrong's brother, Amelia's former teacher. On top of all of that, they revealed to Lieutenant Falman that the reason for his sudden transfer had been an effort from Fura Bradley to place him, as well as all the other men under Mustang, in a similar hostage situation by separating them all and leaving him without his trusted team for his defense. They explained the bulk of their journey, all that they had learned, and that they learned a way to fight the man that was responsible for all of this, which was why they wanted to find May and get her to teach them alchemy. It was the only way they knew of to fight against Father and his strange ability to block their alchemy, as well as find a way to wear out the Philosopher's Stones that rested in all of the homunculi, of which Fura Bradley was one. As they continued to speak, Buccaneer took a little time to undo all of the ropes that kept them bound so that they could move freely, a sign that they were trusted now, that they were revealing the entire truth to them. Through all of it, the general had a cold, calculating look on her face as she took in all of their information, and when they reached the end and explained it all to her, her finger had started tapping at the end of her sword's pommel as she considered everything: the Philosopher's Stone, homunculi, Fura King Bradley, a mysterious man called Father, corruption in the senior staff. "There are hostages involved as well," Captain Buccaneer added. "Your childhood friend, the automail engineer, my brother Alex, and all of Mustang's men." She looked up at them. "We've done some joint training over the years, so I know Officers Hawkeye and Havoc, and I'd hate it if we lost either of them. I would like to help them." "And what about Colonel Mustang?" Falman asked, curious as to her thoughts on his superior officer. "Yeah, I couldn't care less about him. I'd just as soon see him fall from power. That would eliminate another rival." General Armstrong answered, causing all but Captain Buccaneer to grimace. That's just cold, Amelia couldn't help commenting. Never mind him, the general stood up, looking down at the group before her. The question is, what do we do next? She pointed her thumb at the dirt walls around them. This tunnel here, I would like to know what you alchemists make of it. Edward, Amelia, and Alphonse all shared a glance before they went to work doing some quick inspections of the tunnel around them. It was solid, which was surprising since it was built by hand. There was a track on the ground as well, speaking to someone using a mining cart to try and dispose of the rubble so the tunnel would be completely cleared. They took their time investigating, looking down the track to see the direction it went in and seeing how it just gently curved the more they looked at it. After a few minutes, Edward asked to see an Armstrongian map and a compass, and they were given to him without question. He looked down at the compass, noting each direction as he turned to see either way down the tunnel, and then looked back at the map. The pieces they had been missing in the jail cells were starting to come together for him, and it was satisfying in one sense, but terrifying in another. First of all, the tunnel probably didn't originate in Drachma, he said, quelling the general's fears about it being part of a spying effort from across the border. This is just my guess, but I'd say chances are it's dug in the shape of an enormous circle. Amelia didn't like what he was implying, and neither did Alphonse. Why? Captain Buccaneer asked. It's an alchemical principle, Amelia explained. A circle is the symbol used to control power for transmutations. We need to look at this more closely, Edward said, looking down at the map with a given pencil, thinking over everything as he looked at the map of the country. Drawing a circle in some way, that was definitely a mark of some kind like they had discussed, but now this meant something else. Making a circle was one thing, but in order to perform a proper transmutation, they would also have to make sure there were points denoted to give it a specific purpose. But they couldn't just go digging all the lines around the country that would have been noted with obvious structural problems in the ground for whenever they made it. But there were definitely other ways to create markings denoting points for the circle, but which ones could they have used? He looked over the map and his gaze rested over the eastern area of Ishval, knowing everything that had happened there and considering their country's war-filled history. Was it possible? He circled the area of Ishval as it was the only one he really knew of. Lieutenant Falman, can you list the major events in Amstress that were accompanied by bloodshed? If he didn't know, the living filing cabinet definitely would. By bloodshed? What are you getting at? Falman asked as he came over, and Edward pointed to the map, showing that he had circled the area of Ishval. Understanding what he meant, he began to list the events chronologically. First, there's July 1588 in Rivière. He pointed to it on the map, and Edward circled it. Okay, Rivière, next. October 1661, the Cameron Uprising. He pointed the location out on the map, and Edward circled it. February 1799, the Soapman incident there, in Fisk. Again, Edward circled it. This pattern continued, as Falman kept reciting dates and locations of different events, pointing them out on the map with everyone carefully watching, Amelia growing more anxious, as she started to see the points on the map of a country that now struck her as resembling a giant circle. March 1811, the Wellesley Incident. October 1835, the first Southern border war in what is now known as South City. Then, in 1911, there was the second Southern border war in Fatosit. What about Pendleton in the West? Edward asked, noting that most of the events were in the East and South. There's been fighting with Creta, a lot of soldiers have died, Falman answered, and Edward marked off the town that looked like the best point to continue this pattern. He was seeing that Amelia and Alphonse were starting to see, too. And then, later in 1914, there was the Lior insurrection. There were many casualties. What? Edward looked up at Falman, growing pale. An insurrection, but why? Alphonse asked, equally worried. Wait, what's the big deal? Amelia asked, not sure of what's going on. I don't understand. I exposed the fake priest in Lior, and I reported it to Eastern Command immediately. Edward said, answering Amelia's question as to why he was so worked up. It was the most recent incident, and clearly knowing that this was an event that led to bloodshed clearly wasn't sitting well with him since he had been involved. Yes, you did, Falman agreed, but the Central Forces came in and ran out the troops from the east. After that happened, Lior just fell to pieces. Oh no, damn, Edward cursed, not realizing that one of these events was something he ended up directly causing with his report. What happened to all of them? To Rose? To Father Cornello? Were they even alive anymore? No time for that. General Armstrong interrupted him before his self-loathing could get any worse. Back to work, Full Metal? Edward glared fiercely at the general for her callous dismissal of his distress. Amelia saw this and went over to Edward's side, resting her hand on his flesh shoulder to get his attention. He looked back over at her silently, their eyes meeting for a moment. She knew he must have felt terrible for what happened, but there was time to feel sorry about it later. They were on the verge of something incredible and terrible, and Edward was the only one right now that could clearly see a pattern to where he could point out the missing pieces. He relaxed a little under her gaze, silently understanding her and thanking her for her support before going back to the map. All right, fine. He circled Lior on the map, looking over the entire image carefully to confirm what he knew. And now, we just connect the dots, he said, and everyone gathered around as they watched him draw out the circle, as well as the different points on it, connecting the lines until it formed a pentagon inside of a pentagon that bore a hauntingly familiar look to it. How is that possible? Falman asked, horrified at the sight of it. That's the transmutation circle from the 5th laboratory. Amelia recognized it once Edward had finished it. Is that so? The Philosopher's Stone array that draws power from human lives. Captain Buccaneer growled out, if they make a Philosopher's Stone with something this huge, how many people will have to die? I would make an estimated guess of the entire country, Amelia said, crossing her arms as she looked down at the drawing. She looked up at the general. What is Aimstress's total population? We are a very large country with over 50 million people, she answered, and Amelia felt a small shiver run through her body. She had seen philosopher's stones made from dozens, maybe even hundreds of people, and they were all small enough to fit in the palm of her hand. If they made one this massive, how big would it be? And what could it possibly be used for? She looked down at the map, letting out a slow breath. How do we know these events aren't just coincidences that don't necessarily line up with this purpose? When did this start happening again? The 1500s, she asked, wondering just how long this had been going on. Edward's eyes lit up as she unknowingly added another piece to the puzzle they were looking at. The first of the conflicts happened in 1558, he said, pointing to Riviere on the map. Right, it was just after the founding of Aimstress, General Armstrong said. They attacked Riviere, that was the neighboring country at the time, and then the military. Falman trailed off as he realized something. Hey, wait. He reached down to pick up the map, getting a closer look at all of the events, going over the details of them in his head. That's it. It was the military. They were involved in all of it. Everyone looked over to him with wide eyes. Are you sure? Amelia asked. Each incident was a coup d'etat or insurrection, like in Lior. Falman answered with certainty. Forces from Central would be sent in, and they would make everything worse. It's been going on that long? Edward asked, scowling. We kept growing. Our country started out as a small nation, but we expanded as we took over more and more neighboring countries. That was all to create this circle? General Armstrong asked. So that means, not only are they planning to use this country to do whatever it is they're doing, but they actually created it in the first place for that single purpose. Edward said, feeling his stomach dropping as he said it out loud. My country. General Armstrong's grip on her sword grew visibly tighter, and Amelia noticed it right away. She could understand their distress, finding out that the nation they loved and took pride in was just made for the purpose of one giant alchemy experiment spanning over 300 years. It was a harsh reality to suddenly face. After a moment of thought, Alphonse looked over at Edward. Do you think General Hughes? At the name, Amelia's head shot up to look at Alphonse, wondering why he was bringing Hughes into this. Yeah, before he was killed, he must have seen the transmutation circle. Edward immediately picked up on what his brother was suggesting, and Amelia's eyes went wide. He was serving in the court-martial office. He would have all the information about the military incidents. I brought him the binders on it, Amelia said, growing a little pale as she realized the answer to all of this had been in front of her that night, and she had never thought to see it. He had me bring him all the binders from every year documenting these incidents. I can't believe I had been right next to him when he had been so close to figuring all of this out. Edward nodded grimly. He would have known that something wasn't right. That must be why. He trailed off as he was suddenly struck with the words that had been said to him at different times by Isaac McDougall and Envy, people who had known about this since long before he did. You've sworn your life to the state as a dog of the military, but do you really know the ones you serve or what their true plans are? You get a speck of power, and you have the arrogance to assume you're the one who's in control of it. Don't be a fool, he'll lead us all to ruin. I'm only doing what needs to be done. They had all known, and McDougall had recognized the danger before any of them did, and he had been taking action to stop it. He didn't have the full story, but he knew enough to know Bradley had been near the center of it and was trying to stop him. How many others had seen this pattern ahead of time and recognized it? How many had tried to stop it and ended up killed? Amelia noticed something as she looked over the circle. Wait, all the points are dated except up north. General Armstrong immediately caught this, and she scowled. I do not like this. She brought her sword down to the only missing point from the circle, Fort Briggs. As far as I can tell, there's only one place left. If you're right about your theory, the next place they're going to hit is right here in Briggs. Her eyes narrowed into a sharp, icy glare filled with a fiery hatred. Those bastards in Central. What kind of dirty plans do they have for my fort? General, a voice called out, and the group looked up to see a Briggs soldier riding in on a horse with a lantern. You're needed back at the fort. Lieutenant General Raven from Central is here to see you. Edward stood up, and Amelia's eyes widened as she recognized the name. General Raven? That bleeding heart superior officer that tended to his own soldiers in battle. He was one of the senior staff stationed in Central, wasn't he? She remembered his name when she had been doing an investigation with Major Armstrong during Lieutenant Ross's trial to see what kind of connection there was to her being framed and the senior staff since they had been investigating the homunculi at the time as well. She felt her stomach grow a little uneasy at the idea that he was only a bleeding heart as a front if he was stationed in Central with the rest of them. Was he only making sure that the soldiers he sent in came back alive so that they could be sacrificed for a philosopher's stone? General Armstrong's frustrated sigh pulled her out of her thoughts. It looks like our time's already up. Excuse me, General Armstrong. Edward got her attention. I'd like to ask a favor of you. She turned to him questioningly. Do you think you could con some information out of General Raven? What? Amelia looked over at him. Brother, what are you thinking? Alphonse looked over at him. We don't have all the pieces to this puzzle, we know that, Edward said to the other two, and that's the only thing we know. This circle, the military, the homunculi, these are all the pieces, but it's not the full picture. He turned to General Armstrong. You're high up enough on staff for them to believe that you're willing to work towards their goals of making a better country. Maybe you can convince them that you want the same goal that they're planning for themselves. Ed, I don't know. It might come across as too obvious if he knows we're here. Amelia warned him. There was a very real chance that he was part of that entire operation in Central, given his stationing and his rank, but they had no definite confirmation of that at the time. So what? We won't be in the room with him. I think we can manage it, Edward said, turning back to the general. If we run a line to the room where you meet with him, we can listen in on everything, and we can use it to figure out their plans and their goals in their entirety. If that works, we might be able to keep your fort out of their plans. General Armstrong scowled at the idea of her fort being used in that manner, but she had to agree with what he was suggesting. Pretend to go along with it. Send some men down here to investigate the tunnel more thoroughly in the meantime, and we can really get a better idea of everything that's happening here. And if she does go along with the plans and he tells her to seal up the hole, Amelia brought up, he won't just let anyone come down here to look at this tunnel and figure out what's going on. If other people have figured out this pattern and we've never heard of it, that means they were likely killed. He won't take that kind of risk here. Edward thought for a moment since she brought up a good point, and then looked over at the general. You know your fort better than anyone here, don't you? Of course, she replied. Then could you tell us if we're under any specific rooms? He asked, and the general's eyes narrowed as she caught on to what he was doing. She looked up at her captain. Buccaneer, go and get everything set up in the level 4 radio room to listen in on General Raven. She ordered, and he saluted. Lieutenant Falman, join him. Yes, sir, he saluted her in return. The plan was in motion. Major Miles was sent ahead to stall General Raven while they set up the last of the details. A bug had been placed in one of the radio rooms just above a perfectly placed table for tea to be shared with him. With luck, they should be able to hear everything that was said. They walked with Captain Buccaneer and Major Miles down the halls of the fort, making sure the line was far enough away and inconspicuous enough that no one would notice as they went to a storage room next door to have the perfect place to listen in on the radio. They had mostly been walking in silence after they had set up everything in the tunnel for the Briggs soldiers, and it was all falling into place. From this point, they had to wait on General Armstrong to get the information out of General Raven and hope their fishing line caught a bite. Winry's apple pie. The gentle murmuring from Alphonse's armor caught Amelia and Edward's attention. Huh? Amelia looked up at him questioningly, wondering what he meant. That was the first thing I wanted to do when I got my body back, but now even that much may be out of reach forever, Alphonse said softly, and Amelia's expression softened as she looked up at him, and Edward gave him a reassuring smile. You'll have all the apple pie you could ever want, he said, seeing his brother turn towards him. We're going to get our bodies back, and the monsters who have been messing with our country for all this time are going to pay. Just you wait, he promised, and Alphonse stood a little straighter after his brother's encouragement, though it wasn't sure that all his doubts had disappeared. Amelia smiled over at Edward, reaching over and giving him a gentle nudge. You always give these kinds of inspirational speeches, she teased him. He grinned and nudged her right back, and she let out a small chuckle. With all this darkness that was hanging over them, given what they knew now, it was nice to have a little levity and hope, if only for a few moments. Soon enough, they reached the storage room and quietly entered. It was right next to the radio room, but the only door in was located in the opposite hallway, so no one in the radio room would be suspicious of them moving in there. Vents were located all over, so Buccaneer had run a line from the bug hanging over the vent opening for the radio room to the storage room, where their speakers waited. He turned it on, and they all sat around. Listening as he cleared through the static to the channel, the microphone was stationed on until they heard the clear sound of a door opening and closing. My apologies for keeping you waiting, General Raven, General Armstrong's unmistakable voice called out. Oh, it's all right, General Raven jovially replied. I came in unexpectedly, so I don't mind waiting. Is everything going well? Not exactly. Things have become quite different around here recently. I noticed a few men seemed rather frantic when I came in. I apologize for the chaos, sir. We were attacked yesterday. By whom? I think it's most appropriate to call it a monster, but fortunately, we were able to fend it off. A monster? What do you mean? We killed it, but it didn't die, sir. The general chuckled good-naturedly. Is that so? There was a pause, and General Armstrong continued as if she was giving him a report. I suspected that it originated in Drachma, but the Elric brothers. There was a pause. Didn't I mention? The Full Metal Alchemist, his brother, and his apprentice are all here. I found it disturbing. They seem to know about this monster, but they wouldn't talk. Obviously, if we have a state alchemist doubling as a spy for Drachma, that's a serious problem. Edward's face unknowingly contorted into a displeased scowl at the accusation of being a spy again, but a little nudge from Amelia brought him back to the moment. I've locked them up. Perhaps you'd like to speak with them. Certainly. They won't tell you anything. He was here to check up on them, to make sure they were behaving and going along with their plans. Correct. They said they came here to research living transmutation or something. What could be more suspicious? I distrusted them instantly. General Armstrong answered. There was another pause and just the faintest clink from the teacup and saucer. I had thought about torturing them to get the information, but I am a woman after all. The thought of hurting those children. Let's just say I couldn't stand it. Now that's rich, Buccaneer laughed. She would have tortured you in a second and not thought twice about it. The rest of the group paled a little bit at her callousness, unable to help admitting that he was probably right. That ice-gold queen wouldn't have cared at all if it came to torturing them for information. She probably just didn't have enough time to set it up when they arrived. They could all hear General Raven laughing at Armstrong's words. But General Armstrong, aren't you known as the Northern Wall of Briggs? Walls aren't so soft as that. Armstrong let out a small chuckle. You know, General Raven, at my age most women are expected to have had a child or two at least. Unfortunately, I'm well past that now. So, we at least know she's over 35, Amelia muttered, a little satisfied at that information for her own reasons, since she knew the general consensus was that women couldn't have children easily after 35 since the number of their eggs cut by half, only to be quickly shushed by Edward. SHH. You SHH, she shushed right back. Come now, surely men are lining up to have children with you, General Raven encouraged her. Hardly, sir. I hate to say, but like everybody else, I'm growing older and my body is too, General Armstrong said in a sad-sounding tone. That Dratchman monster, though, it had an outstanding body, an immortal body, like something from a dream. These were all the right words she needed to say to lead him on. Everyone was silent as they listened in to see if this would work in their favor. What if I told you that very soon it wouldn't be a dream anymore? He asked. Edward and Amelia shared a shocked glance. Was this actually working? They were on the edge of their seats, leaning in closer to try and hear more of the conversation. Tell me, General, would you be interested in a legion of immortal soldiers? He took the bait. Never dying or getting old. You want it too, don't you? He asked, and there was a long pause before General Armstrong answered. Oh, it's just such an incredible question. I don't know what to say. Amelia recognized that forced tone of amusement. She had done it plenty in front of her parents' friends at parties as they made jokes about her, in front of her, and she had to pretend it was funny. Well, are you interested or not? Raven asked. There are only two answers. It is intriguing. Can you tell me, General, on the day when this dream comes true, will my men share in this gift as well, or is it only for me? General Armstrong asked, playing into it and making sure he thought she was on his side. I can tell you when the time comes, Raven said, and Amelia frowned at his response. Did that vagueness mean that there weren't any guarantees until that time? Or was he being vague because he didn't want to show all of his cards? Still, General Armstrong had to go forward with an answer, and it wasn't coming. It was plain that if she agreed to it, she could become a very necessary insider for information. But she would also help them with whatever plans they might have had for Briggs, or she would likely be demoted and swapped out for someone more willing to go along with their schemes. Even in the face of that news, Amelia could understand her reluctance in going forward, but she couldn't help hoping she would knuckle down and say yes since they needed this advantage over their enemies. They didn't get the chance as thudding was suddenly heard when someone knocked loudly on the door. Excuse me, General Armstrong went over to the door, but not before whoever had knocked tried it again. Yes, what is it? I'm sorry to disturb you, but the underground tunnel advance team. The soldier trailed off as he realized who General Armstrong was meeting with. What's this about an underground tunnel? General Raven asked. Speak, soldier, Armstrong ordered. Yes, sir, something's happened to the advance team. Very well, I'll be right there. I'm coming too, Raven said. Seeing that their conversation was over, the others all stood up inside of the storage room, since they knew they couldn't stay in there now, that they wouldn't be able to hear anything else. Hold on a sec, Edward hissed at them, making them all stop as he went over to a bag and transmuted it into a rope. It has to look convincing. You can't just be walking around with 3 prisoners without any kind of bonds. Good point, Buccaneer said, and he came over to help in that effort. He started to tie up Edward, rather impressively, to make it look like they had to be tightly tied up to make sure nothing happened. Alphonse helped Amelia with tying her hands behind her back, covering her in a thick length of rope that was almost like a blanket. They did the same for Alphonse and made sure that it was enough rope to make it look like they were definitely tied up, though they could have gotten out at any time with a good tug in the right place. They were let out by that rope, still very much looking like prisoners as they were brought down the hall to see if there was anything else that could be done in regard to this situation. They would need to regroup and meet with the general later on to make sure she was able to give them as much information as possible. As they made their way down the hall, they saw the familiar face of Major Miles walking with someone else, some man in an all-white suit that Amelia thought was kind of stylish, if a little bit showy. Major Miles looked over at the group and quickly approached them. Buccaneer, what are you doing? Prisoner transfer, sir, he answered. I'm moving the Elric brothers and their apprentice from the east cells to the west. He glanced over at his companion. "May I ask who this is?" "This is Mr. Solf J. Kimbley. He's General Raven's honored guest," Major Miles answered. The name stuck out to Amelia and Edward, remembering him from the stories they had heard about Ishval from Lieutenant Hawkeye. He was the Crimson Alchemist, the one who took such a weird pleasure in his job, while everyone else was lamenting their wanton murdering. Amelia immediately felt a little uneasy as she saw a smile growing on his face, reaching up to his hat and tipping it so he could better look at who was in front of him. "Wait, did you say the Elric brothers? You mean the Full Metal Alchemist?" His eye was immediately drawn to Alphonse. "I see, now I understand your nickname." Alphonse sighed and nodded to his brother, as well as everyone else pointing at Edward to correct him. "Oh, it's this one." The disappointment was clearly heard. Meanwhile, Edward just looked furious that someone had made the mistake of saying his brother was actually him, again. His dark gaze moved over to Amelia, that smile still present while she didn't return it. "It's nice to meet you." He lifted up his hat in greeting. "I've heard much about the Full Metal Alchemist." "Hello," was Edward's terse reply. Seeing that he wasn't up for talking, Kimbley glanced at Alphonse. "And who would that make you?" "His brother." "Yes, I'm Alphonse Elric. It's nice to meet you," he said politely. Kimbley nodded and then looked over at Amelia. "And I've heard about the Full Metal Alchemist's apprentice as well. It's Amelia Seymour, right?" he asked. She nodded. "Yes, it is," she said, looking him up and down, trying to identify the material his suit was made from. "I like your suit." She figured a small compliment would be enough to try and placate him for the time being. She watched his lips curl up a little more, though she couldn't find it in herself to mirror the gesture. "Excuse me, sir, but we need to continue with our prisoner transfer," Buccaneer said, swiftly ending the conversation and leaving Major Miles and Kimbley to continue whatever it was they had been doing before they had taken a moment to let him talk. Amelia was glad to be away from him and visibly relaxed a little bit. Knowing what she knew about him, considering the nut job that Lieutenant Hawkeye described him to be, she didn't want to stick around him too long. They were returned to their cells, and Amelia was quick to cover herself in blankets again, while she was left alone in her own cell while the brothers had one together. They weren't left alone for too long to discuss everything they had heard, since they soon had a visitor come by. General Raven gave them a friendly smile as he stood outside their cells, nodding to Amelia before he spoke. "I am General Raven from Central. I've heard a great deal about you from His Excellency." He introduced himself. "Hello," Edward nodded his head towards him in greeting. "It appears you've all been very good and kept your mouths shut," Raven said in a congratulatory tone. That was the agreement. Edward bit out, and Raven's head tilted slightly to one side, his expression unchanged. "You don't seem happy," he commented. "Oh no, I'm absolutely thrilled," Edward sarcastically replied. "Who wouldn't love to have their friends taken hostage?" General Raven seemed to take this comment well, his friendly expression still remaining on his face as Edward complained. Alphonse turned to the man. Do you think you could release us from this cell soon? The deal was if we didn't mess with you, you would let us continue our journey." "There's no need to worry, I'll let you all out of here soon," the general promised. Edward glared up at the man. "That tunnel, is it part of whatever you're planning too, if they find out?" He let the threat hang in the air, hoping it would rattle him a little bit, but General Raven seemed the same as ever. "Again, you don't need to worry," General Raven said. "I've already spoken with the general. She's going to put the homunculus back underground and seal up the tunnel's opening." So, she was going along with their plans, at least for the time being. Still, they all acted shocked at the news so he wouldn't be suspicious. His friendly expression turned into a satisfied grin that reminded Amelia of the Cheshire Cat. "General Armstrong's on our side now, Full Metal." No one replied, not wanting to give anything away about what they knew. "In any case, it may take a little time before she releases you, but we'll have you out as soon as possible. In the meantime, I brought something that might help you kill time while you're here." He reached into his pocket and pulled out something, handing it through the bars of Edward's cell. "It's a journal. I'm sure you can both take your time writing in it and using it to make time go a little faster while you wait." He went over to Amelia's cell to offer her the same thing, and she took it. "Don't worry, you'll be out of here soon, but I do have some business to attend to with the general, so you must excuse me." They were all silent as they watched him leave, waiting until he was out of sight, and then waiting to hear the door close that indicated he was out of earshot. "Well, she's got them fooled," Amelia said, "but does that mean she's going to have some kind of bloodshed at Briggs?" "I don't know," Edward said, letting out a sigh. "I can't imagine that she would just let someone just decimate her troops in her own fort." "Right, but this is good." Amelia sat back against the cement wall that connected to the Elric brothers' cell. "At least we'll have someone on the inside to give us some kind of information as to what's going on, though I guess we already have a good idea of what they're planning. The question is why, and also, how do we stop it?" "Those are good questions," Edward grumbled, looking up at his brother who seemed as lost as he did. "Let's say the motive doesn't matter right now, we just need to focus on stopping them. Ideally, we would be able to just keep Sloth frozen for a while, but that won't work while we're in prison," Amelia said. "Right," Edward sighed, leaning back against the wall that connected to Amelia's cell, his head moving back to rest on the wall. "So, that's not an option anymore." He tried to think over what options were presented to them. "Well, General Raven will get us out of here. Eventually. I don't know how soon that will be. I doubt they'll be letting us out too early to interfere with their plans while they seal up the tunnel." "That's a reasonable assumption," Amelia replied. "So, we have until the tunnel is sealed up. How long do you think that will take?" "Well, they'd probably have to put up something to keep material from falling in and blocking the tunnel, and then they'd have to make sure that Homunculus was still in it and work around him, not to mention the team that they sent down there." Edward surmised and let out a sigh. "I just hope they're able to make it out okay. It's kind of frustrating not knowing what was so urgent with the advance team that interrupted that meeting," Amelia said, frowning a little, "but good call on your part to see them sealing it up ahead of time." She remembered that Edward had set up a separate entrance to the tunnel in a hidden part of the lowest level of Briggs, since he had no doubt that as soon as it was known they had access to that tunnel, it was better for them to seal it off and keep others away from it. She agreed, having an idea that these people that worked with Father and the other homunculi had been working to keep whatever that tunnel was a secret for a long time. "Yeah, at least we know they'll get out safe if General Raven orders to seal it up early," Edward said, a little relieved to know that much. There was a moment of silence as the teenagers all stewed in their ignorance, not knowing what was happening, but desperate to try and find out. Still, there was nothing they could do right then and there to make that information come to them faster without making more trouble, and they knew all they could do was wait. 2 days had passed, and they had heard next to nothing. Every now and then, Neil would come by with coffee they had to pay for and news of what was going on. They found out that General Armstrong was going ahead with sealing the tunnel, even though the news had come back that the advanced team had likely been attacked when a horse returned shocked and scared with only the severed arm of its rider. And they were also working to keep General Raven and his guest as separated as they possibly could, with Major Miles providing Kimberly with an extra-long, extra-detailed tour of the fort at General Armstrong's orders. She was planning something, though Neil wouldn't tell them what, and that was frustrating in itself, but they were grateful for what snippets of information they could get on how things were progressing outside of their cells. During this time, the trio had managed to make up a game to kill time while they were in there, taking turns making up fake stories of things that never happened to try and entertain themselves. Amelia was aware of a few games that they had played in the early get-to-know-your-fellow pianists stage of piano classes that tried to encourage social creativity for making music. She managed to turn some of them into games with Edward and Alphonse, even with their own set of loose rules. If a story was bad enough that you got booed from the other 2 members of your audience, you had to end the tale in 5 seconds. If you didn't do that, you gained a point, and you wanted as few points as possible in the game. Currently, Alphonse was in the lead for spinning the best stories that never got booed, and Amelia loved to hear his soft voice echoing through his armor as he talked about whatever hero or heroine was going to face whatever conflict lay ahead of them. Amelia was just behind him, having been booed a few times for stories that had references Edward and Alphonse didn't understand, and they ended up taking offense to a couple of times. Ed was in last place, with the most points because all of his stories ended up being rehashes of stories they already knew with different names, because he was terrible at making things up on his own, but he was slowly getting better at it. As Neil left them with their food for the day, as well as a few copies of the morning newspaper that he had sent out for them so they could have something else to do, Amelia turned her head over to Edward and Alphonse's cell. Whose turn is it now? I think it's Ed's, Alphonse said, and Edward groaned. Oh, come on, really. He didn't really particularly like it when it was his turn. It's your turn, Ed, you know you can't pass. Amelia replied, and Edward groaned again. Okay, but you guys need to give me a minute to come up with something good this time, he said. That's not in the rules, Amelia shot it down. We made the rules, can I get a minute to think of something, please? Edward whined. No, Amelia said firmly. Oh, I think we can give him a minute. Alphonse interjected. New rule, you have exactly 60 seconds to make up a story in your head, and then you have to tell us. How would we keep track of it? Amelia asked. I don't exactly have an egg timer handy. We could use your watch, Ed, Alphonse suggested. No, I haven't wounded in a while, it'd be no good. Edward rejected the idea immediately. You guys can just count it, I'll be fine. You want us to count to 60? Why can't we just use your watch? That's more accurate. Amelia rejected his idea since Alphonse's made more sense. I said no, Edward insisted. Dude, just let Al hold the watch and he'll tell you when your 60 seconds are up. Amelia went on to insist back. No, his voice came out much stronger than Amelia anticipated, and it scared her a little bit. Alphonse seemed stunned into silence, too. There was a long moment before Edward sighed and said, I don't want to use my watch. Okay, Amelia said, sitting up in her cot. She wasn't really used to the sound of Edward sounding so distressed. He didn't exactly seem angry, his tone didn't say that. His tone sounded more like he thought something bad would happen. Amelia could guess he was definitely keeping something inside of his pocket watch, something private that he kept to himself. But what would he keep from Alphonse? Secrets from her, she could understand, but his own brother. Edward cared about him more than anyone, so what could he have to keep from him? Still, she knew better than to push it when Edward clearly didn't want to discuss it, certainly not when they had the company of Alphonse present. Maybe she could ask him another day, but for now, she decided to change the subject. I guess we can just count it down. You want to join me, Al? Sure, he said, glad for some kind of distraction after seeing his brother like that. Edward had refused to look at him when he spoke, which wasn't something he was used to, and he was worried, but he knew better than to push things with him too hard. It would only make him clam up more, and so they began. 60, 59, 58, 57, 56, 55. As they counted, with every second, there were a pair of white shoes that clicked along the stone floors of the fort. 45, 44, 43, 42, 41, 40. Hands stuffed inside of his pockets, walking ahead of his assigned guard that he was fairly certain was there to keep him out of trouble. 30, 29, 28, 27, 26, 25. He didn't mind it, if anything, it encouraged him. He didn't think they would be in Briggs for much longer, so soon he could go out and start doing what he intended. 17, 16, 15, 14, 13, 12. However, there was an opportunity he saw clearer than daylight, and he intended to seize it where he could. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, time's up. The three jumped at the sound of a door opening as soon as Amelia and Alphonse had finished counting, and Edward couldn't begin his turn at the story. Edward went to the door of his cell to see who it was, and Amelia stood up to do the same. She could see Major Miles in a Briggs uniform standing just at the entrance, while someone else dressed in a stark white suit started to make his way down the cells. As he approached Amelia's, she stepped back, expecting him to go forward to Edward and Alphonse's cell, but he didn't. He gave her a smile that reminded her briefly of a snake, with the way he pressed his lips together and how the corners of his mouth curled up around his face. Everyone was silent before he reached up, tipping his hat to Amelia. "Hello there, young lady," he said, being as courteous as anyone could. "I thought you might like to join me for some tea." Me? Amelia wasn't sure what his game was, but she instantly distrusted Kimberly, especially after his stories from Ishval. Why did he want to talk with her? "You sure you want to talk to me? Not the Full Metal Alchemist." "Yes, I'm quite sure." He turned to Major Miles. "This is the one I want to speak to. Would you mind releasing her?" Amelia looked over at Major Miles as he made his way over to the door, unsure and a little worried that she was being told to go with Kimberly, of all people. She watched him unlock her cell door and open it, stepping inside. "Wait, Major Miles, what's going on?" she asked, stepping back from him, and he paused when he saw how scared she seemed. "Mr. Kimberly has been granted permission to speak with you from General Raven," he explained as he reached out for the handcuffs that she had on. "It won't be for too long, just a short visit out." He began to gently tug her by her handcuffs, having her step out of her cell and next to Kimberly, who still had that snake-like smile slithering over his face. "Wait, what's happening?" Edward demanded from his cell. "Amelia." "Don't worry, I'll have you back here safe and sound," Kimberly reassured both her and Edward as he started to walk out with his hand over her shoulder, a gesture that instantly made Amelia tense up. "Hey, wait a second." Edward's hands rattled the cell bars of his door, pressing his face against it as he saw Kimberly escorting her away. "Where are you taking her?" "Hey, I asked you a question." Kimberly ignored him, but Amelia looked back at Edward over her shoulder, her steps slowing as she looked back at her clearly worried friend, Alphonse coming up beside him to the cell door to see what was happening. "You can't just take her out of here like that. Hey." His shouts were growing more urgent as she was brought out, the door shutting behind her as she was led out of the prison cells. "Damn it!" Edward banged his handcuffs against the metal door, trying to see if he could get the wood to splinter so he could use alchemy and get out to find her, though it wasn't much use. Amelia sat uncomfortably stiff in her chair across from Kimberly, who poured out some sweet-smelling tea out from a pot that was borrowed from Briggs. The room was fairly normal, nothing particularly special, but Amelia could guess it was likely used as some kind of interrogation room at one point or another, given how bare the furniture was outside of a single table and 2 chairs. He poured out a cup, sliding it over to her, and she could see the hot steam rising up from it as he poured out another for himself. "I've been told you're fond of the Fura's favorite raspberry blend, and he was kind enough to lend me some," he said as he reached for his cup to take a sip. Amelia felt her hackles rising up at the mention of the Fura. She looked down at the cup, the heat from it asking her to take it and use it to warm up, but she couldn't trust it. She glared down at the cup, and Kimberly noticed pretty quickly, "Is something wrong?" "I'm not thirsty," Amelia said tersely, reaching up with her handcuffed hands to gently push the cup away from her. "Really? I would have thought you'd want something different after prison food," Kimberly said, reaching for the saucer. "I know I would have done anything for a good sip of tea when I was in jail." Amelia looked up at him as he slid the cup back over to her side of the table. She glanced back over at the door where Major Miles was standing guard for them, outside and unaware of what was going on, though she had no idea if he could hear through the door or not. She looked back at Kimberly as he sipped from his cup again, putting it down. "Are you sure you don't want any? I did invite you to have tea with me so I could share it." "I'm not thirsty," she reiterated, and Kimberly shrugged and seemed to let it go. "Well, then I guess if you're not going to drink, maybe we can simply chat," he said, and Amelia glared up at him. "Look, I don't know what angle you're trying to play here, but I won't fall for it," she said. "Angle?" Kimberly's smile fell as his expression shifted to one of false confusion. "Whatever do you mean?" "You know what I mean." Amelia hissed at him. "Bringing me up here, separating me from the Elric brothers. I don't know what you're planning here, but it's not going to happen. Whatever you think you can do by bringing me up here won't work." Kimberly stared at her for a moment before reaching up to remove the white hat he wore, putting it down on the table. "Goodness, you really seem to dislike me. And here I thought you would be the most amicable of 3. He said, sitting back a little bit. "Your name is Amelia Seymour, isn't it?" "Yeah." She still sat tensed up, glaring at him even though she could feel her legs shaking a little bit. "What could I have done to earn such hostility?" he asked. "Are you serious?" Amelia could hardly believe he would ask such a question. "You know why you're with them." "Oh," Kimberly's slithering smile returned. "You mean the homunculi?" "Yes, the homunculi," Amelia snapped. "Do you even know what they're planning on doing? Because I can promise you, the stories they're telling you about immortality are probably a load of bull." "They haven't told me any stories about immortality," Kimberly replied calmly, "and I haven't asked." His blue eyes met with Amelia's brown ones. "They made me an offer a long time ago, though under different circumstances, and I took it up because I thought it would be interesting. And it was." Amelia's brow furrowed as he told her all of this. "I'm not interested in any promises of immortality or power or even the Philosopher's Stones. I don't want any of that, I have no need for it." Amelia stared at him, a little confused for a moment before her expression relaxed. Right, of course it wouldn't. Kimberly raised a single brow, curious as to what she meant. I mean, I heard the stories about you. You're a psychopath, you probably thought killing all those people in Ishville was fun. She spat out the word with an intensely bitter tone, which only made Kimberly smile in amusement. You say that like it's a bad thing to take pleasure in your work. Kimberly replied. Amelia glared at him, and he laughed. But I'm curious to know what you heard about me to make you think I was a psychopath. You don't think you are. I never said that. I said I was curious. Amelia's eyes narrowed, and there was a long silence between them. What was he trying to do? She wasn't used to trying to figure out someone who would so blatantly put his interests in front of her. Normally, people on that side of the fight would hide their tactics, hide their cards, and put them face down so their enemies couldn't see them. It was why they had only spoken to General Raven once, because he had no interest in letting them know anything more about their plans and give them a chance to ask and potentially get more clues. Edward was smart in that he could sniff out things when he wanted to know, though he was usually pretty dense everywhere else, so Raven didn't stay around him long. Amelia could normally read everyone like a book, and she had her own idea as soon as she had seen Kimberly. A stark white suit, with a white scarf, cream vest, white hat, white shirt, and a lavender tie to just slightly offset all the white in a way that didn't hurt the eyes by keeping it to a muted color. The man had style, he prided himself on his appearance, he was confident, but nothing about his demeanor spoke of being boastful or arrogant. He was a man who was somewhat aware of his limits, at least to where he knew better than to try and boast about how great he was. And as far as she could tell, those assumptions were still correct, but this brief talk had added on a lot more. He obviously wasn't going to tell her anything about their plans, not that he seemed interested in discussing it, but there was something else about it, too. The way he talked to her when she suggested their stories might be false and said he didn't want it, and there was also the way he didn't deny her accusation of him being a psychopath. Most people would, as they would equate being a psychopath with being a dangerous murderer. The fact that he didn't deny it made her a little nervous, but it also caught her off guard. She looked into his eyes from her seat across the table, seeing how they were completely focused on her as much as she was focused on him. He was reading her as she read him, he was clever and knew it, but he also knew better than to underestimate someone. He wasn't going to give away anything he hadn't already in his physical appearance, but to openly deny the main goal of what the homunculi offered him, to tell her that he had no interest in becoming powerful or reaching a position of power. It didn't make sense. Why else would he be working with them if not to gain something? I've confused you, haven't I? Kimberly broke the silence between them, and Amelia jumped as he pegged down exactly what her thoughts were. You're not sure what to make of a man like me. You make it sound like you're the only man like you, Amelia scoffed. I would hope so. If there were more of me running around, Amstress would be in a lot of trouble. Kimberly replied in a joking tone. Amelia didn't laugh. He let out a small huff of a laugh before he leaned forward on the table, threading his fingers together in front of him around his teacup, looking at her straight on. But I imagine there aren't many people like you in Amstress, Miss Seymour. She didn't like where he was going. I'm sure there are plenty of people like me. Oh, so you don't think you're all that special? Of course not. I think I would have to disagree with you there. Kimberly said, you put on an air of modesty and humility, but I'm certain there's a part of you that, even subconsciously, holds yourself higher than everyone around you. His eyes narrowed, and his snake-like smile curled up a little more. It's not because of your background. I can see you come from a very privileged household where manners were very important. Your etiquette is outstanding, and it shows in everything you do, so I can only conclude you come from a rich family, but you don't see yourself as the same as the other rich people that your family surrounded themselves with. You can see through their behaviors, their snobby attitudes, their fake personas that they create for the public and for their friends while being terrible people inside. You can see their shallowness and their vapid nature, and you want to be nothing like that at all, so you made sure that you weren't. And since that world was the only one you seemed to know, you also put up walls to make sure no one could see past the facade you put out for that world to see. He sat back a little bit, his hands unthreading to reach for his cup. Meanwhile, Amelia couldn't help but feel a little nervous as he continued to speak. But then you come to a place like Amstress, and you meet someone who doesn't come from that background at all. Suddenly, the world around you has changed, and you've adapted. You've let some of your walls come down, you forgot the facade that you were once so comfortable with, you let yourself make connections with the likes of Edward Elric and his brother, as well as some connections with the Armstrong family. A rich family from that rich world you're so familiar with. Amelia shifted back in her seat, her heart racing and sinking into her stomach at the same time. You found these connections and let them stay inside you, even if it's to your detriment, because now they're being used against you. These genuine people you genuinely care for are now the reason that you're trapped here in Amstress, prone to these games played by beings that aren't human that seem to control all the humans around you in one way or another. And then you see someone like me, a human you assume is also controlled by them, and you think you're better separating yourself from me, and you'd be right. Because you see me and you read me like a book, you read everyone around you, and you know that you're smarter than them. You may not know as much alchemical theory like the Elrics or know about the profitable realm of business like the Armstrongs, but you know people. You know how people are, you know how to read them, to use them, to manipulate them into doing what you want them to do, but you don't do it out of malice like everyone else you knew back home. No, you only do it out of necessity because you have a goal in mind, and that's the safest way to reach it. Stop talking. Amelia could feel her hands trembling in her cuffs as he ignored her request. You tell yourself that working people is the only way to get things done where everyone is happy because a good person like yourself wants people to be happy. You want these people who you've connected with to have some joy in their life, and you want to make sure some of it comes from you because that means these connections matter, no matter how much you might abuse them. Stop, she could feel the blood draining from her face. You take advantage of their trust, their insecurities, their ways of connecting with others, and you work them to your favor. You do it because you know people, and you're smart enough to know people better than everyone else, better than everyone here, and convincing them that what you want is also what they want is what you do best. You're better than them at that, and you know it, so you use it out of what you believe is necessity and convince yourself that because of that, you're still a good person at your core because you want to believe that you are. But you know, deep down inside of you, that you're no better than those shallow, vapid people that used to fill up your life, because they do everything you do in the exact same way. I said stop talking. Amelia nearly screamed as she banged her cuffed hands onto the table and stood up, her chair scraping against the floor behind her. She had tears at the corners of her eyes and her hands still shook in her contained fists. She could feel her very core shaking fearfully as Kimberly just read her better than she had read anyone in a long time and told her everything she ever worried about late at night when she was awake for too long. The door to the room opened and Major Miles stepped in. What's going on? Is everything all right? We're fine, Major Miles, Kimberly calmly responded, seemingly unfazed by Amelia's outburst. Oh, but we would appreciate it if you would undo Miss Seymour's cuffs. She's having a difficult time taking a drink with them on, and she's promised me she wouldn't harm me. He completely took over the situation, and Amelia still felt herself trembling. She glanced over at Major Miles to see him looking back at her before he stepped forward towards her with a key ring, going to the locks on either side of her wooden cuffs and undoing them, releasing her hands from the uncomfortable shackles. Is there anything else you might need? He asked the two of them. I think we'll be all right to talk a little longer, Kimberly said, giving Amelia a smile that, if she hadn't just been ripped asunder by his thoughts on her, appeared to be friendly and genuine. Please, sit down, Miss Seymour. You won't have to be so frustrated anymore. She hesitated, rubbing at her wrists with her hands before she slowly sat down in her chair again, bringing it closer to the table from where it had been pushed back. Kimberly took a sip from his tea, and Major Miles looked between the two with an unsettled expression before he went back to his post, closing the door behind him. There was still silence between them for a little while before Kimberly glanced down at her tea. You know, you should take a sip. The sweet blend in that cup should help you calm down. Amelia looked down at the warm brown drink that sat in front of her, the steam no longer rising out of it as it had cooled down some more from their talk. She could probably use it. She could still feel her hands shaking as she reached up to wipe at the corners of her eyes to get rid of the tears that didn't fall. She was so shaken up from having someone read her as well, if not better than the way she did him. He had only looked at her and watched her for a few minutes, but he had read into her deepest fears that haunted her subconscious dreams and said them aloud in a way that terrified her. She took a slow breath in and out to calm her heavily beating heart, at least a little bit before she sat up straight as she had been doing before, and glanced back up at Kimberly, shaking her head. "I'm not thirsty." "And stubborn, too," Kimberly commented, still smiling, "but I can appreciate someone who sticks to their guns like that." He put his cup down in its saucer with a quiet clink from the porcelain meeting. "I suppose the question I ask now is a little pointless, so why don't you ask me one?" Amelia looked up at him, her brow furrowing again. "Ask me anything you like." She was quiet as she considered this. She doubted he would let her have more than one question, so she needed to choose her words carefully. Still, she probably couldn't ask about their plans, since he would know better than to tell her any details that they could use to their advantage. He didn't seem the type to betray his masters like that. She looked back up at him, deciding to ask the question that had been on her mind since he had come down to get her. "Why did you want to see me?" Kimberly leaned back in his chair, crossing his arms. "Because I thought that you would be the easiest to talk to." Her brow furrowed further. "What do you mean?" "Do you remember what you said to me the other day, back when I met you in the hall?" Kimberly looked up at her. She paused to think about it. "I like your suit." "Yes, you're someone who can appreciate good taste, so I thought you would be the easiest to talk to between you and the Elric brothers." "Why did you want to talk to me?" "Well, I have a few things that I need to do while I'm here in the north. One of them specifically concerns your current alchemy teacher, but that's something I need to discuss with him alone." Kimberly began. "However, because I know how that thing might go, I thought I would talk to you and make you an offer." "An offer to what?" He wasn't going to seriously offer for her to join their side. "I'm not going to ask that you join the homunculi side. It's clear that you won't." Kimberly addressed that first, knowing it was the obvious thing that she would think of. "But the request I make of the Full Metal Alchemist is something that might put your apprenticeship in jeopardy, so I thought I'd offer an extra space alongside myself." Amelia's eyes widened. "You want me to be your apprentice?" She could hardly believe it. "I would like it, though you also have the right to refuse," Kimberly replied. Amelia let out an incredulous laugh. "Why would I want to be your apprentice?" Kimberly shrugged. "Perhaps so you could learn a specialized alchemy that might give you an advantage in the alchemy exams in a few months." "You think I want to learn how to make bombs? I know your deal. You were an explosives expert in Ishval. Why would you think I'd want to learn how to do that?" "That's not the only part of my offer, you know," Kimberly said, sitting forward a little more. "I have more to it. You see, since I have such a close relationship to the Fura, I can actually accelerate a lot of this process for you. I can guarantee your pardon. Apprenticeship under me would guarantee your freedom." Amelia's eyes widened. "I could even help streamline your citizenship process so that you would become a free-wandering citizen of Aimstress, free to go wherever you want, even outside of the country border." He grinned as he saw he had her captivated. "The Fura is well aware that doing this is a risk, considering your sacrificial status, but he's willing to take it if I give it my seal of approval." Amelia could hardly believe everything that was coming out of his mouth. He was offering her freedom, the one thing she had been wanting since she had been arrested, and he knew exactly what he was doing. He was giving her a chance to flee the country, to get out before things got worse, and leave all of this behind. She couldn't deny the temptation was very strong, but where would that leave Ed and Al? Knowing them, they would think this was part of their plans to change the hostage situation so that she would be in even more danger. How would she know if she could trust Kimberly's word anyway? And she would be leaving those boys behind to fend for themselves. It's not like they hadn't done it without her before, but she didn't want to just up and leave them. She straightened in her seat, looking up at him. "How do I know that's true?" Kimberly's smile fell. "I'm not a liar, Miss Seymour. This offer is genuine." "So, what's the catch?" "I doubt it's as simple as becoming your apprentice, and you hand me my citizenship papers." "Well, no, that's true. It's not that simple," Kimberly agreed. "It would take them about a week or two to mail the papers over confirming your citizenship status, complete with a passport that would allow you to travel outside of the country. During that time, you would be my apprentice, and I would teach you the ins and outs of making alchemical explosives, but do you really think that would be so bad?" "Why would I want to learn how to make explosives from a murderer?" "Is that how you see me?" Of course that's how I see you. I've heard your story. And what exactly have you heard of my story? I know you were an Ishval, and I know you took joy in killing the Ishvalans, and I'm sure you probably took a lot of joy in killing your superior officers, too. Kimberly grinned. Well, you're not wrong in that I took some pride in it, but would you like to know why I killed those people? What? I killed the Ishvalans because I was ordered to, that was all. I didn't care who they were or why they were fighting. I was an alchemist serving the Amestrian people, and the Amestrian people said they wanted to stop the fighting in the east, so I did my duty as a soldier. Amelia frowned, but then, they gave me a little something to help make that easier. He reached into a pocket in his coat, bringing something out and putting it on the table. As he took his hand away, Amelia's eyes widened at the sight of a small philosopher's stone. The reason I killed my superior officers was because they wanted to take this stone away from me, and I'm sure you can understand why that would have potentially been catastrophic. She stared at the stone with wide eyes, glancing back up at him. After all, they're planning something terrible with it, just like I did something terrible with it. I decided if someone was going to do anything with a stone that helped erase the limits of equivalent exchange, it was going to be me. He reached for the stone, holding it up to show her. And if you like, this can be yours too, provided that you take me up on my offer for an apprenticeship. He let out a small breath, his expression changing to one of regret. Goodness, that's actually quite a lot now that I think about it. You'll receive your citizenship status, a passport to leave the country, and the philosopher's stone to boot. Perhaps that's too much, but I've already made the offer and I can't quite take it back, now can I? He smiled at her. But all you have to do to receive it is be my apprentice for a couple of weeks. Amelia couldn't deny that it was a huge offer that he was making to her, but how could she believe him? What was the guarantee that all of this was true? And even more than that, what about Edward and Alphonse? They have their own plans to deal with, Kimberly said, but aren't you tired of getting caught up in their business? You're not even from Amstress, why would you want to stick around to see if you can help save it? There aren't any real ties keeping you here, are there? Just the legal ones that say you're not allowed to roam freely. I know I would be tired of it if I were in your place. Amelia glanced down at her cup of tea, which had seemingly become lukewarm from all their talking, as there wasn't any sign of heat from it now that she looked at it. These were all things that she once said to herself, questions she had asked, because she was tired and annoyed and fed up with everything that was going on. She didn't really want to be so deeply involved with this country's politics. She wanted to be even less involved in these strange plans to make a philosopher's stone out of the entire nation. She never asked to be swept up in it, but she was, and she had lamented it, but there was nothing she could have done except cooperated. And now, here Kimberly was giving her the offer to get out like she had wanted. She smiled for the first time since she arrived, letting out a small chuckle. "You're very good, Kimberly," she said, glancing up at the man to see his smile had fallen to a confused expression. "Really, you are. You've done a very good job of analyzing me. I would have never gotten so in-depth in my analysis of other people, but I guess I can chalk up that difference to experience. You're right in that I don't particularly care all that much about this country, and if you had made me that offer 2 months ago, I would have taken it in a heartbeat and gotten the hell out of here." Her smile fell as her expression steeled as she looked up at him. "But things are different now. I'm not the person I used to be. All that stuff you said about me was probably true at one point, and I won't deny that what you described is probably my worst existential nightmare, but I've changed. I've met people who are unlike anyone else, who can do things I know no one else can. I know their stories and their choices, and I can see who they are now as a result. I know they're good people, with good intentions, and I want to be like them. So, maybe this is just me trying to fight off that nightmare you so eloquently described, and maybe it's futile in the end, but I want to help these people I've met try to achieve their goals." Kimberly's confusion faded away as his expression relaxed, while Amelia stayed as she was. He leaned forward, resting his elbows on the table in front of him. "Is that really what you want? You're turning down my offer in exchange for the hope that everything you want to happen to others will happen?" Amelia nodded, certain of her words, yes. Kimberly's expression shifted to disappointment before he shrugged it off. "Very well then, but that offer will remain should you change your mind." He stood up from the table, grabbing his hat. "I really should get going soon anyway. There's an important phone call I need to make." He turned to the door, loudly speaking up, "Major Miles." The major came in, looking up at him. "Miss Seymour, and I have finished. Would you be able to find someone to escort her back to her cell?" Amelia was put back in her cuffs and escorted back to the prison cells, where Edward and Alphonse were waiting for her as soon as she arrived. She could see Edward's face pressing against the bars, and the visible relief when he saw that she was okay. She gave him a small smile before she was put back in her cell next to his and sat on her cot. "What happened?" Edward couldn't help asking. "Was everything okay? He didn't say anything weird or gross to you, did he?" "It was weird, but okay," Amelia said and let out a dry laugh. "He wanted to ask me if I would be his alchemy apprentice." "What?" "I know, right?" Amelia laughed, "like I would ever be anywhere near that psycho." "But you're okay?" Edward asked. "He didn't hurt you or anything." "He never touched me, I'm fine," Amelia reassured him. "Good," she could hear the relief in his voice, hearing the sound of the cot sinking under his weight as he sat down on it. "Why would he want you to be his apprentice?" "I have no idea, but that guy's not gonna find one in me," Amelia said, leaning her head back against the wall she shared against their cell, finding herself much more comfortable, and it was much easier to breathe back when she was imprisoned than it was in the room with Kimberly. She closed her eyes as she turned her head to her door. "Thanks, though, for worrying about me." "Of course, we're gonna worry about you when you're gone, you brat," Edward sighed. "Who are you calling a brat, you subatomic shrimp?" "What? Who are you calling so small that he can use an atom as a shield when another atom gets split?" "Brother, she never said that, calm down," Alphonse quickly interjected. Their bickering echoed through the halls of the prison for a good while, and although it was an argument that Amelia had so many times with Ed, she was sick of it. She knew there was no place she would rather be than right there with him. Chapter 31. Another day passed with the Elrics and Amelia in their cell, with Edward starting to get some cabin fever from being stuck there for so long. Amelia would often hear him pacing around back and forth, finding places to exercise, or just muttering away as he would write down some alchemical theories and other things to occupy his time in the journal that General Raven gave him. They would still play their story game every now and then to try and kill time as a group, though the worst was when they would sleep, and Amelia was sure that Alphonse had to be as still as possible so his body wouldn't make any noise, and he was going through it alone. She couldn't help but feel a little guilty and would try to talk to him more once she was awake, though quietly if Edward wasn't up yet. Their days had been mundane and rather repetitive since they had been put in prison, being sporadically updated on everything that was happening with the homunculus and the tunnel as they were sealing it up, though there weren't too many things to tell them about. Though, they got a rather surprising message one morning just after breakfast from Neil. "Good morning," he cheerily greeted them. "How are my favorite prisoners?" "Hopefully not going to be prisoners anymore," Edward asked. "Nope, not yet, sorry." All three groaned at the news that they were still going to stay stuck in their cells. "Come on, we've been here forever already." Amelia groaned out, glaring up at Neil with a little pout. "When are you guys gonna let us out?" "I doubt it will be much longer once you hear the news I have to tell you," Neil said, and they all turned to him. General Armstrong didn't react well to General Raven telling her about opening up a seat for her in Central, so she decided to take his, and his body is currently being smoothed in the concrete over the hole we're sealing up. Everyone's eyes went wide at the news. "She killed him," Edward exclaimed. "General Raven," Alphonse nearly shouted. "No way." Amelia was shocked to find out she had actually done it. She imagined the general wasn't exactly fond of Raven, but that seemed extreme. Still, she didn't seem the type to care about extremes either. "Yep, and that was all I was ordered to tell you," Neil said, making his way out of the prison to the door. Edward rushed up to the barred door of his cell. "Hey, wait a minute. When are you guys gonna let us out of this damn place?" Edward shouted after him. "Who knows?" Neil replied. "Take it up with the general." With that, he closed the door behind them and left them alone. "Damn it," Edward growled out. "Ed, don't start getting mad now. It won't do any good." Amelia tried to calm him down, hearing the way his gloved hands tightly gripped at the bars of his cell. "We should just rest for now," Alphonse agreed with her. "I can't just sit around while all of this is going on." Edward groaned. "I need to do something." Before anyone else could advise him to be calm, the door opened again, and Amelia glanced out to see who it was before shying back into her cell a little more as she saw the stark white suit standing out against the gray concrete of the prison walls. Kimberly smiled at them, taking off his white hat to greet them. "Hi, afternoon. I was hoping that I might have a word with the Full Metal Alchemist." Edward's face immediately turned to a disgusted scowl, clearly wanting nothing to do with Kimberly, especially after his last encounter with the man. Kimberly noticed it pretty quickly as he walked up to Edward's cell. "Oh, don't tell me that you have some reason to dislike me too?" he asked. "Are you kidding me?" Edward snapped. "You tried to take my apprentice away from me." Now, that's all in the past," Kimberly said. "Besides, you should be grateful. I brought a visitor with me to see you." He turned to the door as it opened again, and a frightfully familiar face came and joined Kimberly at his side. With sparkling, hopeful eyes and a warm smile on her face, Winry Rockbell was clearly glad to see her childhood friends again. The Elric brothers were obviously not so glad. "WNRY. Why did you come here?" Their cries were shouted at the same time, and Winry's smile instantly fell when she saw that they weren't as happy to see her as she was to see them. Why do you think?" she scolded them. "You have to adjust your automail for the north, don't you? And just what are you doing in that cell?" "We didn't ask you to come here," Edward barked back at her, and Winry looked visibly hurt from his comments. "What's with you?" she asked in a softer voice, before going back to her scolding tone. "I was worried about you, idiot. Someone from the military contacted me, so I came." "The military?" Edward was instantly worried now that he knew the military was involved. Kimberly, seeing the tension, decided to add a little more to it, placing his hands on both of Winry's shoulders, smiling at the Elric brothers and the grimacing Amelia, shuddering at the thought of him grabbing her shoulders like he was doing to Winry. "Don't be so hard on her, you two," Kimberly said. "The Fura was concerned about you. He wanted to make sure you were taken care of." Winry was innocently unaware of the subtle threat that Kimberly had placed in front of them as they were reminded that the military was keeping a close watch on them and all the people they cared about. Admittedly, Edward didn't feel all that comfortable during normal upgrades, mostly just because he didn't really enjoy having his automail exposed to the world, or that he couldn't use his arm or leg when the nerves weren't connected. It certainly didn't help that Kimberly was nearby, sipping coffee calmly, while Winry continued to work on his limbs. He didn't really want to be so vulnerable in nothing but his undergarments, but it wasn't like he was going to attack in front of a hostage. Still, he couldn't get comfortable at all on the table. "You should have told me you were heading to the north." Winry nagged him as she reached for another tool, pulling him out of his thoughts. "I didn't have a chance, we were in a hurry, okay?" Edward defended. "Yeah, and when are you guys ever not in a hurry?" Winry replied back, tightening a bolt exactly as she wanted it before putting down what she had been using and reaching for the next tool. "I'm amazed you found someone who can keep up with you and Al, dragging her along wherever you go." She reached for a screw and started to bring it into Edward's elbow. "Anyway, what did you do to get locked up?" "It's only a misunderstanding," Kimberly spoke up, giving a smile that showed as kind to Winry, but snake-like to Edward, just a lack of communication. "I'll have them released within no time at all." Winry let out a sigh of relief. "Thanks a lot, Mr. Kimberly. These guys are lucky to have you watching out for them," she said, giving Edward a pointed stare when she mentioned him. Kimberly continued to smile. "It's nothing," he said, standing in front of his two massive guards that were guarding the door to the medical wing, which only made his case worse for Edward since this just reeked of suspicious actions. Who the hell even were these guys? Their pins read as first officers, but they didn't read that way at all. Big, burly guys like that, they worked their way through the ranks as hard as they could, they didn't just stop at first officer. And the fact that Winry continued to smile back at him, it only helped to make Edward more uneasy. He reached up for the opening of the wrench that Winry held in her hand, trying to quietly get her attention. She looked over at him, and he gestured for her to come closer. She looked confused, but complied, leaning down closer to his face to hear him whisper, "Listen, I wouldn't trust Kimberly if I were you," he warned. "What? Why not?" Winry glanced back towards Kimberly, though not enough to make it obvious they were talking about him. "He seems nice." After all, on the way here, he had recognized her parents' surname and told her about how the thought of her was what kept them going strong through the worst of the Ishval War. She had a hard time coming to terms with their death when it hit her so young, and she held a lot of resentment against them for a long time for abandoning her to work in Ishval. She knew a little better now that she had just been angry at their deaths and losing them, not necessarily their actions that saved countless lives in the middle of a horrific war, but it had been comforting to know that they were thinking of her over there, and not just their many patients. He had been so gentle speaking to her about them, and she felt proud to know that he had admired them when the war was going on. So, with that experience, what was it about this kind man that made Edward not trust him? After all, he had been nothing but courteous to them since she had arrived. Do you have any idea what that psychopath did in Ishval? Edward stopped himself, which only confused Winry. But what do I know? He thought I've only got Lieutenant Hawkeye's experience to go by. That was the last time he had seen her, back just before she had been assigned to be the Fura's assistant when he was returning the gun she had loaned him. And she thinks. Edward's eyes widened as his memory decided to focus on a specific moment that made his face flush red. She thinks I'm in love with Winry. His mind had muddled the moment a little, his memory recalling her asking with a conspiratory wink and a smile like she was teasing him about the long-off crush he'd had since he was little. He glanced over at Winry, only feeling tenser as he was suddenly reminded of that incredibly embarrassing moment where he didn't handle himself like a man at all. And the fact that the girl in question was sitting over him, looking down at him in confusion since he never finished his sentence, it only made it worse. Don't freak out, he urgently thought to himself. Just think about something else. Try to think about something else. So he went with the only thing he knew best, alchemy. And what better way to think about the basics of alchemy than the periodic table? So he started quietly reciting it while trying to ignore Winry's confused and slightly concerned stare. Hydrogen, helium, lithium, beryllium, carbon, nitrogen, oxygen, fluorine, aluminum, silicon. Ed. He ignored Winry trying to get his attention. Phosphorus, chromium, manganese, iron, cobalt, nickel, copper, zinc. He continued to rattle them off to try to get his mind off of the embarrassment he had shared in his memory. Winry sighed as she looked down at him. How am I friends with such a weirdo? She muttered to herself. Edward just barely heard her question. Did you say something? In a moment where he was trying to distract himself, any distractions in the form of a question were very welcome. Winry jumped a little bit but shook it off as she brought a wrench down to his shoulder. No, Ed, I didn't say anything. With a sudden turn, she connected the nerves on his arm and Edward let out a yelp of pain. What the hell, Winry? I told you to warn me before you connect the nerves, all right. He snapped, clearly upset she hadn't done as he asked, considering how painful it was to have all the nerves in his lost shoulder suddenly attached to the metal of his automail. Yeah, now, let's do your leg. She brushed him off as she went to go and get the new automail she had outfitted for him, and Edward grumbled a little as she got to work. He looked up at his new automail, flexing his hand above him, opening and closing his fingers as he heard the metal quietly click against each other. He let out a small huff and let it relax over his stomach, feeling the difference in weight on his new arm pretty quickly on his chest. It didn't feel quite as dense as his old model, which was a little surprising, but he could do with some lighter automail instead of his old iron-based stuff. He glanced down at Winry as she began the work of taking off his old leg to put it aside with his old arm. His eyes traveled over her long, blonde hair and over the gentle curves of her face. When he was first becoming a state alchemist, he would try to practice with alchemy by fixing up her house to help out or trying to make gifts for her that he never ended up giving because they were never good enough for her. He wanted to impress her so much, so he could see that smile on her face and know that he had done what he wanted to make the right image of himself in her mind so that she might eventually feel the same about him. He had always been so nervous to call her, not just for automail maintenance when they were traveling, but also just because he used to feel butterflies in his stomach at hearing her voice, so he would avoid calling her so he wouldn't have to feel that way since it just turned him into a flustered, nervous wreck. And she was undoubtedly beautiful. He thought it when they were kids, and he thought about it now when she was growing into a young woman. He had never told her his feelings, mostly because he was afraid of her rejecting him. It was something he was never really sure he could handle, but also he hadn't always been aware of what exactly his feelings were. She was tough as nails, and it seemed like she could handle just about anything, resilient, and at the same time, she could be gentle with others. He had never once seen her do anything to hurt anyone, except maybe when she threw her wrench at him sometimes, but she only ever did that when he wrecked her hard work. It was a little extreme, in his opinion, but he could understand where she was coming from. They had grown up together, and he had always liked spending time with her, and it wasn't until he left home for the first time that he realized how much he missed her and how he felt about her. She never really seemed to feel the same way, and while he had always cared about her, he was fairly certain she never saw him as anything more than a brother-like figure. With everything that was going on, he figured romantic stuff like that could wait a while, though. There was no reason for him to try and pursue it now, on top of everything else that was happening. They found out that homunculi were trying to turn the country into a giant transmutation circle to make a philosopher's stone. He was imprisoned with his brother and his apprentice, who he still technically had to teach, even though she was basically guaranteed success with her sacrificial status. What would happen to her if things didn't work out? Would the day they activate the transmutation circle come before or after the alchemy exam? What would they do if they decided to keep her locked up somewhere? Well, he would break her out. There was no reason for her to stay in there, and he has no reason to stay in the military anymore. Screw all of them and their insane plans. He didn't want any part in it. Maybe he could get her out of the country, send her off to Zing, and have her wait it out until they managed to figure out everything in Amstress. It would be nice to know that she was safe and out of their reach. Maybe she could even spend some time learning alchemy and figuring out a way to get their bodies back while they kicked Father's ass. He smiled a little to himself at the image of Amelia safe and sound while they beat the shit out of that arrogant bastard called Father. They could definitely do it, once they figured out this thing with May. Maybe she could stay with Ling's family or something? Who knows, it was nice to fantasize about, but that doesn't mean any of it would do him much good now, not when he knew what he knew and had to work to find a way to stop it. The work on his leg didn't take much longer than his arm, and soon he was standing up again, testing out his new arm with a few punches into the air, and testing out his foot by knocking the heel against the floor to make sure he had a good feel for it. He quickly noticed the differences between this new automail and his old one. "It's so light," he said in awe. "It's not gonna be any weaker than my last arm, will it?" he asked Winry over his shoulder as she started packing up her tools. "Not really, it's slightly weaker, but I doubt you'll notice," Winry said. "It's pretty heavily reinforced." Edward kept punching the air and stopped as the curtains for their little private maintenance area opened, and Captain Buccaneer made his way in with a scowl on his face. All right, what are you doing out of your cell?" he demanded. "I don't know, maybe some people respect the fact that I'm a state alchemist," Edward snarkily answered. Buccaneer's eyes looked over his arm and leg, noticing a difference in the automail quickly. "HMPH, finally upgrading for the cold, huh?" he asked. "Are you upgrading too?" Edward asked. Buccaneer grinned as he brought up his automail arm, clawed like a bear of Briggs that shined in the light of the medical wing. "There's nothing left for me to upgrade to," he proudly bragged. Edward would have brushed him off, but he was interrupted by the sound of Winry's excited gasp. "It's the M19 Mad Bear lightweight combat model." She squealed as she rushed over to get a better look at his automail. Buccaneer was a little thrown off as she rushed over to look at his hand, instantly noticing something different from the standard model she had read about. "Whoa, what kind of reinforcement is that on the claws?" She looked up at the captain with a giddy smile. "They're not diamond-tipped, are they?" He blinked for a second before he grinned. "Yeah, she's fully modified. It's a specially crafted model." She beamed at the news, letting out another excited squeal before looking back to Edward, while Buccaneer just stood there proudly, having a massive boost to his ego having someone like Winry fawning over his mechanical arm. "Edward, do you want me to upgrade you to one of these?" she asked eagerly. "Not my style." Edward shut it down instantly, knowing if he gave her an inch, she would take a mile and give him the most outrageous arm he could never want because she loved automail so much. She pouted as he turned her down but didn't push it since she knew he would be too stubborn to go forward with her desires. Buccaneer couldn't help but frown a bit at Edward's response, mostly just because he made the adorable blonde girl pout. "Who's the girl? She's too cute to be hanging around you." "She's my mechanic," Edward replied in a deadpan tone of voice, not particularly appreciating the insinuation that not only was he not able to be around cute girls, but didn't Amelia count towards a cute girl, too? Winry turned to the captain, giving him a bright smile in greeting as she was introduced. Buccaneer couldn't help but feel a little jealous. First, he comes in here with that cute girl that looked like a baby bear cub when she tried to scare him yesterday, and now he has this adorable mechanic. And to top all of that off, this kid held a rank above him. He had years and experience, and he knew he was a good man with great qualities, but how the hell did this little runt manage to surround himself with cute girls? It was a little too much for him at the moment, and he brought his clawed automail hand down to smack Edward across the face in his anger. Edward was knocked back, though he just barely managed to stay on his feet. "What do you do that for?" Edward demanded as Buccaneer turned around to leave. "Because life isn't fair," Buccaneer snapped back before slamming the door behind him. Edward scowled as he reached up to wipe at the corner of his mouth, since he was pretty sure he was bleeding after a hit like that. That was messed up. Real, live Northern automail. That's the first I've seen. Winry was still too excited over the automail to focus on the fact that Edward had just been hit in the face. "Oh, yeah?" Neil's voice spoke up from the courtesy curtain that had been put up when he had been performing maintenance on Captain Buccaneer's automail. "Glad to see another automail enthusiast. You want to come check out my work shed, then?" "Please, please, I'd love to," Winry excitedly answered. Edward could hardly believe what she was saying. She just agreed to go into a strange man's work shed. "Hey!" He almost yelled at her to get her attention and try to pull her back to earth. "What's wrong?" Winry looked back at him, a little confused as to why his voice had been so harsh. Edward sheepishly looked away as he realized he might have spoken a little too sharply. Nothing." He looked back up at her. "Try to keep on your toes and don't go off exploring, not on your own." He glanced over at Kimberly, who was still calmly sipping the last from his cup of coffee. "It's not safe here, so be careful, all right." Winry was caught a little off guard knowing that Edward was worried about her, but she appreciated it nonetheless, smiling and nodding. "Okay, I will be." She promised before turning back to Neil and walking into his workshop. "All right, let's see what you've got." Neil grinned, eager to have a chance to show off some of his favorites. "Well, this model is kind of rare," he said, pointing to the one he had on his work table. He was still working on picking out the little bits of hair from when Alphonse's head got trapped in it. "Are you serious? You've got a crocodile." Her excitement was Edward's attention until he noticed Kimberly stepping closer to him, and her voice ended up fading into the background as he focused on him. "I see she's got her parents' enthusiasm," he commented as he watched her quickly taking notes on the changes Neil had made to the original model to outfit it for the cold. Edward glanced back over to Winry, making sure she was at least safe there with Neil when Kimberly stepped into his line of sight, blocking her from view. "Well then, your little upgrade's all taken care of and out of the way, so why don't we find a place to sit down?" He spoke with that snake-like smile that Edward was learning to despise more and more as he looked at the man. "I'm eager to discuss our business." Amelia and Alphonse were left in their respective cells as Edward was escorted away to get his automail upgrade. They had been brought up by a pair of rather large soldiers, and two more were standing guard by their cells. They were both rather tall, broad men. One was a bit wider than the other, with dark hair pulled back into cornrow braids. The other had a pair of glasses that blocked out his eyes and light brown hair. It was strange, just having the two of them alone while they knew Edward was out. And it didn't help to have these strange guys peering down at them. "Excuse me," Alphonse went up to his door. "Can you tell me why you're keeping me in this cell?" There was no reason for him not to join Edward's upgrading and go free, same with Amelia, so he had to wonder why he was taken out while they weren't. "Because that's where Mr. Kimberly wants you," the soldier with glasses replied. "We were given specific instructions and orders to only release the Full Metal Alchemist," the other continued. "You just sit tight and behave yourselves. Your brother will be back soon enough, but until then you're stuck with us." Amelia could see through it pretty easily, and so could Alphonse. They were being kept separated because Kimberly was playing it safe, and that's part of why Winry had been brought up here, too. Just a reminder that they had some extra collateral on them. Still, it seemed extreme, given how little Father must have actually thought about them. It would be one thing to keep them hostage and remind them, but this was another level. She supposed, Given their sacrificial status and their incredible penchant for alchemy, Amelia imagined that they were aware of just how smart they were. Perhaps the military was intimidated by that. Still, there's not really much they could do about it now that they were here, and she sighed, hearing Alphonse's armor clank as he moved to sit down away from the door again. God, this sucks, she couldn't help saying. I'm so bored, she whined as she lay down on her cot again, hearing Alphonse chuckle a little bit as he knew she was just being dramatic for the heck of it. We could play the story game to pass the time until brother gets back, Alphonse offered. Sure, but isn't it Ed's turn? She asked. Yeah, but he's not here, so who goes after him? Me, she sat up a little. Okay, let me think. She got comfortable as she tried to think of a story and smiled as she thought of one that might entertain them, and make a few comments about their situation. All right, once upon a time in a kingdom far, far away there were two princes. Two princes? Yes, they were brothers. Amelia grinned, and very intelligent ones too. In fact, they were so smart that they were declared the geniuses of the kingdom, which was very fitting because when they were very young, they lost their father, the king. And then, not too much longer after that, they lost their mother, so the two ascended to the throne when they were just barely coming out of their adolescent years. She heard Alphonse chuckle knowingly. Right, that must have been hard for them. Oh, it was, Amelia continued, but they had lost a lot, so they loved each other very much and never fought with each other. But then, one day, someone new came to their kingdom. A strange mole man with 7 mole children that all lived under the ground. They plotted to overthrow the princes and rule their nation so that they could fight the other nations and take them over. Did the princes know about the mole man? Alphonse asked. Not at first, but it became harder to ignore him as people kept finding his mole children coming out at night, running amok and causing havoc. Eventually, they did manage to overthrow the princes through secrecy and deceit, and they found themselves locked away. Amelia continued, and they were inside those prisons for a long, long time, and they would have been very lonely if it wasn't for the fact that there was a charming lady prisoner who also happened to be locked up with them. Alphonse chuckled a little. Oh, was she very charming? Very charming, in fact, you might say she was stunningly gorgeous. She put on a hammy accent to make Alphonse laugh again, and she smiled as she heard his giggles reverberating through his armor. She reminded them of how important it is to smile, and the two genius brothers worked together with her to find a way out of the prisons and back into the world above them so they could stop the mole man from his plans. What were his plans? Alphonse asked. Amelia paused. It was to bring the whole kingdom underground so they would all become mole people like him. It wasn't much, but it was something. Anyway, they decided it was best to be patient and wait for the best possible moment to escape, and then it came when one of the mole people came to take away one of the princes too. Solve a strange problem for them, so they could figure out how to get the kingdom underground. That left the other prince and the charming prisoner alone to take advantage of their absence and escape. How did they escape? Alphonse asked. They Amelia frowned as she tried to think of something. They used. She was trying to come up with a method that might work for the three of them at the moment, but they couldn't use any alchemy and were clearly under a sharp watch, so. You're taking too long, Alphonse said after a few moments of Amelia stumbling over her words. Oh, come on, that doesn't count, she snapped. Ed's not here, you can't give me a point for that. Sorry, rules are rules, Alphonse said, and there was a little clanking sound that she could guess was the shrugging of his metal shoulders. Oh, fuck off, Amelia sighed, and she heard Alphonse chuckling again. Fine, whatever, I'll take the stupid point. Sorry, Amelia smiled. Nah, it's okay. Rules are rules, and I couldn't think of how they escaped, she said, relaxing a little bit. She didn't think to mention that it was Al's turn now, just enjoying the quiet for a moment as she tried to think of a way to worm out of their situation. None were really coming to her at the moment. Hey, Alphonse's gentle voice caught her attention. Do you remember when you told me and Ed about that story you heard about us? What story? She asked. The one your friend Katie told you. Her eyes widened a little bit as he brought it up, and she nodded. Yeah, I thought you didn't like that story, she said, trying to keep the conversation going along the idea it should so their guards wouldn't get suspicious. She wondered why he was bringing it up at all, after all, that she had said, and how they never discussed it. She just assumed they were brushing it off and hadn't cared enough to believe her. I just didn't like that one part about brother, Alphonse said, but I was thinking, that story had a happy ending, didn't it? Yeah, it should have. Amelia said, feeling a little strange talking about it. I mean, stories are either two things, comedies or tragedies. Tragedies always end in death, and comedies always end with marriage. Marriage? Yeah, that's part of what makes it a happy ending. Amelia said, the main character gets married to the love interest and lives happily ever after. Huh? Alphonse thought for a moment. So, if I remember the story right that you told us, does that mean, brother was supposed to get married? I guess, she shrugged, I mean for a happy ending and all. Who would be the love interest? Alphonse asked. You would know better than me, Amelia replied. Alphonse thought for a little bit. It would probably be Winry. Oh yeah, why's that? Well, Ed's had a crush on her for years. Amelia's eyes went wide at that news, feeling a sinking feeling in her chest. Did he tell you that? She tried to keep her voice the same, even though she felt that feeling growing heavier. No, he would never admit it, but he's liked her since we were little kids. Alphonse said, I could always tell, he's always really concerned about her, and he's always looking at her when he thinks she's not looking at him. Personally, I think they'd make a pretty good couple together. Oh, Amelia didn't really like that for some reason. In fact, she kind of hated it, but she supposed it made sense. They had known each other since they were kids, and Winry had been taking care of him and getting him back on his feet with Autumnale, so she must have cared about him, too. She was definitely Edward's love interest. They were meant to be together at the end of the story. But why did that thought bother her so much? Why did she get a heavy feeling in her chest that made her feel like something was weighing her down and threatening to break something? He would be happy with Winry, having a great life supporting each other, and going on adventures later on as they grew older with Ed making strides in the alchemical world, and she'd probably become some great engineer. At first, she wondered if this feeling was just jealousy of their success, but no, that wasn't it. The image of Ed and Winry, cuddled up together somewhere in some romantic, cheesy scene, happy and embracing each other. But then, her mind placed her face in Winry's place, and suddenly that heavy feeling went away. Oh, it clicked suddenly. The reason why it bothered her so much was because she felt something for Edward. She had feelings for him, she wanted to keep being with him, that was why it bugged her so much to think of him leaving to go and find happiness with Winry. Oh God, I'm so stupid, she thought, that's a crazy idea. Ed wouldn't do that, we're just friends. He has a thing for Winry, his perfect person that he probably ends up marrying at the end. Katie talked about how she kept shipping Edwin. I guess that meant Edward and Winry, and not some random guy named Edwin in the books. Jesus, what a time to figure this out. You're so dumb, Amelia, you caught feelings for a guy who would never feel that way because his goddamn soulmate is in this story. It didn't feel like a story to her now that she was living it, but that was the case. The story of the Full Metal Alchemist was only that, a story. And she had somehow been pulled into it, and now she was along for the ride. And crushing on the main character that would never date someone who wasn't supposed to exist in the story. But anyway, the reason I bring it up is because I wanted to know more about that story you heard. Alphonse's voice pulled her out of her epiphany, and she glanced over at the door, seeing the guard looking at her and quirking an eyebrow before she frowned and turned away. This was hardly the time to lament a love that wasn't hers to have. Oh, I don't know, Katie knew it much better than I did. I never even bothered to look at it. She said softly, sorry. It's all right, Alphonse's voice came through, but I don't really think you could fake it very well. That story you were telling about the two brothers wasn't all that good. He let out a small laugh, and Amelia forced one out so he wouldn't be able to tell what was going on with her. Oh, come on, I bet Ed would have liked it. She shot back, though her own words stung a little bit. Whatever, it's your turn anyway. Right, Alphonse said, deciding to go back to this game while Amelia dealt with her own swirling feelings on the matter between herself and Edward. So, once upon a time. Edward sat stiffly in the room across from Kimberly. The man seemed as calm as anything, and that just unnerved Edward more. There was a heavy silence, but Kimberly didn't seem bothered by it at all. Well, this is a familiar situation, he commented, breaking the silence. Your apprentice was also very quiet when I went to talk to her. Hardly said a word to me. Edward glared at him, and Kimberly's snake-like smile grew. But at least she taught me it was better to just get right down to business with you than beat around the bush with small talk. I came here to give you some work to do. You have a job for me? Edward asked, surprised that's all he was here for. That's correct, you are a state alchemist after all. Kimberly confirmed. Edward didn't feel his nerves easing, his arms crossing over his chest, and it's a few jobs actually. Kimberly lifted up his hand to count them out, 3, all from the Fura. That definitely didn't make him feel more at ease. First off, he wants you to hunt down Scar. You just find him and I'll take care of the rest. Secondly, he wants you to locate Dr. Marco, who has very likely fled with Scar. Edward's eyes widened. Why is Dr. Marco with Scar? He asked, confused as to why the alchemical doctor who led him to the Philosopher's Stone would have anything to do with a wandering murderer like the Ishvalan known as Scar. The only thing you need to worry about is finding them, Kimberly replied, shutting down his question before continuing with his list. And last, but not least, he wants you to carve a crest of blood here. A crest of blood? Edward repeated the phrase, having never heard of it before. He watched as Kimberly's expression changed from that snake-like sliminess to a predatory grin, and he felt his stomach suddenly rushing up into his ribs as he caught on. Just like what I did in Ishval, it's very simple. We kill everyone and soak the land with their blood. Edward reacted without thinking, slamming his hand on the table in between them, his golden eyes fiercely glaring down at Kimberly as he stood up out of his chair. I would never take part. He stopped, cut off as Kimberly brought his finger to his lips in the universal sign that he should be quiet, giving a pointed glance to the door of their room, which was just outside the automail workshop where Winry was exploring and learning about northern automail. He glanced back at the door, knowing that shouting would just draw Winry's attention and she would find out a lot of things she didn't know. And he didn't want to hurt her again. He gritted his teeth, his fists clenched as he tried to withhold his rage. He could let it out later when he had a better chance to show Kimberly just how pissed he really was without consequences. He reluctantly swallowed down his anger and sat back down in his chair. Did you really join the military without being prepared to kill someone? Kimberly asked in a condescending tone, as if he couldn't believe someone would go into the military without that thought present. Hell, it was why he went into the military. I was determined not to kill, Edward bit out in response. Kimberly frowned a little bit, his hand coming to rest under his chin. Well, how original of you, he sighed, and his smile returned, threading his fingers together as he looked at Ed from over the arch they made. I suppose you could take just as much from that decision. Listen, Kimberly, do you have any idea what they're doing? What you're helping them to achieve? Edward asked. They're gonna. Your apprentice asked me a similar question. Kimberly interrupted him, though she thought I was buying into their tales of immortality. That's not it. I'm curious to see how the world will change. What? Edward looked at him incredulously. A sharp gaze came to Kimberly's eyes as he began to speak again. Both sides clashing. Will against will, life versus life, humans or the homunculi, which one will triumph? He quirked a theatrical eyebrow at Edward as he continued to speak, while Edward could only remain silent as Kimberly told him his motivations for turning against his own kind. Which side does the world prefer? The homunculi like to see themselves as the next step in the evolution of humanity, but that's for history to decide. I just plan on helping it make up its mind. Have you forgotten that you're a human? How can you take sides with them? Edward demanded. Kimberly lifted up his hands, showing the alchemical circles tattooed on his palms with a calm smile, because they've given me complete freedom to use my alchemy however I want. Kimberly replied. You're insane, Kimberly. Edward was disgusted. He valued alchemy greatly, but the idea of turning his back on humanity just to use it, it was horrible. That was all it took for this man to decide who he would work for. It was demented and egotistical. My standards do tend to differ from society's. Kimberly brushed it off with an amused chuckle. However, if I survive this battle, then the world will have chosen my sanity over yours. He brought his hand over his chest. I stake my being, the very core of my own existence. This is what I'm willing to bet on the outcome of this battle. Edward frowned, staring up at Kimberly as he still had that sharp, clear look in his eyes as he spoke about his motivations. How he was putting everything into this, and he was fully aware of the risks if something should go wrong, and it sounded like the idea excited him. "Kimberly, you don't make any sense." Edward couldn't understand how someone was so willing to take those risks, jump in headfirst for the sake of some freedom that was, at best, temporary, and then to lose your life at the end of it, all just to see out his selfish desire to see if the world would prefer his idea of how things should work versus how Edward thought they would work. Or really, most people. "That's surprising," Kimberly replied, sitting back. "I'd always kind of assumed that self-centeredness was a universal trait of all alchemists." He reached into his coat, pulling something out and putting it down on the table. "Well then, let's see if I can find something that you do selfishly crave. Something you and your brother want more than anything. And if you do what we ask, I'll give it to you," he said, and Edward's eyes widened as he watched Kimberly's hand lift away to reveal a philosopher's stone. "I'm sure Amelia must have mentioned that I had this with me, and I even offered it to her if she would take on my apprenticeship, but it seems like she has something else in mind." Amelia hadn't mentioned it at all. She had almost outright refused to talk about her time with Kimberly beyond telling Edward about how he had asked her to be his apprentice. He had no idea that he had a philosopher's stone with him, and he made a mental note to discuss this with Amelia later. Still, he couldn't accept this. Kimberly had basically offered him the worst method of getting their bodies back to normal, but he didn't know that they knew about its ingredients and were staying away from it. Then again, why would the homunculi feel the need to tell him about whether or not they knew? It probably seemed trivial to them, or maybe they just weren't aware of how he didn't want to use it. However, even with all of this in his mind, he could see the beginning of a plan forming. He hung his head as if he was defeated, given an offer he couldn't refuse, which he absolutely could have. But it would be enough to convince Kimberly of his cooperation. "I need to consult with Al, Amelia, and Winry." Kimberly's gaze hovered over Edward's face suspiciously. "Why tell Winry?" "She has no idea she's involved. Despite what you're asking of me, I refuse to hide the truth from her," Edward replied. Kimberly was quiet for a moment as he considered his request. "All right then, but you're not telling her without me there. I don't want you telling her too much," Kimberly conceded. It would be enough, for now. Edward's mind was rapidly coming up with possible solutions to their ongoing problem. This kind of tight watch wasn't going to be easy to get rid of, but if things worked out the way he thought, then maybe they had a shot of making this go their way for once. Edward returned to the cells, having Amelia moved out of her cell to join Alphonse in the one he used to share with Ed, and Winry joined them. Amelia sat beside Alphonse as Edward stood just inside the prison cell, glancing back at Kimberly, who was waiting just outside of it, barely out of view, but everyone knew he was there. "Winry," Edward began by speaking to her, "you were only brought to Briggs as a hostage." Everyone turned to Edward, Amelia with wide eyes and Winry just looking confused. "A what?" She wasn't sure if he was being serious or not. The blonde turned to look at Edward's brother. "What does he mean, Al?" She looked back to Ed without waiting for his answer. "Are you joking?" Edward didn't answer her question. "Listen, I've been ordered by the Fura to fulfill my duties as a human weapon." Amelia's eyes widened. "In other words, they're ordering me to commit mass murder." Winry's eyes went wide and she stood up from where she had been sitting on Ed's old cot. "Why don't you just refuse?" she asked, and Edward looked away from her solemnly. His expression was pained. It was obvious he didn't want to do this. "Winry," Amelia's voice called out to the girl, giving her a pointed look that silently told her why Edward had been serious when he said she was brought as a hostage. The girls shared that gaze for a while, with Winry's expression quickly turning from shock and outrage to despair and helplessness. "I see, that's why," she said softly, and she sunk back down into her seat like her legs had given out from under her. She brought one hand up to her mouth, her body trembling as if she was about to start weeping. "No, I'm sorry. They're using me to hold you down." Edward looked over at her worriedly, reaching one hand out to try and calm her before things got worse, but Winry leaned forward, bringing up her hands to press against her forehead. "I won't cry," she said firmly, swallowing back her sorrow. "I won't." Amelia couldn't help but feel bad for her, knowing how much she must have cared about the boys and knowing that she was the reason they were about to do something terrible. "I'm just upset at myself for being so naive. I'm sorry. All you were trying to do was get your original bodies back again." "About that," Edward spoke up, "they actually offered me a philosopher's stone as payment." Alphonse and Amelia looked up at him as he mentioned this, and she knew what he was talking about. It was likely the same stone Kimberly had offered to her. A stone, but Alphonse's protests were interrupted. That's right, Kimberly has won. We can't, brother. The ingredients for a stone are. I know, Al, Edward interrupted him again, and Amelia's eyes widened. She started to catch on to what was happening. Edward knew full well that the stone was basically worthless to them since they wouldn't use it. But Kimberly didn't know that. She steeled her expression, making it look like she was scowling in disapproval silently, while Alphonse took a moment to understand what was going on. Edward was planning something, and it would likely involve them all managing to get out of here together. Go ahead and do what you want. Alphonse pretended to resign to his brother's wishes. I will, Edward replied, and he turned around. The guard released him and Winry from the cell, leaving Alphonse and Amelia behind together. He stepped over to Kimberly, who looked over at him. It's settled. I'm in, all right, but finding Scar is the first thing I want to do. Amelia's eyes widened at the news that Edward was planning to find Scar. Oh yeah, why's that? Kimberly asked. Scar is the one who murdered Winry's parents. They deserve vengeance. Winry heard Edward's reasoning, looking over at him as he continued to walk with Kimberly, only looking more worried. I see, fine with me, Kimberly said. Also, I'll need Al and Amelia with me, Edward continued. Amelia's opened the portal like me, so she'll be extra combat power, and Al doesn't have a body so he's immune to Scar's bodily destruction. Well, that is helpful, Kimberly said, although I'm not sure about your apprentice's combative alchemy. Trust me, she's tougher than she looks, Edward assured him as they left together. Winry looked over at Alphonse, who was watching them leave, Amelia standing beside him. You're okay with this, Al? The mechanic asked. Alphonse watched the door until it was shut, not answering until he was sure they had some privacy. The Philosopher's Stone? They can only be made by sacrificing human lives, he said, and Amelia's eyes widened as he revealed this information to Winry, who looked horrified at the news, and then her gaze turned to the door where Edward had left, clearly worried about him. Don't worry, brother would never actually use one, and we don't need it. We think we might be able to use Zinji's alchemy to get our bodies back. There's a girl that's been working with Scar. We think that she can teach it to us. So then, is he going after Scar to find this girl? Winry asked. Amelia nodded. Yeah, I think that's his plan, not like he could spell it out for us, she said, glancing at the door to make sure no one was coming as they talked. I see. Winry let out a relieved sigh, glad to know that Edward wasn't going forward with their commands for mass murder, but trying to figure a way around it. Her smile fell as she looked back to the door, a determined expression on her face. Then I guess I'd better hurry up and come up with a believable excuse. Huh? Alphonse wasn't sure he had heard her correctly, and Amelia looked over at her. An excuse for what? She asked, but then her eyes widened as she could only guess what one thing she would need an excuse for. You're not seriously thinking of joining in on this? Winry, this isn't exactly something you can just rush into. This is Scar we're talking about. She hadn't seen the man since the brothers had tried to make themselves bait for the homunculi, but she wasn't keen to see him again. Winry didn't reply as she started to march forward, heading out of the prisons and leaving them behind. She's not serious, is she? I don't know, Alphonse admitted, but I know she can be as stubborn as brother when she wants something. He paused for a moment. She might want to talk to him. The last time she saw him, she found out that he was the one that killed her parents. Oh, that's great, that's just great. Amelia sighed, leaning against the bar doors. Shit, how are we supposed to talk to Scar? The guy's nuts. I'm sure we can figure something out, Alphonse reassured her. We can come up with something while we wait to be let out. Amelia let out a long breath and nodded, the two of them quietly going back and forth as they tried to figure out the best way to get some time to talk with a man who was a known mass murderer against alchemists. By some miracle, Edward had managed to convince Kimberly to let Amelia join them on their hunt for Scar, and they were making their way out. Edward filled them in a little bit on his plan when they all went into the car, Amelia making herself comfortable in the passenger's seat while Al and Ed sat together in the back. There was a Briggs soldier in the car with them, but thankfully it wasn't one of the super huge, buff guys that Kimberly brought with him. I mean, I remember seeing them together, but why do you think they traveled all the way up here? Amelia asked, her head barely turned so it wouldn't look suspicious to Kimberly as he organized things with Major Miles. Who knows, all we know is that he might be here, and that girl is probably with him. Edward said, we just need to get out of Kimberly's sight, and then we can explore and find him without his creepy big guys. Amelia looked back at the guys in question, who seemed to be lining up in another car, though one of them was right near Kimberly. She shook her head. They're too quiet, I don't like it, she said, like, it was bad enough having Major Armstrong around me all the time, but now we have like 4 7-foot-tall dudes wandering around all buff and shit. At least the Major made himself likable by being stupidly eccentric. She looked back at Edward. How do you think we can shake them off? Well, they're big, so I doubt they're that fast. Edward said, it should be pretty easy to. He was cut off as the door to the car suddenly opened. Make room for one more? Winry's voice cut through as she tossed her toolbox into Al and Edward's laps before trying to push her way in and push Edward into the middle seat between her and Alphonse, which only proceeded to crush Edward up against his brother's armor in the small space of the car. Come on, Al, scoot over some. Alphonse wasn't sure what to do, mentally panicking as Winry managed to force her way into the car. What are you doing, Winry? Edward demanded as he could barely squirm in between her and his brother, and Alphonse shifted a little bit to try and give him a little more room. Kimberly came over to the still-open door. I am sorry, Winry, but you need to wait here at the fort, he said. We're not going for a picnic. Winry's expression grew worried as she looked away from Kimberly, and Amelia could see the gears quickly turning in her head as she put on that determined expression. And neither am I, she replied. I just performed a complicated upgrade on his automail that I've never done before. What if there's a malfunction? It would tarnish the Rockbell name if I'm not there to fix it. Edward's eyes widened as he realized what she was doing, and he let out a frustrated sigh. Do you even realize how obsessed with your job you are? You're a workaholic. And proud of it, too, Winry shot back. This has been my family's business for 4 generations. Kimberly sighed, bringing one hand up to his white hat. Very well, you can join us. He relented rather easily at the sight of the still bickering teenagers in the car, who completely ignored him as he turned away. I guess I can allow you to. Oh yeah, totally, 4 generations of gearheads, Edward snapped. There's nothing wrong with that, Winry shot back. The two scowled at each other until Edward glanced over her head to see Kimberly had left, and then he relaxed and backed off. Whatever. He shrugged it off and Winry reached to shut the door. Amelia had looked back and watched the entire experience between the two of them. As Edward relaxed and Winry seemed to win the fight they had, she noticed how Winry glanced over at Edward, reaching up for some of the loose hair beside her face and briefly tucking it behind her ear, looking away before he looked back at her. Amelia could feel her heart growing a little heavy, and she turned around away from them as she sat up in her seat alongside the soldier that was driving them. She didn't know his name, and she didn't talk to him, but she just couldn't really look at Edward and Winry. She glanced up into the rearview mirror, getting an almost perfect view at how Edward was glancing over at Winry when she wasn't looking. That just made her feel worse. They were checking on each other, looking and making sure they were still there. They really, genuinely seemed like a good fit for each other, and part of her was intensely jealous, but the other part of her knew better than to let her feel that way for too long. Edward wasn't hers to pursue, that was made clear by the story itself. Soon enough, the orders came to move out to the location where they would begin their search, and they began to make their way down the mountain road with plenty of other cars and soldiers with them to help. Amelia looked out the window, watching the wintry landscape slowly roll by them. This could turn out really badly for us, Edward said in a quiet voice, acknowledging that his last-minute plan had a lot of holes in it for finding Scar. It was one thing to get out of Kimberly's surveillance. It was another to find a known mass murderer and get into a position where they could talk with him before finding the girl he was traveling with. Yeah, Winry said quietly, and Amelia looked ahead of her, trying not to look back in the mirror as Winry leaned ever so slightly on Edward, and he didn't try to push her away. It was small, subtle gestures like that. It fueled a simmering feeling that was something of a cross between envy and resignation. She couldn't do anything about their feelings for each other, and she wasn't going to push them away if they ended up together happily in the end. On top of that, she was sure that their being together was the point of a happy ending. If she pushed them away from each other out of some petty jealousy, she could compromise that happy ending that would come for Edward and Alphonse. They didn't deserve that kind of attitude, so she could stow it to the side, even if it was incredibly uncomfortable to see them so close. "I doubt they're going to let Winry search with us," she spoke up after a moment. "Even if you're here because of Ed's automail, you're not going to be allowed to go wherever we go." She was a valuable hostage to use against Edward. They weren't going to just let her out of their sight that easily. "Brother, maybe?" Alphonse's voice quietly caught their attention, subtly pointing to his chest, and Edward nodded. "Yeah, maybe." He glanced over at Winry, who nodded. Amelia could see they were suggesting hiding Winry in Alphonse's armor, similar to how he had hidden May inside his chest cavity. It was easy enough to do, and Amelia couldn't see any reason to dissuade them from it, so she looked at the road ahead of them as they continued. "Do you know where we're headed?" she asked the soldier, thinking she could chat him up and distract him a little bit while Edward and Alphonse discussed their plans for smuggling Winry. "Bascule, it's an old mining town not far from here," he answered. "It's basically a ghost town since the mine closed down, so there are plenty of abandoned buildings that would make for good hiding spots." Amelia let out a small hum. "I guess that explains why so many people are coming with us. We'll need a lot of people to search through a lot of buildings." She glanced back at Edward as they seemed to be figuring out how to hide Winry and get her away from the Briggs soldiers that were following in the car close behind them. Amelia grew a little uneasy, but she could trust the boys to know what they were doing. At least, most of the time. When they arrived at Bascule, they managed to come up with a general escape plan to make use of. Much like when Amelia ditched the boys with Richard back in North City, they should be able to make use of something similar in a maze-like town like Bascule. Their plan was to get away from their guards and then make their way back to the car, where Winry would be waiting and they could get her in Al's armor and get her out of there safely. Or, at least, as safe as one could be traveling inside an open suit of constantly moving armor. She stayed in the car while the soldiers gathered out around the different trucks, with Edward, Amelia, and Alphonse sitting together as they waited for the command to head out. It wasn't long that they waited until two large, imposing men started to make their way over to them and came behind them. It made talking between the three of them a little awkward since they were constantly standing behind them, and Amelia was about to question their presence when her attention was pulled away by Major Miles shouting out, "All squads are to contact us here immediately if you spot Scar." And his order was met with a resounding, "Yes, sir," save for two voices behind them remaining silent. Edward glanced back at the two large men, one with brown hair and a somewhat impressive set of sideburns that turned into a kind of chinless beard, the other blonde and tall with a pair of glasses and a mustache. Edward met eyes with both of them as they glowered down at the three teenagers. "We've got orders to keep the three of you company," he said, answering their silent questions of why they were there. Alphonse leaned over to Edward. "You think they're Kimbley's men?" he whispered. "No doubt about it," Edward whispered back, and Amelia had to agree. Tall and imposing with a penchant for remaining silent? Yeah, definitely Kimbley's men. As Major Miles began to separate the search parties, the three of them stood up to lead one of their own, though officially Edward was the one leading it. They set off down one way while the other search parties separated to head down different roads. They had a small platoon of soldiers with them, all armed and prepared for the worst for dealing with Scar, and the two huge soldiers that followed Kimbley were right behind them. The other two were sent onto their own search party under Kimbley's orders. They didn't need to worry about them, however. Their biggest concern was finding a way to get the hell away from those two that were following them, and ditch the rest of the search party so they could get their own plan in motion to find May. As they quietly walked in between the abandoned buildings that towered over them, Amelia noticed an open doorway coming up on their left into one of the larger buildings. She glanced over at Edward, meeting his eyes, and as she subtly got him to notice it, he just barely nodded so she knew he understood her. He knocked his automail hand against Alphonse's armor, just enough to be a light tap that no one would question because they were all walking so close together. As they came right up to the entrance, they all gasped and looked at the entrance. "Ah, I just saw someone move in there," Amelia shouted, calling everyone's attention. "What, really?" one soldier asked, looking into the dark doorway. Without waiting for anyone else, Edward grabbed Amelia's sleeve, and the three of them started to run inside. "He went this way," Alphonse shouted as they darted into the darker building. "Hey, hold on," a soldier shouted out as they ran, the others suddenly trying to keep up with them since they had run off. "Wait for us," one of Kimberly's men shouted after them. They ran down into the halls, and Edward grabbed Amelia, yanking her forward as he and Alphonse clapped their hands for a transmutation, bringing them down in time to form a wall just behind them that would lead the other soldiers to a dead end. The last sparks were still clinging to the stone just as the others rounded the corner. The wall was thin enough for them to hear their voices on the other side. Where are they?" The blonde soldier's voice came through. "They turned down this hall," another voice, presumably the bearded one from before, talking. "Damn it, they're trying to lose us," the blonde cursed. "Damn right," Amelia whispered under her breath, the three of them turning and running down the rest of the hall and climbing up to the top of the building to wait and see if they would run off to the next building or try to wait them out. Thinking they were making an escape, the soldiers all filed out to look for them and left them in the clear to get out without any trouble. They went up to the roof, and Edward looked over at how close the buildings were together. "This should be easy, we can just jump from roof to roof," Edward said confidently. What?" Amelia looked over at him with an incredulous expression. "No, we are not jumping off of this building to the next one." "It's not even 2 feet of distance, we should be fine," Edward insisted. "Maybe you'll be fine, but I'm not about to jump over the edge of a roof," Amelia insisted back. "You'll be fine too," Edward assured her. "I know you will." "No, you don't." "Yes, I do. You've gotten a lot better at trying to kick my ass," Edward retorted. "That means you've got more muscle in those legs than you think." Amelia glanced down at her legs and then back up at Edward. "Come on, it's not that hard." Her reluctance was still clearly showing on her face, and he sighed. "Just get a running start, I'll show you," he said, turning and starting to run for the roof's edge. "Ed, wait!" Amelia called out worriedly, only to watch him easily jump over the space between the two buildings and land safely on the other side. He turned back to her with a wide grin. "See?" he called out to her. "It's not hard, you've got this." She still wasn't particularly eager, considering the building was 4 stories high. She didn't know if that was high enough to kill someone, but she was certain it was at least a serious injury if she lost her footing. "Amelia, you'll be okay," Alphonse promised her, pulling her out of her worried thoughts for a moment. "Just run and jump. You should be fine. The velocity of your speed should make it easier for you to jump farther without too much trouble." "I guess." She knew he was probably right, but she was still nervous. Still, Edward was waiting for her on the other side, and she knew her reluctance was just delaying their plans to move forward. She sighed, taking a deep breath as she looked over the distance between the buildings, coming over to the edge of the roof to look down into the alley between them, and the sight of how high up they were only made her more nervous. Edward was watching her and frowned. "What about ice? What if I slip at the last second?" "I'll be right here to catch you, now come on already," he said, looking a little fed up. "After everything you've been through, this is what makes you hesitate." "I don't like heights, Edward," she snapped back at him. "So, don't think about the heights. You won't have to worry about them unless you fall, and I won't let you, so come on." It was his own brand of "I'm getting fed up with you because you're not thinking you're as good as I know you are" reassurance, and Amelia let out another heavy sigh. Okay, just need a damn running start." She walked back to the middle of the roof, turning around to where Edward was. She was still nervous, and she really hated the idea of parkouring it from roof to roof, but it was probably the fastest way to move between buildings without someone spotting them on their way back to where the cars were. She sighed again. Fuck it. She took in a deep breath and sprinted towards the end of the roof, bringing her foot up on the ledge and jumping over with her arms flailing around her sides. She gasped as she landed and almost lost her footing, but Edward grabbed her shoulders. "Whoa, okay, not bad." He praised her as he helped her stand up straight. "See, you're fine." He patted her shoulders, smiling at her proudly, and she smiled back. Jesus, did he always look like that when he smiled? She realized it was a little rare to see Edward smiling at her, but when he did, he always seemed to shine with it. It was something that meant a lot more to her now that she knew a bit more of her own feelings, but she tried not to let it show too much. "Right, thanks for catching me," she said, and he nodded and quickly moved her aside as Alphonse jumped over to join them. They made their way back to the starting point, moving up to the building and managing to avoid the eyes of anyone around them by timing each leap carefully. When they got to the building that was closest to the car where Winry was waiting, Edward volunteered to go down himself and get her, leaving her and Alphonse waiting at the top for him to return with the engineer. They hid from the edge of the roof, though Amelia kept looking down to see if she could watch Winry getting out of the car to join them. While they were waiting, Alphonse looked over at Amelia as she kept a careful eye out for the few soldiers that were remaining to guard the supplies they had. He had noticed something seemed off about her in the car, and she still seemed the same, but something had changed about her a little bit. At first, he thought it might have had something to do with the progress she had been making, building her endurance against Edward and being able to go multiple rounds with him, even if she lost. She was the weakest fighter between the three of them, but she was by no means weak anymore. Maybe that was affecting her behavior. He thought she had seemed a little sad in the car, but he didn't really understand why she would have been upset to finally be out of prison. Maybe it was because they were still under guard. It wasn't like this before when it was just the three of them. Maybe she was jealous of Winry. That could very well be an option, given her and Edward's relationship. It might not have been the best move for him to tell her that Edward had a crush on her for years. He didn't have too much time to question it, as Edward and Winry started to make their way back, and Amelia stood up. "Come on, we can meet them halfway down in the stairwell," she said, going over to the door that Edward had gone through, following her down and doing just that, meeting Winry and helping her inside of Alphonse's chest cavity before they started moving on to the rest of the city. Winry wouldn't be able to keep up with them as they searched, so she was content to be smuggled out for the time being until they were able to put her somewhere safe where she could get back home to reassemble. They started to make their way out of there, heading away from the guards and further into the center of the mining ghost town. "And that's that," Edward said as they started to run along the roof, glad to see all of their planned steps were coming together rather nicely. "I'm pretty sure we lost 'em." "Yep," Amelia agreed as they ran, jumping over another space in between rooftops and heading further into town. "So, where should we look?" "This place is an abandoned mining town. You'd be safest hiding somewhere in the middle where people won't come," Edward said. "I'll bet that's where we'll find Scar and that girl." They continued to run over the top of the roof and onto the next, heading closer and closer into town, until Edward was satisfied they were far enough away from the soldiers and close enough to the middle of the town that they could start searching buildings. They went down into the first one and started walking quietly down the halls as they looked through each one for signs of life or any sign that someone had been here recently. The building was strong and standing easily against the cold, though the same couldn't be said for the broken windows or for the boards of wood that were hanging around on the floor in different rooms. The furniture of each room had been taken, and whatever was left was either frozen, broken, or both. A few rooms even had snow in them from someone breaking the glass and letting them slip inside. Amelia couldn't help noticing just how incredibly silent everything was. Even in this building, they could really only hear the sound of their own footsteps as they continued down each hall, carefully poking their heads into each room as they passed on the top floor. "It's like Chernobyl or something," she couldn't help commenting quietly. "What?" Edward looked back at her. "Chernobyl, it's the name of this really famous abandoned town," Amelia said. "Everyone had to evacuate pretty much overnight because of a radiation spill from the local nuclear plant." "The what?" Edward turned around completely to face her, and she looked back at him blankly. "What? What's a nuclear plant?" Amelia shrugged as a response. "I don't really know, but I think it was kind of an energy source, like instead of coal powering electricity, it was nuclear power." She shrugged again, "But I don't know the details." "Okay, well, if this town is so famous, then why don't people just move back in?" "You can't live there, no one can," she said, "not unless you want to get sick with radiation poisoning. The entire town is still too dangerous to live in. Visit maybe, but not live in. It happened like 30 years ago, the area is still tainted." She looked around the building they were in, "But this place reminds me of it, a massive ghost town that was thriving just before everyone had to get out and leave for the rest of their lives." "Okay, that's great, but we need to be quiet now," Edward insisted, and Amelia nodded, knowing that talking would just alert anyone nearby that they were here. What followed after this was a heavy silence that rested over all of them as they wandered through the empty halls of the building. Amelia began to regret bringing it up because it only made her think of the fact that this building was empty and would stay that way. It just made her feel creeped out, thinking that this place was anything like that tragic area of Chernobyl. As they walked along in the silence, they listened for anything that might be the people they were looking for, and as they moved between the rooms, there wasn't really any sign that someone had been there recently. There wasn't much in place to help someone live there, and what furniture was there had become old and dilapidated to the point of being essentially useless. Amelia started to grow a little worried, just getting those creepy vibes from everything around her, and the fact that they had to search for a known murderer. Well, it was almost like a scary story. She couldn't help being a little on edge as they wandered from hall to look for signs of life, or just any sign that someone had been there. Every room that had a window was boarded up, with light peeking through from outside, which helped but showed nothing of real value that could help them in their search. They did this for the better part of 2 hours, moving slowly and carefully and quietly through 3 different stories of the old, abandoned offices. When they reached the bottom floor, they found the doors securely locked and boarded up, and Edward let out a loud sigh. All their investigating in the building had been for nothing. There was no sign that someone had broken in anywhere. Everything was as it was when the town was emptied. "I guess we'll have to look somewhere else," Alphonse said, starting to turn around so they could head back up to the roof, since it was clear that they weren't going to go back out the door without getting someone's attention. "Yeah, I guess," Edward said, following behind his brother and Amelia following behind them. "You'd think we would have a better shot of looking in this place." "Well, it is an entire town," Amelia pointed out, "and this is only the first building we've looked at." "Yeah, I know," Edward said, "but you know what?" "What?" "I was really thinking we'd get lucky. It didn't take that long to find him last time." "Last time? You mean when you were doing as many alchemy-related good deeds as possible to get his attention and draw him out so that you could draw out the homunculi? Which didn't end well for you, might I add." "How did it not end well? We caught the homunculus. And he swallowed you, remember?" Edward was unable to come up with a response to that and let out a defeated sigh. Yeah, okay. So maybe things were a little different at that time." "Very different." "Yeah, whatever." Edward dismissed it, not wanting to further discuss his mistakes. "We can still find them and we'll be fine." "Right." Amelia wasn't too sure about that, considering it had taken them so long just to search through the different floors of this one building. "Well, I guess we can take our time with it. It's not like we have anywhere we have to be." They did take their time, in about 3 different buildings, and spent the better part of another 3 hours on it. It was getting exhausting, and the morning was quickly turning into the afternoon. They had moved onto the roof of their 4th building, taking a moment to breathe before they went inside the next one. All of them were tired from all the near-constant walking and running and venturing around while trying to avoid the military, moving from rooftop to rooftop, with essentially no real signs of Scar or May or anyone else. It was incredibly frustrating. "This place is," Edward sucked in a deep breath, "too damn big." He shouted it at the top of his lungs. "Ed, shut up." Amelia rushed over to him to get him to shut his mouth. "Are you trying to get us caught? How have we wasted this much time on this little ground?" Edward couldn't help but continue to bemoan their situation. "It's taking ages to find Scar and that little girl. We won't be able to find them if you don't shut your mouth and be quiet. Even if we can't see any guys out here, that doesn't mean they can't hear you when you scream like that." She hissed at him, trying to make him remember their situation. Edward glared at her, and she glared right back for a few solid seconds before she relaxed and her expression softened. "We're all tired and frustrated, okay? I get that you need to let it out, but can you do it in a way that's a bit quieter, so we won't be caught as quickly?" Edward's expression relaxed a little as he realized she had a point, and then sighed. "Yeah, I know. You just think we'd have better luck than this." He looked over at Alphonse, who was waiting over by the door for the next building, and they started to make their way down. This building was the same as the last 3, with boarded-up windows and bereft of furniture, nothing left behind but scraps, dust, garbage, and some signs of people living there, but nothing that promised someone had been here recently. "Why do you keep talking about luck?" Amelia asked as they wandered the empty halls. You said that before too, about getting lucky and finding them on the first try. I think luck is a factor in getting things done, Edward answered. Seriously, I thought you were a scientist. Amelia replied, what does luck have to do with anything? It has to do with everything. Edward shot back. You think we would have known about Dr. Marco if Major Armstrong hadn't recognized him at the train station, or you would have even become my apprentice. I became your apprentice because I asked, and you said yes. What does that have to do with luck? Well, I think it's pretty lucky considering we had been talking about you just before then. Alphonse brought up, and Amelia looked up at him. What really? The suit of armor turned to her. Sure, just before everything that had happened with Lieutenant Ross, we had been talking about you. Everything is fine, Alphonse, but you don't really need to check up on me. I can handle myself okay. You guys are in a worse situation than I am, considering your body and your brother's. Ha, right? Alphonse glanced over at the hallway, seeing his brother exiting Winry's room and going back to their own. Well, I should get going. Make sure brother and Winry eat dinner before the dining hall closes. She's mentioned wanting to see you, so you should stop by sometime soon. Okay, I'll think about it. Goodbye, Alphonse. Amelia hung up before he had the chance to return the greeting. He had the feeling that she likely wouldn't come to see them while they were here, which was understandable, given her situation. Still, it was rather shocking to hear the story of what happened between her and Mr. Hughes when he died. Gracia had told them everything she knew, including that Amelia had been found trying to perform CPR on her husband when they found him, and how the EMTs managed to figure out she was in shock. When they tried to pull her away from the body, she panicked and started shouting, and so they let her come with them on the way to the hospital until the major could come and get her. Other than asking if he was okay, she was totally silent, even with his blood on her hands. All of it had made him think about the night he and Edward had tried to bring back their mother, how he awoke in a suit of armor and saw his brother lying before him, clothes covered in blood, missing his arm and leg. He couldn't help but want to reach out to her a little more, especially since he had seen some of that softer side of her as he went back to his room where Edward was. He saw his brother flipping through the book that Amelia had gotten him. How's Winry? He asked. Edward glanced up at Alphonse, closing the book but still holding on to it. She's crying? I stayed with her for a little bit until she calmed down. She's going to bed early, he said, and he turned to his younger brother. When did you get this? Amelia got it for me, Alphonse said, as he went to take it from Edward's hands. Is it a long read? There's a lot of folded pages, Edward asked. No, I've just been reading it a few times, Alphonse said, as he went to sit down on the couch, and Edward sat on the one across from him. It's actually a really great story. There's a character in here who's a lot like me. Really? Edward was a little surprised to see his brother so invested in reading something that wasn't related to alchemy. He couldn't really bother himself with kids' stories anymore, all that talk about magic and stuff, when he could perform his own brand of magic with alchemy. He didn't see anything of real interest in it. Yeah, the story is about this girl trying to face a demon king, but she has a friend who comes with her that's a statue with a soul tied to it with magic. Alphonse said, flipping through the different pages of the book he had been gifted with. In the end, he gets his body back to normal, and he's a whole person again. Huh? Edward was surprised there was such a similar situation to Alphonse's, but he could easily see why he would relate to that character above any others. Well, I'm glad you like it. That's probably going to be one of the nicest things she ever does for us. He sighed. I don't know, I think she could be a pretty nice person, even if she doesn't show it. Alphonse said, I only told her in passing that I didn't sleep, back when we were in Resemble, and she remembered that and got me a book to try and make it easier. I think that kind of thoughtfulness says a lot about her. I guess, Edward shrugged. I still think she's kind of a brat, though. He reclined back onto the couch, laying down with his feet on the armrest while his head occupied one of the pillows. I don't think so, Alphonse disagreed. Remember how she said it was because I gave her our old alchemy book. Yeah, I really think you should have asked me about that before you gave it away, Edward replied with a frown. It was just taking up space in your suitcase. You hadn't read it in years. Yeah, but it never hurts to brush up on the basics sometimes. So how come you didn't do it? Edward didn't have a response to that. That's what I thought. But anyway, if it was just a gift to say thanks, she could have gotten me something simple, like maybe just a little card or one of those little figurines you see in the stores, but she didn't. She got a book because she knew I couldn't sleep at night. He looked down at the gifted book, seemingly very happy at the sight of it. She remembered that I couldn't sleep. I think that says something about her. She remembered one detail from a conversation you had. I don't know that it doesn't make her a brat, Edward commented. Just because you can't get along with her doesn't mean she's a bad person, Alphonse chided. Whatever, Edward leaned back on the couch and sighed, looking up at the ceiling, the news of Hughes's death still weighing on his mind, and the story they were told from Gracia from what she knew. She had been so grateful that someone had been there, trying to help her husband at his last moments. He couldn't see her doing it, the bratty Amelia who always pointed out his height and got a rise out of him, helping someone else, and Lieutenant Colonel Hughes at that. Had they been close, and he had just never seen it? He was fairly certain she never really interacted with him unless she had to, the same with Major Armstrong. He thought back to all of his interactions with her, and the most distinct one in his mind was back when he had first encountered Scar. She had led them to what should have been an escape, but their way was blocked pretty quickly. He hadn't paid much attention to her when they were backed into a corner like that, but it was fairly certain that she didn't have much fighting experience at the time, so he had stepped up to the plate to take him on. His mind had been reeling when he lost his arm to Scar's destructive alchemy, trying to think of something, but he had been too afraid to come up with anything that didn't rely on alchemy. He had felt useless without his second arm. He didn't know how he was going to fight back without it. He panicked, and in the end, he admitted defeat and was really willing to let Scar kill him if it meant that Alphonse had the chance to continue living. It was the only thing he could think of at that moment. I don't care what happens to me, but Alphonse has to live. And that instant before things came to the end, she screamed and ran in with the makeshift short sword he had for himself. She had been terrified, much more than him. She had been reduced to a weepy, red-faced mess with shaky hands, and she had to have known as much as he did that there was no way she was going to be able to take this man down. She still came, anyway. She tried to cut him down with his makeshift sword from a last-minute alchemical transmutation in an effort to save his life. He didn't know if it was a fight or flight response or what, but her interfering helped them get enough time for the colonel and his men to come to get them all to safety. She had played a part in helping them that day, and that was back when he wasn't even really sure who she was. He knew he was the trespasser imprisoned and looking to become an alchemical apprentice that the Major had taken on, and she had seemed really angry and aggressive when they first met during the incident with MacDougall. But looking back, she had mostly just been a little concerned, and maybe she didn't really know what alchemy was capable of, but why wouldn't she know that? Everyone knows that. She had questioned why he had been there at all, and she had a good point. Most rational people outside of their situation questioned why the military let him join when he was 12 since he was so young. And in the middle of all of this, they didn't really know Amelia at all. They had a vague idea of who she was, but essentially no one knew where she came from, and she was guilty of trespassing. What that must be like, to be stuck in a country you're not familiar with, surrounded by people you don't know, and working in a program with your only hope of getting out being an impossible success. He doubted anyone could learn enough about alchemy to impress the certification board within a year. Who even is she? He asked the question out loud, getting Alphonse's attention. Does anyone know where she comes from? Who? Amelia. Oh, I don't know. We could probably ask the Major. He wasn't really sure how to answer his brother's question. I guess, Edward sighed, but what do you think that would be like for her? I mean, stuck with the Major all day, learning alchemy. The Major is a great alchemist, but I doubt her doing the same stuff he does is going to be enough to impress the certification board. I was the only one selected the year I applied. They didn't bother with any other candidates. Right, I remember. And you had to convince me out of applying, otherwise they would have seen my body, Alphonse said. He paused for a moment, his armor shifting as he leaned forward slightly, and it must be hard for the Major, too. He and Hughes were in the same department. How much work do you think he's doing now that he's gone? He must be so overwhelmed doing that on top of teaching her. Yeah, probably. Edward couldn't help but agree. Whenever someone died, or resigned, or was court-martialed suddenly, any work they had was often distributed among the people directly below them in their department, especially the people that worked closest to them, since they would be able to better correct any mistakes and know the thought processes behind what they were trying to do. I guess she must be working like hell to try and make herself better. She has to know that a year of alchemy isn't enough for any normal person to be an alchemist. I wouldn't be surprised, the major must be really busy teaching her and then doing his job on top of that. Alphonse commented, still, it seems like she's handling it well. I just called her, and she said that she was fine. Ed had to agree, it must not be easy to go through all of that, on top of all that happened with Hughes. However, she seemed to be handling it. He looked over at Alphonse. You remember what happened with Scar. The suit of armor had been flipping to a certain page in his book when he asked, and looked up at him when he asked his question, yeah, why? Amelia rushed in that day, he said, and I'm pretty sure she was about to soil herself when she did it, she was so scared. I remember, Alphonse said. I thought maybe she could help, but my focus was mostly on you. I'm glad she stepped in when she did. Yeah, Edward commented idly, thinking on it a little bit more, wondering what must have been going through her head for all of that, and she still tried to help. I guess, you're probably right. Alphonse looked up. I mean, a good person wouldn't have done all of that for two people she barely knew. I think you're right, brother, Alphonse said, sounding a little happy to hear that he had managed to change his brother's mind about it. Amelia looked over at Edward at the end of Alphonse's tale, and the blonde was pointedly making sure he wasn't looking at her as he went down into a room. I think that talk might have put a few things in perspective, Alphonse said to Amelia. Otherwise, I'm not sure brother would have said yes when you asked. She never knew they had thought all of that about her, but it was quite nice to know that they had been so considerate of her and everything that was going on, even in the middle of their own mourning. She looked into the room where Edward was poking around the various bits of leftover furniture and rubble. I guess we did get a bit lucky, she said to herself as she started to look around the room. Again, some signs of life, but nothing particularly recent that they could tell. But I don't think we're going to get lucky here, she said, going over to the room's window and looking out over the many different buildings that stood alongside each other in the massive city. Maybe it would have been better to stick to the search party. It's going to take weeks to search all of these old buildings. Edward sighed. It would make things a hell of a lot easier if Scar and that girl just came to us. Almost as if on cue, they all heard a very distinct, high-pitched voice shouting out, Alphonse! And all three teenagers jumped, looking at the entryway they had come in. You cannot be serious, Amelia said in disbelief, listening as she could vaguely hear the sound of running footsteps. Alphonse, the voice cried again. It can't be, Alphonse gasped. No way, Edward could hardly believe it either. The footsteps quickly approached them until the little Zingi's girl was in front of the door where they had come in. I can't believe it's you. She leaped up and reached up to the top of Alphonse's chest plate, throwing him off balance and sending him down onto the ground. She did come to us. Edward and Amelia gaped at the sight while May climbed up on Alphonse's body, smiling brightly down at him. What in the world are you doing here, Alphonse? May's focus seemed to be entirely on the suit of armor, asking him a question as if Edward and Amelia just didn't exist. May, I didn't think we'd ever find you. Despite her rather haphazard entrance, Alphonse was just glad that their luck came through and was grateful to see her. Although Amelia immediately noticed how his words, innocent in their intent, had an effect on May, her cheeks turning a little pink as a hopeful smile grew on her face. You came this whole way just so you could find me, she asked. Alphonse nodded. Yeah, I really needed to see you. If Amstress had an equivalent to Cupid's arrow, Amelia could see it running straight through May's body as her eyes sparkled, gasping happily at the news that Alphonse needed to see her. Could you get off me, please? She did so, sliding off of his body, holding up her little pet panda cat and gushing to her while Alphonse started to stand up. I need you to tell me all you can about alchemy, can you? He followed me for hundreds of miles, she giddily reported to the excited panda, which seemed to be in a similar state of love-struck joy. He said he needs me. Jesus Christ! Amelia could hardly believe how this girl was losing her mind over Alphonse and her very obvious crush on him, and Alphonse seemed to be at a loss for words at how she was completely ignoring him to gush about him to her pet. Edward decided he wasn't having it. Al isn't the only one. His voice caught May's attention, and she looked over at Edward, who rushed over to her. I need to see you too, little girl. He tried to appeal to her love-struck nature by repeating the same phrase Alphonse had that sent her into a tizzy, but she looked more horrified than thrilled. "Tell us everything you know. You're not leaving until we've got what we want." Oh no, both brothers have fallen desperately in love with me. Even with her clear dislike of Edward, she was still living in her own fantasy. "I'm sorry, Edward, but you're just not my type. Don't play games with us." Edward was gritting his teeth and clearly angry, while Amelia and Alphonse watched everything. "Oh my God, get over yourself. You're like 3 feet tall and 10 years old." Amelia couldn't help snapping at her, and May looked over at her, looking at her in confusion as she didn't recognize her. But before the young girl could say anything, there was a rather insistent knocking from within Al's armor. "Let me out, Al," Winry called from inside. "Oh, sorry." Alphonse immediately started releasing the shoulder attachments that kept his chest plate in place, letting her climb out, clearly not pleased at having been knocked around inside of his body. With all the searching and fuss, he had completely forgotten that she was inside, and so had Amelia. "I kept bumping my head," she said as she came out, reaching for the bump as she moved to stand up. "Excuse me," May looked at her angrily, glaring at her in her small body. "Who is this woman, Al?" Before he could even answer, she turned away and started to dramatically cry. "How could you do this to me? Am I not enough for you, Alphonse?" To Amelia's shock, she even started sobbing. She wasn't sure if they were crocodile tears, or if this girl's world was really crashing down around her, because she was taking things out of context and putting them into something different inside her own romantic world in her head. No, it's not like that. She's just a friend." Alphonse, panicking at the sight of tears, tried to defend his actions, but he quickly stopped as he came to the realization that he sounded like he was cheating on her as if she was his girlfriend or something like that. "How are you the same person we met in Father's underground house?" Amelia could hardly believe what she was seeing. Her brief meetings with May made her seem much more collected than this, or at least more focused on other tasks than romance. "Hey May, you shouldn't go running off like that." A voice called from around the corner, and a man came around the side with a disfigured face and dark hair, gasping at the sight of the group in front of him. "The Elric brothers are here." "Huh?" Alphonse looked up at the man. "Who's that?" Edward was very certain that, whoever this was, he had no reason to recognize them since he didn't recognize him. At first, he seemed surprised that they didn't remember, but then he relaxed. "Right, my face. I'm Dr. Marco." Amelia's eyes went wide at the name, remembering the man very differently from the person in front of her now. He was the one that set everything in motion for these brothers, so to see him again with a new face was rather shocking. "What, Dr. Marco?" Alphonse was in a similar state of shock. "But you look, what happened?" Edward asked. "It looks painful," Amelia couldn't help commenting. "Why don't you tell me what you're doing here first?" Marco asked. Before anyone could answer, from around the corner, yet another person joined their ever-growing group. An older man with dark hair and a mustache, seemingly just taking a peek into the room, but his eyes grew wide as he saw who was there, letting out a startled cry. "The Elric brothers are here." "Huh?" Alphonse looked up at the man, confused. "And who are you?" Edward asked, fairly certain that he didn't know this man. "Don't act like you don't know me," the mustached man snapped. "How could you have forgotten Yoki, the great proprietor of Youswell?" Who? Amelia had never heard of this man. "Rather easily," Edward snarkily replied. "Are you sure we've actually met?" The man, Yoki, gasped in a dramatic fashion, though he did look seriously hurt at the fact that Edward didn't remember him as he clearly remembered Edward. "How cruel! And after you destroyed my life." "Huh?" Edward was only more confused. "I'm pretty sure I didn't do anything like that." "I kind of want to hear this story," Amelia said, a little bit of a morbid interest in what this man had to say. "As well you should. My tale is a tale of woe and hardship that never should have befallen such a kind and compassionate man." Yoki began dramatically, and Amelia could guess he probably wasn't a kind and compassionate man if he was so willing to tell a story with that kind of flourish. But she decided to listen to it anyway, while Edward and Alphonse shifted their focus back to May to try and figure out how to go about learning alchemy. Chapter 32. Yoki's tale of woe and hardship was full of holes that Amelia could easily see through. It didn't help that she could easily see in him that facade that she would see in her mother and her companions whenever they tried to talk themselves up. Her morbid interest in how Edward ruined another man's life was subsequently dashed away, and she found herself despising Yoki the more he kept talking. As far as she could tell, and from what little she had gleaned, he had been doing something in the town of Youswell that made it easy for Edward to trick him into giving him the deed to the town and its mine that was overseen by the military. That same something was the reason the entire town hated him and was more than happy to find out he was no longer in charge, to the point they kicked him out of town whenever he tried to confront Edward for tricking him. Following that, it was discovered that whatever he had done was illegal and he was branded a criminal, so he tried to do odd jobs and was terrible at all of them, and then gambled away what savings he had left in a desperate attempt to make some money. Following that, what he called asking for a charitable loan, she was pretty sure equated to some kind of burglary or stealing, though she didn't know who he tried to steal from. Still, it was enough to tell her that his story of his life being ruined only involved Edward as a catalyst. He was far from the cause. And somewhere towards the end, as Yoki talked about his desire for revenge, she had begun to turn away and focus on where Edward, Alphonse, and Winry were all trying to calm down a hysterical May, who was still acting dramatic from Alphonse's adultery. "It's not right, I'll never let a thieving hussy like you take him from me," she cried. "Did you, just call me a hussy?" Winry was obviously not thrilled at the accusation. "I already told you, she's just a childhood friend." Alphonse tried to comfort her and calm her down. "You should think about something else, like alchemistry," Edward suggested in a clearly blunt way of trying to steer the conversation where he wanted it to go. "You could not make it any more obvious what you're doing, Ed," Amelia commented, and was met with a dry expression from her alchemy teacher. As Yoki noticed Amelia's dwindling interest in his tale and his growing lack of an audience, he turned back to the Elric brothers with a fierce scowl as he realized they hadn't heard a word of the story he had told of their last encounter, and the fallout since. "You better listen to me, damn it," he snapped. "Yeah, how sad. Life is hard. Trust me, I know just how you feel." Edward replied indifferently over his shoulder, and Amelia frowned. "Are you patronizing me?" Yoki only grew more infuriated, and Amelia decided this was the moment to step in. Okay, how about we all take a breath and calm down?" She spoke loud enough that everyone could hear her, and May seemed to grow a little quieter as Amelia stepped in front of her, squatting down to meet her eye level. "And as for you, we need to talk with you not as romantic interests, but as scientists with what I hope is a common goal. You're the expert right now, and we need you to keep a level head to talk with us." She looked her directly in the eyes as she said this, keeping a serious expression on her face. It was a small thing that should have appealed to that dramatic nature inside of her. Amelia guessed she acted out like this because she didn't get enough attention at home, so having someone play along with her fantasies about herself should be enough to help her. She watched as May nodded, reaching up to wipe her eyes, and she stood back up, letting out a small sigh. "Okay, I think we should all get a handle on what's going on here first." She turned to Dr. Marco. "Like maybe with what happened to your face, and these reports that you're traveling with Scar." "Ah, yes," Marco nodded, and he found a place to sit down in the room, the others moving around him as he began to speak. "Not long after I last saw you, the homunculi came into my town and threatened to destroy the village if I didn't leave with them. I was their prisoner for a few weeks following that, but somehow, Scar was able to free me." He moved one gloved hand up to his disfigured face. "He also did this to my face, to help disguise me while we traveled. I'll admit, as gruesome as it was very effective." Edward nodded, unable to help agreeing, but there was something more he wanted to address. "I've learned a lot since we met, like what it takes to create a philosopher's stone." Marco's expression sobered at the mention of the stone, remembering how he had given him the clue to find his hidden notes, and he didn't seem overly thrilled that Edward had found the truth like he had wanted him to. "I know there's something wrong with this country, and there's something rotten with its alchemy. We decided to look into the possibilities of Zinji's alchemistry and figured that she could help." He pointed his thumb at May when he mentioned her. "You're on the right path," Dr. Marco said, opening his coat and reaching inside for something, "but you aren't the first person to put all of these pieces together." He pulled out a small notebook, hand-bound in some kind of twine full of aged pages between paper covers that looked like they had been stained in what she could only guess was either mud, coffee, or blood. This book is a collection of his research and theories. It's written in code, but we believe this book contains all of the answers that we need. So then, if we decipher the code, we might be able to start fixing some of the things that are wrong in Amstress, Amelia asked. Perhaps, I believe so, Marco nodded, but they'll be impossible to translate without the assistance of Scar. Edward's hopeful expression immediately turned into a scowl. What do we need him for? The code is based in ancient Ishvalan, a dead language known only to the monks of the Ishvala religion. Marco explained. Scar he was cut off by the sound of an explosion, and everyone's heads turned to the nearby windows, May getting up from her seat. What do you think that was? She asked worriedly. Marco went over to the windows to see a plume of smoke making its way out of one of the buildings a few blocks away. That's the building Scar was in, he gasped, turning back to look at the others. You think it's the military? Sure sounds like it, Amelia said as she stood up, getting ready to follow Alphonse and Edward. Look, all of you just need to stay put and hide out in here, Edward said. Al and I will find out what's going on. He looked over at Amelia, who was obviously a little concerned that she hadn't been listed in the group about to leave. Stay here and make sure everyone stays safe. What? Why can't I come with you? It's one thing to spar with me, but Scar's on another level. You'll be safer staying here, Edward said, and deciding to leave it there before Amelia could get another word in, he looked up at his younger brother. Let's go, Al. Right. The two brothers started to rush out of the room and out of the building, and Amelia started going after them. Hey, wait a minute, she called out. You stay there, we'll come back, Edward shouted over his shoulder at her, and she watched them hurry off down the stairs to get out of the building. She was tempted to just run after them anyway, but she knew he was probably right in that it was safer for her to stay behind. Still, she had hoped she had improved enough in her own sparring that Edward would have trusted her at his side instead of leaving her behind. Then again, she was definitely the weakest fighter out of the three of them. She let out a frustrated sigh, turning back into the room to see the others all looking at her. I guess we should probably keep moving. If the military's already on Scar, there will be other squadrons heading this way, so it might be safer for you all if we move you somewhere else to hide for a while, she said, looking over at Marco, May, and Yoki. But what about Mr. Scar? We can't leave him behind, we need him, May pleaded. Amelia wasn't exactly sure how the Elric brothers planned to get him to cooperate, especially considering their last meeting together, talking about how he killed Winry's parents. She doubted they were on good enough terms to consider negotiating with someone like him. Her thoughts were interrupted by a hand on her shoulder, looking over at Winry to see a surprisingly determined expression on her usually sweet-looking face. We can meet them there, that way you can make sure things don't go too far. Amelia looked at her with wide eyes, doubting her ability to do that. You've been trained by Ed, so I'm sure you can handle yourself, right? After all, you've kept up with them for this long. She gave her a small smile to reassure her, and Amelia smiled a little bit. Yeah, she agreed. Okay, we'll just meet them halfway, figure out this stuff with Scar, and we'll work on the details of getting you guys out on the way. She said, turning to the others, come on, we should be able to get out of this building pretty easily, she said, starting to make her way out and the others following behind her. What, just walk out in broad daylight with the military patrolling the area? Yoki scoffed. That's not going to be possible. Be fine, Amelia said. With that explosion, I'm sure we're not the only ones who saw it. All eyes will be on that building, and all the military will be rushing towards it. She continued down the stairs with Winry and the others trailing behind her as she headed to the first door she saw. With their attention focused on that, it should be easy to get around them and get you all somewhere safe, she promised as she opened the door, only to be met with a passing patrol that happened to be led by Major Miles. There was a moment where her eyes met his with the door wide open, the Major stopping in what he was doing to look at her, and she stared back for a tense minute, mentally berating herself. She had been sure of it, but she hadn't considered that the military might already be closing in around them. She had thought they had more time than that. Still, he had seen her, and that wasn't changing as his red eyes focused on her through his dark glasses as she continued to stand there with the remains of her confident smile on her face. However, Her usual plan in tense situations, where she had been caught doing something she wasn't supposed to, was to feign confidence and try to correct it so she could get out with as little against her as possible. So, without saying a word, she began to close the door she had opened. She stepped back, and the rest of the group was tense in their silence, and they all jumped as the door was calmly opened again by Major Miles. "Did you really think you could just pretend I hadn't seen you?" He almost seemed a little baffled that had been her first response. Yeah, I figured it was at least worth a shot." Amelia replied, feeling a little sheepish, but it had been a shot in the dark anyway. Major Miles looked over their group, seeing May, Dr. Marco, and Yoki, though if there was any recognition, he didn't say anything. "Where are the Elric brothers? Aren't they supposed to be supervising you?" Amelia didn't respond at first, knowing it wasn't exactly allowed for her to be alone, but then again, it's not like she could lie her way out of this situation. "They heard the explosion going off and went to investigate. I was supposed to get Winry somewhere safe. Well, safer." She stepped to the side and looked over the rest of her companions, Dr. Marco hiding his disfigured face, while Yoki looked pale and stared directly at Major Miles, looking like he was about to soil himself, or burst into tears. One of the two. May seemed to be staying close to Marco for the time being, and Amelia stepped back in front of her before Major Miles could get a good look at her and her panda cat. "We should be able to assist with that," Major Miles said, glancing over the rest of their party, but not saying anything else. "I should have known that once reports got out about Miss Rockbell going missing, you three had something to do with it." "How do you know she didn't just walk away on her own?" Amelia responded. Major Miles lifted up a single, questioning brow before looking over at Winry. "Miss Rockbell, did you walk away on your own?" Winry, a little nervous, stepped back and let out a small laugh as she tried to come up with an answer. But apparently, that lack of talking was enough to convince Major Miles that she hadn't, and he turned back to Amelia to see her response. "You have no proof, and we're leaving now," she said, starting to walk around him with purpose, and was very quickly caught by the arm as the Major grabbed her. "No, you're not," he said in a tone that was firm, but with an undertone of amusement that she had thought this would work. "Why don't we go and find Full Metal to get you back under the proper supervision, and we'll make sure that Miss Rockbell and everyone else gets to safety." Amelia's shoulders slumped as she knew there was no getting around this man. "Okay, fine," she said, moving her arm out of his grasp, and he let go. In the time they had spent going back and forth, a few more rumbles started to come from the building where Scar had been, likely announcing the arrival of Edward and Alphonse on the scene. "We should hurry. That building is where Scar is supposed to be." At the mention of the infamous murderer, Major Miles and his squad quickly made their way towards the building, making sure Amelia and company were following as they escorted them. As they came closer to the building, the sounds of the fighting inside grew louder, and it quickly was becoming apparent that they weren't just fighting Scar up there. Something else was going on, which only made Amelia all the more uneasy. There were signs of something being shot around, but no audible sounds of guns, so it wasn't bullets. As they came closer to the building, Major Miles stopped the group. "Pens and Heinrich, circle around the west side." He directed them, and Amelia looked up, able to see the light of a transmutation flashing through the small openings up on the third floor. "Samuels and Dixon, come with me around the east." As the men split up, Amelia and Winry began following Major Miles' group up, with Marco and the others not far behind. Luckily, no one had asked for their names or really stopped to do anything with their group, so their identities were safe for the time being while all the focus was on Scar. As they got up to the third floor, they could all hear the shouting voices of the Elric brothers and their opponents. Two voices that definitely weren't Scar's were talking back to them, and Major Miles paused the group that were heading up to help to better prepare their weaponry. It was in this moment that Amelia quietly turned to Dr. Marco. "They're going to be distracted by this for a while. You should use that to get out of here." She whispered to him, knowing that if he was caught, there was a very real chance he would be brought in to face charges for the fact that he deserted back in Ishval. The doctor didn't respond at first. His gaze focused on the others around them, as the soldiers made sure they had enough ammunition, as well as organizing with the others on the opposite side of the building, to let them know what their plan was. He nodded silently and looked to Yoki, who rather fervently nodded his agreement at the plan of getting out of the military's custody while they could. May was more focused on the soldiers and seemingly hadn't heard what Amelia had said, but something drew Amelia's attention away from them. She could see Winry, also taking advantage of the slightly distracted guards and heading closer to the room where Edward and Alphonse were fighting Scar. Amelia hissed through her teeth and quickly made her way over to where she was, putting her hand on Winry's shoulder before she reached the doorway, hearing the sound of shouting inside. The blonde looked back at Amelia. "What the hell are you doing? You know Scar's in there." She whispered to her, trying to pull her back, only to be surprised as Winry pushed her hand away from her shoulder. "Of course I know, that's why I have to see," Winry said, and Amelia frowned. "Ed said he wanted me to keep you safe, so you're going to back away from that door and leave it alone," she said determinedly. "I need to see him," Winry shot back, sounding just as determined. "Ed will be fine, he can handle Scar." "I'm not talking about Ed." Amelia was a little confused at first, but then she remembered the last time she saw Winry, the story of how her parents were murdered. Edward had mentioned that she had made her way onto the battlefield last time they fought Scar, back when she had been with Ling and Lan Fan. She had found out the truth about her parents back then, and now she looked at her a little differently, knowing that she wanted to see Scar after finding that out. She let her hands fall back to her side, and she was about to gather her thoughts and respond when she noticed something that had changed in the time that they had been talking. "Wait, why is it so quiet?" The shouting had stopped, and the two girls glanced at the door and then back to each other before making their way over to the doorway, both of them poking their heads in to see the fighting had started up again just as they had looked in. It was Edward and Alphonse charging Scar, while two other bodies lay unconscious to the side on the floor. Scar was glaring them down, his left arm injured, but he brought up his right. "You offer your arm to me? Then I'll take it." Amelia's mind flashed back to when she first encountered Scar, how he had destroyed Edward's arm completely, and she almost ran out when she saw Edward's fist meeting his open palm, with no sign of any destructive transmutation. "I hate to tell you, but my arm isn't steel anymore," Edward said, sounding so satisfied that he managed to catch Scar off guard with that. He used his grip against him, pulling him forward and using his automail leg to knock him down, which he just barely recovered from, staggering before he managed to stand again. He was tired from the fight. Amelia could easily see it, along with the bright red stain of blood on his other arm, made it clear that he wouldn't last much longer with that injury, not against two people. Just as she was realizing that the Elric brothers basically had an assured victory in the fight, so did Scar as the two brothers prepared for the worst. "Don't make this difficult." As they clapped their hands to prepare a transmutation, Scar prepared his own. He knelt down to put his hand to the floor, his transmutation breaking it apart under their feet, the shaking floor pushing them onto their backsides as Scar leaped over the gap to get the upper hand. "Don't hurt them," Winry's voice shouted out, and Scar's gaze shifted away from the boys to where she and Amelia were standing in the doorway, his eyes growing wide at the sight of her standing there. It was enough of a distraction that Edward and Alphonse could take advantage, coming up and meeting the Ishvalan halfway with a pair of powerful kicks that knocked him against the remains of a wall. Alphonse rushed over to transmute the material around Scar's right arm, knowing it was the more dangerous and preventing him from using it. As soon as it was safe, Amelia let out a small sigh in relief, only to be met with an infuriated Edward that turned around to face her. "What are you doing here, you idiot?" he snapped. "I thought I told you to get her somewhere safe." "This isn't my fault," Amelia snapped back, while Winry just had that determined look on her face as she went to approach them, and Amelia reached out to put her hand on her arm. "Winry, wait." "Yes, that's close enough." Major Miles' voice came up behind them, and they looked back to see him and a few other soldiers, armed and ready for the worst, coming into the room. "You brought them here, Major?" Edward asked. The Major didn't respond, his eyes scanning around the rest of the room to see their situation. Two of the soldiers made it over to the two other bodies in the room. They weren't quite human, one having gray skin and a face like a pig. The other one had yellow-green skin, very fat, but a large mouth that reminded one of a frog. What are these creatures?" one asked, disgusted by them. "I'd guess they're the result of some ungodly experiment by our superiors." Miles said as he looked around the room, pointing to a support column. "Tie them both to that column." The two soldiers saluted and went to do just that, dragging the two unconscious bodies of what must have been a pair of human chimeras, given how they still wore the uniform pants of the military. If Amelia had to guess, they were likely two of the men that were under Kimberly's command. Miles turned to where Scar still sat captured. "And as for you, Scar," he pulled out his gun and pointed it at him, "I regret having to treat one of my own people so harshly, but I can't just let you walk away. Not after what you've done." Scar scowled up at him, glaring down the barrel of his handgun. "Your own people, huh?" he muttered as he looked up at the man. As they were all talking, Winry started walking towards Scar again, and Amelia walked with her. "Wait, I don't know that this is the best idea," she said quietly, trying to understand Winry's state of mind about seeing Scar, but the blonde girl didn't stop walking and didn't respond to Amelia's words at all. Without looking at the Elric brothers, Miles spoke again. "You two can leave. We've got it from here." Winry was walking past them, and the two brothers rushed to her, grabbing her shoulders as she got within a yard of Scar. "Winry!" "Stop, Winry, stay back." Edward held onto her, though neither of them yanked her away. "Let me go," Winry said in a strangely calm voice. "It's all right." "It couldn't be any less all right," Edward snapped. "Miss, you need to stay back," Miles advised in the strict military tone that made it clear it was more of an order than any kind of advisory. "Just let me," Winry insisted, her voice still remaining perfectly calm. "Please understand. You have to let me talk to him." She lifted her head and looked right at Scar as she spoke. "I need to, Ed." At her soft plea, Edward faltered. It was clear he had reservations about letting her anywhere near him, and he was about to protest her doing so again when Amelia spoke up. "Ed, he's not going anywhere. I think she'll be safe." His right arm was the more dangerous one, after all. His other arm was pretty badly injured. He was effectively subdued for the moment. Edward looked back at Amelia, and then at Winry, and sighed reluctantly as he let go of his childhood friend, letting her walk forward until she was standing in front of Scar. The man looked up at her, his scowl having softened a little as their eyes met, while Winry's expression was set in her own determination. There was a long pause between all of them, the brothers tense as they were ready for a fight, and Miles still had his gun ready on the murderer Scar. Amelia held her breath, wondering what it was that was so important to Winry that she wanted to come all this way to meet her parents' murderer. "Why," she asked in a quiet voice, "why did you kill my mother and father?" Scar's eyes narrowed at her question, but he still answered her. "There's nothing I can say that won't sound like an excuse, and nothing can change the fact that I am responsible for their deaths. I killed them." Winry stared him down, and he broke their gaze, looking away from her, his brow furrowing and his hand tightening into a fist for a few moments before releasing it and relaxing, looking back up at her. "Young girl, you have every right to pass judgment on me." Winry looked at him for a moment, and then away from him, looking at Edward for a moment, considering what she wanted to say before deciding not to ask him and turning to Amelia. She walked over to the girl, reaching for her own scarf and taking it off her neck. "Amelia, can you transmute some of this into some gauze?" Amelia's eyes widened in surprise at the request but nodded. Yeah, sure." She brought her hands to the fabric, watching as the material changed on half of the scarf, the fabric shifting into something thinner, but still durable, flowing out on top of the rest of the fabric before sitting in a small pile on top of the rest of the scarf. "Is this enough?" She had transmuted 6 inches of Winry's scarf into nearly a foot of gauze-like material, but there was still enough left over that she could still use the rest of the scarf for the cold weather. "This is plenty," she said, wrapping the scarf loosely around her neck before going back over to Scar, wrapping up his injured arm in bandages. The act shocked the scarred Ishvalan, his body tensing suddenly as she tended to him. "You'll die if we don't bandage your arm." Edward's eyes widened at the sight of her helping him, and Amelia was in a similar state. Winry was facing her parents' murderer, and instead of unleashing her rage or her sorrow at him, she was helping him. It was an act of kindness that Amelia couldn't believe she was seeing, though she couldn't help but question why she thought this was the best way to move forward. "Winry, are you sure?" Amelia asked. If she was in Winry's place, she wouldn't have been so kind. Even if she hated her parents, she would want their murderer to see justice. If that meant bleeding to death from an injury caused by someone else, so be it. I think this is what my parents would have wanted. Winry replied. Mom and Dad saved his life before, after all. There has to be a reason for that. Edward was speechless as he watched her work, and Alphonse was the same. Amelia stayed quiet with them, but she was in awe of Winry. To have the strength to look her parents' murderer in the eye and ask him why was incredible enough, but to have the stomach to tend to his injuries, too, just because she thought it would honor her parents' memory. It was a kind of selflessness that Amelia had rarely seen outside of a movie, and it gave her incredible respect for her. I guess. Maybe this is why Edward likes her so much. This is something I don't think I could ever do. He must have seen the strength in her a lot. Does that mean you're forgiving me? Scar asked. Oh, don't get me wrong. Winry quickly snapped her head up to look at him. I don't forgive your wanton murdering. Scar's eyes widened again as she told him this was not done out of forgiveness towards him. So, he was silent and said nothing else as she continued to wrap up his arm. The entire room was quiet as they watched her do this for Scar. After making sure the bandages were tight enough to put enough pressure on his injury to stop the bleeding, Winry tied it off and stood back up. Edward took a step towards her, incredibly concerned for her after all of this. Winry, he would have expected her to be bawling after a moment like this. The last time she faced Scar, she had been wailing so loudly that he struggled to keep himself from crying with her. But here she stood, dry-eyed if very somber. It's all right. I won't cry, Winry said, turning to Edward and putting a smile on her face despite the weight of her sadness and grief. Didn't we promise that the next time I cried, they would be tears of joy? Edward's concern faded as he looked at her, seeing that strength she had in doing all of this, smiling for him, talking about the promise he had made to her at the train station. He stepped over, one hand going to her head as he brought himself closer, almost hugging her as his head gently touched hers. Amelia could feel something inside of her stinging at the sight of them together. They fit together so well. They would be so happy in the end. She pushed down her feelings of envy for the time being, knowing now wasn't the time to get upset over an unrequited crush. It was only a crush, and hopefully, it would fade with time. Edward had his perfect person here for him. She was just here until she was able to get home, and that was all. After their short moment, Edward let go of Winry, stepping in front of Scar with his brows furrowed in anger and his fists clenched tightly at his sides. Listen, Scar. He spat out his name with an intense venom. No matter what Winry says, I still want to beat you bloody and drag you down to the Rockbell family grave to pay your respects. Scar met Edward's eyes, seeing that fury there, and said nothing. He lowered his head, accepting his fate and what was to come from this meeting between him and the Elric brothers. Should we contact headquarters, sir? One soldier asked Major Miles. Yes, he replied. As another soldier started preparing what they had to contact their headquarters, Scar spoke for the first time since speaking to Winry. Major Miles, wasn't it? He called out to the man, getting his attention. Can I ask you something? What? Earlier, you said I was one of your people. That's right, I'm part Ishvalan on my grandfather's side. Miles clarified as he stepped forward, keeping his handgun still trained on Scar. He reached up to remove his sunglasses, revealing his red eyes to him. I wish we didn't have to meet like this, red-eyed brother of mine. Scar only scowled. How can you bring yourself to be part of the Amstrian military? The soldiers nearby all clammed up with wide eyes. It was clearly a taboo question that no one had asked of him during his time at Briggs. My objective is to work from the inside to change how the people of this country view the people of Ishval. It was a simple, concise response, but it was enough to make Scar's eyes grow wide. Amelia could see he was having a kind of epiphany at his words, and she could probably guess why. Scar had become a murderer likely because of what had happened in Ishval, the lives that were lost, and he got revenge in a terrible way because he thought that was the right way to do it. Now he was speaking with someone who had a similar background, that same pride in his ancestry, and how he went about it an entirely different way. Still, it only lasted for a second, and he went back to scowling. I don't think that great a task will be easy to accomplish, Scar said. Who knows how long it will take? Miles couldn't help agreeing, but still, my mixed blood gives me a slight advantage at least. I'm an Ishvalan pebble tossed into the ocean of the Amstrian military. Maybe in time, the ripples I create will become great waves. As he finished speaking, he put his sunglasses back on, hiding his red eyes once more. And do you want to know what the most ironic part about it is? It was an Amestrian who set me on this path in the first place. After hearing all of this, taking in these words and considering his actions versus that of Major Miles, Scar hung his head. Look at me, I'm a festering wound of hatred born of the Great Ishvalan War. He lifted his head and looked back up at Major Miles. I am thankful that there is someone like you out there. Interrupting the moment, a soldier came over with the phone they used for communications. Major. Without waiting for anything else, he reached for it and spoke. Copy. Major Miles here. We captured Scar. We're holding him in Area D. Inform Kimberly. The person on the other end responded and he hung up. Whatever the circumstances may be between us, I cannot let you go. You must accept judgment. Hold on. A voice echoed from the end of the room. Amelia looking over to see Dr. Marco at the entrance with May just behind him, her eyes wide. Who's there? Miles demanded, ready to shoot. Please don't take Scar as your prisoner, we need him, he pleaded. Doctor, what are you doing? You're supposed to be escaping. Amelia couldn't believe it. They had the perfect opportunity to get out of there, and they didn't take it. I know, and I'm sorry, but we couldn't afford to leave without Scar, Marco said, stepping forward and May following behind. Yoki stayed close to the entrance, clearly not wanting to get too close to anyone, but too cowardly to be left alone in an abandoned building without the guarantee that everyone would be coming back with him. Ah, the other members of your party. Miles recognized them, glancing at Amelia before looking back to Dr. Marco. I don't believe we've been properly introduced. I'm Dr. Marco. He introduced himself and Amelia's expression tightened into a grimace. And this is Mei Chang. Please don't take Scar as your prisoner. He's vital to our research. What research? Miles asked. Marco reached into his coat, pulling out the hand-bound book of notes that he had shown to Edward and Alphonse earlier. These are the notes of a talented alchemist, and we need Scar's assistance in deciphering the encoded information. Deciphering notes, huh? Miles asked. Yes, it's groundbreaking research that tries to fuse Amestrian alchemy and Zinji's alchemy, May said. But all of the important parts are unreadable, written in ancient Ishvalan. Scar's the only one who can make sense of it. Don't you see? Dr. Marco pleaded. Major Miles looked back at the still imprisoned Scar, thinking over everything, and then glancing back over at May, seeing the little Zio May on her shoulder and recognizing it. So you're the alchemy girl. As he mentioned her, May's eyes went wide. I have orders to bring you back to the fort. Me? But what do they want with me? May asked, hiding behind Marco and glaring up at the Major suspiciously. Don't worry, you'll receive a warm welcome, I'm sure. Miles assured her, but then he went back to his thoughts on this situation, putting one hand up to his chin. Well, let me think here. Scar needs to be kept free, and it would be just as bad if they found out Dr. Marco was here as well. All right, I think it might be best if we took you back to Fort Briggs to hide you from senior military staff. Edward quickly went over to the Major. Hold on, what are you saying? He demanded, glancing back at Scar with a glare before looking back at the Major. You mean we're bringing that monster with us? We need to decipher those notes, right, Elric? Miles asked. There's not a damn thing I want that guy's help with, Edward growled out. Just hand him over to Kimberly. The transmutation circle, Edward was cut off by Major Miles, the one this country was formed to make. Edward's eyes went wide as he looked up at the Major, surprised that he knew anything about it. I heard all about it from General Armstrong. We know something's about to happen that will affect all of Amestris and its people. We need to know what the notes say. That's more important than anything else. Edward grit his teeth, clearly unhappy that he was making a good point, glancing over at the others, and Miles continued. I heard they're using the Rockbell girl as a hostage against you. If we act now, we can disgrace Kimberly and find some place to hide her where they can't touch her. Edward's scowl only deepened as he heard Miles' words, clearly hating the idea that Scar would do anything to help them at all. Amelia glanced over at the Ishvalan man, who looked back at her. She remembered when they first met, their real first encounter in an alleyway where she denounced alchemy in front of him. It was by sheer coincidence that she had managed to put herself in a good light with him for that brief moment, though now things were very different. She looked back over at Edward. Ed, we need to prioritize things right now. I know how you feel, but Major Miles is right. Acting now is the best chance we have. Edward's hands clenched into tight fists, but he listened to her, stepping away from Scar, and Miles pointed his gun at the man again. Listen up, Scar. If you're willing to work with us, I'll postpone your judgment day. He offered, and Scar looked back up at him, glancing over at Amelia again before looking back at the man. Well, it doesn't look like you're going to give me any other choice. He said in a brief resignation. Yes, I'll help you decode the notes. I have your word on that, Miles asked. You do, I swear on my Ishvalan blood. You can trust me, my red-eyed brother. Scar assured him, and that was enough for Miles as he withdrew his weapon. We have a deal then. As he held his gun at his side, he turned to Winry. My apologies, Miss Rockbell. You'll have to wait a while before we can punish your parents' killer. Fine, Winry replied. Young lady, Scar's voice came up again, looking over at Amelia, I remember you. Her eyes widened a little bit as he chose to address her. It seems many things have changed from our first meeting. Yeah, they have, she said softly, not really sure how else to answer him. It wasn't like she could tell him her entire story. Your courage has grown since I last saw you, he said, but you're not Amestrian. I can see that much from looking at you. She was a little surprised he was able to tell. Most people had assumed she was Amestrian of some kind, or if they thought otherwise, they never said anything to her. With that in mind, why are you fighting for these people? Do you also seek change? Not exactly, she said. The answer to that question is a little long, but the short version is I just want to go back home. Edward glanced over at her as she said this, and that's going to take a while, but all of this might be able to help me in that goal, even if it is kind of crazy. Edward's expression shifted a little bit, the intense scowl he had for Scar softening as she said that she wanted to stay and help in the hopes of finding a way to go back home. Was that really all she wanted? He would have thought that, after all, she had told him about her parents, the last thing she wanted was to return home. Before he could continue those thoughts, he was distracted by the sound of moaning coming from the two tied-up chimeras he and Alphonse had fought. Major Miles glanced over at them. Right, I almost forgot about these two freaks of nature. He turned to his men. Dispose of them. Yes, sir, one of his soldiers said, readying his weapon. Hold on a second, Edward exclaimed. Wait, you don't have to kill them, Alphonse said, stepping out into the line of fire. I see no reason to let them live. Major Miles said coldly, turning to his officer, kill them. No, Alphonse insistently stepped forward again. A life is a life. What better reason do you need than that? HMPH, showing us mercy, how adorable, said the fat chimera, getting Alphonse's attention. You're just a sentimental fool, said the hog-like chimera. We didn't ask for your help, did we? Alphonse turned to the two of them, surprised at their dismissal of his attempt to save their lives. Look at these bodies, what kind of future can we have? The fat one lifted up his head. If you're gonna kill us, do it. Alphonse stepped over to them. I don't understand. Don't you have families, loved ones? Sure, we do, the fat one said, but as soon as we got these bodies, they were all told that we were dead. And to them we are, the hog one added. Don't you want to see them again? Alphonse asked. Even if we did, how could we go back to them like this? Alphonse scoffed. So you don't want to get your original bodies back then? You're content the way you are now, is that it? No, how could we be? The hog one snapped. Of course we want our true bodies back, the fat one barked. Alphonse pointed to the fat one, looking him directly in the face with his metal helmet as he spoke to them. There's your answer. I don't want to hear a bunch of fatalistic nonsense. Why not live and learn whether there's a chance of getting your bodies back? The fat one had been stunned by him, but looked away, scoffing. HMPH. How could you possibly know what we're going through? And what chance do we have of going back? The hog one asked. Without saying a word, Alphonse reached up to take off his helmet, showing them the empty body of armor that his soul resided in, both of them letting out shocked gasps as they realized why he was speaking to them the way that he was. Well, I'm going back. No matter how long it takes, I'm not giving up. A soldier who had gone to the nearest window looked out over the terrain and the weather, seeing something that changed everything they were planning. Major! The major looked over at him, coming over to where he stood. What is it? It's not good, it's a snowstorm, he said, looking at the clouds as they rapidly flew by overhead, signaling the coming change in weather. "We can't complete a snowbound march with this equipment," Miles said, turning back to the others. "We have no chance of reaching the fort." All of their plans were suddenly dashed. What were they supposed to do now? It would be impossible for Scar to get out with Dr. Marco and the others, and they certainly couldn't do it in the middle of a snowstorm, not when they were as ill-prepared as they were. "What do we do now?" Winry asked, turning to Edward in her worry. "This is a mining town, isn't it? Why don't we just go into the underground tunnels?" A voice that had been silent since all of this had begun suddenly spoke, and everyone looked over at Yoki as he made his suggestion that they escape through the underground tunnels of the ghost town's dried-up mine. He jumped as he saw everyone staring at him. What's wrong? I mean, this is a pretty large mine, right? So surely there's a tunnel that can take us beyond the mountains, I think. "That's it," Edward and Alphonse shouted at the same time. "Mr. Yoki," May happily exclaimed, looking up at the man. The formerly flustered man suddenly grinned, striking a pose with his hand on his chin and another on his hip. "Hey, give me some credit. This is what I did for a living." "Is he right?" Amelia asked, looking over at Major Miles, who looked over to his subordinate and saw him wordlessly pulling out a map of the town, unfolding it and looking over the area, his fingers following a certain point until he got to one corner of the map. "He's right, the tunnels come out past the mountains." He confirmed. He came over to Yoki to show him the map so he would know the way out through the tunnels and lead everyone to safety. "Right." Major Miles reached into his pocket, pulling out a small notebook and quickly writing something down on the first page of it. "When you run into Briggs soldiers, just hand them this." He handed the notebook to Dr. Marco. "I've explained our arrangement so you shouldn't have any trouble with them." "Thank you," Dr. Marco smiled as he took the notebook, making sure to tuck it away in a safe spot. He turned over to Winry. "But there's still the matter of the young Miss Rockbell. She can accompany us to the fort, of course, but when word gets out that she's missing, won't the Elric brothers be the first people they suspect?" "We can handle ourselves," Alphonse said confidently. "Yeah, I hate to brag, but I've got a pretty smooth tongue, you know," Edward said with a grin. "No, you don't," Amelia immediately replied. "You can't talk your way out of this one. This is Kimberly we're dealing with. In a matter of minutes, this man read me like a book and figured out everything about me. He's going to be suspicious of anything you say to him, especially about Winry." Edward's grin deflated as Amelia pointed out the holes in their lying. The four of them all took a moment to think about their potential options. Winry needed to be able to get out with Scar and Dr. Marco. It would be easy enough to say Scar managed to slip away somehow. He had done it before, and it wouldn't be hard to believe. However, as soon as he learned that Winry had managed to disappear along with Scar, there was a very real chance he would figure out their plan, and maybe even organize a group to cut off the group at the mountain's exit. Winry's voice caught their attention. "I hate to be the one to suggest this, but, what do you think Kimberly would do if I was suddenly taken hostage by Scar?" There was a pause following her suggestion, and Amelia thought it over while the two boys gaped at Winry. "You want him to kidnap you?" Alphonse asked. "Hold on, Winry, you're saying you want us to let him go?" Edward asked, pointing to Scar. "That could work," Amelia said, getting their attention and making them gape at her as well. No, think about it. We make a huge show out of it. It would be impossible for Kimberly to deny that incident. She'd be in the clear." "Right," Winry agreed. "Scar runs away carrying me, then Ed, you and the others try desperately to stop him, or at least that's what you pretend to do. You understand?" "You can't do that, you're crazy," Edward snapped. "Well, I don't have a choice, do I?" Winry snapped back. "I'm a hostage either way, so I might as well get to choose my captor." "But he's a mass murderer," Alphonse exclaimed. "Like the Amestrian military isn't," Amelia replied. "You stay out of this, Amelia," Edward barked at her. "It's a good idea, Ed." "Shut up, there's no reason for Winry to be risking her life. Don't you get it? It's time for you two to learn you don't have to do everything alone." Winry's voice rose above the three of them, and the two boys looked over at her, surprised at her statement. They had been so independent for so long, relying on each other, and her relying on them, the idea that she was able to do something without depending on them was new, to say the least. "Make up your minds," Major Miles said into the quiet following their arguing. "The storm is coming in. If we don't hurry, we won't be able to get out of here. Edward's hands clenched into fists again, conflicted and unsure of what to do with any of this, and the time crunch wasn't helping things. Winry glared back at him, standing her ground knowing she was making the right move for herself, even if it put her at risk. I can see Kimberly's forces now, one officer reported, shortening their time even more. Edward grit his teeth as he knew they didn't really have many options other than Winry's suggestion. Damn it, he shouted out in frustration before turning to Scar with a fierce glare. Scar, if you do anything to hurt her, I won't harm the girl, Scar assured him. I keep my promises. Edward went over to the wall that was holding him, undoing the transmutation and letting Scar go free. The man stood on his feet, if staggering a little, one hand over his injury as he straightened up. Edward still glared at him, ready to punch him into the ground if he made any kind of move against Winry. Us too, said one of the chimeras. Please, you have to take us with you too. His plea was met with a doubtful silence. I know you don't trust us, so I understand if you want to keep us tied up. Kimberly shows no mercy to troops who fail to accomplish their missions. One way or the other, we're dead. The Hog Chimera said, and then looked over at Alphonse. Besides, we don't want to give up either. Alphonse shifted, a happy gasp moving through his armor at the sound that the Chimera had taken his words to heart and wanted to work to get their bodies back. So glad he was able to get through to them. Dr. Marco looked over at them. How do we know you mean that? He asked. You realize if you do anything to obstruct us, the whole country could be destroyed, including your families and everyone you care about. Wait, hold on, just what are you saying? The larger one demanded, shocked at this news. I don't understand, the Central Forces weren't told about any of this. Please, we need to know more, what's going on? The Hog one asked. Dr. Marco looked at them and then nodded. We can tell you about it on the way, I doubt there's much time for it now. He said, and then stepped back. Is it possible for you to return to your human forms? Yes, just give us a second, the larger one said, and the two of them focused, their bodies beginning to shift and change. Amelia began to recognize them as they shifted back into their human forms. Once they were back to normal, a soldier came over to undo the ropes that kept them to the column, and they got dressed again in their uniform coats to keep warm before they held out their wrists to the officer. Here, just tie them in the front good and tight. The officer didn't hesitate to do so, the other chimera coming over to have the same done to him by the major. You're sure about this? Major Miles asked as he looked over their bonds. Yeah, I'm sure everyone will feel a whole lot better if we're tied up. The larger man, his uniform identifying him as Gerso, replied. Major Miles nodded and then turned to Scar. All right, Scar. Give us a good performance. I know what I'm doing, the Ishvalan replied. And you will keep your oath, your solemn word as a true Ishvalan? Major Miles asked and was met with an affirmative nod from Scar. It was enough for him. All right, let's move out. You may have the best vantage point for the hostage situation from the roof, he said, and began to direct the other soldiers. Samuels, make sure they get up safely. The rest of you come down to the ground floor with me. We'll meet Kimberly's forces and start the show. And that was that. Their plan was in motion, and they all left the room. Marco, Yoki, and May started to make their way out to head to the mineshaft that would take them directly into the tunnels under the mountain, which was quite a few buildings over. But they should be able to quickly head down once everyone was distracted by Scar and Winry before the storm got too bad. Amelia walked with Edward and Alphonse, heading down to the ground floor to make sure they were there to help give a convincing performance. As they separated at the stairs, Winry and Scar going up while everyone else went down, Samuels noticed something very quickly. Excuse me, miss? Your ears. Winry looked back at him in confusion, and Edward stopped to see what the problem was, and Amelia stopped when she noticed Ed wasn't following with them. Your earrings are made of metal. If you don't take them out, you'll get frostbite. Oh, Winry quickly went to take off her earrings, gathering them all in her palm. Seeing that everything was fine, Edward started to make his way back down. Winry looked over them for a moment before she started making her way back down the stairs. Ed. He looked up at the sound of his name, and so did Amelia, watching as Winry came over to him and dropped her earrings into his hand. You hang on to these for me, she said, and then she started to make her way back up the stairs, looking back over her shoulder. I'll see you back at the fort, she promised, and Edward wrapped his fingers around her earrings. nodding as he pocketed them and started to make his way down the stairs, Amelia joining him, still feeling that stinging sensation in her chest. She gave him a promise to see each other again, like when you leave a sweater at your crush's house. She pushed her feelings down again to focus. There was no reason she needed to start feeling like this now. They had to prioritize what they had to do, and she could allow herself to feel jealous over all of this when she was alone. They rushed out down to the bottom floor, and it wasn't long before they heard the first explosion to signal something going wrong to the incoming forces. The explosion shook the building, and Amelia couldn't help panicking a little bit, starting to pick up the pace as she could see rubble falling from the destroyed remains of what must have been part of the top floor. "He can't wait a minute," she said as she rushed down the stairs behind the other soldiers. They were still on the second floor. They weren't out yet. The building rumbled around them, and she couldn't help crying out as part of the wall fell off and smashed onto the floor. It wasn't close to them, but if they hadn't been moving, they likely would have been hit. Edward grabbed onto her arm, yanking her down the stairs and making her run faster as they rushed out of the building. Ed led the way as he dashed down, as Scar put in a second attack to make it look like things were getting worse, the building near the exit crumbling as they stepped out, and Amelia could hear the sounds of the floors just a few feet away from them, crumbling into rubble, undone. Scar had reached the roof and taken out an entire floor that also happened to have the outer staircase, sealing off any attempts to find them from outside of the building. The doorway out was shrouded in the dust of the rubble, and Edward rushed out, coughing out the remains that had managed to find its way into his throat. Amelia was in a similar predicament as he pulled her out of the dust cloud. As they came out into the snow, they could see a few of the brig's soldiers around them, armed and ready for a fight, looking over them confused as others started to rush out of the building. "Damn it," Edward cursed as he looked up at the roof, looking for Scar so he could hopefully yell at him for cutting it so close. "What's going on in there, Full Metal?" Kimberly's voice came over, getting Edward's attention. The blonde looked over at the man, infuriated as he looked him over. "You bastard." He started to march over to him. "This is all your fault, Kimberly. You were supposed to be watching Winry." Kimberly's eyes widened at his words. Another soldier gasped as he noticed movement. "Mr. Kimberly, look, up there on the roof." As everyone's attention was drawn, they looked up to see Scar holding a limp Winry under his arm, glaring down at them from the top of the building. The sight only seemed to shock Kimberly more, though it wasn't a very large shock as he looked up at the man. "Tell me something, Kimberly," Scar's voice carried down easily from his high vantage point. "Do you remember when we first met? It seems we've changed places." Kimberly growled out, "You shouldn't be so confident." Edward rushed over to Kimberly, grabbing him tightly by his collar. "Ed!" Amelia could hardly believe what he was doing. He knew this was all a show, but she wasn't expecting him to go at it so hard, especially considering what Kimberly was capable of. "Kimberly, damn you!" He grabbed the man so hard his hat went flying off. "Tell me why. Why is Winry here? We finally got Scar cornered, and now he's taken her hostage because of you." Kimberly's gaze was entirely focused on Scar as Edward demanded answers from him, his expression steeled as he fixated on his enemy standing on the roof. "Stand aside," he ordered, pulling off his gloves and revealing a pair of alchemical circles tattooed on each of his palms. Amelia's eyes widened as she realized he planned to attack that building and blow it up in the hopes of getting Scar, regardless of the hostage he had. "What are you doing?" Edward realized it too, and as Kimberly raised his hands, he reached up and pushed his arms apart, keeping his palms from meeting. Kimberly didn't seem to care, still trying to push them together, but Edward kept fighting back. "Stop! Stop this now, Crimson Alchemist. Can't you see Winry's up there with him? I won't let you attack." Kimberly glared down at Edward, his gaze going back up to Scar, looking irritated at being held back from doing what he wanted. "Why can't you just stay out of the way?" he growled out, still looking at Scar. Deciding this was enough, Scar transmuted the remains of the building underneath his feet, layers of concrete and steel falling to the earth and forcing everyone back. As the dust slowly faded away in the wind, Scar turned around and left with Winry's limp body. "Not so fast, Ishvalan!" Kimberly shouted, about to dash after him when another soldier grabbed him by his shoulder. "No, wait, it's much too dangerous to get close to the building," he warned him, and he was right. The rubble around the entrances made it difficult to get in, and certainly not safe, not if you wanted to keep your skin uncut and your clothes intact. All around them, the wind began to pick up. A billowing gust rushed around all of them. Fall back. It's a snowstorm, another soldier shouted. Hurry, we have to find shelter. Kimberly stayed put as others around him started to run out of the building to find a good place to stay and wait out the storm for now. He stared up at the spot where Scar had stood a while longer before going with his forces and leaving with them as everyone started to make their way out. There was a building a few blocks away that still had windows and doors that should work as a shelter for them to wait out the storm until it was safer for all of them to continue their search. Major Miles walked with Edward, Alphonse, and Amelia as the storm began to pick up, snowflakes rapidly falling from the dark clouds above them and adding to the snow around them as they made their way to the shelter. That was a convincing performance, Major Miles said to Edward. It wasn't a performance, Edward replied. I'm every bit as angry as I sounded back there. I feel so worthless having to put on this stupid charade. It's the best option we have for now, brother, Alphonse said, trying to comfort him, even though he wasn't exactly thrilled about it either. Edward remained silent, and they all made their way into the small house that would shelter their group and Kimberly's for a while until the storm let up. They all filed into the building and found a few spots. There was still some furniture left standing that didn't look like it would topple over at a moment's notice, so they took seats where they could. One room was made up to be the room for communications, so they could report everything to Fort Briggs and get a status update on what was happening there. In the time they had been gone, a search party had been sent down into the tunnel to search for the missing people who had first gone in, and hopefully by now they would come back with survivors, if there were any. Edward, Amelia, and Alphonse found a group of old crates to take a seat on for a while, and Kimberly and his men moved into the next room where the remains of a dining table and chairs sat to use as their meeting headquarters as they worked on a plan as the storm began to rage outside. Amelia could just barely hear their voices through the closed door, men giving encouragement to each other to come up with a plan to hunt down Scar since he would still be in town. Or at least, that's what they would think. They didn't know about the mining tunnels or that they were using them to escape with the perfect person to lead them through to the other side of the mountain. They would be able to get in a lot of travel time safely underground while the storm kept going and forced them into one place. I guess luck really is a factor with you guys, Amelia said as she heard the wind whistling outside, rattling the icy windows of their shelter. The two Elric brothers looked over at her. This storm came at the best possible time. The others will make really good ground while everyone here is stuck in one place. She looked over at Edward. Plus, all the new snow should cover their tracks. Yeah, that's true, Alphonse agreed, ever the optimist. The storm shouldn't come anywhere near them underground. Amelia smiled and nodded, allowing herself to relax for a little bit as she thought it over. Dr. Marco and Winry and the others will be able to safely make it out. They'll be able to decipher the notes and come back with a solid tactic to stop the nationwide transmutation circle. Things were starting to fall into place the way they wanted it to, and she allowed herself to feel a little optimistic about it. Yeah, it'll be fine, right, Ed? She looked over at Edward, who only let out a small hum in agreement as he looked down at something. She curiously looked over to see that he was holding Winry's earrings in his hand, and she sat back, choosing not to bother him further. Of course, he was more worried about Winry than anything else, so naturally he would be thinking of her now. She couldn't help but feel a little disappointed that he was so focused on it, but who was she to say anything? Right. Alphonse noticed the shift in her behavior pretty quickly, glancing over at his brother and then back to her. Are you all right, Amelia? He asked. Yeah, I'm fine. Why? She looked up at the armored boy. Well, it just seems like you've been acting a little different since we left the fort, Alphonse said. Well, to be fair, Al, this is the first time you're seeing my face since we got out of those prison cells, she replied with an amused laugh. We've been talking all this time, but we haven't been seeing each other at all. You might have just forgotten how I act sometimes. I guess so, Alphonse said. It's nice to see your face again. He laughed a little to himself, and she laughed with him. Yeah, it's good to see your face too, she said, reaching up and tapping the side of his shoulder in a friendly way, hearing the sound of her small taps echoing through his body. She let out a small hum as she looked over at his armor, and then back up at him. Al. Yes. You know, I've only ever seen you like this. I have no idea what your actual body looks like. She said, I'm pretty sure you look a good deal like Ed, since you're brothers and all, but what about you looks different from him? What would look different? Alphonse repeated the question, trying to think. Well, when we were younger, I had shorter hair than he did, and I guess my face might have looked a little rounder than his. I'm not sure how it would look now. Well, how would you want to look? Alphonse crossed his arms, trying to think. I guess I'd like to be kind of tall and lean. I always liked being lean instead of having big muscles. Yeah, I think I can see that. I'd prefer that too. I mean, let's be honest, after seeing someone like Major Armstrong, would anyone want to have those big muscles? Right, Alphonse laughed. The Major's great and all, but... Oh no, totally. He's awesome. But with all those muscles and that attitude. Yeah, definitely. Alphonse agreed, and the pair laughed again. Amelia let out a small sigh as she glanced out the window once more. How long do you think this storm will last? She wanted it to be long enough to give Winry and the others a head start, but she also didn't want to have to stay in here overnight. It won't be long, Major Miles's voice piped up. It's only a snowstorm, not a blizzard. They can leave as quickly as they come, but judging from the clouds I saw earlier, we might be in here for an hour, maybe two. Oh, okay. She leaned back on the crates she sat on, her arms keeping her up as she looked around the mostly empty room. She was definitely bored. It hadn't helped that her phone was still somewhere with the rest of her belongings back at Fort Briggs. She wished she had thought to ask for it now that there was so much downtime. All they could do was wait. Excuse me, Major. A soldier popped his head in from the other room. Briggs is on the line for you. The Major made his way into the other room to take the message, leaving Edward, Amelia, and Alphonse all alone together in the quiet of their room, with the sound of rattling windows and moaning gusts of wind to fill the silence. Amelia wasn't really sure what to say or what they could do for the time being, but it wasn't as if the silence was uncomfortable. She was mostly just antsy, unsure of how to kill time without her most convenient electronic means of doing so. She got up from the crates she sat on, starting to move around the room, looking at the little remains of junk and trash left behind by the previous owners. She crouched down in one spot, carefully moving around a few old boards of wood to see if anything was behind them. What are you doing? Alphonse asked. I don't know, I'm bored, Amelia replied as she let the wood fall over and then stand back up. If you're bored, maybe we should play our story game, Alphonse suggested as Amelia began to walk around them. Oh yeah, that sounds good, she smiled in agreement. I think it was Ed's turn, right? She walked over to him, giving his automail shoulder a gentle nudge with her hand. How about you come up with something for us to listen to? Edward didn't respond at first, his automail hand tightening around Winry's earrings and pocketing them again. He just sat still, his elbows resting on his knees as he looked down at the floor. Amelia frowned at his continued silence and nudged him again. Ed, come on. You know it's your turn. If it's any consolation, they never last long, so Al can go after you. Why didn't you tell me Kimberly had a philosopher's stone? Edward's question stunned her, and even more surprising was the low tone in his voice. He hadn't even looked at her when he asked, his gaze staying towards the floor. She took all of it as just him still being upset about everything that happened, but she hadn't been expecting that question. I didn't think it was important, she answered. Bullshit, you had to know that it was important. Edward glared up at her, and she stepped back. I really didn't. You guys said you didn't want to use it, so I didn't think it had any relevance, she defended. We won't use it, but Kimberly definitely would. Edward said, why didn't you think to mention that from your last meeting? He said he offered it to you first before he offered it to me, is that right? Alphonse looked up at Amelia, his own curiosity showing as Edward kept questioning her. Well, yeah, but like I said, you guys. You don't think Kimberly might have used that stone earlier, when he was about to attack Scar and Winry? Amelia wasn't sure how to respond to this. Edward had been angry plenty of times, but this wasn't like before. His usual rage was loud and explosive, out of control and usually detained by Alphonse. It wasn't so quiet like this, it wasn't so directed like this, it was a significant difference from what she had seen from him. I wasn't really thinking about that, no. He offered it to you, so I figured. You figured what? Edward stood up, and Amelia took another step back from him, You figured that he would just keep it in his pocket and never touch it until I had done what he said. That I would go through with all of his orders. That I would capture Scar for him and help him kill all those people at Briggs. Jesus, no. Then, what exactly were you thinking he would do with that philosopher's stone? Edward took another step forward towards her, and she continued to back up. What's with you? Why are you so focused on this anyway? Amelia's nervousness could be heard in her voice as she took another step back, and Edward took another step forward. Because you didn't think to mention that the Crimson Alchemist, one of the most dangerous alchemists we know of, has an alchemical amplifier as powerful as the Philosopher's Stone with him. And now here we are, trapped in a building in a storm with him, waiting on his next command. I didn't think it was a big deal. I'm sorry, okay? She took another step back and stumbled as her heel hit the wall, and she fell back against it. Though she managed to still stand up, Edward was still right in front of her, and she held out her hands defensively. Why are you getting so worked up about this? Because you didn't tell us anything about that meeting with Kimberly, especially not something like that. You don't think he'll make use of it on his own time somehow. Ed, just calm down. I'm sorry, all right? I made a mistake. Yeah, you made a really big one. Edward turned around with a huff, leaving Amelia where she was, still backed up against the wall as he walked away from her, his arms crossed angrily as he moved a few feet away. She felt her heart pounding in her chest as she looked at his back, and she took a slow breath to try and calm herself down. She hadn't really been that scared of Edward before. She wasn't used to seeing him angry like that. She heard the sound of clanking metal and looked up to see Alphonse had come over to her. Are you okay? He asked in a quiet voice, obviously concerned for her. Yeah, I'm fine, she said, stepping away from the wall and looking back over at Edward. She frowned at him. You know, just because you're mad that you couldn't think of a plan, you don't have to take it out on me just because I forgot to mention that, she said as she reached over to her shoulders to dust off whatever might have gotten left on her clothes from the wall. What? Edward looked over his shoulder at her, and she quickly closed her mouth, regretting that she had spoken at all. Never mind, forget it. She didn't want to get into that kind of argument with him again. That's not why I'm mad. Okay, I'm sorry I said anything, Amelia said, starting to step away from him. You want to know why I'm mad? As Edward started to march over to her, she started to hide behind Alphonse. I'm mad because someone I thought I could trust decided to. Brother, that's enough. Can't you see you're scaring her? Alphonse cut him off by holding out his arm and preventing him from going forward, and Edward stopped. He looked over at Amelia, seeing how she was partially hiding behind Alphonse, her brow creased in worry over whatever was about to come out of his mouth next. His expression softened a little, and his shoulders dropped slightly as he realized what had happened. It was an honest mistake. She already apologized. Edward looked up at Alphonse, and then at Amelia, taking a step back. Sorry, Amelia. I'm sorry, too. I didn't think that it would be that important for you to know. Amelia apologized again. No, it's... Edward sighed, frustrated. Never mind, don't apologize. Amelia relaxed a little and stepped out from behind Alphonse, looking over Edward in concern. Why are you so worked up? I mean, you get mad sometimes, but not like this. Edward glanced over at her, turning around so she could only see his back as he moved one gloved hand through his bangs, trying to figure out how to put everything into words. He stopped when the door opened, and Major Miles came in, followed by another soldier, both of them with grim expressions on their faces. We have a problem, he announced to them. Fort Briggs is no longer safe. Edward's eyes widened. What do you mean the fort's no longer safe? He snapped, and Miles put up his hand to remind him to be quiet, glancing at the door where Kimberly was planning his search in the next room, and the others all came closer to Major Miles speak to him without alerting Kimberly to what was happening. I mean that General Armstrong has been summoned back to the Central Command Center, Miles explained. Troops sent from Central have begun invading Briggs in large numbers. There's no doubt they're acting on the Crimson Alchemist's orders. When we were back at the fort, I noticed him making rather frequent phone calls. But if General Armstrong isn't there, then who will command the fort? Amelia asked, hoping it would be a situation like a second-in-command being picked. A commander handpicked by Bradley will be posted in her place, Miles answered gravely. What do we do about Winry? Edward urgently asked. Hiding her and the others will be difficult, Miles admitted. If they're not careful, they're bound to fall into the enemy's clutches. This news didn't sit well with Edward, his fists clenching as he started to pace, trying to think. We have to find some way to warn them, he said as he walked around their small room. Is it possible to reach them by radio somehow? Amelia asked, looking for solutions. We didn't give them any, and I doubt any signals would reach underground, Major Miles said, and there's no way we can catch up to them in a storm this bad. Outside, the wind still rattled the glass of the window, snow falling so hard and fast it was difficult to see more than 10 feet beyond the glass. So we just sit here and do nothing? Edward turned to the frosted window, glaring out at the raging snowstorm. I'll go tell them. Don't go underestimating the storm out there, kid, the other soldier said. You'll freeze to death before you come anywhere close to reaching them. Even with your automail, I don't know that it'll help in this weather. Amelia agreed. I don't see any way we can get to them in time, maybe if we gun it by car, but even then. There is a way, Alphonse spoke up, getting everyone's attention. Listen, send someone who doesn't have a body. That storm won't freeze me to death. Are you sure? Ed asked. Even if you won't freeze, it's not like you know the way back on foot. We can get you a map to help you in that, Major Miles said, nodding to his soldier who went to go and do just that. The mountain is directly north of this town, and the path there is pretty clear, even in this snowfall. You'll just need directions out of the town. This is a good idea, but what are we going to do when Kimberly asks where Al is? Amelia asked. He'll notice right away that he's gone missing. Alphonse and Edward looked around the room. Well, there's plenty of cement in these walls, and I'm sure there's more we can use in this old junk. We can easily make a fake armor to look like Al. We just need someone to fill it out to play the role until Al could come back. Amelia wasn't sure this was their best option, but it was their only one for the time. Yeah, all right, I'll help you out, she said, and the two of them got to work while Major Miles worked with one of his soldiers creating an easy map for Alphonse to use while he walked out in the snow. So, would we just meet up with you back at the fort when it's done? She asked Alphonse, looking over at him as she and Edward gathered up materials that they could transmute into a look-alike armor. I guess so. I can meet you guys when you're leaving the fort, Alphonse suggested. Yeah, we won't be sticking around long now that the general's not there, Edward said. We'll tell them that we're expanding our search for May or something if they ask. It seemed well enough for the time being, but she couldn't help this feeling of dread in her stomach. They were coming up with a lot of plans on the fly, and it just didn't sit well with her, but she couldn't really think of any other option for now, so she went along with it. The look-alike armor really did look exactly like Alphonse when they finished, and they set it up so it looked like Alphonse was in deep thought so hopefully no one would think to look at the empty armor and ask it a question. Major Miles got one of his men, Sergeant Pens, to volunteer to play the part of Alphonse once the storm passed. Major Miles was right. It was only about an hour and a half before it dissipated, and the sun came shining through again. Major Miles got two of his men, Pens and Samuels, into the room with Edward and Amelia to discuss what plans they had while the rest of his men were busy with Kimberly and preparing to search for Scar in town. The storm has finally passed. Start preparing, Major Miles ordered. Yes, sir, the two soldiers replied. We can't take any risks with Kimberly and his men, so first chance you get, take out all three of them, Miles ordered. Understood, sir, said Samuels. Yes, sir, said Pens. Edward had an uneasy look on his face as he realized this was their plan. Amelia looked over at him, seeing his furrowed brow and his pressed lips. He clearly wanted to say something, but he had been very quiet since Alphonse had left them to go warn Winry and the others. She had to admit she wasn't expecting them to be so serious about it. She would have thought they would have taken Kimberly prisoner to get some information for their side first before they killed him. You're the only ones to know of this mission, Miles continued. Don't mention it outside of this room. Hey, hold on a minute, Edward spoke up. You're not planning on killing them, are you, Major? Of course we are, he answered in a chilling tone of voice. No, I'm not gonna have any part of that, Edward replied. I say we should take Kimberly prisoner and try to get some answers. I agree, he works directly with the enemy. He must have loads of information that we can use, Amelia added. Do you really think he'll tell us anything? Miles asked, and Amelia had to admit that he made a good point. Her time with Kimberly was brief, but it wasn't likely that normal interrogation would work with him. He's too dangerous to live. But we don't know that about his men, Edward insisted. I mean, for all we know, he could be manipulating them somehow, forcing them to obey. You could be right, but we can't take such a risk on a possibility, Miles said. And yet you're still willing to kill them for one? Edward shot back at him. This isn't like it was with General Raven. Major Miles's eyes narrowed as Edward brought it up. There might be another way. Have you forgotten the first law of Briggs? Miles interrupted him. The careless are the first to die. You show mercy in this place, and I guarantee it's gonna get you or your friends killed. Edward's eyes widened at his words, glancing over at Amelia, who looked back at him. She had to admit that Major Miles made a good point, and Kimberly would definitely not be of any good help to them, but his men weren't necessarily bad like he was. Right. Still, neither of them particularly wanted to die, but they weren't comfortable going forward with this plan. Edward's lips pressed together again as the conflict of these philosophies fought inside of him. Amelia let out a small sigh through her nose, unsure if she could say anything to change the Major's mind about this situation. However, deciding to take their silence as their answer, Major Miles, Sergeant Penn's, and Lieutenant Samuels all started to make their way out of the room. We aren't going to be careless, he told them as he left. We're killing Kimberly and the two men with him. The door closed shut behind them, leaving Amelia and Edward in the quiet of the room as they began to prepare for their plan. Edward's fists were clenched as he tried to think about a solution that would suit them all, but he wasn't coming up with anything. Amelia stepped away for a moment to look out the window, seeing the Briggs soldiers and Kimberly's men all talking as they prepared for their search for Scar, who was long gone by now. Major Miles has a good point about Kimberly, she said softly, getting Edward's attention. He's sharper than he appears. He won't give us any information, not even if we tortured it out of him. She looked back at Edward. Maybe it's for the best if they kill him. But what about those two men with him? Edward demanded. What if they're like those other two chimeras that Al talked to? Maybe they're just being forced into this. I'm not saying they should die, too, Amelia quickly said. I agree that Major Miles is taking this a little far. Kimberly is the only one we really need to worry about, but... I mean, what if they're not like those chimeras? What if they're just guys who want to do this because they have the same goals that General Raven did? You don't know that. And neither do you. I'm just saying he makes a good point. I'm not saying it's the best point or the plan I would have picked, but it's a valid point. He's just trying to be safe and cover all his bases. Well, I still don't like it. Edward crossed his arms. I don't think it makes a difference if you like it or not. It's out of our hands. Amelia said, glancing back out the window. I doubt we can convince Major Miles out of this plan. He's going to move forward with it no matter what we do. Edward let out a hum, starting to pace with his arms crossed over his chest, still trying to think. There has to be a way to make this easier on them, at least. I don't think we have to kill Kimberly. He could tell us a lot more than his men could. Even so, I don't think we could get it out of him. He's already pretty powerful and dangerously smart, Amelia said. What if we took away his defenses? Edward asked, turning to her. What do you mean? He's an alchemist who hasn't seen the truth, so he has to rely on his transmutation circles on his palms. If we take them out, then he doesn't have any real defense beyond hand-to-hand combat. You think you could take him alone? Amelia asked. I think I could, Edward said with a grin. Amelia frowned, but you might have a better chance if we do it 2-on-1. Even the best fighters struggle taking on multiple opponents. Edward's grin quickly faded. No, I don't think that's the best option for you. Why not? Amelia asked. You've said I've been doing better in our fights, and I know I'm not exactly the strongest compared to you or Al, but I think I could still have a chance if I fought with you. Edward frowned, his eyes going to her injured arm. He remembered when she had gotten hurt, how he and Alphonse had been searching the city for her for what felt like an eternity before they finally managed to get word that she was in the hospital. He had rushed in and forced the door open, ready to tear her a new one for ditching them like that, but he had never really seen her seriously hurt, and for a moment she had just seemed really small on that examining table. Like something could come along and crush her under their boot if they wanted to. Hearing it had been envy, He had more fury than ever for that annoying homunculus, not just because of all the short jokes, but because he had gone so far as to do this to her. He looked back up at her. Amelia, you've only ever fought me. I don't think you're ready for a fight with Kimberly. You have other talents that I'm sure we can put to use in other ways. Like what? Amelia frowned. Well, if I take care of Kimberly, do you think you might be able to stall Major Miles and the others? Stall them just long enough until I can convince them that Kimberly has information that's too valuable to risk killing him for, Edward explained. You can stall them, right? I mean, I definitely can, but I have to admit I'm not used to coming up with distractions with soldiers like Major Miles, Amelia said. Then it'll be a little challenge for you. Edward grinned. Come on, this should be cake for you. Remember that old cat lady in Central? You managed to figure her out super quick. I guess I can probably ask a few probing questions to get his attention, she said, bringing one hand up to her chin as she started to think. Considering what we know about his background and what we just saw with Scar, I can probably come up with something. She could ask a few questions about the experience, his thoughts on his plan to change Amstress's views on Ishvalan people from the inside out. She could probably get a conversation going long enough to stall for a little while. It might not be for very long, though, maybe only a minute at best. Soldiers are trained to have a one-track mind and stay focused on their mission above all else. If I get a little personal, he'll stop for a minute, but that might be all I can get you. A minute will be plenty, Edward said, a bit more confident now that they had something planned out. I should be able to talk to Kimberly and take out his transmutation circles so we can really start talking. She nodded. Okay, I guess we have a plan then. She smiled at him, feeling a little more confident about this as well, though that sense of dread was still there. She took it just as anxiety, nerves that should help her work a little faster to make sure everything worked out the way they wanted it to. Amelia and Edward waited to the side to join Major Miles's search squad while the others were all getting organized. Pens was inside the fake armor, sitting down while they waited, able to hear everything that was being said to the Major. 3 men in this squad, one soldier reported. There are 5 men in mine, sir, another reported. Each squad is ready then. Spread out and carefully search your designated sector. Major Miles ordered and was met with a small group of yes, sir. In response, he looked over to see Kimberly and his men already on the move to wherever it was they wanted to search. Major Miles turned to Edward, Amelia, and the fake Alphonse. Let's get going. Yes, sir, said Pens from inside his suit as he pushed himself to stand up. Don't get carried away, Alphonse, Edward said in a dry voice. There's no reason to call the Major, sir. Pens jumped slightly as he realized his mistake, and Amelia shook her head in subtle disappointment, hearing the man grunt a little bit as the left arm moved a little, and then the right. It's hard to move around in here. Couldn't you have made this thing lighter? You're strong, you can handle it, Edward hissed at him. Come on, Kimberly's watching. Kimberly had been leading the way for his search, followed by Major Miles and his squad, looking back at them to see if they were joining him. Amelia and Edward walked like normal, but it was taking a minute for Pens to figure out how to walk in his disguise. Hold on, brother, he called in a falsetto voice in an attempt to sound closer to Alphonse, which wasn't bad, but anyone could hear the difference if they knew Alphonse at all. He tramped forward in the suit of armor, each step clanking and clunking just like Al normally would, but definitely slower than him. Hurry up, come on, Edward said as they tried to keep up with the group, though it was a little easier for all of them to hang back for a while. They began walking down various paths, part of the squad splitting up as they got further and further into the city, but most staying pretty close to Kimberly as he was starting to head down his own path. Major Miles leaned in towards one officer, speaking quietly so Kimberly wouldn't hear them. Did you overhear Kimberly say where his squad is searching? You saw that mineshaft in the center of town, didn't you? They're headed down there to search the tunnels. Their words carried back to Amelia and Edward, who frowned at the sound of it. I told you he was sharper than he looked, Amelia whispered to Edward, a small warning to advise him about going forward with Kimberly. He had already figured out the escape plan they had set up for Winry and everyone else. I heard him mention that he couldn't trust the northern soldiers, so he's only taking the men he brought with him, sir. The soldier continued. I guess he's figured us out then. Major Miles muttered, stepping back to speak with Lieutenant Samuels, who had been walking beside him. We'll head them off. Position snipers near the opening of the mineshaft. Yes, sir, Samuels replied, and the group carried on. Edward started to fall back, giving Amelia a knowing glance. If they were going to head them off in preparation, it was time they started their plan, too. She gave him a subtle nod as she moved to keep pace with Sergeant Penn's inside his suit. Were you able to hear all of that? She asked quietly. Not really, Penn's replied from inside. Major Miles said he wants to head off Kimberly at the mineshaft, Amelia said, starting to pick up the pace. Come on, if we keep up with him, it won't look as suspicious. Penn's was panting from inside the suit, but he was managing as he kept pace with Amelia, not seeming to notice that Edward was separating from them. With luck, this plan would work. Hopefully. She wasn't sure if it was as solid as it could be, but considering it was just the two of them. And there was that time crunch of trying to meet Kimberly in time before he was killed. They had to work with it. Now that she thought about it, it seemed a lot of their plans were a little rushed for the day. She hoped it wasn't a sign of anything. She walked with Penn's until they were able to meet up with Samuels and Major Miles, who instantly noticed a distinct lack of a certain alchemist. Where's Full Metal? He said he didn't want to be a part of this, so I suggested he go wait somewhere else. Amelia explained, I figured it wasn't a big deal as long as I was with Penn's, because I need a supervisor and all. Yes, that's fine, Miles said, and the men started to make their way into the building just next to the mineshaft. Penn's heading up the stairs in his armor until they got up to the 3rd floor. Someone help me take this thing off, he said from inside, and Amelia reached for the helmet first before going for the straps that would open up the chest plate. Here you go, she said as she opened it up, the man inside taking a deep breath of the cold air once he was freed. He didn't hesitate to step out of the suit and leave it on the floor as Samuels handed him his rifle, leaving Amelia with the helmet and remains of the Alphonse disguise. Oh, I'm just now realizing you're like a foot shorter than Alphonse, she said as she put the helmet back on top so it still looked like Al, just slumped over. How were you able to see out of there? There was a crack between the bottom of the helmet and the neck. I could see out of it okay, Penn's said as he started to load his weapon, and then he paused as he glanced over at her. You know, you might not want to be in the room for this. What do you mean? Amelia asked, playing dumb. The men all glanced at each other before looking back to her. I know Elric was strongly against killing him. I didn't expect you to be in support of it, Miles commented, finding it a little strange. We talked it out a little bit after you left. With everything I know about him, I thought you made a good point. After all, I met with Kimberly before Ed did, she said. I'm sure you remember that meeting. She glanced over at the opening in the wall where they were starting to set up everything, and then glanced back at Major Miles. You guarded the door, after all. Yes, I remember that you and he didn't seem to get along, he said as he looked over at his men, and Amelia figured this was the best time to start stalling. Right, well, Kimberly's definitely not the kind of guy who would willingly give us information. You were right about that, she said, getting the Major's attention. It might be better to play it safe and take him out. Major Miles looked over at her curiously. I mean, the homunculi trust him enough to give him access to a philosopher's stone. I've never seen them do that with any of the senior staff. Though I don't think they're alchemists. Are they alchemists? She figured she may as well start her plans for a distraction. No, the majority of the senior staff in Central are all generals and normal soldiers. None of them are alchemists, Major Miles said. Amelia decided to keep going with her line of questioning as they worked, thinking it would be her best opportunity for a distraction like she promised Edward and keep the Major from making any orders. That seems a little odd, doesn't it? I mean, I know I'm not super familiar with the way Amstress runs, but wouldn't it be easier for an alchemist to climb through the military ranks than the average soldier? She asked. There are plenty of promotions based on performance, but with alchemists they show their performance every year in assessments, Miles explained, which is all well and good, but you can't expect to get a promotion every year you pass an assessment test. If you do your job well or have the right connections, then they can, but you can easily get promoted up a rank or two if you're not state certified based on merit. He turned as he watched Penn's setting up his rifle. Is it clear? Yes, sir, he's in my sights, Penn's replied, and Amelia panicked a little bit, realizing it meant Kimberly was there. He hadn't been that far behind them when they headed this way, and she wasn't sure if she had done enough. She hadn't realized they were operating without Major Miles' direct orders. Major, I know you're busy, but just one last follow-up question. Pens let out a gasp that caught the Major's attention. What's wrong? It's Edward, he answered. What? Miles went over to the opening to see Edward approaching Kimberly, and Amelia followed behind him. They could see the two figures speaking to one another, but they couldn't really hear them from their place in the building nearby. Amelia only grew nervous as she looked at the two of them, but she was glad to see that Edward's presence was making them hesitate. She could hear the murmur of their voices, and Edward's went a little quiet after a few words were exchanged, making her think that Kimberly must have said something that made him change his tactics. He was just trying to stop him from going into the mine shaft, right? They're just standing there, talking. Pens muttered as he still had his rifle aimed. What should I do? He was hesitant to act considering there was someone right near Kimberly. Can you still target Kimberly? Miles asked. Yes, sir. Then aim carefully and fire. Wait, what about Edward? Amelia asked. Are you seriously just going to take this guy out when he's right in front of him? Are you trying to traumatize him even more? Before the Major could even dismiss her, Kimberly raised his hands, showing the transmutation circles on his palms, and then bringing them to the snowy ground. A huge cloud of snow bursting up and out in his signature explosion style, engulfing the building they were in and the surrounding area. That bastard, he's using the snow to block our view, Pens cursed, stepping back from the opening he had been using. Kimberly, Edward's voice came up from the cloud below, and Amelia tensed at the sound. Shit, I need to get down there, she said, turning and heading for the stairs. If Edward was about to fight Kimberly in that mess, he would need whatever help he could get. If she could barely see anything from 3 stories up, Edward definitely couldn't on the ground. Amelia, Major Miles called after her, but she didn't stop. There was no point in them trying to snipe Kimberly now when they couldn't see. She knew they would be following her as she rushed down 3 flights of stairs to get to the cloud. She could hear the sounds of fighting not too far away from her and see the light of a transmutation being performed, but nothing else. The cloud of snow was still billowing around them, and she couldn't see anything through it, but she could still see the mine shaft opening towering over everything else. Edward, she called out to him as Major Miles, Sergeant Pens, and Lieutenant Samuels all came down. What's going on in there? Where are you? Amelia, Edward's voice came from the fog. It's Kimberly's men. These guys are chimeras, and they know how to fight in low visibility. Stay out of here, trust me. And shortly after he told her to stay out, she heard him crying out in panic, and then a sudden thud. Ed, she only grew more worried since she couldn't see what was happening. She didn't receive any kind of response, and that just gnawed at her mind. He was in there somewhere, fighting a pair of human chimeras, and Kimberly was probably making his way into the mine's tunnels to find Winry and Scar and ruin their plan. She needed to do something to help. She looked out at the cloud, and then at the area around her. If this cloud could be produced with alchemy, then surely she could get rid of it with alchemy. It was only snow, so it was just water in the air. It could easily be solidified or turned back into a liquid form. Major, you and your men might want to stand back for a minute, she said, stepping towards the cloud. What are you doing? He asked. If Kimberly made this thing with alchemy, then I should be able to unmake it the same way. Admittedly, she had never performed a transmutation on something already in the air, but she rationalized that she had to learn about it sometime. She took a deep breath before bringing her hands together and bringing them down onto the snow below her feet. She watched as the light from her transmutation shot up into the air, the white, billowing clouds starting to turn into water droplets that rained down, but there was so much of it. She grunted as she kept trying to keep the transmutation going, trying to reach out further, and her transmutation lightning continued to reach into the cloud. But it was as if there was a barrier keeping her from reaching as far as she really wanted. She kept pouring what energy she could into it, feeling it rushing through her body and into the snow, and soon enough the cloud was cleared enough for them to make out their surroundings. Whatever was left was quickly fading away into the wind. When it was finished, she let out a heaving breath, her limbs feeling like they were made of jelly for a few moments. Ugh! Transmutations never really left her feeling like this, but she also never tried to keep them going for longer than a few seconds. She pushed herself up, but her legs were shaky, and one gave way, forcing her to quickly kneel down in the cold snow that she could barely feel, which was a little worrisome. Lieutenant Samuels came over to her, his hands already going to her shoulders as she tried to stand up again. "Are you all right?" "I'm fine, just a little wobbly," she said, pushing herself to stand up. Her legs felt tingly and her arms hung at her sides, but there wasn't any real pain. "We should hurry. Kimberly's probably already heading into the tunnels." She started taking a few small steps, limping slightly as she waited for the pins and needles to stop and get feeling back in her legs again, but Major Miles reached out and stopped her. "You need to stay back. I'm calling for backup," he ordered. "We're going to need some extra hands if we have to chase him down in the mines." "Are you serious? We can't just sit here and wait for your guys to come in," Amelia snapped. It was only a few moments after she said this that they heard an explosion from within the mineshaft entrance. And another few moments afterwards, a foul stench filled the air, and everyone was quick to hold their noses. What is that disgusting smell?" Samuels asked. Amelia covered up her nose too as she looked around them. "I think it's ammonia, but where the hell did it come from?" Miles asked, turning to Samuels. "Call the Charlie squad and Jackson squad. I want to make sure we have all the people we need to get this done." "Yes, sir," Samuels said, pulling his pack off of his shoulders to do just that. "I'm not just going to sit here and wait for your backup to come," Amelia insisted. "Edward's fighting Kimberly when he has a philosopher's stone. That's not exactly something we can just forget about and hope he makes it." "I'm aware of that, and we'll move in, but you're not going in by yourself," Miles said. "You're still not walking correctly. What happened to you?" "I don't know. It doesn't matter. I'm fine. My legs are just asleep. I can walk it off," she said, turning to take a few more steps to the entrance only for her still tingling leg to give way again, and she let out a yelp as she fell on her face. She grunted as she pushed herself up, her arms still feeling like jelly as she tried to get back on her feet, forcing her legs to move so that she could at least kneel. Had that transmutation really taken this much out of her? Was she really so inexperienced? She felt a pair of hands moving under her arms, pulling her up and away from the entrance. "Hey!" She glared up at Major Miles. "You're hardly in any condition to fight when you can barely walk," Miles said, helping her to stand before reaching for the phone from Lieutenant Samuel's pack. "This is Major Miles. I need Charlie and Jackson's squad to make their way to the mineshaft now. Kimberly's gone rogue and he's brawling with Full Metal." She could just barely make out the affirmative acknowledgments of his orders before he handed it back to Samuels, who began packing it away. "Now, what's wrong with you?" "I don't know, my legs are just numb," she said. "I think that transmutation might have taken out a lot more than I realized. I've never done one continuously for that long before." She admitted that she might not be the most experienced alchemist, but at least she managed to get the clouds out of their way. "Look, I don't want to just sit here and wait for something to happen. We need to get moving." "We will, but you need to stay back from everything. You're not going to be much good in a fight." Major Miles was cut off as they saw a flash of red lightning and heard a sudden rumbling, the four of them looking to the mineshaft entrance, watching as the roof was torn open, smoke pouring out into the sky as the earth began to shake around them. Smoke exploded around the mineshaft and shot into the sky. The horrendous creaking of metal could be heard as the crane that roofed the mineshaft began to fall inward, the ground collapsing around it and pulling down plenty of the land with it. Wood and shrapnel started flying and Major Miles quickly dove to the ground and yanked Amelia down with him, one hand over her back to keep her pinned so they could avoid the worst of the blast as the air was filled with the gut-wrenching sounds of the earth coming undone, as the mineshaft began to break apart and fall into the depths of the holes that were dug so long ago. The explosion rushed through the mining town, and Amelia couldn't hear anything but the sounds of destruction for a solid 10 seconds, and they felt like the longest 10 seconds of her life. She hadn't even been aware she had been screaming until it started to quiet as the rubble fell less. She lifted her head up, seeing some of the smoke in front of her being pulled away by the wind, but the mineshaft was gone. There was nothing left but a gaping hole that was now filled with the steel remains of the drill that broke apart, as well as the remains of the old building, and blocked their way in. She coughed as she started to lift herself up, taking in the distinct smell of ammonia among the dust and barely there remains of the wood that had gone flying into the air. Edward? She called out for him, but received no answer. She quickly stood up, starting to head over to the hole. Edward, answer me. Amelia, stop. Major Miles grabbed her and held her back from the hole. The ground isn't stable. Edward, she kept shouting out for him. Edward Elric, you better answer me, damn you. She received no response. There was no sign of anyone inside the mineshaft, and she could feel panic welling up inside of her. It was just like when gluttony swallowed him. He was there, and suddenly he was gone. She kept coughing as her breath started to come faster, her mind reeling as that fear that he had disappeared again started to grow. He had been inside the mineshaft when it exploded, but maybe he had gotten out, maybe he was okay. But at the same time, she hadn't seen any sign of him leaving, and there wasn't any around the entrance. She felt tears flowing over her cheeks as her chest grew tighter, screaming out his name at the top of her lungs in the hope that he would call back, Edward. But there was only silence. Chapter 33. Once everyone had regrouped, they spent the remaining time of their day searching through the rubble of the mine shaft to look for any signs of bodies or survivors. Amelia insisted on helping where she could, moving piles of stone and steel aside with alchemy and getting it safely out of the way so the others could look. She didn't want to give up, but the process of constantly performing transmutations to move hundreds of pounds of materials at a time was beginning to wear on her after a while. Still, she pushed through as much as she could until she couldn't physically lift up her arms from them being so numb. She had to rest, and Major Miles and the others continued their search while she stayed behind for a while. For the remainder of the day, they searched for any signs of Edward, Kimberly, or the two chimeras that worked for Kimberly. While they found bits and pieces of things, they didn't find anything substantial that they might use or any sign that they had left there alive. One thing that did come up, though, as they ventured deeper and deeper down into the mineshaft, they found the very bottom of the hole. The only sign of life they found was a large puddle of blood on the floor, in a pattern that suggested someone had been laying on their side as they bled out. And while it was their only sign, it was unfortunately useless to them since they had no idea where the body that bled it was, if they had been moved, or if they had gotten up and walked away, or any signs of where they might have gone. They continued to search until the last of the lights started to fade away and Major Miles began to order their return to the fort. Amelia immediately protested this. What? No, we have to keep looking. We don't have the means to continue this search for any longer than we already have. It's been 10 hours. Major Miles replied. So, we can get some flashlights and dig. We can't stop looking, there has to be something down here, she insisted. We have found everything we are going to find. There's no point in wasting further resources. We need to return to the fort. Major Miles insisted in response. It's not wasting it. Edward has to be one of the most valuable state alchemists in the country. Amelia, we are returning to the fort. There's nothing else we can do. I'm not leaving without Edward. If you wish to stay down here and hunt for his body, you may. At the mention of his body, the blood began to drain from Amelia's face, horrified at the thought that his corpse was down here somewhere. But my men are returning to the fort. Now you can either keep searching and freeze to death, or you can return with us and rest for the night. I'm sure you'll need to see a doctor for your arms. She could still barely lift them as it was. The pins and needles she had in her shoulders were very uncomfortable, and she was pretty sure there were icicles forming on her exposed hair from the cold. But she didn't want to just leave with no signs of Edward or where he was. But the thought of finding his body down here didn't make her eager to stay, either. She ended up conceding and headed back into the cars with the major and the other soldiers. She stayed in her seat, closing her eyes as she felt her exhaustion catching up with her. Before she knew it, she had fallen asleep in her seat and slept all the way back to the fort. After all the work she had done and everything she had felt, her body was exhausted, and she essentially passed out in the car. Major Miles was grateful for the silence since she had been working essentially non-stop, until she bordered on unconsciousness trying to move rubble and make a stable path for them to search. He could organize a small platoon to search tomorrow, but for now, they needed to get back to the fort and figure out what needed to be done. General Armstrong was in Central and likely wouldn't be able to be reached, but they would need to tell the current commanding officer about Edward Elric and his brother going missing, as well as Kimberly, and what would need to be done about Amelia. He didn't particularly like the idea of asking about her. There were only a few ways that situation could go, given her non-citizen status, on top of her conviction. He imagined if she wasn't immediately put back in jail in Fort Briggs to be transferred to the jails in Central, she could be reassigned to another state alchemist. However, it would be easier for the enemy to keep her under their thumb, considering her sacrificial status that she shared with Edward. He could ensure that she had somewhere to go, but it would be some time before he could establish that proper contact. He would have to do it before he was ordered to report to their new commanding officer, which could be anywhere from the moment he arrived to tomorrow morning. That wasn't a lot of time to get a message in, especially through military lines, which were all heavily monitored, and the enemy would certainly hear about it if they looked for it. Though that brought up the question of how long it would be until they started looking for it. Once word got out that the Elrics were missing, he had no doubt they would be looking for her and try to keep her in one place so they wouldn't have to worry about her leaving anywhere. Still, how long would it be until they got that information? Depending on when he would report to his commanding officer, it could be a full day. It wasn't a lot of time to ensure her safety, but it was possible. When they arrived back at the fort, he exited the car and had someone else wake her up, take her to the medical wing immediately, and following that take her to the quarters she was given when they first arrived. He ordered, and Samuels nodded as he reached into the backseat to wake her up. He shook her shoulder gently at first, and then a little harder when he realized she was in a very deep sleep. "Huh?" She was still bleary-eyed as she lifted her head. "Wha's happenin'? Are we there?" "Yes, we're at the fort. We need to get you to the medical wing," Samuel said as he helped her out of the car. "How are you feeling?" "Tired," she replied, yawning as she started to wake up a little more. She didn't say anything else as she let Samuels lead her to the medical wing to get a checkup by the doctor. She was exhausted, and he had to make sure she stayed upright as they walked. Major Miles separated from them and went to the elevator to head up to the next level of the floor for radio communications. When he arrived, he was greeted by two familiar faces who saluted him immediately once they saw him. "Welcome back to the fort, Major." Captain Buccaneer and Lieutenant Falman greeted him. "Any changes to report?" Miles asked as he stepped out of the elevator and into the hall, the two men following him at his signal. "None since we spoke," Captain Buccaneer reported. "The situation is still normal here, but we've heard that Kimberly has gone missing." "You heard right," Miles confirmed. "There was an explosion in one of the mine shafts. No one's heard from Kimberly or a few others since then. We did a thorough search through the rubble, but no bodies turned up." Buccaneer and Falman shared a worried glance, concerned for their forces. Even if a new commanding officer had come to take over the fort, that didn't mean they weren't still operating as one unit without the guidance of General Armstrong. Any loss to their numbers, however, had to be taken seriously. "Are the other men that are missing Briggs soldiers?" Buccaneer asked. Miles stopped walking, and the two others stopped behind him. No, they were two of Kimberly's men, and the Full Metal Alchemist. Falman couldn't help the shocked gasp that escaped him at the news that Edward had gone missing in the rubble of a mine shaft explosion. "What's happened to his brother, then?" he asked, curious to their state. "We lost track of him in a snowstorm," Miles lied, giving a small signal with his hands that he would tell them more in private when he was sure no one else was listening, and Falman relaxed. "And his apprentice is currently being treated in the medical wing. She performed some transmutations that seemed to get the better of her, and she's been excavating through rubble almost non-stop since Edward Elric went missing. I'm sure she'll make good use of whatever rest she gets tonight." He started walking towards the radio room again, and the two men continued to follow him. "I see. What will happen to her when word gets out about Edward?" Falman asked. "I'm not entirely sure, but I'm putting in my effort towards a certain outcome," Miles said as he turned a corner into the radio room, which only had one occupant in it at the time as the operator. "Connect me with the radio at Central Headquarters. Request Major Alex Louis Armstrong." "Yes, sir," he replied, beginning to do just that, to connect the wires in the right place and hopefully get in touch with the right person. "Are you planning to send her back to the Major?" Falman asked. "If I put the wheels in motion now before I make the official report, it will be that much easier to get it done," Miles said. "Otherwise, they might see fit to let her sit in a jail cell for the remainder of her time in this country, or until we're able to locate a body. I know there's not going to be many options for her, so we may as well put her with someone we can trust. I see. Falman still couldn't help feeling a little bad for her. He had heard some of the rumors about her when he was in Central, and he had been surprised when he found out that Edward had taken her on as his apprentice following Hughes' death. Still, meeting her, he thought she seemed like a perfectly normal girl. It didn't take much longer for the radio to be connected to Central headquarters, and the operator looked up at Major Miles. They say they're not going to be able to reach Major Armstrong until the day after tomorrow. He's currently on leave. Damn, Major Miles tried to think of what they could do. All right, is it possible to leave a message for him? Yes, sir. Tell them his former apprentice is being sent back to him ASAP. Yes, sir. The operator began to do just that, speaking into his headset while Major Miles turned to the other two, directing them to follow him again as he began to leave the room. They walked quietly out into the hall and into an empty barrack. All the soldiers inside of it were currently on the night shift and not expected back for a few hours. Major Miles made sure the door was securely locked before he looked to the other two men with him. Now, there's a great deal more I haven't told you two about that you'll need to know. He began and told them everything that had happened. They found Scar, and the Zinji's girl with the black and white cat, as well as Dr. Marco, how they formulated a plan to help them escape with Winry Rockbell while the transfer of commanding officers was being done, and how they had to quickly improvise a solution to keep them from walking into a trap. He told them of how Alphonse had volunteered to warn them and likely wouldn't be seen back at the fort if he was seen at all, but everything he had said about the mine shaft was the most recent news, and he was genuinely concerned that they hadn't found any sign of Kimberly at all. He's a sharp soldier. I have no doubt he's still alive, and that he caused that explosion. I just don't know what he's doing. Is it possible he's still hunting down Scar? He seemed hellbent on it, Buccaneer suggested. It's possible, but I can't help get the feeling there's more to it than that, Miles said, and let out a small sigh. Unfortunately, I'm not sure I'll be able to get word fast enough to Major Armstrong so that he can accept Amelia Seymour as his apprentice again. Knowing him, I'm sure he'll take her back no matter what, Falman said. From what I heard, they became pretty close during their time together, and he's always been the type to burden himself with more work if it meant others suffering less for it. It's not like he can't handle it. I've heard that about him, too, but we can't just expect her to go back to Central without anyone wondering where she is. He might have to come and retrieve her. Major Miles said, crossing his arms, which means we'd essentially be confining her here if we're not going to shove her back into the prison cells. It won't be an issue, but I worry that the enemy might take advantage of her situation. How do you mean? She's one of their sacrifices, which I've come to understand means they need to keep her alive for some reason or another. The Elric brothers apparently shared this status, and now that they're missing, I'm sure they'll be looking to keep tabs on her. Keeping her under their direct surveillance would be easiest. And it would be simple for them to do. She doesn't have much standing in Amstress outside of the Full Metal and Strong Arm Alchemists. Buccaneer didn't really like it either. He didn't want to give the homunculi an advantage that was currently in their court. We should try to keep her here as long as possible. But if we disobey orders, that could be even more trouble. Major Miles said, still, the evidence of communication with Major Armstrong should be enough to stall the commanding officer from ordering her return to Central for the time being, at least until he asks for a full report. Maybe we should get her on the phone with the Armstrong family, Falman suggested. I'm sure they'd be able to send for her while the Major's still on leave. He'd be able to organize it well enough. That would be a viable option if we had access to any working phone lines this far out in the mountains. The nearest is likely in North City if there's not something available in the town nearby. I'm sure we can arrange it so we can get in touch with them, Falman said. Possibly, but we'd still require permission to let her leave the fort. Miles replied and sighed again. I'll speak to the commanding officer about it when I give my report tomorrow. Do you know who he is? I believe his name is General Gatner, Buccaneer answered. Let's hope General Gatner is willing to negotiate the status of their last known sacrifice, Miles said, a small feeling of dread filling his stomach at the thought of bringing it up with him. The next day, Falman had off so he went into town to relax and catch up with a young woman he had met not too long ago. She had been very sweet and a welcome break from all of his work at Fort Briggs, so he was taking every opportunity he could to see her on his time off. It wasn't too long into his time with her, just sharing a cup of tea at her house, that someone told him he had gotten a phone call from Lieutenant Breda. He made sure to close the door behind him before speaking. "Hey, Breda." "Hey, Falman," he heard the voice of his strategist friend on the other line. "Just checking in with you since I had the time." "Yeah, I'm glad you did. I've got a few things to report on up here." "Oh." It didn't take long to fill him in on everything that had happened regarding the countrywide transmutation circle, Kimberly, and the Elric brothers, and how his apprentice was currently under surveillance in the guest quarters they had originally put aside for her. The new current head saw no reason for her to be put back in the cells, but he was going to make sure they had security around her until she was reassigned. "Is that so? Full Metal's missing?" He was surprised that Edward had managed to escape the enemy's sight long enough, but it was concerning that they hadn't found him yet. "I hope he's all right." "Me too, and I'm a little worried about his apprentice," Falman said. "Why's that?" "Well, when they came back to the fort, I heard from Major Miles about her condition. Apparently, just before the explosion of the mine shaft, she had performed a rather strenuous transmutation. And once it was safe enough for them to go inside, she kept doing transmutations to try and help in the search efforts. Dr. Patricia said she could barely lift her arms when she was examining her. They apparently went numb." "Damn, is she okay?" "She should be fine with some rest, which I can only assume she's getting plenty of now that she's pretty isolated." "So, what's going to happen if they can't find Ed?" "I'm not sure. From what I understand, Major Miles is trying to send her back to Major Armstrong before things get too complicated, but he's currently on leave, so we can't reach him." He let out a small sigh. "I'm supposed to organize a small group to take her into town tomorrow to make the phone call. She's the only one that knows his direct home number." "She won't tell anyone." "Nobody's heard from her since she came back last night. She's been in her room under strict surveillance. Someone checks on her every other hour, but as far as they can tell, she's just fine." He and Breda both let out a small sigh at the thought of it. "But anyway, are things any better there?" "Afraid not. The border war at Pendleton was a massacre," Breda reported. "If the military was hoping for casualties, they sure as hell got them." There was a pause before his voice quieted and he spoke again. "It's just like you said. They're sending men in to be slaughtered for this transmutation circle." "What's going on in the south? Have you spoken with Fury?" Falman asked. Breda had become a solid point of contact for everyone on Team Mustang, with exception to Lieutenant Hawkeye, who specifically told them she would be keeping communication to a minimum since the enemy had their eyes on her. She didn't want to risk any important information slipping out, but would take measures to inform them if something happened. "We talked on the phone a while back," Breda said. "It's just as bad down there. They're locked in combat with Irugo. He told me he had just been assigned to run phone lines through the front lines. He's going to be down in the trenches taking the worst of it." "That's terrible." Falman couldn't help sympathizing with his friend. He was their newest and youngest recruit, so he could only imagine how badly things were going for him. But at the same time, he was thankful he wasn't in his place. "I guess it's to be expected. The higher-ups aren't our biggest fans." Breda commented, then asked, "Have you been in touch with the colonel?" "Yeah, we've been using a messenger connected to the Armstrong family," Falman said. "Good to hear. I'm thinking about getting in touch with her to pass along a message to the Major to see if it will get him up north faster. We have no idea if Full Metal will come back for her. It's not in his nature to leave a man behind. He may not have a choice since the fort isn't exactly safe for him anymore. I'm not kidding when I said his apprentice has been put in isolation. Her door is constantly guarded." "I see. That can certainly make things difficult." "Yeah, but there's not much else we can do. Just be careful with everything going on up there." I'm trying to be." "Bradley's got his soldiers everywhere up here working around the clock to create hell on Earth. And the worst part is there's nothing we can do. Like you said, the higher-ups aren't exactly our biggest fans." "Sounds like it. Can't say I envy you, but at the same time, I'd love to swap places and transfer to some place that's not in a constant battle." "Good luck making that happen," Falman joked, and he heard Breda chuckling on the other end. "Well, I should get going. If you get a chance to say hi to his apprentice, pass along my regards. Sure, I'll speak to her tomorrow once I'm back on duty. As dire as her situation is, I'm spending as much time as possible away from the fort as I can get. Fair enough, I'll talk to you another time. You too, stay safe out there. You too. He heard the click of him hanging up and went to do the same. He made a mental note to try and reach out to their messenger, a woman named Bernice. She had been giving him a few reports from the colonel, and he was due to see her that night. With any luck, he might be able to just send Amelia along with her if he could convince her to stay in town long enough. After finishing up his visit to his new girlfriend, Lieutenant Falman made his way to a small florist's cart. It had closed for the day, all the products removed from its shelves, but there was someone waiting behind the counter. Bernice looked up, smiling at Lieutenant as she picked up a bouquet. "Well, hello there, young man. Might I interest you in a bouquet this evening?" she asked, holding out a bouquet of yellow daffodils, the sign of an updating message from the colonel, and he came over with his wallet. "Sure, I'll take one," he said, handing her a few cents in return for the bouquet, seeing a piece of paper wedged in between the flowers. He picked it up and read it over, seeing that the colonel sent him a message that the senior staff had begun assigning him plenty of busy work, but there was still nothing to suggest that they were going to transfer him out. He was still staying in Central where they could keep an eye on him, and even more than that. Selim Bradley was discovered to be a homunculus. He quickly put the paper in his pocket to see Bernice already picking up her cart to leave. "We also send out deliveries if there's anyone you'd like to send some flowers to," she said. "Actually, is it possible you could send a package with some flowers?" Falman asked, and Bernice frowned. "A package?" Falman stepped a little bit closer. "Is it possible for you to send a person to Major Armstrong? Amelia Seymour is stuck at the fort, and we're currently going through the official circles to send her back. You could act as her escort in place of the military." Bernice frowned. "Miss Seymour is here?" She turned her head as she thought for a moment, and then sighed. "As much as I'd like to help, I'm afraid I can't. My orders were very clear from Madame Olivier. I'm to send nothing but messages. I can't smuggle out people." She looked up at him and could see his attempt to hide his concern. "I remember Amelia Seymour very well from her time at the mansion. Whatever she's going to face, she'll be fine so long as she has the right support. She has a bad tendency to keep some things to herself, but she can be very strong with the right help." "I see," Falman said, making a mental note of her advice. "Then can you get a message to Major Armstrong?" She looked up at him. "Tell him to be prepared to take her in, or come get her if need be. We haven't been able to reach him through the radios since he's on leave." "I'll be sure to let him know, though it will be 2 days before I'm able to get back to Central," she advised as she began to pack up her cart. "But do me a favor, would you? Tell her I said hello, and let her know that the other Armstrong sisters are all very worried about her. They haven't heard from her in quite some time since she was transferred over into Edward Elric's custody. She should give them a call." "Right, I'm sure she will," Falman nodded, a little disappointed they couldn't speed up her transfer to Central with their messenger, but he understood her need to follow her duties to the letter. It was still a high-risk situation for her, after all. He watched her leave, letting out a small hum as he looked down at the note he was given, turning and passing by a bar where a man was stepping out to have a smoke. "Excuse me, could I have one?" The man looked Falman up and down, silently sizing him up for a moment before he shrugged and pulled out a box of them, handing him one. "Need a light?" "If you don't mind," he said, taking the offered lighter and lighting it before handing it back. "Thanks, I figured I would get one of these in quick before my girlfriend saw." "Oh. She hates the smell." "Oh," the man replied indifferently before going to take a drag from his own cigarette, and Falman nods before he continues walking. As he rounds the corner, he takes the cigarette out of his mouth, never having taken anything from it, but quickly starts putting the ashes on the note of the paper before putting the still-lit cigarette to rest on it in the snow. He watched as the paper slowly began to burn until the message written on it was incoherent, and he stomped it out before continuing on. There were a lot of different things going on, though now his main concern was Amelia. It was going to be a couple of days before Major Armstrong got word of her situation. It would be easier for them to just phone him and ask to leave before then. He would have to organize a small group to take her down the mountain to call him up since he was sure she would want to get out of there as soon as possible. He began listing off potential soldiers who he could trust to come with him in his head as he continued to walk, tossing the bouquet of daffodils into a public trash can as he passed it by on his way back home. Major Miles stood stiffly at attention in front of General Gatner as he glanced over the written report he had given him from 3 days ago. "Major, I must admit I wasn't expecting you to go forward with reaching out to Major Armstrong," he said. "It was my understanding that Miss Seymour was under the custody of the Full Metal Alchemist." "Yes, sir," he replied, "but given the circumstances, I thought it best to reach out and set things in motion." The general frowned. "And you did so without any sort of approval from me, Major. I can't say I care for this kind of disrespect." Major Miles saluted him. "I had no intentions to disrespect you, Major General Gatner, sir. I do apologize for my actions in not coming to you first." The general let out a small sigh as he looked over the paperwork. "Major, this girl is a convicted felon working in the custody of the state. I don't think you need to be concerned about which state alchemist she'll be working under. This is more something for the men in Central to handle. That's where a majority of our alchemists are stationed." "Yes, sir." "So, what prompted you to go around me to contact Major Armstrong about taking her back into his custody without consulting me first? Surely this matter is of little importance to you." Major Miles didn't answer at first, and the general looked up at him curiously. "Well, Major, is this something important?" "Permission to speak freely, sir," he asked, and the request piqued his interest. Granted." Major Miles relaxed slightly. "Sir, following the explosion of the mineshaft, Miss Seymour was hysterical. We had to physically keep her away from the rubble to prevent her from potentially harming herself or causing more of the land around the shaft to cave in, putting my men at risk." The general listened as he continued to speak. "Given her current state, and how she is without an alchemical master to lead her, I thought it best to send her back to Major Armstrong until further notice regarding the condition of the Full Metal Alchemist." "What is the condition of the Full Metal Alchemist?" "Unknown, sir. We have yet to find any signs of him in the rubble of the explosion. We currently have him labeled as MIA. And there's a very good chance that the Full Metal Alchemist might still be alive, correct?" "Possibly, sir." "Then I see no reason to send her back to Major Armstrong's custody," the general said. "Until we have a definitive lead on the Full Metal Alchemist, she can remain here under our custody." "Sir, under the conditions of that custody." "I'm well aware she is required to learn alchemy during this time, and will send for an alchemist from Central. Until then, we'll supply her with some alchemical theory texts until someone arrives." General Gatner said, "I understand the Crimson Alchemist is also currently labeled as MIA, correct? If you should find him first, in stable condition of course, then he'll be appointed her new alchemy teacher. And if you should find Full Metal first, then she'll be placed back under his teaching. Does that sound fair, Major Miles?" "Yes, sir." He couldn't argue with him without making it obvious of their opposition. "Good, then make sure you put in word with Central Command to cancel that transfer to Major Armstrong until we have a lead on Edward Elric's status or Solf J. Kimbley's. Dismissed." Miles saluted him again and walked out. Once the door shut behind him, his brows furrowed deeply as he tried to see a way around this. It didn't look good from any end. The higher-ups in Central would undoubtedly be concerned if there was any sign of dissent among their ranks in Briggs, and that would only fall back to General Armstrong and give away her position among them. They had no way of contacting Alphonse Elric in all of this, and he had yet to be seen since he left for the group that escaped in the mine tunnels. But even if he did return, that wasn't a guarantee that they would be able to move her back into his custody. For all his connections in the military, Alphonse wasn't a military officer or a certified alchemist. They wouldn't allow her to be placed in the custody of someone who bore a civilian title, even if they were heavily involved in the progress of the military by default by working with his brother. Their only options now were to comply and wait until they found Edward, who likely would have taken off in the middle of all of this to be safe, or to try and initiate an escape out of the fort for her, which would be nearly impossible without help. The troops of Fort Briggs would be the first people they suspected in this endeavor. No one knew the fort better than they did, after all. Organizing it would be difficult and take a considerable amount of time. On top of that, they weren't even sure of Amelia's condition. She was given the all-clear in regard to her physical health by Dr. Patricia outside of an order for rest, but where was she mentally? She had been incredibly desperate in moving rubble in the explosion remains, and now she was confined to her room, isolated outside of what little contact she had for food delivery. It might be wise to check on her and see how she's doing. She could still be anxious and waiting for any news they could offer on Edward's condition, or could she have fallen into the despairing depths of depression and hopelessness? Neither option seemed particularly good, but if it had to be between the two, he hoped it was the anxious one. At least that state of mind would be willing to do what they asked of her, though she might not have the patience to go through with it. "We have to tread carefully," he muttered to himself before continuing on down the halls. He paused as he looked down one corner, seeing her room still guarded by one of the brig's soldiers. He approached the guard, who saluted him before letting him inside. When he opened the door, he found Amelia sitting on her borrowed cot, crouching over her lap. She looked up at the opening door and stood up when she realized who it was, Major Miles. She didn't seem upset, which was a good sign at least. "Amelia," he greeted her in return, "how are you feeling?" "I'm fine, I've been resting like the doctor ordered," she said, stepping over to him as the door closed behind him. "What's happened? Have you found anything?" "We sent a party this morning out to Bass School. We still haven't received any word from them," Major Miles informed her. "For now, the situation remains the same. Edward Elric is still missing, and so is Kimberly." "I see." Amelia's shoulders dropped slightly as she let out a long sigh. He must have gone through the tunnels like the others did to catch up with them. There was no sign that anyone had gone through the tunnels from what remained of the entrances. "You were there when we investigated that." "Well, then Ed must have hidden it somehow," Amelia said, turning around and going back to her cot, picking up that small, thin box she carried around and holding onto it as she turned to face him again. "He's smart enough to know that you guys would have to come looking for him and hid the evidence." Major Miles' brow quirked up as he heard this. "You think Edward is still alive?" Amelia looked at him as if he had just suggested that the moon was made of cheese. "Of course he's still alive. This is Edward Elric we're talking about. He doesn't go down easy like that." Major Miles let out a long, internal sigh as he realized what was happening. So he must have just gone to meet with Alphonse and Winry then. He's probably fine. "Amelia, you saw that explosion. The chances of survival in situations like that is minimal at best," Major Miles said. "Well, yes, but we haven't found a body yet, so there's still a chance that Edward is alive," Amelia replied, gripping her phone a little tighter as she said it. "I mean, I know he's reckless like crazy, and he's gotten himself almost killed a few times, but, I mean, you don't know him like I do, Major." She smiled at him, but the corners of her lips quivered as if it were struggling to stay up. "Ed's a fighter. He won't just go down without a damn good swing to someone's face. You remember how pissed he was at Kimberly. I know he's still alive." "Amelia," his tone was firm, and her smile instantly fell. "I understand there's no evidence to suggest otherwise, but you're going to need to face the reality of your situation. It's why I'm here." Her shoulders dropped again as she listened to him. "I've spoken with General Gatner about your status here. He wants you to remain in Briggs' custody until we come back with proof about Full Metal or Kimberly's whereabouts. If Kimberly is still alive, and we find him first, you'll be placed into his custody as an alchemical student." Amelia's face went pale. "But until that time, the plan is to keep you here until an alchemist from Central can arrive and teach you in person." "Oh, okay, so just call Major Armstrong. I'm sure he'll come and get me," she said. "I would if it weren't for the fact that he was on leave at this time. Major Miles, the only telephone we have access to is in town down the mountain, and no one knows how to reach his private residence." "I know how to reach his private residence. Just take me down there, or I can give you his phone number and—" "General Gatner isn't going to allow it," he said. "Major Armstrong is still currently on leave, and he sees no reason to contact him personally when he's not involved in the military. We can still reach Central Headquarters by radio, so they'll likely send another alchemist to you, most likely one that works directly with Bradley in these endeavors." Amelia gulped nervously. "I want you to be prepared for the outcome of what's going to happen here. There's not much we can do." "There has to be." Amelia stepped forward. "You can't seriously leave me here to just wait and rot in a room until they get an alchemist. It took them a week to pick someone last time, and that was in Central. I could be in Briggs for a whole month before they choose someone, if they ever do. Bradley and the homunculi and them know that I'm one of their sacrifices or whatever. They won't just let me out of their sight, they might just transfer me to central prisons and keep me locked up there. Amelia, it's out of my hands at this point. Then help me escape, get me out of here or something. Don't you think Briggs soldiers will be the first person Gatner suspects? Why should I put one of my men at risk for your sake? Amelia froze at his words. I understand your situation is not well, but we can't risk something like this while we're in a rather tumultuous situation ourselves. Bradley and his men are working hard to make it, so we do everything they need us to do, keeping us busy while they keep our leader in their headquarters as they make their plans. If something happens to one of us, the punishment will come down on all of us. Amelia was silent, but her hands gripped around her phone tightly as she stared up at him. You cannot ask us to risk everything for your sake. I'm not asking you to do that, I just want to get out of here. She pleaded, Major, Edward is still out there somewhere. If you can just find him and get him here, then we can leave. And what if Gatner decides that Edward's disappearance is too mysterious to let go? Miles inquired. What if he decides to keep you, and him, and his brother all in custody in Briggs until whatever plans need to be done in Central? Major Miles' voice softened so as not to be heard through her door. You and I both know that if Edward is alive and he went to rejoin his brother, they have to know the fort is too dangerous to return to now. So what? I'm just here alone. Is that what you're saying? Edward wouldn't just leave me behind like that. Maybe not, but there's still the strong possibility that he died in that explosion, and I'm very certain you're aware of that fact. Amelia flinched as if he was about to hit her, though his hands remained at his sides. She stepped towards him. No, he's not. He's not dead. Major, Edward isn't dead, I know it. If you can just search the mine tunnels, I know you'll find him somewhere. He wouldn't just die and leave me behind like this again. Again. Amelia froze and she stepped back, her eyes looking away from him, glancing over at the cot across from her own that had once been Edward's. He wouldn't. He told me he wouldn't do that again. He said he was always going to be here to help me. He said I was his friend. He wouldn't just leave me behind. Her voice quavered at the end, and she forced herself to stop talking, feeling her throat tightening and the corners of her eyes stinging from the threat of tears. She gripped at her phone again, bringing it up to her chest. He wouldn't do that to me again, he said. Major Miles watched her with conflicted feelings. He could sympathize with her situation. She was alone and afraid with seemingly no way out, holding on to this last hope of the fact that a body hadn't been discovered while she waited for these last 3 days. At the same time, he knew there was nothing he could do to help her without risking everything they were doing at Briggs to try and thwart the enemy's plans. If they drew too much suspicion, the entire fort could be at risk, and it was bad enough Gatner's way of running things was to keep them as busy as possible on every seemingly small problem that could be found, with exception to the one involving her. He had to see the big picture, but none of this would bring any comfort to a young girl who had just lost her only shot at safety in a country where she had no rights. He was about to speak again when they both heard a siren alarm ringing through the walls of the fort, and Major Miles immediately stood at attention. Drachma is launching an attack from the north. A voice boomed out from the speakers. All men, prepare for combat. Major Miles dashed out the door, the guard following him, and Amelia went to the door, watching as they both ran down the halls, which were quickly filled with other Briggs soldiers rushing to their stations. I repeat, Drachma has declared war and is approaching. All men, prepare for combat. She watched the men all rushing together, heading directly to their stations, none of them seeming to pay her any mind. As she watched them run around, she could hardly believe it was happening. Why was Drachma attacking now? The fort had been put in place to stop them, but this seemed like such sudden timing. But still, watching the different soldiers running around, how focused they were on their training and their mission to protect the fort and Amstress beyond it. She felt like she did that day at the Tucker household. No one was looking at her, no one was focusing on her. Her own guard had left in the middle of all of this to report to his station. Her heart was racing, and she rushed back into the room, grabbed her suitcase, and stuffed it full of what she could. She picked it up and held on to it, looking out the door until the hallways were emptied. This would be her only chance. Major Miles wasn't going to help her, they wouldn't risk it. If she was going to get out, it had to be now. She clutched her suitcase tightly, thankful that Edward told her to travel light for this trip as she quickly started snaking down the halls, avoiding the sound of rapidly marching footsteps and hiding behind corners of different rooms as the soldiers moved past her. Her heart was pounding in her ears. It felt like it was all she could hear as she listened to everyone running around. Her adrenaline was pumping through her body, and her hands were starting to sweat as she gripped the edges of her suitcase. Was it really a good idea to take this with her? Wouldn't it just make it obvious that she was escaping if she was caught? But that would only happen if she was caught. She just had to be careful. She could still remember the way to the elevator that led to the first floor for the medical wing. They wouldn't be fighting on the ground, so there would be no reason for someone to go there in the middle of a battle, at least not yet. She had to hurry, she had to get out of there, she had to be careful, but she had to be quick. She looked around the corner, watching for 2 seconds before she dashed out and ran down the hall. She heard footsteps from the other end and cursed before looking around for possible options. She dashed for a utility closet, opening the door and hiding inside of it, reaching to close it before someone else did with a loud slam. She jumped, and she was sure that she had been caught, but the sound of still marching footsteps rushing by and then fading told her that someone had closed the door to keep it out of their way. She was frozen in the dark for a few moments, tightly holding onto her small suitcase as she waited for the marching footsteps to fade. They continued thundering past her door, the rumbles shaking everything in the closet, but thankfully nothing fell. She waited in the dark for what felt like far too long before the footsteps finally faded. She reached for the handle of the door and jumped when she heard a sudden boom ringing through the walls, and she pulled back. It was quickly followed by another, and she realized very quickly that it was cannon fire that she was hearing. She reached for the door handle again, slowly opening it and looking out into the hall through the crack of light she had given herself. The halls were empty, with no sign of any soldiers. She breathed a quick sigh of relief and let the door swing open, stepping out and closing it behind her before continuing back down the hall. She still knew where she was. After her first night getting lost, she made a point to remember the twists and turns of this place to make sure she knew where she was going at all times. She panted for breath as she began to run down the hall, turning right and still going, dashing off to one opening into another hallway to make sure she was safe as she glanced down it. She waited, listening for any sound other than the cannons that were shooting around the fort. When she was certain she didn't hear anything, she dashed out from around her hiding spot and continued on. She paused at the fork, trying to remember if it was left or right, her brain a little frazzled as she tried to remember the landmarks she had made for herself coming from the elevator to her room. First, there was that map just when she exited, and then turning left there were those 2 closets directly across from each other, and if she turned right then, there was that door with an oblong handle that looked vaguely like a bean. She turned to her left, seeing the door with that handle, and let out a small, "Aha!" before rushing in that direction. She quickly made a right turn in the hall with the 2 utility closets, and she beamed as she found the elevator right where she had hoped it was. She quickly rushed to it, smashing her finger on the call button over and over again to try and summon it there. "Come on!" She looked up at the indicator, seeing that it was very slowly moving towards her from the top floor. "Oh, God damn it, move faster!" She ordered through clenched teeth as she kept repeatedly pressing the button over and over again. She eventually stopped as she realized how futile it was to do that, bouncing on her heels anxiously, her head looking back and forth as she waited for any sign of life, as soldiers were rushing to help in the issue with Drachma. She could still hear the echoes of cannons ringing through the walls, the heavy thuds from either their cannons going off or being hit by the enemies. When the elevator arrived, she let out a long, frustrated sigh. Finally! She rushed in, quickly closing the door and hitting the button for the first floor of the medical wing, which should lead her to the elevator that takes her directly to the entrance of the fort. She held it down, remembering an old story that it was what police did to make sure nothing else interrupted their trip when dealing with sensitive situations in her world. She had no idea if it would work here, but it made her feel better if nothing else. When it arrived, she hid behind the wall as the doors opened, waiting for someone to say something. She could hear voices but didn't see anyone. She carefully stepped out of the elevator, quietly making her way over to the halls as she looked down it. She could see the shadows of a few soldiers rushing around, but they soon left. She let out a slow breath as she tried to calm her pounding heart and think. When she left the medical wing, there was that door that had that green stain from the paint in the corner, and then when she turned there were two sets of storage closets directly across from each other in that one hall. And then she turned left, she was at the elevator. She nodded as she felt confident in her memory, and she rushed down the hall, heading right and stopping at a corner. She looked down, hearing nothing but the cannons, and saw nothing but the flickering lights as the fort withstood the impact of them being fired, and also being hit. She rushed down and turned down the hall, heading right for the medical wing, and she turned right, only to skid to a stop when she saw an imposing figure. Captain Buccaneer looked back at her and she froze, still holding her suitcase up to her chest as she stared up at the huge man. He looked down at what she was holding, and she mentally started preparing her speech to explain herself, but there was no way out of this. She had been caught. It was far too obvious what she was trying to do. She was screwed. Before she could utter the first word of an excuse, he grabbed her by her arm and started to drag her down the hall. Ah! She stumbled as she tried to keep up with the huge, imposing man as he yanked her down one hall to another room that had a padlock hanging off of a hook on the corner, opening it up and roughly pushing her inside and yanking her suitcase out of her hands. Hey! You stay in here, you don't make a sound, I'm locking the door. Stay put. He ordered and slammed the door shut. She could hear the click of the lock in place and she heard his heavy footsteps rushing off. Wait, Captain! She shouted through the door but got no response. She felt her hands shaking against the wood of the door and she stood still in the darkness of whatever room this was. She stood still for about 5 minutes, listening to the sounds of footsteps and the heavy booms of cannon fire in the darkness. She waited, but there was no sign of anyone coming to get her. She let her body relax, her arms moving down to her sides as she stared at the outline of light from the door of whatever this place was. She sat down on the floor against it, letting out a heavy sigh as she ran her fingers through her hair. It figures she would be caught. Her last attempt at escaping didn't exactly go well, either. She wasn't exactly trapped, though. If she really wanted, she could just transmute the door and maybe have the lock undone. But Buccaneer would know what had happened, and she doubted she could hide the evidence well enough in her own transmutations to put it back to normal. He also had her suitcase, which contained pretty much everything she would need to survive, including her winter coat, which she hadn't thought to put on in the rush of the sudden war declaration. Not a smart move on her part, admittedly. Could she trust the captain right now? Major Miles said they couldn't help her. But what else could she do now? Where even did he put her? She reached for her phone in her pocket, turning on the flashlight and pointing it at her cramped surroundings. She quickly figured out she was in a medical supply closet full of different medications. It wasn't much bigger than the average supply closet, but the shelves curved around the small room to allow for the most access to the different medications. She didn't really understand the labels all that much, mostly because she wasn't sure what was what. The names weren't exactly pronounceable to someone who had never read them before. She spent a few minutes trying to mentally guess one of the names to pass the time. Most of them were in powders in boxes with different labels, which made her think they made a lot of the medications here at the fort, which would make sense. Not exactly like it would be an easy trip to the pharmacy so high up in the mountains. After trying to guess the 7th medicine name, idarusizumab, she noticed that there was a rather loud silence. The rumbling and echoes of the cannons had stopped, and she couldn't help looking back at the door. Was it over? It had only been about an hour, maybe a little longer. Was it that quick? Had Drachma won, or did they win? She went over to the door to listen, hearing the sound of footsteps and the sound of congratulations here and there. They sounded like the usual Aimstrian soldiers. Still, there wasn't much she could do. The door was locked, and she was still inside the closet for the time being. She ended up sliding back down against the door and checked her phone battery. She still had some games she could play, but she had no idea how long she would be in here. Still, it was a way to kill time until the captain came back with her things. Buccaneer stood by Miles, watching as the forces from Drachma quickly dwindled under their combined might. Their numbers were dropping by the minute, while Briggs stood ever tall, with no casualties and few injuries reported. Their long-range weaponry had been formidable, but it wasn't enough to match the quicker speed of Briggs' own work. Miles observed everything, looking for every active cannon on Drachma's side, and it didn't take long to see that they had all stopped firing after about an hour of constant back and forth between them. "Give the order to cease fire," Miles ordered. "They've stopped." One soldier shouted out the command to cease fire, and it was carried down the line until the cannons all completely stopped. The silence of the battlefield swarmed around them, hearing nothing but the chilling winds of the wintry weather of Briggs. That was almost too easy, Buccaneer couldn't help commenting. They always anticipated an attack from Drachma, but they had always assumed the attack would come with a massive force behind it, more cannons, tanks, a stronger platoon, or some new strategy they hadn't thought of at all. But this was simple and straightforward: armed footmen, tanks, and cannons. All was easily defended and fought against. Yeah, Miles lowered his binoculars as he looked out over the battlefield, seeing the smatterings of pink in the distance from the spilled blood of Drachma's soldiers in the snow. He couldn't help but feel uneasy as he looked at it. But why? The timing seemed too coincidental. They had been expecting something to attack them because of Kimberly and everything going on with the countrywide transmutation circle. It required large amounts of bloodshed after all. Had this been their attempt at creating that point for their transmutation circle? The thought didn't sit well with him at all, but at the same time, they had done their duty. They defended the Aimstrian border against a Drachman invasion, and now they would know better than to take a toe out of line against their fort ever again. It was something they could take out of this fight, at least. Once victory was declared, cheers rang out among the soldiers, but Buccaneer and Miles remained quiet. "I suppose I'll have to inform General Gatner of our victory. I have no doubt he'll be pleased," he said with a resigned sigh, not particularly eager to speak with him again. He was used to their ice-cold queen in charge of the fort, dealing with someone who was so concerned with pleasantries instead of getting right to the point made him feel like he was wasting his time speaking. "Sir," Buccaneer got his attention, "when you have some time, there's something I'd like to discuss with you in private." Miles nodded and made that mental note before he started to make his way back inside the fort while Buccaneer joined the others, shouting orders to go back to their posts now that the fighting was over. It didn't take long for some other news to reach the general, along with Miles' report of victory. "Miss Seymour has gone missing." General Gatner frowned, Miles still standing at attention, but he was surprised as well. Had she managed an escape attempt in the middle of all the commotion? "Yes, sir. It seems that the guard posted at her room left to join the fighting. She is missing as well as her belongings, and there seems to be no trace of her in the fort," the private-ranked soldier reported. General Gatner tusked and let out a low groan in his throat, scowling as he brought his hand to his chin. "This isn't good. She's a convicted felon. We can't just let her roam where she pleases." He turned to the soldier. "Turn this fort upside down. I want to make sure there's nothing we've left unchecked. If she's hiding somewhere, I want her found." "Sir, I can organize a platoon of men to search around the fort," Miles immediately spoke up. "She's a teenage girl inexperienced with the cold here in Briggs. It's doubtful that she's gotten very far in this short time." "Good, do so, and make it quick," the general ordered. "I don't want to leave anything to chance with this. That girl is a dangerous alchemist left unsupervised. Make sure she comes back to this fort." "Dead or alive, sir?" Miles asked. General Gatner jumped. "Alive, of course. She's no use," he stopped himself. "She can't bring any benefit to our nation as a corpse, can she? Her pardoning program was created by the Führer himself. I won't have her being so reckless without some form of consequence from him. As soon as she returns to our custody, I'll see to it she's sent directly to Central so the Führer can decide what's to be done with her." "Yes, sir." Miles saluted him and Gatner dismissed him and the other officer, the two making their way out of his office and off to their posts. Major Miles couldn't help but feel a little relief at knowing Amelia had been smart enough to take advantage of the chaos and get out, but if she wasn't a survivalist, it wasn't likely she would make it a day in the mountains by herself in the middle of winter. Hopefully, she was alive and well on her way out of the fort, but there was also the chance she had begun the process of freezing herself. Major Armstrong was doing his best as he looked down at his sister. Really, he was. He was standing tall, keeping his expression as neutral as possible, showing ever the regal air of the Armstrong line that had been passed down for generations, even as she made a point of digging her steel-toed boot into his own toes. Still, it was hard not to falter under her icy glare, hearing her impatiently tapping on the handle of her sword. He had only meant to come and greet her, as any good soldier would do for their superior officer, welcome her to Central after having been away from home for so long. She hadn't taken to it well, and before he had even gotten a word out, she had jammed her heel into his toes, and he had to shut his mouth before crying out in pain. He knew showing any sign of weakness in front of her would only make her anger worse. Sis. Still, that didn't mean he couldn't ask for a little reprieve. Would you be so kind as to possibly move your foot, please? Her glare hardened and she dug her heel in even more. You are to address me as General, she ordered. He stood at attention, saluting her even through the pain in his foot. Yes, ma'am. General. She scoffed and thankfully pulled her foot away, giving him the relief he had been hoping for, feeling his toes already swelling inside of his shoe. You're just as gutless as I remember you being, she said, her hands on her hips as she berated him for his behavior. Deciding to move on to more pleasant topics, he thought to speak about the recent news he heard from yesterday. So, I heard your men completely annihilated the Drachma forces. Of course they did. Olivier snapped back at him as if he was an imbecile. He leaned closer to whisper to her, but won't that hasten the enemy's transmutation circle? Bernice had been keeping him informed of everything. He knew his sister was aware of the situation, as was he and Mustang and all of his men. Still, to hear that she had done something to continue their plot. He had to wonder if she was at all worried. I don't give a damn, Olivier replied. It was their duty to defend the border, and that's what they did. She glared up at Alex again, and Drachma won't even think twice about attacking again. Now they know that our country is not one to be meddled with. Oh my, you've only grown more ferocious. He couldn't help sighing. How will you ever find a husband if you continue to? He trailed off as he saw his sister lifting up her leg and cried out as she struck her boot into his knee, forcing him to stumble until he was on one knee as he tended to his growing bruise that was undoubtedly there after that strike. That's enough of your sniveling, you pansy, Olivier snapped at him, scoffing and turning away from him again. I need to get away from you before I start to catch your cowardice. He couldn't help whimpering a little bit as he carefully tended to his knee, starting to make his way to stand up once more. It wasn't anything she hadn't dealt onto him before, but he knew exactly how ferocious she could be when she wanted to. He had never managed to win a fight against her, and that killing instinct she had. As Olivier made her way around the corner, General Gardner made his way around the other side. I've been looking for you, General. He was one of the few higher-ups that had come to greet her since she had taken Raven's seat. She made sure to salute him as she would have done to any of her own rank, even though she would have rather punched him in the face. Is this man your brother? He asked, looking behind her shoulder to see Major Armstrong saluting proudly, standing tall despite the injury she knew she gave him. I don't consider him my brother, she replied coldly, not after he deserted his country in Ishval. General Gardner let out an indifferent hum before turning around. Follow me, please. There's something I'd like for you to see. She did as instructed, following behind him through the halls of Central Headquarters, leaving Alex behind on his own. He let out a small sigh of relief, relaxing a bit. He had hoped she would be more open to the discussion of marriage, considering Strongen's suitor had grown rather serious with her, but there were still traditions to maintain among the family. She wouldn't be able to get married until Olivier abdicated her place as second in line, so that her preference to remain unwed would allow Strongen to marry the man who was now courting her. Still, it wasn't likely that she would give that up, considering that she had held on to it, even as she had passed the traditional marrying age. He turned and headed back down the hall to return to his post at the investigations office. He still had some paperwork to attend to now that he had returned from his leave of absence. It was a brief respite that was definitely needed in the face of everything, but it had allowed his work to pile up again when he had just gotten caught up. He didn't like to admit it, but Amelia's absence made it much easier for him to get his job done as he worked under the new lieutenant colonel in charge of the office. He was a better officer and soldier, and was avoiding suspicion by keeping to business as usual. But he did miss his former student and her passion to learn. It inspired him as an alchemist whenever she would ask questions about the science, making him feel as though he was making a difference in the next generation. In fact, he had missed her so much he had even thought of taking on an apprentice at home, in his free time that he had away from his work. After all, what could be a better way to honor the Armstrong family's alchemical arts than to pass it on to the next generation? He wasn't likely to get married anytime soon, considering how devoted he was to his work. He hardly had the time to meet someone he could marry, and his parents seemed to accept his choice to become a bachelor. As he made his way down the hall, he could see Sergeant Brosh and another soldier talking quietly to one another as they looked over something. He couldn't help but be a little curious as he made his way over, clearing his throat and making the two soldiers jump. "Oh, Major Armstrong, sir." They both saluted him, and he saluted in return. "Hello, Sergeant Brosh," he greeted him. "You seem to be rather interested in something. May I ask what the news for the day is?" They had separated at the office so he could get an update on a few things for the daily memo for their department. Brosh only looked uneasy as he looked up at his superior officer. Well, sir, I went into the radio room to get the news for the memo and, well," he pulled a sheet of paper out from behind his back. "This was sitting in their office, sir." Armstrong reached for it, and his eyes went wide as he looked over the paper. It was a sketch of Amelia, with a short list he hated to read underneath her image. Wanted, Amelia Siwamiwar. Convicted felon of Amiastirian state. This convict has escaped custody. Last seen leaving Fort Briggs and headed to North City. Subject has brown eyes and long brown hair with petite stature. Any and all sightings are to be reported directly to the investigations office in Central Command. His hands shook a little bit as he looked at the drawn face of Amelia on the sheet of paper, his heart racing at the implications of this news. She was outside of the military's custody, but why? Wasn't she safe with Edward and Alphonse? Had something happened on their trip to Briggs? He knew that Raven's disappearance was huge talk, and no one knew what became of him, but had they something to do with it? Also, sir, they put out a bolo for Edward Elric. Sergeant Brosh's voice pulled him out of his racing thoughts, looking back down at his subordinate. Apparently, he's gone missing after an explosion of a mineshaft in an abandoned mine. What? He gasped, hardly believing this news. Yes, apparently Amelia has been missing for a few days following Edward's disappearance. Sergeant Brosh informed him, glancing down at the wanted poster. "I can hardly believe what's happened to them, sir. I mean, it seems like it was only yesterday the lieutenant and I were talking with your student, and now she's missing." "I'll have to make my way to the north at once," Armstrong declared, worried for Amelia's safety. It was one thing if she was still in military custody following Edward's disappearance, but why hadn't he been told about it? Surely, if Edward was no longer capable of being appointed her teacher, he could take her back. Sure, his work might be busy, but if it meant Amelia's safety, he would help however he could, even working overtime hours. He began to march towards his office, determined to get his things together to help find her and get her somewhere safe. "What, sir, you can't be serious." Sergeant Brosh quickly followed after him. "I know you and Amelia are close, but you can't just run off to the north like that. You still have your work here to do, and I'm sure the Briggs soldiers are searching for her." He tried to keep pace with Armstrong's long stride, but it wasn't easy, and he was starting to pant. After all, if she ran away, don't you think she'd be long gone by now? Fort Briggs is right on the border with Drachma. She might not even be in this country anymore. Armstrong stopped, knowing his sergeant made a good point that he hated to admit, and the smaller man was thankful his boss had managed to listen to him. "Sir, she's probably far from Amstress by now. And if she's not, your family is probably the first thing she'd come to, right? You should be careful." Armstrong sighed, looking back down at the wanted poster that was still in his hand. It was true, if Amelia was going to escape to safety, it was probably much safer for her outside of the country in Drachma, far away from the transmutation circle. Still, it didn't seem like she would be the type to run away like that. But then again, with Edward missing and Alphonse seemingly nowhere in sight along with him, she may have feared the worst and fled. Looking over the drawn image of her face, he hoped that she was safe and well, either on the other side of the border in Drachma or somewhere in the north. The idea of her being in the north stuck with him for a moment, and he looked back at his sergeant, who looked up at him questioningly. Bernice was still up north, wasn't she? He could reach out to her, see if there was anything she had heard about Amelia's disappearance. He handed the wanted poster back to Sergeant Brosh. "Thank you for bringing me back to my senses, Sergeant. Now, please include this poster in the memo as you were told. I need to make a phone call." "Oh, okay, sir," he said, taking the poster, a little confused that his boss had suddenly changed his mind. but it wasn't the first time he had done a 180 just because he felt like it. The Major was rather eccentric, after all. He took the poster and left, and Major Armstrong made his way out of the building to head down to the park to use the phone booth. Once he was there, he dialed in the number of the inn where Bernice was staying, waiting for the staff to answer and direct him to her. It didn't take long. Her train wasn't scheduled to leave until that night, and he still had a few hours before then. "Master Alex," Bernice's voice came through on the other end, "is everything all right?" "Bernice, be honest with me, have you heard anything regarding the condition of Amelia?" he asked, getting directly to the point. He heard the older woman let out a long sigh. "Yes, I heard she's been placed in military custody following the disappearance of her teacher," she said, sounding disappointed. "It really is a shame that she's in such a place." "She's no longer in custody. It seems that she's escaped." "What?" "Bernice, I know this goes against what Olivier told you, but for my sake, will you delay your trip to West City to see if she arrives in North City? If you can remain there for 2 more days and report back to me, it would be greatly appreciated." "You want me to see if she makes her way here?" "If you come back with nothing, then I can only assume she's jumped the border and made her way to Drachma." "Drachma, beyond those mountains. That's an almost impossible trek to make by herself." "I know, that's why I want you to stay in North City a while longer to see if she makes an appearance." The line was silent for a few moments, and he knew she had to be considering her options. "All right, I think I can stay for a day more, but only that long." Bernice said, "You and I both know this messaging system is the best we currently have to build an army against the men in Central Command." Alex breathed a sigh of relief. "Thank you, Bernice, that's a great thing to hear," he said. "Just tell me if you hear or see anything. Call the estate immediately." "Yes, Master Alex," Bernice promised. Bernice hung up the phone after finishing her call with Alex Armstrong. She had only just heard about Amelia's unfortunate situation, and now to know that she had escaped and was out there in the wilderness somewhere. The girl had some gumption, she could give her that much, but she doubted she could survive in the freezing temperatures of the Briggs Mountains in the winter. She was about to turn away and head back to her room when the phone rang again. She looked back, seeing one of the staff members rushing over to it, giving Bernice an appreciative smile before picking it up. "Snowdropin', how may I help you?" she asked in that syrupy, sweet, friendly voice that she always spoke to customers in. Her eyes widened. "Oh, yes. She's right here." She held out the phone to her. "It seems you're quite popular, ma'am." "Oh, am I?" She wondered if there was something Master Alex had forgotten to ask of her as she went to pick up the phone. "Hello, this is Bernice speaking." She listened to the voice on the other end, her eyes growing a little wide. "What? Are you sure?" She frowned as she listened more, the curious staff member waiting nearby, pretending to busy herself while she eavesdropped. "No, I understand perfectly. You have nothing to worry about. You know where to find me?" "Yes, goodbye." She hung up the phone, turning to the woman. "Well, for future reference, if I receive another call this late at night, just take a message for me, would you? I've got no time to deal with young gentlemen callers at this time of evening." "Oh," the young concierge blushed. Yes, ma'am." Bernice smiled and nodded to her as she left to head back to her room, leaving the staff member to wonder what that call had been about. She wished she had been a little closer so she could have heard the other person's voice. Buccaneer walked with Major Miles down the halls of the fort. "So, is everything ready?" the captain asked quietly. "Yes, Lieutenant Falman's ready to make our delivery," he said. "He'll be heading straight into the city to Northern Command. That should give her plenty of time." The captain nodded, and the pair turned around the corner, heading to the locked room that was reserved for overflow in sickbay. It was locked for isolation purposes normally, but this time it served a much different purpose. They opened it up, and Amelia winced from the light coming in, her phone making barely enough light for her to see. "Major!" She stood up from the borrowed medical cot, looking between the two men. She had been waiting in that room for days, being as quiet as possible while they gave her food and left her there to hide. After hiding her in the medical supply closet, hours later Captain Buccaneer returned with Major Miles, who both quickly ushered her off into the isolated quarters of the sickbay. They said that she had to remain hidden for a few days so as to throw off the suspicion from General Gatner that they were helping her at all. He had been making falsified reports that they had lost her in the middle of a blizzard, that had begun shortly after their battle with Drachma. Tonight, there was a lighter breeze that made it easier to travel, and she had been waiting a whole week for this day to finally come. A whole week of hiding like Anne Frank in the middle of the Holocaust, where she had to be as silent as possible while she hid for days in the darkness of her room, not allowed to turn on the lights without drawing attention to it. "Hurry, it's time," the Major said, and Amelia nodded, grabbing her suitcase and coming out, the two men making sure to cover her in a Briggs coat as they escorted her out. "Lieutenant Falman will be driving you out with a delivery to Northern Command. He'll be heading straight there, but you should be safe." "Right," she said, and as they heard shuffling from down the hall, Captain Buccaneer quickly stepped in front of Amelia and she hid behind him. The shuffling went on down the hall, no one was seen, and the captain stepped out, and she quickly walked with them past that corner and continued down to a staircase. She kept walking with them, hiding under the black coat she was borrowing as they took her down to a garage filled with cars and trucks and a few tanks. One of them was already running with a few men from Briggs loading up the back with some ammunition as part of the delivery. Amelia hid behind Captain Buccaneer again, but he didn't make any attempt to hide her from the two other soldiers as he continued to walk with her to the car. When they stopped, he looked back at her. "Come on, get in the back," he said, and Amelia nodded, glancing over at the two other soldiers, who nodded at her in greeting but said nothing. She climbed into the back of the van, looking up and seeing Lieutenant Falman in the driver's seat as she made her way into a corner and got comfortable. Captain?" She looked up at Buccaneer as he handed her suitcase to her, and she held it close as she watched the other two soldiers continue to load everything into the van in front of her. "Don't worry, these men have been sworn to secrecy," Buccaneer reassured her. "Just listen to Falman and you'll be all right." She nodded, watching as the two men started to bring over a tarp. "Thank you, Captain, and thank you too, Major," she said to the two men, grateful to have made these allies that could help her get out as quickly as possible. She ducked down and the tarp was put over the supplies that she was hidden with. They closed the doors and knocked at it, signaling the driver to go. Amelia heard the car rumbling as it drove on out of the fort. She knew there were no windows in the back of the van, but the tarp was a good safety measure she had no reason to get rid of. She and Falman drove in silence for a long while, or what felt like a long while, when it was really just 15 minutes or so. "Hey," Falman's voice came up, "we should be far enough away from the fort now. You can come out and sit up front with me if you like, it's much warmer." "Really?" She poked her head out from under the tarp, starting to make her way carefully around the ammunition to come and join him in the only seats that were available. She brought her suitcase over first before climbing over herself, letting out a sigh as she got into the leather seats, feeling the heat from the car flowing over her and warming her up. "Oh, man, that feels nice." "I'll bet," Falman chuckled, "I know that the cargo area can get cold quick." "For sure," she shivered as she wrapped her arms around herself, looking ahead of them on the snowy road. "Thank you for doing this, Lieutenant. I know you didn't have to do this." "Well, I didn't really see what else could have been done for you," Falman said, looking over at her. "After all, we still haven't found Edward or Alphonse. There's not really anywhere else for you to go, right?" "I guess not," she said, pulling her coat a little tighter around herself, unable to help the heavy feeling in her chest at knowing Edward wasn't found yet. She had no idea what had happened to him. She was no longer sure that he was still alive after being gone for an entire week. If he was dead, she was definitely mourning him, but if he was alive, then he had left her behind to join Alphonse most likely. That thought hurt a lot. At least if he were dead, he didn't mean to leave her behind, but the thought that he would just abandon her at the fort to go back to traveling alone with his brother. And with Winry. It was a heavy feeling in her chest she couldn't get rid of. She knew she shouldn't feel that way, but she had thought that she and Edward were good friends by this point, and he had never seemed the type to leave a man behind, but she could always be wrong. He might not see their friendship the same way she did, and she knew that was a reality she was going to have to accept, especially now that she was leaving Fort Briggs behind for potential freedom. "So, what's going to happen once we get to North City?" "I've set up a contact for you," Falman told her. "You might know her. She works for the Armstrong family, and I believe she should be able to take you back to them." "Really? Who?" "I think her name was Bernice." "Bernice is here," She still remembered that stout blonde woman who had pulled up her mattress to get her out of bed for her training regimen. Yes, she seems very happy to take you back to the Armstrong family. You should be able to hide comfortably there. Are you sure? I mean, since I'm technically missing, wouldn't it only make sense for me to go back to the Armstrongs? Won't they be suspicious? We've been reassured that everything should be set up by the general for your safety, among a few other things. Falman said, it's going to be, well, a bit of a test for her. What kind of test? Amelia asked. I haven't been informed of the details, but it's mainly to see if we can pull off delivering something to the Armstrong estate in secret. Falman replied and smiled at her briefly before looking back to the road. You should be perfectly safe. Bernice has guaranteed safe travel for you, and we're being very careful about all the ways out of town. So will I be going on a train then? She asked. No, it's more likely you'll be leaving by car. After all, there's going to be wanted posters of you all over the station. It'll be too easy for someone to recognize you. Oh, she grimaced a little bit at that thought, but nodded. I guess that makes sense, what with me being a criminal and all. She sighed and leaned back in her seat. But if I can get out of here and get somewhere safe, that's all I need right now. Falman nodded, continuing to drive on through the lightning weather in the darkness of night. You'll need to meet with her at a local inn called the Snowdrop Inn. Falman informed her. She said she'll be waiting for you in the lobby, but you'll have to call her Aunt Bernie. What? Why? Amelia and Bernice were never really that close, so to call her by a nickname and also her aunt seemed a little strange. I don't know, Falman shrugged. But she insisted that you call her that for your own safety. Okay. She let out a long sigh, leaning back against the seat again and closing her eyes. Will you wake me before we get there? Of course, Falman said, and Amelia let herself drift off in the car as their talking turned back into silence. Once they arrived at the inn, Amelia was quick to bid Falman goodbye and rush inside. When she stepped into the lobby, she immediately recognized Bernice sitting on the couches. She looked up and smiled at her. Rose, she cried out, opening her arms for a hug. Aunt Bernie. Amelia went right along with it, rushing into her open arms as if they were old friends. Bernice kept her arms around her tight, bringing her hand around her shoulders. Goodness, you must be freezing, my dear, she said as she pulled Amelia's jacket around her head a little tighter to better hide her face. Let's hurry and get you up to my room, get you some warm blankets and hot tea, How does that sound? It sounds heavenly, Aunt Bernie, she replied, and the two made their way out of the lobby to a hallway, briskly walking down the hall to a room where Bernice let her in first before following her in. She looked up at the simply decorated bedroom and glanced back to the old housekeeper that closed and locked the door behind them. As soon as it was locked and she was sure no one was on the other side listening, she turned to Amelia with a concerned expression. Are you all right, Miss Seymour? How are you feeling? I'm fine, Amelia smiled at her. You know, it's really good to see you again, Bernice. The older woman smiled back at her. It's good to see you're well, especially after all of this. Bernice replied, Come on, I have some tea brewing for you. Oh, that was serious, Amelia asked as she started to take off her heavy jacket. I thought that was just part of the act for Aunt Bernie and her niece Rose. Also, where the hell did Rose come from? I've been posing as a florist in my travels, Bernice explained as she went over to a coffee pot, pouring a cup of the steaming water before dipping a tea bag in it. I thought it was better than something like Daisy or Lily. I mean, yeah, all right, I can live with Rose, she said as she sat down on the bed, taking the offered cup, letting the tea steep in it a little more before bringing it up to her lips. She let out a low hum in delight as she took a sip of it. God, that's good. I've been eating nothing but military rations the last few days. She took another sip and let out a small sigh in pleasure as she felt her body warming up quickly. I can imagine, Bernice said, coming to sit next to her with her own cup. So, how are you? I mean, I'm cold and kind of tired, but fine, Amelia said. No, I mean, how are you? Bernice asked, the question making Amelia look up curiously. I know your teacher has disappeared. I heard from Master Alex that you two were rather close. Oh, she looked down at her cup. Well, I mean, I don't know. The two options we have for him right now are he's either dead somewhere in a mineshaft, or he's left me behind to continue his plans without me. She frowned and, I'm not sure if either of them is better than the other, to be honest. I mean, I want him to be alive, of course. Of course, I hope he's alive, but at the same time, I thought we were better friends than that, you know? She sighed, looking down at her teacup. I know I'm not the strongest fighter or the strongest alchemist. I mean, I'm nowhere near his level, but I don't know. I mean, it makes sense to keep going without me, but You're hurt because of it, Bernice said, and Amelia nodded. Well, I'm afraid there's not much you can do right now except go along with us. I know, she said, looking up at her, but if he's dead and gone, then I need to move forward. I can mourn him once I'm safe at the estate. She put the tea aside for the moment. So, what's the plan? Well, see, that's the thing, Bernice said. I'm leaving in a few hours. What? Amelia's eyes went wide. You have nothing to worry about, you'll be safe here. Bernice reassured her, but you'll need to make a phone call tomorrow morning to the Armstrong estate. I've told Master Alex to expect a call from you to come pick you up. Why, I thought you would be staying with me to help me hide, Amelia said. You don't have anything to worry about, I promise. Bernice reassured her again, but I have my duties to Madame Olivier that I have to see through. Master Alex understands this, as I thought you would. I mean, I get it, but at the same time what about this room? How long will I be waiting? If they start asking me for money, I don't have any. There's a road from here that goes straight to Central. It only takes a couple of days by car. You'll be traveling that way. Bernice said, and this room is paid up for the next week. You should have plenty of time, and if you should leave early, you'll be able to get some of that money back. Okay, she looked up at her, so, just call them tomorrow. What about when I want to eat? I can't exactly go out and get meals. This inn has a lovely room service, but don't make any phone calls here. Bernice said, the concierge clerk is nosy, eavesdropping on everything. Best make your way to the local bank, they have a private booth there. The bank, they'll have to have posters of me. I know, that's why you'll be so bundled up, they won't be able to tell. Bernice smiled, putting her cup aside and going over to the dresser in the room, pulling out 3 scarves and 2 different hats. Here, this one should be able to hide your hair, and this one on top of it will make it seem decorative. She tossed the 2 of them to her in order. And with these scarves to cover your face, you should be able to keep warm all the way there and back until someone's able to come get you. She tossed them over to her and smiled. And you have on that nice, big coat, but if you want something else, I have a men's coat in the bottom drawer. It might be a bit big on you, but it should be enough to hide you. Amelia looked over the hats and scarves, still feeling uneasy. She had only just gotten out of the fort. She knew that the military had to be looking for her. She had hoped that she wouldn't have to travel alone or stay here alone, and the news that Bernice would be there had been a huge comfort. She hated that she would have to be kept up in another room and just wait for someone to come get her. She let out a small sigh through her nose, looking up at Bernice and forcing a small smile on her face. She had already done a lot for her, and worst-case scenario, as long as she stayed in the hotel room, she would be just fine. Thanks, Bernice. I'll make sure to call the estate first thing tomorrow. Bernice tilted her head a little to the side. Well, now that's a look I've never seen on you before, she said, and she came back over to her side. I know it might seem like I'm abandoning you here, Amelia, but I had to delay my trip to stay here for you. I still have my duties to Miss Olivier and the other members that we have working against the higher-ups in Central Command. She brought her arm around Amelia's shoulders, speaking to her in a gentle, motherly tone, but even so, you don't have to force yourself to see me off with a smile. It's all right to admit that you're scared. I told you I won't leave for a few hours, so we have that much time to talk if you want to talk. She gently squeezed one shoulder with her hand. Or not, we can just sit here and talk about nothing. Whatever would make you feel better. Amelia was surprised to hear her speaking to her like that, and she wasn't sure if it was because she had been in isolation for the last week, or because she was still grieving Edward, or maybe because it was a combination of those things and everything else she had been through. But she felt a lump forming in her throat, tears stinging at her eyes. She took a slow breath to try and keep those feelings away, looking down at her lap at the given hat and scarf she had resting there. I mean. It's just a trip to the bank, it's a phone call. I'll just make it and come back and wait. Teacher will come for me, I know that. That's right, Bernice said, still in that gentle tone of voice. Master Alex cares about you as if you were one of the family. He would never leave you here where you would be at risk. Amelia nodded, still looking down at the wool scarf she had been handed. Right, I know that. He won't leave me behind. But at the same time, there was still that risk that she was taking. A huge risk in going outside in broad daylight, where soldiers could see her, find her, arrest her, take her back to Central to be a prisoner for the rest of her days, which probably wouldn't be that long. She felt her heart pounding and her chest tightening with anxiety. If I disguise myself, there's no reason for someone to notice me, and I won't get caught. That's right, Bernice said again. Amelia could still picture it, the second she stepped out of the hotel, right into a group of soldiers looking right at her, pointing their guns, shouting at her to get down on the ground. It'll be fine. Her chest tightened even more to where she felt like she was having trouble breathing, but she tried to keep her pace steady so she wouldn't worry Bernice. Things wouldn't be this way if she wasn't left alone. If Bernice would stay, she could help hide her more in public, or if Falman had stuck around he could vouch for her, or if Captain Buccaneer came down from the fort, she could hide behind him. And if Edward were here, none of that would be happening at all. I'll be fine. If Edward were here, he would have come back for her in that week. He would have found her in the fort, he would have gotten her out of there and taken her to where he and Al were somewhere, safe and away from all this insanity to where she could feel safe. It's fine. If Edward were still here, he wouldn't have left her behind. Bernice could easily see the anxiety on Amelia's face, and she gently squeezed her shoulder again. It will be, she reassured her, but it's okay if it doesn't feel fine right now. Amelia was quiet, looking down at the scarf. It was a shade of dark red, which just reminded her of Edward's gaudy coat and his terrible fashion sense. He wasn't here anymore, was he? He wouldn't have abandoned her if he had a choice. He was really gone. She was really, really alone right now. I'm scared, Bernice. Bernice's eyes widened. Never had Amelia sounded so small, speaking in such a quiet tone of voice, not that she had ever seen. It didn't take much longer for Amelia's tears to come rising up and roll down her cheeks, and she brought the scarf up to hide her face as she felt her body trembling. Oh, Amelia. She brought both arms around her, holding her close and bringing her head to her shoulder, and she could feel the young girl start crying against it, sniffling and quietly sobbing. She gently rubbed her back. Oh, there, it's all right. She tried to comfort her as best she could, staying close to her as her body shook against hers. I know you're scared, it's all right, just let it all out. She cooed softly to her, letting her take these needed moments of comfort in a time that had to be so difficult on her. She would never wish these trials on someone, especially not one as young as she was. She stayed with her, the two of them sitting together on the bed, until Amelia finally came around to stop crying. Bernice stayed around after Amelia calmed down, but she still had to leave. Amelia told her that she would be all right and would take extra precautions before going out. She stayed in the room, leaving the lights on as she went to sleep, taking comfort in the fact that she could have the lights on this time as she slept, while Bernice boarded her train to the west to reach out to whoever else she needed to reach out to on behalf of General Armstrong. The bed was much softer than the medical cots in Fort Briggs, so she slept very soundly. The next morning, Amelia took her time getting ready. She showered, brushed her teeth, took her time to take in what luxuries she had available to her in that single room until her stomach demanded food. She ordered a plate of breakfast from room service, getting some much-needed sugary sweets in after having nothing but military rations that tasted like microwave dinners. It was a welcome reprieve for about an hour or so, but she knew she couldn't stay in there forever if she wanted to get out. She put on the men's coat that Bernice had mentioned, and it was a little big on her, but she stuffed the shoulder pads with one of the hats and another scarf to make it seem like she filled it out a little bit more. She stuffed her hair into one of the wool hats to hide it, and wrapped her face with one scarf, and wrapped the second around that. She looked at herself in the mirror, not seeing much of herself beyond her own eyes. She made sure to hide her nose and mouth, and with the cold temperatures outside, surely no one would question her dressing like this. Surely not. She could feel that tightness in her chest again from anxiety, but she tried to breathe steadily and let it pass. She could do this. Just straight to the bank and back, and that should be enough. Then she would just stay in her room for 2 more days, and then she would be gone. She would be okay. She would have to be, since Edward wasn't there to help her anymore. She put on her best brave face and walked out of the hotel room, down the hall past the concierge's desk, who gave her a friendly smile as she left. As she went outside into the sunlight, she was a little blinded at first, but she adjusted quickly. She had been in the dark light of the medical room for so long, it was hard to get used to sunlight again, but she could manage. She made her way down the road, heading straight to the bank, which was thankfully in sight of the hotel. She didn't see any soldiers outside the building, and she didn't see any when she entered either. There were a few people waiting behind counters on a few other customers. She looked around for their public phones, seeing one of them and someone already using it. She let out a small, exasperated sigh as she went to stand in line behind the man, hearing him talking quietly to someone on the other end. "Well, it's not my fault they chose the wrong stock. I said Wilson and Sons, not William and Sons. How is it my fault that the phone lines are faulty this far north?" He argued with someone on the other end of the phone, and she rolled her eyes a little bit. It seemed very petty, but she wouldn't make a scene about it and draw attention to herself. "Look, Jenkinson, if they made a bad investment, that's not my fault. I wasn't even there. I told you all what to buy stock of, and you screwed it up as far as I'm concerned. You have the information now, don't you? God, do I have to spell out the name of every business to you? You blithering idiot, how the hell are you a traitor?" She gently cleared her throat, and the man glanced back at her, his eyes wide for a second before turning back to the phone. Instantly, her chest tightened again with anxiety. Did he recognize her? Was he going to call for authorities? All right, look. I'll spell it out for you so that way it can't be disputed, yeah? Look, I've got someone waiting, so we need to make this quick. She let out an internal sigh of relief. He was insecure because she was able to hear everything he was saying. She wasn't sure who Jenkinson was, but they probably didn't need to be talked down to like that. She listened as the man spelled out a few names of different businesses, but didn't pay much attention to them as she glanced around the bank. There weren't many people inside the place, but it seemed busy enough. "Yeah, just buy those today and I'll call you tomorrow for the others. Yeah, goodbye." He hung up and turned around, nodding to Amelia before he left. She glanced at his back as he left the bank, turning around and going to the now open phone. She didn't see him pausing at the door to let in a much larger man as he came in before he left or see him heading up to the desk as she dialed in the number for the Armstrong estate. She heard the line ringing, and it didn't take too long for someone to answer, "Hello, Armstrong residence." She recognized the voice of Horace, the butler, right away. "Hello, could I speak to Alex Armstrong, please?" she asked, hearing as the bank teller nearby called out for the next customer in line. "Certainly, who may I say is calling?" Horace asked. "It's Amelia." "Oh, he's been expecting your call. I'd like to make a withdrawal from the account of State Alchemist Edward Elric." Amelia's eyes widened, and she looked over at the teller counter to see who was there. Seeing the back of a tall, brawny man with brown hair, her attention pulled away from the phone. "His research account. Fetch him for you right away. Please wait a moment." "What? Oh, thanks," she said, her attention more solidly focused on this man as he spoke to the bank teller. She could see the shine from Edward's silver pocket watch sitting in front of him on the counter. "Are you the account holder?" the teller asked. "I'm his representative, but I brought a letter of attorney," the man replied. "I see, and how much of a withdrawal are you wanting to make?" the teller asked as another voice came on the phone. "Amelia, is that you?" Major Armstrong's voice rang through as clear as ever. "Yes, I'm here," she said, glancing between the phone and the man as he spoke with the teller. "I'll need a cash withdrawal of. I've been so worried about you. Are you all right? Are you safe? Where are you?" "I'm fine, teacher," Amelia said, glancing back at the man. I'm up north." "You're still in Amstress. I thought you would have fled to Drachma by now." "What? Why would I be in Drachma?" "With everything that's going on, I thought you would find it safer to flee to another country." "Well, I mean, that's a good point. She hadn't thought about that. But no matter, I can come and get you wherever you are. Just tell me where you're staying, and I'll be there as quickly as possible. The Armstrong family has an excellent collection of automobiles that will get me there swiftly, wherever you are." His declaration was just barely heard by Amelia as she watched the teller put 2 stacks of what had to be a large amount of money into an envelope and watched him tuck them into a pocket into his coat. As he turned around to leave, she caught a glimpse of his face and she felt a sudden chill run down her spine. He was one of Kimbley's goons. He was the one with sideburns and a stern face. Why did he have Edward's watch? What was he doing taking money out of his account? And more importantly, where did he find that watch? Edward never let it out of his sight. It was one of the most important things he owned. He wouldn't just let someone take it like that. She gripped the receiver of the phone tighter as her eyes followed him out of the bank. "Amelia, what's wrong? You've become quiet." What? She glanced back at the phone and then back at him. Just tell me where you are, and I'll be there as quickly as possible. We'll keep you safe at the estate, Armstrong promised. She watched as the man made his way out of the bank, and she couldn't stand it. How could he just be up and walking around? Why was he okay when Edward was gone? He was there that day the mineshaft collapsed. He had to know what happened. I have to call you back. Amelia, she hung up the phone and shuffled her way out of the bank as the man left. She knew she shouldn't be doing this. She should tell the major where she was and head straight back to the hotel like she planned, but she wasn't going to let this go. This guy was one of Kimberly's men. He fought Edward as a chimera. He was there when the mine collapsed. He had to know where he was. If she could find his body, if she could at least see and know that Edward was really gone, then she could move on, but this guy. He was there. He might have killed him. Who was he to walk around like this after killing a teenage boy? She wasn't going to stand for it, but she had to be careful about it. She made sure to keep her distance as she followed him, and whenever he looked back, she went a hide or made it seem like she was casually walking to another spot. She followed him for a few blocks, heading down different roads, and she was very glad that she was so bundled up since it kept her warm for the majority of her time walking with him. It didn't take much longer until he went into a building in what looked like an area of town that most people might have been advised not to be in as tourists. They had left the center of the city behind and now were in the thick of the concrete buildings. As he went inside one building that looked like an apartment complex, she was quick to follow him and went up to the front door. When she stepped inside, he was nowhere to be seen in the hall. She narrowed her eyes and took careful, quiet steps as she went to look around the corner of the first room to her left that had an open door, only to be met with a large forearm coming out from behind it and pinning her to the wall by her shoulder. She cried out and the brawny man stepped out, glaring down at her. "All right, I know you've been following me. Who the hell are you?" He demanded as he reached for her scarf and yanked it off of her face, her hat falling down with it and revealing herself to him. She glared up at him, not caring that her identity had been blown, and she saw his eyes flash with recognition. "Oh, it's you." "Damn right, it's me," she snapped. "Where's Edward, you murderer?" She struggled underneath his grip, but he held her down tightly and kept her still pinned against the wall. "Murderer? Who are you calling a murderer?" "Why else would you have Edward's watch?" She snapped as she still struggled in his grasp. "Where is he? What have you done with him?" He let out a long sigh as she kept trying to work her way out of his grip, but he was still able to hold her still. "All right, kiddo. I think you better come with me," he said before bending down and throwing her up over her shoulder, and she let out a yelp as she was bent over like a sack of potatoes as he started to carry her up the stairs of the complex. "What the hell are you doing?" she screeched, her hands pounding at his back. "Put me down or I swear I'll scream." "If you scream, I won't tell you what happened to your friend," the man threatened in return. "I'll drop you down the stairs and you'll land on your head. You want that to happen." "Where's Edward, you piece of shit?" she snapped at him, still pounding at his back with everything she had. "Stop hitting me already," the man complained as he kept walking briskly up the stairs. Even despite his complaints, he seemed to take every hit without too much trouble as he walked up the next floor with her on his shoulder. She kept kicking and punching and squirming trying to get out, but he wouldn't let her go so easily. He kept a firm grip on her as he brought her all the way to one door, knocking on it a few times before it opened up. Amelia didn't see who was inside, as she still tried to punch him into submission on his back. "That took you long enough," the voice of an elderly woman replied. "Who is that?" "Don't worry about it, she won't be a problem," the man said as he walked inside, reaching into his coat and pulling out the envelope he had been given, tossing it on a table in front of an older man before reaching up around Amelia's waist and putting her down on her feet. "Where is he?" she snarled at him, going to hit him as soon as she was on the ground again. He quickly caught her punches and held her arms at bay, taking a step back as she tried to kick him. "Easy, easy, he's fine," he said as he held her back, and she paused for a moment as she glared up at him, the older man starting to thumb through the cash in the envelope, counting it out. "He'll be back in a minute, all right. He gave me his watch, that's why I had it at the bank." "Liar, why would he give you his watch?" she snapped. "Well, this should cover your medical bill," the man beside them spoke up, catching Amelia's attention as she looked over at him, getting a better look at him. He was completely bald, wearing a white doctor's coat and small spectacles that magnified the pores of his skin as they rested on his nose. He was a man easily pushing 70. "It better," the larger man replied in an annoyed tone of voice. "Well, I could charge you more, but this'll do," the man replied as he pocketed the money in his coat. "You're already ripping us off, Doc," the larger man snapped. "How can you say that?" The elderly woman piped up, and Amelia looked over at her. She was much shorter, her silver hair pulled back into two buns, with beady eyes and a grin that could put the Cheshire Cat to shame. She watched as she poured some coffee into one of 2 cups. "It's reasonable when you consider the risks involved." "Sure, and as long as you guarantee that you're gonna keep your mouths shut, then I'm not complaining," the man replied. "What the hell did you do?" Amelia snapped, fearing the worst had happened to Edward if they had to pay someone hush money. "I didn't do anything, if you would just calm down for a minute." "Darius?" A new voice caught her attention, another man coming out of the room. He stood just as tall and broad as his friend, and Amelia recognized his blonde hair and mustache quickly. He was another one of Kimberly's men, the second one who went missing. "You," she gasped upon her recognition. "What is it?" The larger man, apparently named Darius, asked his companion, who pointed his thumb at the windows. He and Amelia both looked over to see a car full of soldiers emptying out near the building. "Guess they found us." Amelia grew a little uneasy, knowing she couldn't be caught by them right now, not when she was so close to finding out what happened to Edward. "Shit. We'll be all right, just act natural," Darius advised, letting go of her hands and heading into another room. The blonde man came up to her, putting a hand on her shoulder. "We saw your posters, you can't be seen, right?" he asked, and Amelia nodded. "All right, just come over here." He looked over at the old woman. "Hey, you have anything to cover her face?" he asked as he went over to a cabinet, pulling out a roll of gauze and starting to wrap it around his wrist. "Yes, there should be a face mask on the second shelf." She pointed it out to him, and he grabbed one, handing it to Amelia, who quickly put it on. "Sit right here, we'll make it look like you're waiting," she advised her, and she complied for the moment as she took a seat, and the doctor stood up while the other woman went over to the blonde man. It wasn't too much longer after they had readied themselves to act natural that a harsh knock came at the door. The doctor went over to it, keeping a calm expression on his face. "Yes, hello?" He opened the door to be greeted with 3 men, who Amelia had to guess were from Northern Command because they certainly weren't from Briggs or Central. "Oh, you're soldiers. Do you need a physical?" "We're looking for someone," one of the men said, pushing the door open wider and stepping inside. Amelia was quick to duck her face down, coughing into the mask to pretend like she's sick. She watched as he glanced over at her, and then at the other man as the old woman removed his gauze from his wrist. "Are these 2 your only patients? There's no one else." "There's one more resting." As soon as the doctor said it, the soldier walked past him, his shoulder knocking the older man out of the way as he went to the curtained-off back room. Another soldier following him inside, marching with him as he yanked open the curtain where Darius was laying underneath the sheets of the cot in that room. "Are you the only patient back here?" the lead soldier asked, and Amelia could easily hear his voice from the waiting room. She still kept her head ducked down in case the other soldier happened to look back, trying to hide as many of her facial features as possible. "Yeah, why are you asking?" Darius asked in a weak voice. "What's wrong?" "Tell me, were you at the bank this afternoon?" There was a pause following his question, one that was apparently too long for the soldier as he reached for his gun and pointed it at Darius. "Slowly raise your hands above your head." Amelia could feel that tightness in her chest again as she looked back at the soldiers, glancing over at the door. She knew there was a 3rd man waiting for them outside the door, but how hard would it be to slip past him right now? Would he be waiting for his comrades before letting anyone out? She jumped as she heard the sound of another gun being cocked, looking up at the second soldier with the leader, who had pulled his gun out and was scanning the room. She looked over at the blonde member of Kimberly's team, and she saw that he was hiding a gun in his hands, ready to turn around and shoot, but he wasn't showing it just yet. The tension was getting worse in the room, and that tightness felt like it was suffocating her. Had it always been this hard to breathe, or was the mask just making it more difficult? "Right now," the lead soldier ordered as Darius seemed to fail to comply. "Show me your hands." Suddenly, there was a heavy thud against the door, and it caught everyone's attention. The lead soldier looked back at the other one who had come in with him. "Check it out," he ordered, and the man nodded, his gun still drawn as he went to do so. As he came around the corner of the door opening, Amelia could see the limp body of his companion on the floor. Her eyes widened. What happened? Who else was here? Harris, what happened to you?" the second soldier cried out, and Amelia immediately feared the worst. Was it Kimberly? Had he and his men come to hide out here before continuing their work for the homunculi? She watched as the second man kneeled down to try and get his companion up as the door closed. "Come on, snap to, Harry." His voice was cut off, and another thud was heard as the door opened slightly when his body fell to the floor too. Amelia felt her blood run cold. It was Kimberly. It had to be Kimberly. Who else would be with these men? The door was opened slowly again, and the lead soldier quickly moved back against the wall. Amelia watched as a smaller figure, much smaller than Kimberly and definitely smaller than his two goons that she was stuck with, carefully walked into the room, one arm holding a paper bag full of food as he quietly moved across the room. The thing that caught her eye was the long blonde hair that seemed to be trailing down his back. No, it couldn't be. Harris, what's going on?" the first soldier shouted out from where he was standing by the doorway. When he received only silence as a response, he only grew more nervous, and the blonde figure came up to the other side of the doorway, opposite where he was standing. "Hey, answer me." Amelia watched as the figure raised his automail right arm and punched it straight through the plaster wall, and she stood up as she heard the sound of the first soldier choking as he was pinned back, her heart pounding in her ears as she knew that this had to be him. There was no doubt anymore. She heard the thud of a body hitting the floor again, and she reached up to take off her face mask while Darius got out of his bed. "Damn, you just had to take him out on your own, huh?" he commented as he came around, bending down slightly to look over the condition of the lead soldier. "You're pretty reckless, kid. You haven't even fully recovered yet." "Don't treat me like I'm an invalid," Edward replied as he came around to the front of the door, his automail hand clenching into a fist. "My injuries are completely healed, and I'm revving at full throttle." Sure, Darius replied as he stood up again, looking over at him. "You get everything on the list." "Yeah, and then some," Edward said as he handed over the bag of groceries for him to inspect. "Good, I'll take care of the rest, and you can take care of your little friend there," he said. "We need to get the hell out of here, so make it quick." "Friend, what are you talking about?" Edward turned around, his eyes meeting Amelia's, and he stopped, silenced in shock as he looked at her. She looked right back at him, her hands trembling a little bit as she stared him in his face. He was alive. Edward was really alive, and he was standing right there in front of her. The two of them were silent for a few moments that felt like a small eternity as they both tried to figure out what they wanted to say. Amelia had a million things she wanted to say, a million things she wanted to do. She wanted to run up and hug him and praise whatever God that would listen that Edward was safe. She also wanted to punch him in the face and call him out for abandoning her to the Central Forces at Fort Briggs. Edward seemed to be in a similar state of speechlessness, trying to figure out what to say. He gulped as he knew that just staring at each other wouldn't help anything, so he raised up his flesh hand, putting a small, awkward smile on his face as he said, "Hey." His simple greeting immediately pushed away all of Amelia's feelings of relief and gratitude at him being alive and switched her over to anger. "Hey," she snapped, marching over to him, and his smile quickly fell as he stepped back. "That's all you have to say to me is hey. Are you fucking kidding me, Ed?" She didn't hesitate to bring her fist up and punch him right in his cheek. It hurt her fingers to feel them hitting his teeth through his skin, but damn did it feel good to let out her anger. "Ow, what the hell?" Edward quickly went up to cover the cheek she had hit. "You total asshole," she shouted at him angrily. "You fucking up and disappear for a whole goddamn week, and all you have to say to me is hey? You fucking dick." She brought her hand up to hit him again, and he quickly blocked it with his automail arm. "Do you have any idea what I've been doing for the last week?" She brought her fists down on his lifted arm, the sides of her hands hitting against the metal. "Hey, take it easy. You unbelievable fuckwad." She emphasized her word with a good hit to his automail arm and continued to do so as she reamed him out. "I have been trapped at Fort Briggs for 7 goddamn days in the fucking dark. God, I hate you so much. A whole week, Edward. You couldn't call or something? You couldn't leave a note? You fucking piece of. Hey, I've been in recovery for the last week. That's not my fault." Edward snapped back at her, trying to move away as she kept hitting him, blocking her with his right arm every time. "I don't care, you should have done something," she shouted back at him. "I was trying to lay low." "Lay low? Fucking seriously, Ed. I've got half a mind to chuck you out into the garbage like the little piece of shit that you are." The L word instantly brought up Edward's own fire after being hit and berated by Amelia. "Who are you calling little?" "Shut up. You shut you p. You don't get the right to yell at me, asshole." "Why the hell not? I'm the one that's pissed off here, not you, so shut your fucking mouth." "How am I not supposed to be angry when you keep hitting me?" "Because you deserve it." "For what?" "I thought you were dead, you bastard." Amelia's voice trembled as she yelled, and she could see her vision growing foggy as her eyes welled with tears. It was the first time she had ever said out loud that she was afraid that Edward was dead, and to say it now, the tears overflowed and Edward's anger began to disappear as he saw tears rolling over her cheeks and falling to the floor. "This entire time? I thought you were dead. I thought." A sob slipped out in between her words, and she hated it. She hated that she was crying like this, but she was so angry, and it wouldn't stop, and she had been in such torment for the last few days. "I mourned for you." She brought her hand up again, and Edward went up to block it with his automail forearm, but it was just a tap compared to what she had done a moment ago. I've been grieving you." She sobbed again, and she pulled her hands back to wipe at her face. "Amelia," Edward's expression softened as he watched her break down. He had never seen her like this before, and it was so painful to see her like this. He tried to reach out to her with his automail hand, and she quickly smacked it away. "Don't fucking touch me," she glared up at him as she wiped away her tears from her cheeks. "I'm still pissed at you. How could you just leave me behind like that? I thought we were friends." "We are friends," Edward quickly said, holding his hands up defensively in case she decided to hit him again. "Then why didn't you come?" Her voice was hoarse from the yelling, and she quieted as she glared up at him. "Why didn't you try to contact me? Why did I have to get smuggled out of the fort?" "Amelia, I swear, it's not like that," Edward said gently. She sniffled as she wiped away the last of her tears, finally calming down. So many things had come bubbling up at once, she couldn't help herself as she cried like that in front of him. "Come on," Darius came over to them, wearing his coat and carrying a small bag. "We need to hurry and get out of here. Those guys weren't the only military here." He gave the two of them a nudge, and they started to walk out with them into the hall. He looked back at the doctor and his wife, who were pulling the lead unconscious soldier out of their room and dragging him over to the door where the other two unconscious ones lay. "Thanks for everything you've done, Doc." "Don't worry about it, just hurry up and go." The doctor dismissed his gratitude as he pulled the body along with his wife. "We've had about all the trouble we can take for today." His wife concurred, and the group started to move out, Edward bending down to pick up a piece of paper from one of the soldiers. Amelia looked over his shoulder to see it was a list of descriptive qualities. Blonde hair worn in a braid, red coat, short. That was it. Were those the descriptors they were using to try to find Edward? It seemed pretty simplistic, and she was fairly certain she had a whole wanted poster with a sketch on it. Hardly seemed fair. "Freeze!" The shout caught their attention, and they looked back to see a pair of soldiers pointing their guns at them. "Drop your weapons," one ordered them, seeing the guns in Darius's hand and his partner's. The blonde one tusked, "We took too long," he said, giving a pointed look to Edward and Amelia. "Get your hands up in the air," the second soldier ordered as he readied his gun. "Do it now." "Get out of there, kids. Those guys are dangerous," the first one said, looking at Amelia and Edward. Did he really not know who they were? Maybe she didn't look all that much like her wanted poster in person. Still, the fact that they were all allies, and the soldiers didn't know, that gave the two goons an idea. They each picked up one kid, pointing a gun to their heads. "Stay back or they're dead," the blonde one threatened dramatically while pointing a gun to Amelia's head. "Don't force us to blow their brains out," Darius threatened in an equally dramatic tone, and the two soldiers faltered at the sight of the hostages with them. Darius picked up Edward and ran out with him, the blonde one doing the same for Amelia, who was a little shocked that she was being picked up so easily by these guys as they ran down the stairs and outside. As soon as they burst through the doors, the other soldiers and their cars looked over at them. The blonde one did some quick work shooting at the snowy roof of the building that they had parked next to. the foot various feet of snow coming rushing down on top of their vehicle, and in front of them to keep them from rushing after them on foot while they turned and ran down the street. "I'll hot wear some wheels for us," Darius said as they ran, both of them with one teenager under their arm. "Is this what you've been doing since you left Fort Briggs?" Amelia demanded as her goon continued to carry her. "You seriously want to talk about that now?" Edward snapped from his place under Darius's arm. "Not like we've had any other time to talk this week. Don't you take that tone with me, I'm still your teacher, you know." "Can't you kids pipe down?" The blonde one snapped as they ran to a car, Darius pulling on the doors and finding them unlocked, throwing Edward into the backseat, and the blonde goon doing the same to Amelia as Darius ran to the engine, pulling up the hood and messing with the wires until it started. And then he ran back in where the blonde one was already waiting with his gun, pointing out the window for when the soldiers would come for them. As soon as they drove off, peeling down the icy road, it didn't take long for them to catch up. "You just left me at Fort Briggs, you abandoned me," Amelia snapped at Edward. "I wasn't going to abandon you," Edward snapped back, clearly pissed that she wanted to bring this up now, in the middle of an escape. "Then where the hell have you been this last week, huh?" "I've been in recovery. I've been stuck in bed and it sucked." "Like I'd buy that bullshit, Edward. Smooth tongue my ass." "This isn't some kind of smooth talk, it's the truth." "Can't you kids save it for another day?" Darius snapped at the two of them. "You shut up," Amelia snapped at him, and Edward glanced back behind them to see two more cars pulling up closer as they drove down the road, filled with soldiers. "Hey, gorilla, step on it," he ordered. "Don't call me that," Darius snapped at him. "Just drive faster," he ordered again. "These guys are from Northern Command. We're never gonna ditch 'em." As he spoke, a car began to pull up in front of them at an intersection, and Darius cried out as he quickly turned the car to just narrowly avoid getting in a wreck, knocking Edward and Amelia around in the backseat, putting Edward on top of Amelia. "That was a little too close," the blonde one said. "Get off of me," Amelia pushed him off with a glare. "I can't believe you were going to ditch me at the fort." "For the last time, I wasn't going to leave you there. We were gonna come back for you," Edward snapped, glaring back at her as his frustration brought him to shouting at her. "Bullshit, I know I'm the weakest fighter and the weakest alchemist of the three of us." "So what? Just because you're weak doesn't mean I was gonna abandon you there for those bastards to get their hands on you. How about instead of shouting you make use of that mouth and tell us how it looks behind us?" Darius snapped at her, and she glared at him. "Don't even get me started on you." She snapped at him, while Edward looked back to see the cars were still in hot pursuit. "It's not good, they're right on us," Edward reported. "Damn it!" Darius pushed his foot down on the gas even more, but it wasn't doing much good to better their chances. Edward looked ahead of them and pushed his way up to point at the intersection ahead of them. "Hey, turn there, I've got an idea," he ordered. "What?" "Just shut up and turn." Darius, frustrated and knowing they didn't have many options, began to do that, the car rocking as they turned suddenly down the road. "This better be a good plan." "Just park the car as soon as we turn," Edward ordered, clapping his hands together and bringing them to the side of the car. Amelia could hear the metal creaking as it was warped by his transmutation. The car jerked to a halt as Darius parked the car like Edward had suggested, and he pulled his hand away. The car looked completely different. To be perfectly honest, it didn't even look like a car anymore. From what Amelia could see from the windows, the metal had been shifted to almost look like armor, like a pill bug, only instead of the usual dark gray color, it was purple, with red flames trailing around it. He had even changed the windshield so the glass was tinted, the only good thing out of this, and changed to look like bulbous goggles with a pair of bull horns pointing outward, with a third horn pointing forward in between them. They all waited in silence in the car as they watched the military cars that had been chasing after them drive right past, heading down the next street and leaving them alone. Edward let out a small sigh of relief, a bit of a smug grin on his face. "Hugh, and you doubted me." "Yeah, well, can you change it back into a normal car now?" the blonde one asked. Edward looked genuinely shocked that he had asked, but then scowled. "And why is that? I think this car looks cool as hell." "Just change it back, please, we're begging you," Darius said as he put the car back in gear and drove back down the road they had been on, heading straight out of town. Oh yeah, you guys got a problem with my sense of style. You don't have any. Darius, Amelia, and the blonde goon all said at once, shocking him back into his seat, and he crossed his arms with a pout. Amelia rolled her eyes. God, I'll do it. She brought her hands together, bringing them to the side of the car. She could hear the metal creaking again as she changed the shape and paint job of it so that it looked almost the same as before, though now it was a different shade so they could avoid the military as they kept driving. Edward looked over at her, but she refused to look over at him, sitting back in the car, crossing her arms as she stayed still. Amelia. No, shush, she snapped at him. You'll get your turn to talk. You want to know what I've been doing for the last week since you ditched me? I wasn't going to. No, shut up, I'm talking now. Edward reluctantly shut his mouth, glaring at Amelia as she continued. I was held prisoner in my own room. And then Drachma attacked out of freaking nowhere, so now there's a whole bunch of bloodshed at Briggs, and you know what I tried to do when that happened? I tried to run because no one had found you and you were either dead or you ditched me, so I ran. And I got caught. And thank God it was Captain Buccaneer that found me, or I'd be shipped all the way back to Central. I'd be stuck there until these assholes enacted their plans, and I'd be sacrificed for whatever that is. So instead, I've been hiding for a week in the fucking dark in an empty room living off army rations until they smuggled me out of the fort fucking yesterday. Fucking last night at 2 in the goddamn morning, I got out of the fort. This is the first time I've seen the sun since we were in bass school. You ditched me, Ed. You abandoned me and you left me behind to do fuck all with the enemy. Screw you. I am so fucking pissed at you. There are not enough cuss words in my vocabulary to describe how much of a shithead you are. And don't give me that bullshit that you weren't going to ditch me, because we all know I'm the weakest fighter and the weakest alchemist, and leaving me behind would have been the best idea and you know it. She let out a heavy breath, having gotten it all out as quickly as she could, panting a little bit as she looked at him. Edward still kept his mouth shut, waiting for whatever else she wanted to say. You're an asshole, Edward, she finished, sitting comfortably. Is that it? He asked in a surprisingly calm voice. Is that all you wanted to say to me? She shifted uncomfortably in her seat for a moment before she nodded. Yeah, I think I made my point. Okay, Edward sat up a little straighter. You want to know what's happened to me since bass school? He reached for the hem of his leather jacket, and Amelia's eyes widened as she saw him pulling it up with his undershirt to expose the lower half of his torso. When Kimberly made the mineshaft explode in bass school, this is what happened to me. He pulled it up to reveal a rather large injury on his left side. A piece of metal came crashing down with me and pierced me straight through. I managed to use alchemy to fix the worst of it, but I had to see a doctor, and they gave me this skin graft. You can see my muscles moving underneath, look. He clenched up his stomach, and Amelia winced as she saw the fibrous muscles moving underneath the skin graft on his stomach. Jesus Christ, Ed, she gasped. So, Mr. Gorilla and Mr. Lion. We have names, the blonde one angrily declared. We're Heinkel and Darius. Yeah, whatever. Edward barked back at him before turning back to Amelia, letting his clothes down to cover himself again. For the last week I've been in recovery following that surgery with a couple of shifty doctors willing to work on us for a super high price. And they can tell you, he pointed to the 2 chimeras in the front of the car, that my first plan of action once I got better was to get you out of Fort Briggs and get the hell out of here. Right. Yeah, it's true, Darius said, his eyes still on the road as he spoke over his shoulder. He had a plan of action to move underground and sneak in to find you. He said there was some kind of tunnel that ran under the fort that we could use, so that's where we were planning on going next, Heinkel confirmed. Amelia listened to all of this, and her expression shifted from anger to shock to confusion to guilt as she listened to everything. Oh, she felt her cheeks flushing. I kind of feel like an asshole now. Yeah, you really should, Edward exclaimed at her. Amelia blushed shamefully, looking away from him as she couldn't help feeling guilty. Edward glared at her for a moment more before his expression softened, but at the same time, you had no idea any of this was happening, just like I didn't have any idea of what was happening at Fort Briggs to you. She looked over at him. Amelia, I was really worried about you. I had no idea what was happening. And honestly, I'm really glad to see you again after everything. It meant the world to him to know that she was safe and sound, even more that she had escaped. She smiled softly at him. I'm really glad to see you're okay, too. she said in a quiet tone of voice. I really thought that, if you weren't dead, you would have left me behind. I would never do that to you, Edward said firmly. Not ever. Not if I thought there was a chance you were still alive. Amelia was a little stunned at his conviction when he said that. Well, it's just, I know I was the weakest out of the three of us, for basically everything. In my head, it just made sense that you left the half-dead man to die. Who said you're the weakest alchemist out of us, huh? I mean, look at what you just did. Edward gestured to the car. You just completely undid my transmutation and still changed the color of the car. You're not a weak alchemist, you just haven't had enough experience using it in combat, and that can change. He smiled at her. You're a great alchemist, you're just not confident like we are about it. We can change that. She smiled back at him, and it grew into a grin. Yeah, I guess we can. We definitely got the time for it now. Edward said. Now we're both running from the military and hiding out from them, so we'll have plenty of time to work on your alchemy and combat training while we're traveling. Yeah, she couldn't deny that, now that she had gotten out all of her anger. That relief and gratitude was all that she could feel. She felt much lighter now, seeing that he was okay and that everything could go back to normal, at least somewhat. But what about Al? I would have thought if you left, you would have met up with him somewhere. You didn't see him back at the fort? No, there was no sign of him in all the time I was there. Major Miles would have told me. I don't think he came back once he knew it wasn't safe. Probably a smart move on his part. Edward sighed. We knew when he left it wasn't safe. The plan was always to meet up outside the fort, but we didn't exactly specify where. We might need to figure out what our next plan of action is. Amelia glanced out the window of the car, seeing that the city landscape of the north had been replaced with rolling snow-covered hills and pine tree forests in the time that they had spent talking. They both looked up as they felt the car slowing down. What's wrong? Amelia asked. Why are we slowing down? After all that insanity, I need to take a piss, Darius said, and Amelia let out a disgusted noise. It'll only take a second. Stretch your legs for a bit. He pulled the car off to the side of the road, shutting off the engine and stepping out. Heinkel followed him out, leaving Amelia and Edward in the car. Well, I guess a little stretch couldn't hurt, Amelia said. They must have been far enough away from the city that they were safe enough to get out and about for the time being. She got out of the car, stretching her arms up into the fresh, chilly air of their surroundings. She heard the door closing and saw Edward walking around the other side to come to her. So, are you okay? I mean, how do you recover from that kind of injury? Well, it wasn't easy. I sort of had to improvise. Edward chuckled. What do you mean? I thought you were good at bioalchemy. I'm not great at it. It's not my specialty. I just have some education on it. Edward replied. I ended up using my own soul in place of a philosopher's stone to repair some of the damage. You what? She gasped. How do you even do that? I mean, are you okay? I'm fine, Edward reassured her. At most, I think it took a few years off my lifespan, but that's it. Jesus, Ed, how can you be so reckless? Edward laughed a little. Come on, that's kind of my style, you know. Don't laugh, Ed, Amelia quickly said, making him stop. That recklessness almost got you killed. She stared him down determinedly. Edward, do you remember the last time I thought you were dead? You remember what you promised me. I promised you something. You promised me you wouldn't be so reckless anymore. You told me you would at least try. She looked at him worriedly. Ed, I'm serious. It's sheer luck that you managed to fix yourself and that these guys lent you a hand. They could have left you down there to die if they wanted to. And you can't just go using your own soul as a philosopher's stone whenever it's convenient for you. That'll kill you. I know, Edward said quickly and sighed. Look, I'm not gonna do that again unless I have to. So don't get in a situation where you have to, Amelia replied. Ed, you need to promise me, really promise me this time, that you won't be so reckless, that you're not gonna jump into anything head first anymore. You need to start planning ahead, start thinking of the big picture instead of just in the moment, okay? Edward looked up into her eyes as she pleaded with him, asking him to make a promise that seemed almost impossible to him. He couldn't guarantee that he wouldn't be reckless anymore. It was in his nature to be impulsive and jump straight into it. But at the same time, it had cost him a lot to do that. He sighed. Okay, I promise that I will start planning ahead more and that I will be less reckless. Do you really mean that? Amelia asked seriously. I really mean that, Edward confirmed, looking up at her. I do. Amelia relaxed a little bit, seeing that conviction in his eyes that always seemed to be there whenever he was talking about something important to him. Good, she said, relieved. Edward smiled at her, and she smiled back at him. Oh, how's your arm, by the way? Edward asked, reaching for the hand of Amelia's injured arm from before. It's fine now, she said, reaching to pull up her sleeve and expose her forearm to him, showing that there was a long scar along her arm but no bandages. The stitches are gone now. I'm perfectly fine. She put her sleeve back down and looked up at him. Edward smiled, letting go of her hand, and she let it fall back to her side, though she wished that he had held onto it for a little bit longer. Good, Edward sounded relieved to know that she was better, though that scar wouldn't disappear anytime soon. He looked out over their landscape for a moment, frowning. I should have never dropped my guard around Kimberly. He looked over at her. I managed to get the philosopher's stone out of his hand, but he had a second one hidden. What? It was what he used to blow up the mineshaft. Edward said. I had no idea he was keeping that. It completely threw me off. I can't believe it. How the hell are we supposed to anticipate 2 philosopher's stones? Amelia grumbled. I know, Edward sighed exasperatedly in agreement. Talk about a setback. No kidding, Amelia sighed with him. There was a moment of silence as the two of them thought over everything. Kimberly still hadn't been found, so was it safe to say that he was back with the enemy now? It wasn't likely that he had died in his own explosion. He wouldn't be so careless as that. It was more likely he had gotten away from Briggs and was back to doing what he wanted to do with the homunculi, probably trying to hunt down Scar again if he wasn't doing more of their dirty work. Do you? Edward's voice broke her out of her thoughts. Do you think Al made it to Winry okay? I'm sure he must have, Amelia said. I mean, it's not like he froze to death. What could stop him? Yeah, good point, Edward agreed. Hey, Full Metal. Darius's voice caught their attention and they looked over to him and Heinkel. What's the next plan of action? Well, let's see. Edward thought aloud. The first thing I need to do is meet up with Al. He should be with Dr. Marco by now. Well, where are they? Darius asked. You do know how to find them, right? Heinkel asked. Amelia tilted her head curiously as she looked at them. You want to help him out? I don't get it. Don't you guys work for Kimberly? After that bastard tried to kill us in that mineshaft explosion? Heinkel shook his head. No, but I guess this means Darius and I are back to being drifters. And you still want to help. Amelia was still surprised that they wanted to take part in what they were doing. Darius shrugged. It's not like we have anything better to do. Besides, I'd really like it if your plans involve sticking back to Kimberly. Amelia grinned. I'm sure we can work that in somewhere. She heard the sound of the car creaking and looked over to see Edward sitting down against it, trying to think of where Alphonse would have gone. She looked back over at Darius and Heinkel. We sent Al to warn some of our friends about Fort Briggs, so he should be leading them somewhere safe by now. Okay, and where do you think that would be? Amelia shrugged in response. Your guess is as good as mine, but Edward knows Alphonse a lot better than I do. He probably knows where he would go. So we're doing this all off of a guess? Heinkel asked, incredulous. Well, no. I mean, technically yes, but you don't know how close these brothers are, Amelia replied. I'm sure Edward can figure out where he went. Chapter 34. When Edward suggested they all start making their way back to Central, initially everyone was against it. But as Edward insisted that was the right way to go, Amelia backed him up, and the 2 chimeras agreed to go along with it, though they weren't happy about it at all. With their stolen car, they managed to get pretty far away from the north after a few hours, with the snowy landscape shifting to something a little more green as they went further south, and Amelia and Edward had time to talk and catch each other up on what's been happening in a little more detail. Amelia told him about how Captain Buccaneer and Major Miles had organized her smuggled escape with Lieutenant Falman and how she got in touch with Bernice. She had spent most of her time waiting for them in her given bed, however. Mostly sleeping, since it was almost impossible to tell what time it was in the darkness of that empty sickbay. She had no idea exactly how much time had passed before she made it out and saw a calendar at the hotel. Edward told her about how the reason that the chimeras helped him in the first place was because he kept them from being crushed under a pile of rubble, especially after Kimberly told him something that still stuck with him about his merciful ways. He was certain that Kimberly was still alive, and because he hadn't killed him, there was a definite chance he would come back to kill Edward again. I don't know, Amelia said when she first heard this. I mean, I'm not saying he wouldn't if he was given the order to, but the thing is I think this guy operates on his own for the most part. He's a scummy piece of shit who works for the homunculi, but he's only doing it for his own reasons. Yeah, I got that feeling from him too. Edward agreed, so I guess that means he won't come after me unless he's been ordered to. And they probably won't order him to if they can't find you. Edward nodded in agreement with this, so right now, it's probably best if we keep to the shadows, never stay in one place for too long, at least until this is over. Yeah, probably, he agreed again. And speaking of this, Amelia made a vague, all-encompassing gesture with her hands. We need to figure out a plan for how we're going to go forward against. She glanced over at the chimeras and then back at Edward, asking a silent question that he was quick to answer. They know, he said. I told them everything after they got me to the doctor's. Really? She was a little surprised he had spilled the beans so quickly. Well, they wanted to know what was going on between me and Kimberly, so I told them. And then, when I was apparently too vague, Edward made exaggerated air quotes as he said this, they got the rest of the story. You can't just tell us that your boss and Kimberly's boss are different bosses without expecting us to ask anything, Heinkel commented from the passenger's seat. Whatever, Edward brushed it off, but yeah, they know about everything. The homunculi, father, the transmutation circle, everything. Wow, Amelia looked back at the other two chimeras. What did you say your names were again? I'm Heinkel, and this is Darius. Darius lifted his hand up from the wheel in a sort of greeting, though he never took his eyes off the road. So, if you guys don't mind my asking, what kind of chimeras are you? She had never actually seen it, so she was a little curious. The other two guys were like a pig and something else. Darius smirked. Yeah, Zampano's part boar and Gerso is part frog. I'm part lion, and Darius is part gorilla, Heinkel said. Oh cool, so when you transform, do you have, like, claws and stuff? I do, but Darius doesn't. His is more of an advanced muscle fiber thing. Heinkel shrugged. I don't know much about the details, though. The scientists who made us would be able to give you a better idea of what all we do. Amelia looked over at the back of Heinkel's head. So, I guess you know what we're doing then. You guys are just okay with joining in? I mean, this stuff can be kind of dangerous. Working with Kimberly was pretty dangerous, too, Darius chuckled. I think we can handle walking around with a couple of kids. Edward scowled at the title of kid, but Amelia nodded. Yeah, all right. Well, thanks for whatever help you give us. She said before looking back to Ed, so we should really figure out what we're going to do about father and everything else. Yeah, Edward agreed. I actually had some time to think it over on the way here. Al's probably spent some time learning alchemy by now, so I think... He was cut off as they went over a sudden bump that rocked the car for a second, followed by a persistent flapping sound. Ah, damn, Darius cursed as he pulled the car over to the side of the road. What happened? Amelia asked. We just blew out one of the tires. Darius said as he shut off the engine. I might be able to fix it, let me see how bad the damage is. He got out of the car, and Heinkel followed him. There should be a spare tire in the back. Heinkel talked with his comrade, as the two of them went to see how bad it was. Amelia watched as they crouched down to look over one of the back tires and glanced back over to Ed to see him doing the same. Should we go and help? She asked. We can probably patch it with alchemy or something, right? Maybe, it depends on how bad it is, Edward replied, turning towards the window to see the two men at work. After examining the damage to the tire, Heinkel went to open the trunk of the car. Hey, how's it looking? We must have hit something pretty bad, the hole is massive, Heinkel said as he started to pull at the carpeting on the bottom of the trunk to look for a spare tire. We'll have to replace it. As he managed to pull up the floor, he let out a displeased grunt, and we don't have a spare. He pulled out a small chest instead of a spare tire. Looks like whoever owned this car thought hiding this was more important than an extra tire. Are you serious? Edward asked incredulously. What is it? Amelia couldn't help being curious. Who knows? It's locked up tight, and I doubt the key is anywhere in here. Heinkel put the floor back down and the chest on top of it instead of into its hiding place. He let out a long sigh as he put his hands on his hips, looking around the road. I'm pretty sure we passed some kind of road sign back there, but I don't know how far it is to the next town. Darius stood up from where he had been crouching down. Hey, can one of you kids check the glove compartment for a map? He asked, and Edward nodded, climbing over the seat to go and open it up while Amelia was more interested in the hidden chest in the trunk. She reached over the back of the seat to try and pick it up, letting out a loud grunt from the weight, dropping it back down as she couldn't pull it up from where she was kneeling on the seat. Damn, that's heavy, she said, flexing her fingers that had grabbed onto the corners of it. What could they be hiding inside of it? Does it matter? Edward asked as he pulled out a folded-up old map and handed it to Darius. Maybe, if we stole the car, we might as well steal what's inside and see if we can sell it. Amelia said, it's not like we have a lot of money to cover our trip right now. I still have my research account. Yeah, and the last time you pulled any money from it, the military was notified almost immediately. If we pull any money from your bank, we'd have to be ready to leave the town right then and there, and we can't really go anywhere with a busted tire. Edward frowned at her and made his way out of the car to come around while Darius and Heinkel opened up the map to try and get an idea of where they are to figure out where they should go since they couldn't use their car anymore. Edward came around to the trunk and reached for the chest, looking over its lock. It's only got this one padlock on it. He looked over the rest and quickly noticed that wasn't all. Hey, look at this. He tipped the small chest onto its sides to show her, Amelia bending over the backseat to get a closer look. It's been sealed shut with alchemy. Just like he said, the metal opening for the chest had been transmuted so that it would be impossible to open by a normal person, even if they had cut off the lock. Someone really wanted to hide something. Amelia couldn't help commenting. Whatever it is, it's got to have some kind of serious value if they got an alchemist to seal it shut for them. That's certainly a possibility, Edward said, tipping the chest back and letting out a yelp as it came down on his flesh hand. Arg, damn, why is that so heavy? He waved his hand back and forth frantically to try and flick away the pain on his swelling fingers. He glared down at the little chest and clapped his hands together, bringing them back to it, the seal disappearing and the lock melting off into a little block of steel that stayed unattached from where it had been. He opened it up and the pair looked inside, a little surprised by its contents. On the first level, all they saw was a pair of small books. That's it? Edward reached for one and Amelia reached for the other, revealing what was hiding underneath them, and they both stared down at it with wide eyes. The rest of the chest was filled with a square container full of a red liquid substance that eerily resembled a philosopher's stone. Edward immediately put down the book he had grabbed to pick up and inspect the container, sliding it out of the chest to get a closer look at its contents. He squinted into the red liquid, giving it a gentle shake and watching how it moved. Amelia instantly grew concerned at the size of how much was in there. It had to be at least a liter of the stuff, and she had only seen philosophers' stones the size of pebbles. How many people would have to be sacrificed to create a philosopher's stone of that size? Is it? No, it's not a philosopher's stone, Edward replied, relieved. It looks like it's only red water. Red water, like water with food coloring. It seemed an odd thing to keep locked up in a chest. No, red water is the liquid ingredient for an alchemical amplifier. If you put it under enough pressure, it makes a red stone. Edward put it back down, picking up the book he had been examining a moment ago. It's basically a cheap imitation of a philosopher's stone, but instead of people, it's made through more mundane means, and it has an extremely limited number of uses in comparison to the real stone. It's a powerful amplifier, but it can't bypass equivalent exchange the same way the stone can. You're still limited to certain transmutations with it, but it's about as close to the real deal as you get without making it. He looked through the book, flipping through the pages idly. I guess whoever was up north was researching its uses. You think so? Amelia asked curiously. Yeah, this guy? Edward closed the book he was reading and pointed to the name of the author. He's basically the authority on the subject. He figured out a streamlined process to crystallize it into a stone. Nash Tringham? Amelia read the name aloud, looking at the other book, seeing that it was yet another book about red water, written by the same man. I guess so. She looked down at the container. I don't suppose red water also happens to be valuable. Only to alchemists, I'm afraid. We can't really pawn this, though it is a pretty decent amount of red water, Edward said, patting the square container inside the chest. taking the books and starting to put them back. But it's pretty rare to find the means to make it, so that probably explains why it was locked up tight and hidden away like this. Damn, Amelia sighed. I was hoping we could sell it to afford a hotel tonight instead of having to camp out in the car. What's wrong with camping? Edward asked as he closed the chest, transmuting the former lock back into its previous state, though leaving it unsealed. Edward, I am a spoiled brat. Do I look like I've ever gone on a camping trip? Amelia dryly asked, making Edward smile and chuckle. Good point, camping would probably make you miserable. So miserable, she agreed, laughing with him a little. Heinkel and Darius made their way around to the back of the car where the two of them were talking, Darius still holding onto the map. Hey, it looks like there's a town not too far from here. It's about a mile or two down the road. It doesn't look very big, but they might be able to point us in the direction of a mechanic for the car. Well, can't we just patch it? Amelia asked, turning to Edward. I mean, we can use alchemy to fix it, right? Edward looked down at the tire and frowned. The rubber around the hole is pretty frayed. I can probably extend it, but I'd be thinning out the rest of the tire for it, making it a lot weaker. Edward said, and I could probably pressurize the air around it for the transmutation, but at best the tire might just get us into the town and that's it. It might be easier than just walking straight there. It'd take us another 4 days to get down to Central if we did that, Heinkel said, and he and Darius stepped away from the tire to give Edward space to work. He knelt down and Amelia made her way over to the window to watch him work, seeing him clap his hands and bring them down on the tire, watching as the frayed ends of the popped hole, which was about the size of a dime, began to seal shut as the transmutative light shimmered around it, puffing back up until it looked like a normal tire again. Perfect, everyone back in. We'll see about getting a spare tire at the mechanic, Darius said as he and Heinkel started to make their way back into the car. Edward shut the trunk, coming around and back into the seat next to Amelia while she got comfortable, and tried to forget that the car didn't have seat belts. It was a strange sensation to be without a seat belt in a car, but at the same time this country was set back several decades from her own, and it gave them an excuse. And so, they set off again in the car, hoping to make it to the next town without bursting the tire again. They had just made it past the sign that said "Welcome to Yo's" when the tire popped again, loud enough to catch the attention of a local who had been at a nearby house. They could see the man jumping out of his rocking chair as Darius pulled the car over to the side of the road again. Damn, he sighed as he started to step out to look at the damage. The man across the way started making his way off of his porch over to them as they all started to file out of the car. Darius looked over at Edward. Think doing it again would get us into the center of town faster. It would basically be the same as driving on a balloon at that point. Edward grimaced. I don't know that it would be any faster. I told you it would only last us a couple of miles. Does this mean we have to walk the rest of the way in to find a mechanic? Amelia couldn't help whining a little bit, clearly not happy about having to walk a mile or two to get into the center of town where they might find a mechanic. Meanwhile, the man was making his way closer onto the road where they were. You want to go to the mechanic and not bring the car? We're gonna have to push it the rest of the way. Darius grumbled, not happy about it either. Oh, you're not serious, really? Stop whining, it's the best we can do right now. Edward chided her, and she let out a long sigh. Okay, whatever. You folks all right? The voice came from across the road as the man started making his way over to them. He was a little beyond all of their years, dressed in overalls with a face that had seen many days working in the early light of the sun. A born and bred farmer, if anyone could guess. We're all right, one of our tires just blew out, Heinkel said as he came over to the man. Would you mind pointing us in the direction of a car mechanic? There's one down the road this way, but if I remember right, that might be an automail mechanic. The farmer replied, lifting up his pant leg and tapping his other leg against his metal replacement. Still, he's a big fan of machines and toys. He might be able to do something for you. Amelia couldn't deny being just a little thankful for being a girl surrounded by men as they came into town. After they had gotten directions from the farmer, she went to go over to the car to find a place where she could help push, but Edward insisted that she stay in the car and steer while he pushed with Darius and Heinkel. She was 99% sure he had said that because she was a girl and he probably didn't think she could, but she wasn't about to skip out on a chance to avoid that kind of labor. Still, she couldn't help but feel a little bad whenever she watched Edward trying to push the car through the mirror. Since there were 3 of them and only 2 corners, and Darius and Heinkel were both too big to share any space with Ed at the back. So they were taking turns on moving the car while the third would go to the side and make sure that everything was moving okay given their tire situation. Edward was dwarfed in comparison to the other 2, so watching him shove the car along with them was almost comical. But she knew better than to make any snide remarks out of the window as they continued down the road, which had switched from pavement to dirt as they got closer to what was supposed to be the center of town. As Darius switched places with Ed to take his shift pushing, Amelia immediately felt the difference in how the car started moving faster, though it was still a walking pace, and Edward could catch up to the window where she was. She had it rolled down since that was the only way to get any kind of air conditioning with the engine shut off. She poked her head out of the window, her hand still on the steering wheel as she looked over at her blonde friend. "How are we looking?" "Seems okay, the tire's just lousy," Edward replied, and he came up to her window, walking beside her as they looked at the road ahead of them, seeing a small house in the distance. "Think that might be him." "Maybe, it couldn't hurt to ask." Amelia shrugged. She looked back over at Edward, who only seemed pensive and tired as he looked at their destination. "You think you'll be okay? Maybe we can get him to look at your arm and leg since he's a mechanic." "Nah, they're fine," he dismissed. "I haven't had any problems with them." Amelia paused for a moment. Ed," he glanced up at her. She glanced away from him as she tried to figure out how to word it. Would it be okay if I asked you about them?" "My automail?" Edward was surprised that she was asking permission. Yeah, that's fine." He shrugged indifferently, his hand coming up to rest on the edge of the window as he walked alongside the car. He looked over at her curiously, a mischievous smirk on his face. "Why are you being weird about it?" "I'm not being weird about it," Amelia frowned. "Yes, you are. You're acting like it's some deeply personal question." Edward chuckled. "You know how I got them, and they're basically the same as any other arm or leg, just made of metal instead of flesh and blood." He raised up his metal hand to show her, wiggling his fingers in her face playfully. She pushed his hand back down with an annoyed expression. "I just haven't asked about it up until now because I didn't know how, okay?" she replied, her cheeks turning a little red as he teased her. "I mean, I've never known anyone that's lost a limb before I met you. How was I supposed to know it was okay to ask?" Edward only laughed a little in response, and she frowned. "Okay, whatever." She rolled her eyes. "Forget I said anything." "Oh, come on, I'm just messing with you," Edward said. "Just ask me." "I don't want you to be a dick about it." "I'm not, honest," Edward said quickly, still smiling at her. "Well, I know with some amputees, they can still feel stuff through their fake limbs," she began. "So, can you still feel with that arm and leg?" Edward shrugged, kind of. "I mean, I can feel if something's hitting them, and I can feel them connected to my arm or some of the repairs when Winry's doing them, but I can't really feel anything else." "So, you just have no real sense of touch there?" "I guess so, yeah." "So, how does it work? Like, how does your arm move like normal? I know it's connected to your nerves, but how are you able to have machinery that connects to something so small?" I never really paid that much attention to the way that worked when Winry did it." Edward confessed with a sheepish expression. "I know there are some coils and springs involved." "That's not very helpful, but I guess I shouldn't be asking someone about their own arm." Amelia commented with a sarcastic grin. Now it was Edward's turn to roll his eyes. "I have more important things to worry about than the inner workings of my automail, you know." "Right, I know." She sighed, starting to turn the wheel of the car so that they were on the other side of the road, where the house sat as they started to come closer, moving her head out of the window. "Hey, I'm gonna turn it to the right so we can park it next to that house." She shouted back to Darius and Heinkel. "Okay." Heinkel's voice called back as they started moving the car with her steering, so they were on the other side of the road, until they came up to the spot by the mailbox. Amelia pulled on the parking brake to stop the car, and Darius and Heinkel decided to take a break on the edge of the bumper while Edward looked over at the house. It looked like a pretty simplistic farmhouse. Nothing overly special about it save for a sign in front of the steps leading up to the porch that read Weston Automail in big, blue, hand-painted letters. Reminds me of the Rockbell place. Edward couldn't help commenting as Amelia stepped out from the front seat and closed the door. Yeah, I can see it. She agreed as she started to make her way down the small footpath from the mailbox to the front door with Edward just behind her. The wooden porch floor creaked under their feet as they went up to it, Amelia rapping her knuckles against the wooden door and waiting. As they waited, something moved the curtain in the window next to the door, and they watched as a gray cat hopped up onto the windowsill, with an automail back leg that it sat on, looking at the two strangers with a tilted head. The door was shortly opened a minute later by a young man with red hair hiding under a yellow bandana and a face spattered in freckles. He was dressed in coveralls that had grease stains in various places, especially around the pockets that were filled with tools on his right and left sides. "Hey, you guys have an appointment?" he asked, quick to wipe his hands on a cloth from his chest pocket. No, we were actually looking for some help with a mechanic, and we were told this would be the best place to come," Amelia said. "We have a car with a flat tire and no replacement, so we could use a little help," Edward said, pointing his flesh thumb at the car where Darius and Heinkel were taking a break. "Oh yeah?" He glanced over at the car past them, a twinkle in his eye and a grin slowly breaking onto his face as he saw it. "That's one of those newer cars, isn't it?" Edward shrugged. Don't know, it's not my car." The boy stepped around past them, though his eyes stayed on the car, his hands no longer being wiped on his cloth, now gripping at it as he stared at the vehicle. "What kind of engine is it? Diesel?" "I don't know, it's not my car," Edward repeatedly pointedly. Right. He turned to them with a grin and held out his now clean right hand, and Amelia could see plenty of freckles spattered along the back of his palm and up his exposed arm in his sleeve. "I'm Aaron Weston. I'm the local mechanic around here." "Amelia, nice to meet you," she greeted him, and he nodded at her before offering that same hand to Edward. "I'm Ed," he introduced, and as soon as their hands touched, Aaron's eyes lit up. "Hey, you've got automail," he said, and without asking another word, yanked Edward's hand forward and pushed up the sleeve of his jacket to look at his arm, letting out an impressed whistle as he turned it over to look at the other side. "Wow, that's some fine work there. You need a tune-up while you're here." Edward quickly yanked his arm back with a glare, much to Aaron's disappointment. "No, I don't need a tune-up, we just need help with our car." Edward snapped at him, and Amelia elbowed him. "Ed, don't be rude." She hissed at him and turned to Aaron with a friendly smile to try and recover what Edward almost ruined. "I'm sorry about his behavior, but he did just recently get his automail checked by his mechanic, so there's really no need for a tune-up. Do you think you could help us with our car?" "Oh, sure. I can take a look at it, though I can't promise we have any tires. We might be able to call someone for a replacement, though." He went back to the house. "Hey, Dad, can you come out here real quick? Customers here." There was some shuffling before an older, middle-aged man started to make his way out. He had the same red hair his son did, though he was lacking in freckles and instead had traded them for crow's feet and laugh lines. He smiled at Edward and Amelia, dressed in a shirt and denim pants. "Hey there, how can we help?" he asked. "They just need some help with their car." Aaron pointed it out to his father, and the older man nodded. "All right, let's go see," he said, and the two made their way over to the car, Darius and Heinkel getting up to greet them and talk with them about the problem. Amelia glanced back into the house, seeing the inside of the home looked very cozy and lived in, though her eyes were instantly drawn to the phone sitting on a small table. Her mind went back to her last phone call with the Major, how she was calling him to tell him where she was, and then she just hung up on him as soon as she saw Darius at the bank. She couldn't help but feel a little worried the more she thought about it. The Major could be a little extreme, and she wasn't sure if she trusted him not to panic when she suddenly hung up like that. She was thinking about how she should really call him back, but was distracted as the cat from the windowsill had made its way over to the door, rubbing its face against the doorframe while looking up at the new guests. "Aw, hi, kitty." Amelia crouched down, holding out her hand for the cat to sniff, not wanting to make it uncomfortable and risk having it bite her. She watched as the cat happily stepped under her palm to get her to pet it, the gray fur soft under her fingers, much to her delight. "Aw, such a pretty kitty you are." She was very happy to continue petting it, cooing at it sweetly, much to Edward's amusement. I didn't think you liked cats, he commented. I do when they're sweet little things like this, Amelia said, watching as the cat continued to come closer. Unable to resist the temptation, she went to pick it up, holding the gray cat in her arms to continue petting it. She could feel the difference in its back legs as she let it sit in her elbow, the metal one sitting just a little heavier than the flesh one. What's your name, pretty kitty? She scratched gently under the cat's chin, hearing it purr loudly as it leaned into her scritches. Ah, I see you've met Stormy. A voice came from inside the house, showing an older woman with long brown hair approaching them with a friendly smile. She's a very sweet cat, she just loves people. I can tell, Amelia said with a happy smile. She beamed up at the woman. I guess you must be Mrs. Weston. I am, she said, though you can call me Antonia if you like. It's nice to meet you, I'm Amelia, and this is Ed, she said, introducing the two of them as she still scritched Stormy's chin. Since Amelia's hands were too occupied, Antonia reached out to shake Edward's hand, and he did with a polite smile. Oh, I see you have automail. She noticed it in his handshake right away. You haven't come our way for any mechanical problems, have you? No, we're just here for some help with a car, Edward said, gesturing to where Aaron and his father were examining the tire with Darius and Heinkel, discussing their options. A neighbor of yours said you might be able to help. Antonia looked up, nodding as she watched her boys moving around the car. I see, you're having some engine troubles. Busted tire, Edward replied. Ah, I'm not sure we'll be able to help much with that. Antonia replied apologetically. We don't exactly have many car parts laying around here. We might be able to help patch your tire, though. Would you happen to know where we could find a car mechanic? Edward asked. I could call a friend and see if they could help, Amelia spoke up, getting Edward's attention and Antonia's. Would it be all right if I used your phone? Sure, go right ahead. She gestured to it, and Amelia thanked her before walking inside, putting Stormy down on the floor before she went over to the device. Edward quickly rushed up behind her. What are you doing? Who are you planning on calling? He demanded, instantly worried. I'm calling the Major, Amelia whispered back to him. I was supposed to call him back in North City, but I saw Darius at the bank and I hung up on him. You know how he can get. This is just to make sure what we're doing isn't jeopardized by his. Well, you know. The Major was the definition of eccentric, and he could definitely be impulsive enough to just start the trip up to North City if he thought she was in danger. Think about it, what if he just randomly decides to show up? Edward immediately grimaced. Yeah, okay, call him, he said, stepping away and going back over to Antonia and starting to talk with her more about a possible car mechanic they could talk to about their issue. Amelia quickly dialed in the number for the Armstrong estate, hearing it ring a few times before someone picked up. Hello, Armstrong residence. It was Horace again. Hello, could I speak with Alex, please? Ah, Miss Seymour. He recognized her voice. Good to hear from you again. I'll see if Master Alex can spare the moment before his departure. Departure? She didn't get an answer to her question, as she was made to sit and wait on the phone for a few moments before she heard a thumping noise that sounded like rumbling footsteps, and then a voice suddenly answered the other end of the line. Amelia. Ah, Christ, she held the receiver away from her ear. Amelia, thank goodness you called again. I have been so worried about you. Armstrong sobbed loudly on the other end. Oh my God, stop crying. She nearly shouted into the receiver, I'm fine. She glanced over to the door, seeing Edward and Antonia were still talking, while the other members of the Weston family were talking with Darius and Heinkel about the car. I promise I'm okay. I am so happy to hear that. I feared the worst after you ended the call so abruptly, Armstrong said on the other end, and Amelia could so easily picture the waterfalls of tears streaming down his cheeks as he spoke. Now, just tell me where you are, and I'll come get you. I've already got the car set up for the travel. We'll hide you in the estate, and everyone will be so happy to know that you're well. Actually, part of the reason I'm calling is to tell you that you don't have to come get me. There were a few beats of silence on the other end of the line, and Amelia grew a little worried that the line was disconnected before Armstrong spoke again. What's happened? Well, I found my teacher, she said, glancing over at Edward, and the military thinks he's missing, so we're kind of just going to run with that. It'll be easier for him to move around without you-know-who tracking our every move. I see, and it's just you and Edward. Well, no, we managed to find a couple more allies, I think. They said they're mostly just coming along with us because they don't have much of a life to go home to. I see, and you're sure that you'll be safe? That was a good question, one she had a difficult time answering. As safe as we can be? I mean, technically we'll be fugitives, so we'll have to be careful. Probably a lot of nights spent camping out, not really able to stay in one place for too long. Probably even after we meet back up with Alphonse. You're going to meet with Alphonse? We're hoping to, and once we get back with him, I think we can start to come up with a good plan to face those bad guys. I see, she could hear a smile in his voice, and she felt a little relieved. I'm sure you'll know I'll have to tell the girls that you won't be coming back. They miss you terribly, you know. I have no doubt, I miss them too, she said. Maybe if we get the chance, we'll sneak our way through a back door on the Armstrong estate if we're ever near Central again. I don't suppose you would be upset if we decided to make your mansion our base of operations for a while. You and Edward Elric will certainly be welcomed. We'll make sure the back gate is unlocked for you to come in whenever you wish. She let out a small laugh. Thanks, Major. She didn't realize how good it felt to hear his voice again. When she called him before, she had been panicked, worried about her situation and paranoid about everything, but now in the moments following an escape, being back with Edward, and knowing that he was going to be okay and that she was going to be okay, she felt much better and a sense of relief washed over her. Once they met up with Alphonse, they could come up with a more cohesive plan to overtake Father and the homunculi before things got too bad, whenever they were going to enact their plans. They still weren't sure of when exactly that was. Though, now that she felt that relief, she couldn't help asking about that small bit of information she'd heard from the butler. But, weren't you going somewhere? Horace mentioned you were leaving when I called. Yes, that was I was on my way to drive to North City. Amelia's smile instantly fell as she grimaced. You're joking. I was very worried about you. Oh my God, she sighed out, bringing a hand up to her forehead and sliding it down her face before letting out another sigh that turned into a laugh. It figures she would have nailed that guess about his behavior. Okay, well, I guess you can cancel that trip. I'll get to unpacking right away. Just make sure you take precautions where you can, and please be safe, Amelia. I will, she promised. You be safe too, Major. She wondered, did he know? I mean, you know who has infiltrated really high up into the military, like really high up, so you'll have to be really careful. I know, Amelia, he said seriously. Colonel Mustang told me of the Fura's true identity. Then he did know that the Fura was a homunculus. She was a little glad to know he had been kept in the loop, though a little worried about what that meant for his safety. And, are you okay with that? Hardly, Armstrong chuckled. But my devotion to my country is still as strong as it was before I knew. I simply have a better idea of who exactly is the enemy to the nation of Amstress. I see, she smiled a little. And what about Olivier? I know she was just recently transferred to Central. How are things there? Olivier is doing well, as far as I am aware. I'll guess that the girls are happy to see their older sister, aren't they? Actually, she has not come home since she was transferred. Really? While she would have thought she would have gone home to stay there while in Central, she supposed it made sense that she wouldn't want to go back. Oh, I guess she doesn't get along very well with your family, does she? Major Armstrong let out a long sigh. It's been an issue we've discussed, but ultimately Mother and Father see no faults in what choices they've made, nor does Olivier see any faults in hers. I'm afraid it's a bit of a standoff between them. It has been for years. I got the impression that she might not be thrilled with her parents because of, well, something about you becoming the chosen head of the family. When did you get that impression? We talked a little at Fort Briggs. It was on pure accident. She was trying to interrogate me, and we just ended up talking about the Armstrongs. I see. Well, it's true. She and Father have been at odds for a long time, as well as with other members of the family, myself included. However, she's been taking the time to stay at the barracks instead of the mansion for the time being, and she's often very busy with members of the senior staff. Oh, good. Good. We talked about it before and she wasn't really sure how to tell him that she was acting as a kind of mole for their side to see about their plans and get more finalized details they could make use of. not that they'd had much contact with her since she had been transferred. Still, it might be the best idea not to blow her cover. I mean, she's just doing her duty, I guess. Considering that she's kind of rebellious and all sometimes, ha ha. She doesn't need to be causing any trouble with them. She ended with a small, nervous chuckle. She could hear Armstrong humming thoughtfully on the other line. I see, was all he said, and then added on, ah, and before I forget, have you been made aware of Selim's true identity? Selim, she tried to recall the name, you mean Selim the Fuhra's son. He is also part of you-know-who. Amelia's eyes widened. Are you serious? Extremely. Apparently he's one of their most powerful, so be careful. Amelia could hardly believe it. That little boy who had been so sweet was not only a homunculus but one of their most powerful. She still remembered their trip to the Bradley mansion, how he had dragged along Ed and Al because he was such a big fan. Was that just an intimidation tactic working with Bradley? A way to make them feel safe while still watching them? She glanced over at Edward as he was walking over to Heinkel and Darius, apparently making their way inside. Thank you for telling me, Major. I have to go. Stay safe. You too, goodbye. She hung up the phone and looked over at the others. So, what's the damage? Yeah, they can't replace the tire, Edward said. But they said there's probably an auto mechanic in the next town over that we could call up. It would still take them about a day to get here, though, Aaron said. So, you might just want to make your way into town. There's an inn you can stay at, and we can call the auto mechanic to let them know where you are. Dad can help tow your car out that way and they can give it a look tomorrow. I guess? She looked over at Edward for approval, and he just shook his head. They couldn't really afford to delay their trip any more than they already had. She let out a small sigh, understanding that this meant they were probably going to have to abandon the car that they had, which was a terrible shame. The following morning was a lovely day, with a bright sun, clear skies, and a perfect mild temperature for a winter's day. It was a day that made the work of manicuring the lawns and shrubberies of the Armstrong estate easier and more of a delight than it was a burden. Many of the staff were in high spirits, what with the good news of not only Strongen's engagement, but also the safety of the beloved family friend Amelia Seymour that had been reported to them. Yes, all along the outside of the mansion were pleased workers, though inside the other staff were experiencing a bit of an icy atmosphere, sending chills up and down their spines. They had received an unannounced visit from the Armstrongs' eldest daughter, who had come in, refusing to let the staff take her Fort Briggs-issued coat and demanded to see her father right away. Of course, they went to inform him right away of her sudden arrival, and that she wanted to see him. Philip Armstrong, the ever-elegant and proud head of the Armstrong family, was surprised to hear that his daughter even wanted to see him. He had been briefly informed by Alex that she had been transferred, but he still never expected her to come home, not after their rather large argument following the announcement of her transfer for Briggs. Still, he got ready, as did his lovely wife Josephine, and Catherine, who wanted to come and see her older sister again, as she had been near her mother when she heard the announcement. They all came into the dining room, seeing that Olivier was seated across from the head seat of the long table, which was where Philip went to sit as he arrived. It was naturally his seat since it was where his 10-foot portrait was hung comfortably behind it, showing him in his Armstrong elegance in paintbrush form. Once he was sitting in the velvet chair with polished mahogany handles, Olivier began to speak, with her arms crossed solidly in front of her chest. "Father, I demand you retire." Ever as cold as she had been when she was young, and straight to the point. "Oh, Olivier." He couldn't help sighing, having hoped that his daughter would have at least thought to greet him before getting into why she had come. "It's been years since we've last seen one another, and that's all you have to say to me. I'll head the family from now on." Olivier continued, "You should spend your final doddering, frail years in comfort." "Thank you for your concern, but I plan to make Alex my successor," Philip replied with a firm undertone to his words. "You mean that sniveling jellyfish?" Olivier asked with clear disdain in her voice, but chose to move on from the subject of her brother and get back to the task at hand. "Leave the family affairs to me. Why not take a long vacation in a foreign land? Alex as the head. Would you truly be able to relax, leaving things to him?" Before she could get her response, there was a knock on the door from a late arrival to the party. The doors opened to reveal the only Armstrong son, who looked over at his eldest sister curiously as he entered the room. Olivier, he walked over to her, surprised by her presence, finding it somewhat ironic to see her here after just discussing her absence from the family with Amelia yesterday. I didn't know you had planned a visit. Oh, Alex, perfect timing. Philip excitedly stood up from his seat, struck with a great idea now that his son had come into the room to help him better deal with this situation than having it devolve into a potential argument. Engage your sister in combat. Alex's eyes widened at his father's request. The victor shall earn my title as head of the family. He turned to his eldest daughter. Do you find this acceptable, Olivier? Olivier stood up from her chair. Yes, I'd have it no other way, she said as she reached for the Armstrong family sword, pulling it from its place at her hilt and holding it at the ready. All the while, Alex was still a little confused. Olivier insists that I retire and take a sojourn in a foreign land, Philip said to him, quickly explaining the situation that was between them. She what? He could hardly believe his father's words, though this was his eldest sister they were speaking about. It wasn't out of her realm, but still, to demand the seat that their father had chosen to bestow upon him and disrespect his choices. He turned to his sister with a sharp glare. How can you treat father with such insolence? For shame, you've given me no choice. Olivier readied her blade as Alex was quick to shed the white collared shirt he had worn into the room, letting it fly above him in the air as he donned his alchemic transmutation gloves, ready for a proper fight with her. Though he couldn't deny his nerves at the thought of fighting her, he had to defend the honor of his father and their family. Understand, sister. I intend to use every ounce of my body and soul to fight you. He planted his feet firmly to the ground, as his glorious Armstrong muscles tensed under his skin. Don't patronize me, Alex, Olivier replied, holding her blade at the ready with a cold glare in her eyes. Your bloated muscles are worthless without a spine. With that, she charged into battle, her blade aimed to his abdomen, which he readily dodged, dancing with her around one end of the dining room table as he tried to land a solid blow onto his sister, while she tried to cut him, both using the elegant and incredibly impervious techniques of Armstrong combat that had been passed down for generations. As the fight began, Philip saw them working and knew that the fight would not last long. As much as Alex is an excellent pugilist, and Olivier his equal with her blade, he was well aware that Olivier's fiery tenacity for victory and her determination might make her a tough opponent that could make the fight last for quite a long while if her opponent intended to kill her, which he knew Alex didn't. Still, the idea that Olivier had presented of taking a long trip in a foreign land had sounded quite pleasant, and as he looked to his wife Josephine and met her eyes, he could see that she had felt the same way. A form of communication through eye contact that had been taught for generations through the Armstrong family lines. Shall we prepare for our respite? He asked her, tilting to the side as a chair was thrown behind him to the wall, splintering apart in the heat of the battle with his two children. Yes, Josephine agreed, looking down at her youngest daughter. Come along, Catherine. We'll make sure your sisters Strongen and Amu join us as well. Yes, mother, Catherine replied dutifully as they left the room, still hearing the sounds of battle going on as they went to fetch their coats, their suitcases, and a few other things to travel. Strongen and Amu were invited and went to do the same, all while the house rumbled and shook with the vicious ongoing battle between the two siblings. Once they were all ready, they went to the safe hidden behind Philip's portrait in the dining room to get the money for the trip, with Josephine throwing the stacks of money out into her large carpet bag as the fight raged on behind them. Get over here, Olivier snarled out as she threw one of the last dining chairs at her brother, watching it break apart against his defending arms before she charged him again. He narrowly missed her sword, but not her boot as it drove into his gut. Oh no, he had the wind knocked out of him, but he managed to throw her back into the wall, starting to dance around the room again as the imported Aragon carpet continued to be torn under their boots, not made for this kind of activity. So, which exotic locale might you suggest? Philip asked, knowing that any damage done to this room could be covered by the victor of the fight, so he wasn't concerned about the loss of his dining room chairs or the torn carpet. Well, I'm intrigued to see what Zing is like, Josephine said. I've heard that they have tantalizing cuisine there. Behind them, Olivier managed to get Alex up into the air, flipping him over onto the dining room mahogany table and breaking it in half, the room shuddering from the landing with some of the plaster from the ceiling sprinkling down as dust onto the shoulders of Philip's coat, which he promptly brushed away with his hands. "Then, zing it is, fine with you, Catherine?" he asked his youngest, wondering what her thoughts were for travel. "Sure, sounds exciting," she agreed, and he smiled at his sweet daughter as they began to file out of the room. As they rounded the corner, they felt the building shaking as a body was thrown against the walls, and then the doors burst open and Catherine could see Alex being flung out of the room into the next wall, leaving a very obvious crack in the plaster that revealed the wood that held up the house as he slid down to the floor. Olivier, not quite content with her throw, went to drag her brother back into the dining room by his singular curl of hair, which caused him to cry out in pain. "No, enough," he pleaded with her, but Olivier didn't listen as she threw him back into the dining room and promptly jumped on him, getting him into a chokehold, pinning him to the ground while she held the blade of her sword to his throat. Catherine couldn't help but be a little worried about her brother, knowing that Olivier could be very determined where Alex could be a bit soft. He would never intentionally hurt a family member too badly, almost never against his sisters. She knew he had to be struggling, especially as she heard him begging her while trying to tap out and surrender, "Please, mercy." He struggled to get out his words as his sister's grip only tightened. "No take-backs, Alex," Olivier growled out. "Are you trying to kill me?" he asked as he still struggled in her chokehold. "What tipped you off, moron?" was her icy reply. Catherine appeared around the corner, offering her brother the friendly smile that he had always told her lifted his spirits and inspired the strength in his muscles. "Try to hang in there, Alex," she encouraged, before turning and leaving with their family. She knew that, even though Olivier could be quite vicious, she wouldn't actually kill her brother. Not while on the Armstrong estate. Olivier had more respect for the family name than that. As she made her way outside, she could see Strongen and Amu already prepared with their cars, as Philip and Josephine made their way over to meet with them and prepare for their trip together. "What sort of souvenirs should we bring back for them?" Catherine asked as they casually walked past the fountain in the courtyard. "Statues seem the most fitting, large and solid statues," Philip replied happily. "Well, in that case, I want a statue too then," Catherine said, making the family laugh at her jovial behavior. The ground under them shook as Alex was forcefully thrown into the fountain, breaking apart the tears that fell into the water as rubble. "Would you mind if we stopped by Frederick's home before we left? I'd like to tell him where his fiancée will be heading," Strongen asked as they loaded into the car. "Oh, of course. We'll extend the invitation to him as well. I'm sure it will be an excellent opportunity to get to know him better," Philip answered as he got into the driver's seat. Olivier wasn't far behind her brother as he flailed around in the water, grabbing him by his boots and dragging him out to drag him back into the house to continue their fight as their family all got in their cars and drove away. This left her with one final blow, taking Alex's boot with both hands and throwing him harshly through the remains of the dining room to hit the fireplace, watching as the stone masonry cracked underneath his weight as he collapsed onto the floor with those bricks on top. As he groaned in pain, unable to move, Olivier knew that she had achieved an indisputable victory. "And that settles that," she said, satisfied with her efforts as she sheathed her blade once more, making her way over to her brother once it was secured, seeing him slowly crawl out of the remains of the fireplace. She stopped just in front of him, giving him a moment to lift his head and meet her eyes. "I'm the rightful successor. The family belongs to me." She spoke with an air of finality and turned around to leave to make herself comfortable in another room of what was now her mansion. Armstrong grunted as he pushed himself up. "Olivier." She stopped as she heard him call her name. "Why have you become so convivial with the senior officers? How can you? The senior staff is in league." "I can determine their complicity with my own eyes," she interrupted him. "And what have your eyes seen?" Alex demanded seriously. "Have you exiled mother and father to a foreign land so they can't be taken hostage?" Although he couldn't see it, Olivier's mouth curled up into a smirk. He was more aware than she gave him credit for, seeing exactly through her plan to become head of the family. Her father, a lover of luxurious and even hedonistic lifestyles of gluttony and frivolity, wouldn't be able to ignore a suggestion, such as visiting an exotic country for a few weeks in comfort with his loving wife and adorable daughters. Still, even if she was impressed with her brother's insight, she couldn't let him in too much on her plans that she had for Central Command and the homunculized forces, especially now that she had been introduced to the Immortal Legion that she had been promised by General Raven. So, without replying at all to his question about their parents, she instead continued her walk out of the room. "Get out, loser. You'll stink up my mansion with your cowardice." Alex struggled onto his feet, but did manage somehow. He looked over at the door, seeing the twin maids Delilah and Diana waiting there for him with sympathetic looks. "You did your very best, Master Alex," Diana praised him. "Yes, your father would be so proud of your effort," Delilah agreed. "Thank you, girls," he said, grunting as he stood up. It was interesting that Olivier chose to keep quiet after his questioning of her intentions behind her plans. It was true that she had an old grudge to settle with their father about the choice in the head of the family, but if that was really what mattered to her most, she wouldn't have run off to Briggs for so many years. She was protecting herself, protecting their family as best as she could, and to guarantee that no one had a hold over her or stop whatever plans she had in mind. It was incredibly clever and ingenious, using her old grudge as an excellent cover for her actions. "Would you mind fetching some of my things? It seems I'll be moving more permanently to the central headquarters barracks." "Yes, Master Alex," the two maids replied before going to do just as he had asked. "Are you sure this is the best idea?" Amelia asked, watching as Edward pulled out the container of red water, dragging it next to the tire. "You said it was basically a cheap imitation." "It is, but this will be better than constantly having to stop and thin out the tire," Edward said. "I did the calculations last night, and we should have enough to get this to cover up what's there, and then we can keep going on to the safe house." She leaned against the side of the car as she watched him kneel down by the tire. They had thankfully spent the night in the inn, though now they were a bit low on money and would need to look for other resources later. "All right, I trust you," she said, watching as he opened up the container. It wasn't too long afterward that a very acrid smell hit Amelia's nose, and she immediately covered her nose and mouth with her hand, stepping back from the car. "Ugh, what is that?" "That's the red water. It's not exactly a nice smell, considering it's made with some pretty toxic chemicals," Edward said with a wry chuckle before clapping his hands together and pressing them to the tire. Amelia watched as the transmutation lit up around the rubber and the container of red water, watching as the energy affected the entire tire, and when he had pulled away and the light faded, she saw a perfectly normal tire, though. Edward had taken the liberty of changing the hubcap to something a bit less circular. "Ed, what is that?" she asked, looking at the strange face he had put on the metal. "I thought our car could use a little spiffing up," Edward said with a grin, only to be met with a stone-faced look of disappointment from Amelia. "Change it back. We can't have too many identifying features on our car." Edward sighed like a grumpy child, but did as she suggested and changed it back. She looked over at the container for the red water, planning on putting what was left in the car, and she was surprised to see how little was actually left of it. "Did you use the red water to change the hubcap too?" she asked. "No, I used all of that just for the tire," Edward replied as she picked it up. "But there's not even a spoonful left." The container had once been filled with a solid liter of red water with the weight to match. Now it was as light as anything, with only a little droplet of the red liquid still inside. "I didn't say it was a potent amplifier," Edward chuckled as he stood up, dusting off his knees from the gravel. "But now our car is good to go, and that automail kid didn't find anything wrong with the engine, so now we should be able to head straight to Central without any problems." This was exactly what they did, with Edward directing them down certain roads, and as night came they would still drive, though Darius and Heinkel would take shifts driving since Amelia and Edward didn't know how. Amelia knew how to drive an automatic car. But when they asked her what that was, she realized it was a kind of car that hadn't been invented yet, so she had to let it drop. It took them a day and a half to reach the safe house, parking the car a good distance away, and covering it with tree branches as camouflage as they began to approach it in the darkness of night. They couldn't have arrived at a better time, considering people were much less likely to question seeing them there, even if there wasn't anyone around to see. "Where are we?" Darius asked as they made their way up to the front of the house. It was still heavily damaged from their last visit, a gaping hole in the side from when Gluttony began to swallow all the wood and walls in an attempt to kill Mustang, with boards and walls collapsed around it. The outside still had plenty of weeds, and the building was completely dark. "We've used this place as a hideout before," Edward said. "And you're positive that your brother's here?" Heinkel asked. "Oh, yeah," Edward replied with a confident grin. "I know Al better than he knows himself. This is the only place he would be. But it's totally dark inside." Amelia couldn't help commenting, thinking this might not have been the best idea to trust Edward with directions. "Of course it is. If the lights were on, people would be asking all kinds of questions." Edward replied as if it was an obvious choice, starting to walk towards the house. "Come on, I'm sure he's inside." The other three followed him, stepping onto the creaking wood floors as they all looked around the room for any signs of life. "Al," Edward gently called into the darkness as Darius pulled up the lantern they had brought with them, lighting it to give them an easier time seeing. "Al, are you here?" As Darius lit the lantern and revealed that the insides were not only coated in dust and dirt, but their footprints were the only impressions that had been made in that dust and dirt in what must have been weeks. Well, they came to a very quick and obvious conclusion about what happened, as did Edward, who grimaced a little as he realized his mistake. "Hey, there's nobody here," Darius said, bringing his hand down to the back of Edward's head, making him jolt forward. "Yeah, you really know your brother. We busted our tails for hundreds of miles for an empty house." Heinkel couldn't help his own complaints, while Edward rubbed at the spot where he had been hit. "Well, I'm sure we can at least use this place as a shelter for the night." Amelia tried to offer to make the situation a little better, but that didn't seem to be a welcome idea. Heinkel turned, sniffing the air for a moment, his chimera DNA giving him a heightened sense of smell that allowed him to find a new presence making its way toward them. He didn't hesitate to turn into a corner of the house, pulling his gun and pointing it at the door, gesturing silently that the others join him and be quiet. Darius immediately doused the lantern and Edward pulled Amelia with him to the wall, crouching down as they waited in the darkness. After a moment, they could hear footsteps approaching the house. Edward was very careful, slowly poking his head through the doorway to see who it was. Maybe he was right and Alphonse was here, but if that were the case, he would hear his armor, and these were just normal footsteps. As the figure came closer, he let out a quiet gasp as he recognized it, watching as the body approached the front entrance, stopping for only a moment before collapsing onto his knees and hitting the floor face first. Amelia instantly recognized the dark-haired ponytail on the back of the head and the Ouroboros tattoo on his left hand. "Is that Ling?" she couldn't help asking aloud. "Yeah, or no, it's Greed." Edward corrected himself as he looked over the collapsed body of the homunculus, wondering what the hell had happened. Before he could even examine him or ask him, he heard a sudden grumbling from his stomach that indicated a very strong hunger. "Hungry, need food." The weak voice came out from the body before them. Edward let out a small sigh of relief, smiling a little. "Hess, no, it's Ling." He looked over at Heinkel. "Hey, go and get our rations from the car. This guy's a friend." "You sure?" Darius asked as he reached to relight the lantern. "Yeah, definitely. He has this problem with collapsing after not eating enough, so we need to get him something to chow on." Heinkel shrugged in a typical, might-as-well gesture and went to rush over to the car while Amelia came over to him. "That's right, you told me how you have a really fast metabolism, didn't you?" she said as she helped him roll over onto his back, hearing him let out a weak chuckle. "Good to see you," he said weakly, smiling at her and Edward, who smiled back. "Good to see you, too, Ling." Darius's lantern helped give them the light to see as Edward and Amelia helped Ling to sit up by the wall instead of laying on the ground like he had been. "Even with your body like that, you should probably be more careful," Amelia said as she helped straighten out the coat he was wearing. He still wore Greed's clothes, though he seemed perfectly normal otherwise. "I can't have my future husband collapsing on me all the time, right?" she joked, eliciting a chuckle from him and a rather shocked reaction from Edward. "Future husband?" "Huh?" Amelia looked over at him. "How is Ling your future husband?" he demanded, pointing at the weak and weary face of their mutual friend. "Oh, did I not mention that he proposed when we were waiting for Gluttony?" She supposed it had slipped her mind among, well, literally everything else that happened that day. No, you didn't mention that at all. Edward snapped as Heinkel returned with the bag of rations. Here, I grabbed the whole thing. Edward took the offered bag, angrily grabbing a can and pushing the bag in front of Ling as he handed him an unopened can of a kind of ready-to-eat meal that was sold to officers. There, open it yourself, he said, glowering at the prince. Ling reached for it, trying unsuccessfully to open the can, and Amelia sighed. Ed, come on, he's hardly in a shape to do this himself, she said, taking it from Ling and opening it before handing it back to him and taking a spoonful to feed him. This only worsened Edward's scowl as he watched her feed him a spoonful by hand, which he slowly chewed and swallowed down. Once that was done, he quickly swiped the spoon and the can from her, stuffing his face with it and emptying it in a matter of seconds before moving on to the next can and starting to quickly empty it. And then another, and another, and another. And soon enough, the bag was almost completely empty. Scattered ready-to-eat meal cans and packages were around on the floor, and everyone had been shocked to watch this one person quickly empty out their food meant for 4 people. When it was finally done, he let out a jovial laugh as he put down the last can. Oh, well, that did the trick, he said, smiling happily at his friends. Thanks, Edward, you're too kind. It's amazing that you're not a giant fat ass, Edward replied snidely. Seriously, how did you eat all of that so fast without getting sick? Amelia couldn't help asking as she looked over the remains of their food. He ate all of our rations, Darius said, shaking the bag that had once held them. Now they had to spend what little money they had left on replenishing it much sooner than they originally planned. Ling looked over at the 2 chimeras. Are you gonna introduce me to your pals? Oh, that's Mr. Gorilla. Edward was quickly interrupted. My name's Darius. And I'm Heinkel. We're ex-military, but we wound up getting stuck working with these kids somehow. Now what's this guy's story? Darius asked, pointing to Ling. He looked over at Amelia. Is he really the guy you're engaged to? Oh no, not really. Amelia quickly said, waving her hands back and forth as if to wave away the idea. He proposed to me kind of as a joke. That offer was completely serious, Ling said, looking over at her. You said you wouldn't do it for a couple more years though, right? He smiled. And since you said I'm your future husband, that means you'll marry me in that time, right? Become my queen. Now just hold on a damn second. Edward quickly butted in. That doesn't mean that she's definitely going to marry you. A lot can happen in a few years. I can defend myself on this stuff, Ed. I don't need you to do it for me, Amelia said, frowning. Hey, Darius quickly stopped their bickering before it could turn into an argument. I never got an answer to my question. Who is this guy? He pointed at Ling again. Amelia wasn't sure how to answer. Knowing the truth would immediately label him as an enemy to the 2 chimeras. Well, let's see. Edward put his hand on the back of his head, trying to think of a way to answer it. It's really kind of complicated. I'm a homunculus, Ling answered right away, making Edward and Amelia look back at him, shocked that he would give it away when they had been trying to hide it. Can you try to be more discreet? He hissed out in a whisper, while Heinkel and Darius only shared a confused glance. Seriously, Darius asked. It's a really long and complicated story we can tell you later, but I swear he's our friend, Amelia said, trying to stick up for him so the 2 chimeras didn't think to attack him in his state. And what are you doing here? Edward asked Ling. I thought you'd be in Central. Well, to put it lightly, Greed had a falling out with the other homunculi, Ling answered. So, I took advantage of his confusion and managed to regain control of my body. His shoulders tensed as his brow furrowed in concentration. I had to get out of Central, and needed some place close by to hide so. He grunted as his body started to shake, sweat starting to form on his forehead. Ling, Amelia looked over at him worriedly. What's the matter? Edward asked. It's Greed, Ling muttered out, bringing his forehead into his hand as he tried to concentrate. He's starting to fight back. Hey, Edward instantly brought his fist down on the back of Ling's head, hitting it over and over again with taps that were light enough to not cause any damage, but hard enough to be annoying. No. Fight him back, you idiot. Don't let him overpower you. Ling reached up and caught his forearm with both hands to make him stop. Geez. He lifted his head, looking up at Edward. Listen, that guy beneath Central, the one that they call their father. He's gonna open the portal on the Day of Reckoning. Edward and Amelia's eyes widened at this news. I could be wrong about this, but I think you and Al should jump in when he does. It's the best chance you have to get your bodies back. Edward let out a small gasp. They had no idea he was planning on opening the portal. And while this was probably a good opportunity for Edward and Alphonse to get their bodies back to normal, something still stuck out to the two alchemists. Wait a minute, that makes sense and everything, but there's a toll that must be paid to even open the portal, Edward said, already a little worried about what that toll had to be. Still, with what they knew about him, it wasn't hard to guess what would be the toll. Father was planning on turning the entire nation of Amstress into a philosopher's stone that would be used to open it. But at the same time, what toll could possibly be so high that he would need a stone that large? Why would he be opening the portal? His alchemical skill is already higher than ours. I doubt there's much more he could want to learn to get better at it. Amelia couldn't help asking. This day of reckoning, do you know the exact day he's gonna open it? Edward asked. It's happening, Ling grunted, his hand going to his face again as he tried to concentrate, but he was starting to fight a losing battle, and it was showing. Ling, come on. Edward tried to encourage him to keep fighting. He needed this information. Damn it, I can't hold him much longer, Ling said, his entire body trembling with the effort, his eyes showing a dark purple color, indicating his non-human state, or more likely greed's control. He looked up at Edward determinedly. The message. You got it to Lan Fan, right? You gave her the message. Message? Edward tried to remember, thinking back and recalling the time Greed gave them a message written in Zinjis to be given to Lan Fan. Al gave it to her. And she's doing all right. I don't know where she is, but she's safe. A relieved smile crossed Ling's face. Thank you, Ed. That's good to hear. Erg. He grabbed at his face again, his entire body shaking and sweating. Ling, come on, you've got this. Amelia tried to cheer him on, wishing there was a way she could help in the fight, but it didn't seem likely. I'm sorry. He was struggling to get the words out at all. That's it for me. I'm gone. His body hunched forward, and Edward and Amelia leaned back, fearing the worst. They waited with bated breath for a few long seconds before his head lifted up again, revealing a sharp gaze and a deep scowl. Damn, pain in the ass, Prince. A new voice came from his body, deeper, and with a bit more attitude than Ling had, showing Greed had returned. He needs to learn to keep his big mouth shut. Is that you, Greed? Edward asked. Yeah, what tipped you off? He sarcastically replied in return. Once it was confirmed, however, Heinkel quickly grabbed his gun and pointed it at the homunculus. He saw it and scoffed. Don't bother. He stood up, casually sticking his hands into his pants pockets. You can't even scratch me with that thing. He looked over the group once more before starting to walk past Heinkel and towards the door. Well, see ya later. Hey, Edward called out to him, quickly pushing himself to his feet, Amelia following suit. Aren't you gonna try to capture us? It did seem out of character for a homunculus not to do that duty, considering they were probably looking for the two of them. Huh? Greed looked back at Edward over his shoulder. Were you even listening to anything the prince told you? I'm working on my solo career now. All these memories came flooding back, and I kind of went nuts and attacked Bradley. Who knows what they'd do to me if I go crawling back? And I don't really work well with others, so it's probably for the best, and that's that. He turned around to walk out again, planning on going on his own path this time. Why don't you team up with us? Edward asked, the question stopping Greed in his tracks mid-step, something Amelia noticed instantly. You've got nowhere to go, why not come with us? Greed turned around to Edward, and Amelia saw the look on his face. His eyes were wide, and she could see that desire there, a longing for the idea of being a part of something, being part of a community. But it was only there for a second before Greed's shoulders started to shake with his laughter. Team up with you? You want me to follow you, haha? Thanks for the laugh. He lifted his head up with a confident smirk. Up yours, kid. This world is my possession, not yours. Now it's a different story if you want to follow me. You're welcome to join my team. He laughed again, starting to turn around and continue his way out, later. And he walked off into the darkness, leaving the four of them behind in the safe house. You really thought he would join up with you? Darius asked. I agree it would be nice to have a homunculus on the team, but I don't think he'd ever. Edward's shoulders slumped, clearly not pleased about the sudden rejection. No, he wanted to. Amelia spoke up, getting their attention. Edward turned to look at her and she met his eyes. I saw it in his face the minute you asked he did want to, but I think he can't agree to that. She glanced over at where he left. He says he's the incarnation of greed, but he's got some pride to him, too. I think that might have been the thing that was stopping him from saying yes. He's too proud to be a follower, he has to be a leader. She let out a sigh, crossing her arms, but maybe that's for the best, like he said. It's not like he would cooperate with us on taking down his creator, even if they had a falling out. Edward took all of this into consideration, thinking over their options, while Heinkel and Darius looked over at the girl. How could you tell all that just by looking at him? Heinkel couldn't help asking. She shrugged in response. Reading people is kind of a thing I can do. It, comes with a certain background. She crossed her arms as she tried to think. So, I guess it's back to square one then. We still need to come up with some kind of plan to beat Father and somehow meet back up with Alphonse. I've got a better idea, Edward said, turning and running out of the safe house. Amelia wasn't sure why he was running, but she quickly followed behind him. Hey, where are you going? She called after him. Behind her, Heinkel and Darius glanced over at where the kids were running, and then at each other, shrugged, and started running behind Amelia to catch up to Edward. Soon enough, she could see that he was running to catch up to Greed, who was talking to himself as he looked up at the night sky, or more likely talking to Ling. Hey Ling, wait up, Edward called to him, getting his attention as he scowled at Edward. How many times do I have to tell you? I'm Greed, not Ling. He corrected with a long, weary irritation in his voice as Edward stopped in front of him, with Amelia and the chimeras just behind him. It's too difficult to keep track of. I'll just call you Gree Ling from now on, Edward said, immediately posing a solution that instantly offended Greed, grimacing at first at the name, and then quickly scowling. No, you will not. Listen to me, Gree Ling, I'll follow you. Edward interrupted him, shocking the homunculus into silence. I've thought about it, and I've decided to join your team after all. This is not the plan. Amelia pointedly spoke to Edward, wondering what exactly he was thinking. It's fine, Edward reassured her. This is the new plan. He turned back to Greed. So, that gives you a couple of powerful alchemists on your team with me and Amelia, and since these guys seem to follow me everywhere, you've got 2 chimeras on your team as well. He said, pointing his thumb at Heinkel and Darius, who immediately decided to take charge of the situation, grabbing Edward by the shoulders and yanking him back as they started to rough him up, Amelia watching with a mixture of shock, concern, and wry resignation on the side with Greed. Who do you think you are? You don't get to make that call, Darius demanded as he smacked Edward around. Nobody said you were our boss, Pipsqueak. You little runt, Heinkel exclaimed as he had his own turn, giving Edward a few punches that left him flat on his stomach on the ground, with plenty of shoe prints on his coat from the 2 men stomping down on him in their own anger at having him give orders like that. Greed just watched, confused, and still shocked at the sight of the entire display, until Heinkel and Darius had finished. Edward grunted as he lifted himself up on his elbows on the ground. I realized something. I've been a follower ever since I became a dog of the military. I lost my pride a while back. He pushed himself to stand up, dusting off his clothes of the dirt that had clung to it after his rough fall to the ground. So, I'm already used to rolling over on command, and besides, he lifted his head up to look at Greed with a determined smirk. There's too much at stake. I can't let any information you've got slip through the cracks. Hess, I really can't let my ego get in the way. Greed's eyes widened slightly as he heard him speak, remembering his past self and how he commented on how Edward's rashness and ego was going to keep him from getting the valuable information he had when he had kidnapped Alphonse. It seems he had learned a lot since that time, and the homunculus grinned before bursting into laughter. What a sudden change of events this was. And here he had just been pouting, the prince's words, not his, about that entire exchange of Edward offering to have him join their team, and here he was instead, bargaining to try and be a part of his team. It was an offer he had made on a whim, but it was paying off. All right, kid, he said, still smiling, but working for me means you have to live in the shadows. I don't want to hear any regrets. Give me a break, Edward mirrored his grin right back at him. I've already got 1,000,000 regrets, what's one more? 1,000,001. Heinkel and Darius said at the same time, and Amelia just brought her hands up to her face. Edward, no, that is not how you respond to that. She sighed into her palms, so disappointed in him. How was she crushing on this loser again? Good, then it's settled, Greed said, sounding very pleased as he went over to the two chimeras. So, then you guys are working for me too. Doesn't seem like we have much choice, Heinkel replied with a bit of resignation, accepting this situation. It's not like he had anywhere to go back to, so he may as well go forward here. I don't care who I follow as long as they're feeding me, Darius said, a hand going to his stomach as he recalled the fact that they were now out of rations because of Ling. So what kind of chimeras are you? Greed asked. I'm part gorilla, Darius answered. I'm part lion, Heinkel answered. Hey, that's pretty cool. As the three of them continued to chat a little about their abilities, Amelia glanced over at Edward as he seemed to be distracted from the conversation, seeing him reach into his pocket and pull out Winry's earrings that he had been holding onto since they were separated at Briggs. Instantly, her chest tightened a little, and she had to look away. With things as they are, they might not see Winry or Alphonse for a long time now. But that didn't mean he wasn't planning on waiting for her. She had to get rid of this crush at some point. It was just going to get in the way. Edward has his goals, and she had her own. Maybe it was better that she found her way out and got back home. The idea had slowly been losing its appeal the longer she had been here, but if it was a way to get out of this whole crush situation and get back to safety and comfort. Greed turned to Amelia. And you're an alchemist too, huh? She was pulled out of her thoughts as he directed his question to her. That's right, she nodded, seeing a grin spread over Greed's face. And apparently you're the prince's little bride-to-be, a little princess. She crossed her arms. Not exactly. Ling's proposal was purely political, and I said I wouldn't turn him down, but I didn't exactly say yes either. Oh, holding out until something better comes along. Greed leaned a little closer and she frowned, stepping back as she looked up at him. You know, you probably couldn't do much better than a homunculus. I could protect you from just about every kind of danger. As if I'd ever. Her nose scrunched up in disgust. What? Oh, come on. I'm in the body of the guy who proposed to you. I'm not good looking enough for you. It's not about looks, it's about personality. And where Ling is kind of nice, you're basically the incarnation of a garbage can. Greed let out a barking laugh at her response. Oh, I like you, little princess. Ha ha ha. Please don't call me that. His grin widened. Now I'm definitely going to call you that, just to make you mad. She scowled up at him, and he mockingly made the same face. Asshole. I like 'em fiery, he said with a wink, and her nose scrunched up in disgust again. All right, you guys. Greed spoke up a little louder, turning to everyone as he started to continue down the path he had been walking. I've got quite a few plans to get through, and I'm sure you all can help me out. So let's get walking and talking. He turned around, making the gesture that they all follow him into the night, and they all began to file after him. This plan wasn't exactly the best plan to Amelia's eyes, but at least it was a plan. So she could at least give Edward credit for that much. Chapter 35. Greed didn't really have any desire to stay in Central, especially not after telling them that he had attacked Bradley, and they had decided to move westward on his whim. They had been doing that for a while, managing to find places that were willing to give them space for the night or just straight up sleeping on the ground. Amelia was miserable the first night, seeing as she only had grass and leaves for any kind of comfort. Edward ended up taking the time to teach her how to transmute some softer grass into something akin to an air mattress so that she could sleep a little easier. It was weird, and it was a difficult adjustment, but soon she found it easier to sleep to the sounds of nature, hearing crickets chirping or owls hooting, though it was never as sound asleep as it was in a bed. In their most recent venture, they had almost managed to procure an actual bed for the night, until there was an incident between Greed and the innkeeper that turned into a massive argument that got them all kicked out. They were currently on the outskirts of the village where that inn was, and Amelia was just waking up as the sun started to shine over her. She sat up with a small sigh, rubbing at her face with her hands before looking around at the rest of their group. She had noticed a few things as they had traveled, namely the different ways everyone slept. Darius seemed to prefer sleeping on his stomach, with his cheeks pressed up against the ground in a way that always left him with some kind of cowlick hair in the morning. Heinkel slept stock-stiff as a board, hands right at his sides, feet exactly straight across. It looked somewhat painful and stiff, but he always seemed completely fine every morning. Edward would usually try to follow suit to Heinkel on his back when he went to sleep, or on his side with his flesh arm being used as a pillow, but he always ended up on his back, limbs sprawled out, mouth gaping open and drooling, with his shirt a little mussed and exposing some of his stomach. And she couldn't deny the first time she saw it. It was simultaneously hilarious and kind of cute, but she also got a peek at the abs he had underneath. The only one among their group that she never seemed to see when asleep was the only one that wasn't fully human anymore. Even now, she looked over and saw Greed perched up on a low tree branch, grinning down at her once their eyes met. He started to make his way down as she started to get up, figuring there was no going back to sleep now that she had got his attention. "Well, good morning, little princess." Greed greeted her, not bothering to keep his voice too quiet for the rest of their sleeping group. Amelia didn't respond other than a tired glare and a finger pressed to her lips to show him that he needed to be quiet as she got up from her little mattress and started to make her way over to the side of the clearing where they had camped for the night. He followed her wordlessly as she went over into the trees, following the sounds of running water that she had heard last night that had helped her get to sleep. "So, where are you off to so early in the morning?" Greed asked her as she continued her walk to the water, coming upon a little creek. "I'm going to wash my face in the freezing cold water of this river, since somebody decided that we were better off camping in the woods than having access to a soft bed, with a working bathroom," she said with a pointed glare over her shoulder at him. "Oh, come on, that was hours ago, you're still mad," Greed groaned. "Yes, I'm still mad." She snapped at him as she knelt down by the river, bringing her hand over to the nearest tree and clapping her hands together to transmute some of the bark into a little bit of bar soap. "How was I supposed to know that offering to clean up my mess was going to piss him off?" Greed asked in a defensive voice. "Because when you break the urn that contains someone's ashes, you don't offer to sweep it up and throw it away." Amelia snapped back at him. "I didn't know it was an urn. I thought it was just a decorative vase or something," Greed said, crossing his arms as Amelia just shook her head. "I mean, why didn't they put their grandma in the ground like everyone else? Don't humans normally bury their dead?" Amelia let out a frustrated groan as she splashed the cold water onto her face before lathering up the soap in her hands. "There's a lot of reasons why someone can choose to cremate someone over burying them," she said as she watched the suds forming on her skin as she continued to lather up the little soap bar. "And now, because you were such an insensitive dick, I have to wash my face in this freezing cold water instead of in a hot shower," she said, rubbing her cheeks with the soap as she started to clean up. "I could have washed my entire body in nice, hot water, but no. You had to go and disrespect the dead grandmother of the guy who owned the inn." "Hey, I'm not exactly thrilled about it either. You think I don't want to see you washing your body in the shower?" His question instantly earned him the response of Amelia, transmuting some of the water in front of her to form icicles that fired directly at Greed that he barely managed to dodge, one of them actually cutting open his cheek. "Whoa, okay, point taken. Too early for flirting," he said, letting his wound regenerate and heal as she continued to wash her face. He stood off to the side, giving her some space as she cleaned up. "I don't see what the big deal is about disrespecting the dead anyway. They're dead. What are they gonna do, kill me?" Amelia sighed as she went to rinse off her face in the water, speaking after she had gotten all the suds off. The family of the dead person usually want to remember them fondly, so disrespecting their dead relative is equivalent to disrespecting their entire family, she said as she reached for her shirt, pulling it up to dab at her face and start to dry it. She looked down at her clothes, letting out a long sigh before she went to transmute them, getting rid of any stains that were on it. She had been wearing the same outfit for a week, and while it was doing its job and she was keeping it clean with alchemy, she really just wanted to run it through a laundry machine and take a hot bath somewhere. She felt filthy. "So, yeah, that's why you don't disrespect the dead." Greed let out a small hum. "Well, why didn't he just bury her then? I couldn't have knocked over the nice vase he was keeping her in if she was buried. Their grandma could have asked to have her body cremated, or it could have just been the cheaper option for their family," she replied, taking a gentler approach as she explained human customs to Greed. Ever since they had joined, it had become a bit of a routine for him to follow her out if she was going to go wash up in the mornings, and they would always talk. Either it would be her deflecting his flirting, or they would have conversations about each other's goals, or even discussing the other homunculi. But sometimes, They would also have conversations explaining the differences between humans and homunculi, like today. Burying people can get expensive because you have to pay for someone to bury the body, pay for the box you bury them in, pay for the land to bury the box in, and pay for someone to make your dead relative look nice when they go into the ground. She stood up and looked over at him. Cremation is just paying someone to put them in an oven for a couple of days until they're nothing but ashes. That seems like a lot, Greed commented. It is. And very lucrative, he grinned. We are not going to start burying people for money. Amelia scowled at him. I don't care how much it is, I'm not touching a dead body. What's the big deal anyway? It's not like it'll do anything to you. It's creepy. How? They're not moving. It's like they're just permanently asleep or something. That's exactly why it's creepy. Greed just rolled his eyes and Amelia rolled hers. Well, if it's so expensive, why didn't they just do it themselves? It's cheaper then, right? No one is going to ask a family in mourning to go through the incredibly difficult process of carrying and taking care of their family member's corpse if they can get someone else to do it. She sighed, bringing her hands up to her head. Everyone needs different ways to grieve. Burying them is one way to honor them. Another way is to carry them in an urn so that they can always feel close to them. She brought her hands down and looked up at him. And yes, I recognize the irony in getting closer to someone after they're dead, but that's just how humans are. We don't like losing the people we care about, so we come up with rituals and different ways to honor them and who they were when they were alive. It makes us feel better, and it's easier to come to peace with the fact that they're no longer here with us. Greed opened his mouth to respond, but stopped, letting out a thoughtful hum as he took a minute to process something she had just said. So? All right, let me see if I've got this right. Amelia looked up at him curiously, though fully expecting some smart-ass comment. Humans do these different rituals because they lost someone and it makes them feel better. Usually that's how it goes, Amelia replied with a shrug, crossing her arms. She watched as Greed took another moment to think, bringing his hand up to his chin and resting his elbow on his other hand as he started to ponder something. Amelia's head tilted to the side, a little more curious than she had been a moment ago. What are you thinking about? He let out a small hum in thought before he spoke. So, what if they don't have access to the remains? Like someone dies, you don't have their body or their ashes, you want to mourn them or whatever to feel better. What do? Amelia was a little surprised, blinking a few times as she stared at him before she thought about it. Well, there are a few ways to honor someone like that. I mean, you can hold an honorary funeral for them with no casket or anything, memorial services, I guess there's that pouring one out thing too. What's that? Oh, it's where you take one of their favorite drinks, usually something alcoholic, and kind of just pour it out into the ground since you can't give the drink to them in person anymore. And you can just do that anywhere. Technically yes, but more often it's done in a place where it matters, like at the gravesite, or at their favorite place to hang out, or... All right, she jumped as he interrupted her, we're going to do that. I've made up my mind, we're going to go to the Devil's Nest, and I'm gonna pour one out for my old crew. Wait, what? This works out great, and I was just looking for something new to do, thanks, princess. He gave her a playful wink before starting to make his way back to camp. What? Hey, wait a second. She quickly started to follow after him, hurriedly gathering up her things before she stood up. What do you mean? Who's your old crew? She had no idea what brought this on so suddenly with him. My old crew, from back when I was the other Greed, he answered as he continued to walk, his hands shoved into the pockets of his pants with his coat flowing out behind him, proudly walking with his head held high. I had a whole crew of human chimeras working with me, and they died, so I'm gonna do a little human mourning ritual. Wait a minute, you've never talked about them before. Amelia was having a little trouble keeping up with him as she tried to get to his side, but the foliage was a little too thick for her to do that without bumping into something. As they made it back to the clearing, they came back to see Edward standing up while Darius and Heinkel were just waking up. He looked back as he heard Greed responding to her. Well, yeah, because I haven't really thought about it much, but... There you are. Edward's voice cut through their conversation before he came marching over to Amelia, getting in her face with an angry glare. Where were you? She leaned back slightly. "Okay, first of all, personal space," she said, giving his shoulder a small push to encourage him to step back so she could stand up straight again. "Second of all, I was just over by the river." "With him?" Edward pointed at Greed, who was grinning widely, seeing Edward getting worked up. This had, unfortunately, also become part of their morning routine whenever Amelia would wake up first. Greed would follow her, and they would have talks about different things and come back to a furious Edward who would demand to know exactly what had happened. Amelia just rolled her eyes. "Jesus, Ed." "Yes, with Greed because he doesn't know how to handle mornings by himself." Greed shrugged. "What can I say? You know how to start my day, princess." "Stop calling me that." Amelia snapped at him before walking around Edward, who glared fiercely at Greed, making the homunculus smile. "Ah, you jealous? Don't worry, I'll spend tomorrow morning with you," Greed mockingly replied to his glowering scowl with a wink that made Edward's face scrunch up in disgust, making the homunculus laugh as he walked back to the camp. "All right, team. New plan, huddle up," he said, and just had the two Chimera men turn to him while Amelia went to undo the transmutation for her bed while Edward went to stand by her side, still glaring at Greed with crossed arms as he listened. "So, after some thinking, I've made a decision about our next destination. We'll be hitting up a town called Dublith." Edward's glare immediately dissolved into an expression of pale-faced horror. "We'll be there for a couple of days to take care of some personal business, and then we'll scope around, see what's interesting nearby, and move on." Hold on a second," Edward piped up. "We're supposed to be avoiding the military right now, and Dublith is really close to Southern headquarters." "It is?" Amelia asked as her transmutation came undone, turning into small leaves that fluttered down on top of the grass where she had slept the night before. She looked over at Darius and Heinkel, the two men sharing a silent conversation with their eyes as they both tried to remember just how close Dublith was to Southern HQ. Heinkel looked back over at her. "It's 3 towns away from South City. It's a short ride from there to Dublith, but I don't think the military make regular patrols there unless they have a reason." We're fine," Greed said confidently, "far enough away for us not to get in trouble and relax a little. That's why I picked that place the first time around when I wanted to head south." Ed wasn't satisfied with that, but how do we know that they don't have a regular reason to make patrols there? "It's too close to South HQ. I think we should completely avoid it." "Now hold on," Greed looked over at him, crossing his arms. "I think you're forgetting who the leader is here, Blondie." Edward instantly scowled at his nickname. "I'm saying we're going to Dublith, we're going to visit my old hangout there, and we're gonna pour one out for my old crew. And if things get kind of dicey, we'll get out of there." Ed still looked hesitant. "Look, we can't predict that they won't show up there. I think it's best if we avoid the place entirely," he insisted. Greed frowned. "Look, kid, I'm the leader and I say we're going to Dublith. If you're that worried about it, we'll be there for a day and then get out, all right? But we're going." "Why are you so worried about it anyway?" Amelia asked. "Is there something in Dublith we should know about?" Edward's expression became pale as he remembered what had happened the last time he had made a trip to Dublith. It wasn't like it was a small town. Sure, his teacher was well known among the locals, but it wasn't like they knew who he would be right off the bat. There was a good chance that maybe he could hide out. If the military was looking for a kid in a red coat and a braid, maybe he could do the same thing in Dublith and not have anyone recognize him. That's not a guarantee that they wouldn't run into Mason or Sig, who would just tell his teacher where he was. While he wasn't worried about her finding him and beating him up like he had been a few months ago, that wasn't a guarantee that she wouldn't notice him getting flabby, much less the fact that he was traveling with a pair of chimeras, a wanted criminal, and a known homunculus. But still, it had been a long time since he'd heard from her or even spoken to her. They hadn't really seen each other since his last visit, and the last contact he had with her was the phone call about her human transmutation. She wouldn't be expecting him. Maybe if he kept his jacket hood up and kept a low profile with a few shady people, things could work out. No, there's nothing," Edward replied. We just need to be careful is all." Amelia gave him a skeptical look, not buying that for a second, and Edward frowned. "Really? That's all. I just don't want us getting caught by the military because the last time I was there, they made their way over to Dublith to get rid of him and his goons." He pointed his thumb at Greed, who still stood with crossed arms. Amelia's eyes narrowed, and he grew a little more worried as she didn't seem to buy it. All I'm saying is if the military catches wind that the homunculus they took out months ago came back to the same place, it puts a big target on our backs. All I'm hearing, Greed interrupted, is that there's no problem outside of you being paranoid. He grinned, his arms going to his hips. We're going to Doubleth. He turned to Darius and Heinkel. Guys, round up whatever stuff you got and let's get moving. We're heading out. The two chimeras shrugged and got up, getting what few belongings they all had, and started to follow behind Greed, with Ed and Amelia doing the same. She still had her eyes narrowed. Edward, what's going on? You've never challenged Greed's choice on a location like that before. Nothing, Edward insisted, flustered. Look, just drop it all right. It's not important and we should be fine. Amelia still wasn't buying it, but she shrugged and decided to let it go since badgering him about it wasn't going to provide any results. So, for the time being, she just walked with the others and continued on their way to find the quickest trip to get to Doubleth. Since they still had the car, they still made use of it where they could, though admittedly traveling was a bit more cramped. No matter how long the trip was, or how long it took them, Edward made sure to sit firmly in the middle between Amelia and Greed, which amused the homunculus to no end and slightly annoyed Amelia. Heinkel and Darius sat up front, with no intentions to turn around and mess with the three teenagers in the back, mainly because they were too old to deal with that kind of garbage. Edward, scoot over, your leg is touching mine, Amelia said. I can't scoot over, there's no room. Well, close your legs then. I'm comfortable like this, not like I get much comfort sitting in the middle seat. Hey, I said I would take the middle spot when we got in, Greed said with a grin, egging on his favorite form of entertainment. No, Edward said firmly, crossing his arms and glaring at the homunculus. I'm fine right here. Ed, just switch seats with Greed, Amelia sighed. It's not like it's a big deal anyway. Yes, it is, Edward stubbornly argued. I'm not moving. But the window seats are more comfortable, just switch with him. No. Close your legs then. I'm comfy like this. Well, I'm not. I don't care. Just switch seats with him. No. Greed chuckled throughout their bickering, while Heinkel had to reach up and rub at his temples to stop the oncoming migraine, though it didn't work very well as their voices only got louder. What's your problem? Just switch seats with him and be done with it. I will not. I'm not letting him sit next to you. It's not a big deal, Ed, just move. No. Hey, it's not like I'm gonna do anything to the little princess, Greed added in. I don't trust you, Edward snapped at him, pointing decisively at his face. I don't either, but I can handle him, Ed, Amelia snapped back at the blonde. You stay out of this, I'm staying right here. No, you're not, just move over. She pushed his shoulder over to Greed, which just made the homunculus laugh and made Edward more furious. Don't push me. Then move, and I won't have to push you. I'm not moving. Then I'm gonna keep pushing you. Knock it off, Amelia. You knock it off and fucking move. No. How about you all knock it off and shut the hell up? Darius finally cracked, nearly yelling at them as he drove, an angry vein popping out of his neck as he shouted at them. If you keep shouting at each other, I swear I'm gonna pull over and you kids can walk. Greed burst out laughing while Edward just crossed his arms and Amelia did the same, the two not speaking to each other. She didn't really understand why, but Edward had been rather stifling in the last 2 weeks, especially when it came to her spending any time by herself for too long, even more so when it came to Greed and her. Arguments like this between them had become more common, with Edward insisting that she never be left alone for too long, despite the fact that she was confident in her skills. She was starting to think that his compliments of her alchemical skills when they had left Briggs together was just talk from him to make her feel better, which only made her feel worse in the moment. However, no matter how bad she felt, Greed was living for every argument they had. He had made no secret that it was his favorite form of entertainment since they had teamed up, and the Chimeras had made no secret of the fact that they felt like the only sensible pair of their quintet. Heinkel reached over and pat Darius on the shoulder as he drove, a silent way to reassure and encourage him, and Amelia could see him visibly relaxing as he gave his shoulder a squeeze. The gorilla chimera let out a long sigh and continued to drive. Look, can't you guys just be quiet like normal people? I swear you've done nothing but fight since we've started traveling together. It's not like I started it, Amelia muttered. Yes, you did, Edward snapped. Hey, Darius turned around. I don't care who started it, I'll finish it. Now can both of you just be quiet? Whatever, Amelia sighed, and Edward didn't say anything. He glanced over at Greed, who was still grinning at the free entertainment the kids had provided, and glared at him before sitting back in his seat. There was some quiet for a few moments before Heinkel went to check their map to make sure they were heading down the right road, and Greed turned to the two kids with him in the backseat. So, little princess, Edward and Amelia both glared at Greed as he started to speak to her. I have a couple of questions for you regarding that stuff we talked about earlier. Edward's eyes narrowed at Greed. Okay, what kind of questions? Amelia asked, figuring it couldn't hurt to answer them. When I pour one out, does it just have to be one bottle, or is it a drink for every person who died? How many people were in your old crew? Amelia asked. He took a moment to count them out on his hands, muttering the names to himself: Roa, Dorachet, Martel, Ulchai, Bido. He held up his hand. 5 people. Well, then we can do one big bottle for all of them, that should be fine. Amelia shrugged. But if you want to do each individual drink, like if they all had different tastes, that would be okay, too. Which one is better, do you think? He asked her. She only shrugged in response. Considering our lack of funds, I'd just get the one bottle of whatever, preferably something cheap. What are you talking about? Edward asked, looking over at Amelia. Greed had some questions about ways people honor their dead, Amelia explained. We were talking about it this morning, and I guess it's what prompted this sudden trip. Yeah, I got some unfinished business in Dublin anyway, so I can take care of that after I honor my old crew. Greed added on. What business? Edward asked. Last I remember, you were just bumming and thieving in Dublin. Yeah, and I've got some unfinished bumming and thieving business. Greed replied in a sassy tone, reaching to condescendingly poke at Edward's temple as if he was pushing those words into his head, cackling as Edward reached up to swipe his hand away with an angry scowl. We better not be stealing anything in Dublin. Amelia narrowed her eyes at Greed. We don't need to draw any more attention to ourselves if this place is as close to the military as Ed says it is. We're not, I just have an old contact there that I think we should hit up. Greed replied. It'll help us more than hurt us. What contact? Edward asked. One of the guys who gave us the space under the Devil's Nest, Greed said. I gave him a few things to hold on to, and I didn't come back to get them until now, for obvious reasons. He gestured to his body, leaning back in his seat with one hand on the car windowsill. As long as we're not turning into thieves, that should be fine. Amelia muttered as she sat back, going back to looking out the window. And hopefully we can find an inn where someone doesn't screw up our chances to stay the night. Greed sighed loudly at her not-so-subtle jab at him. I already said I screwed up, all right. No, you didn't. I said it this morning. You did not apologize this morning, I would have remembered. Who said anything about an apology? Amelia glared at him and crossed her arms over her chest, and he rolled his eyes. Oh, come on. Trust me, I just need to get this stuff and you won't even care about last night, I swear. You swear, Edward repeated doubtfully, on what? My mother's grave, Greed sassily replied. You don't have a mother, homunculi don't have parents. I have a father, I could swear on his grave. He's not dead. Yet. What even is this stuff we're getting from your guy? Amelia asked, breaking up their would-be build-up to another fight. Some valuables, things I collected over the years that can probably help us out later. Greed replied. You know, money, jewelry, little statues of naked babies to go on fountains. You had all of that stashed away in Dublin and didn't think to mention it until now. We've been traveling penniless for 2 weeks. Yeah, but I had to make sure I was gone long enough for the heat to die down first. You stole it. I told you it was unfinished bumming and thieving business. Amelia groaned and slid down in her seat, her hands going up to her forehead and dragging down her face. What? It's been long enough now that no one will care if we sell them at a pawn shop in the next town over. We'll be fine. We better be, or so help me I'm going to start finding a way to take off one of your limbs. Amelia looked over at him with a glare, crossing her arms once more. Greed barked out a laugh at her threat. Good luck with that, little princess. Meanwhile, in the front seat, Heinkel and Darius shared a silent glance, knowing the two of them had to be the most sensible people in this car compared to the two riled-up teenage alchemists and the homunculus in the backseat, and let out simultaneous, tired parent sighs before continuing down the road to Doubleth. Edward couldn't help looking over his shoulder as their group continued down the road. He had his hood pulled up to cover his face a little more, and Amelia had done the same to avoid being recognized on the off chance there were wanted posters put up of her. She glanced over at Edward as Greed led the way down the sidewalk from where they had parked the car. They made sure to pick a location just outside of town where, hopefully, no one would notice an abandoned, stolen car. As they walked, Edward would routinely look around them, sometimes going ahead of Greed to glance around the corners of the buildings they were passing, or looking back behind them whenever someone else happened to be walking in another direction that didn't even notice their group. He would constantly move from in between Heinkel and Darius to hide behind the two largest men from anyone that could potentially spot them. All the while, it made Amelia incredibly jumpy to the point where Edward's paranoia made her afraid of a wandering alley cat that hissed at the strangers that walked by their territory in a dumpster. As Edward glanced over his shoulder behind them once more for the 17th time in 7 minutes, Amelia snapped, "Stop skulking around like that. It's making me paranoid," she muttered through clenched teeth. "I'm just making sure we're not being followed," Edward defended himself. "We drove through the town before we stopped the car. There was not a single soldier in sight, and there still isn't." Amelia hissed, "Just knock it off, or I swear I will give you something to be paranoid about. You don't know this town that well. Someone could see us and recognize you. I'm taking precautions here. You don't need to tell me the risks." "Guys," Greed's voice carried over their angered whispers, "you can both calm down, we'll be fine. There's no soldiers in town, and we won't even be here for a day, so you can both cool it." "I didn't start this," Amelia said defensively. "No one cares who started it, but whispering and running around like you is going to draw more attention to us instead of you two just walking casually. And take your damn hoods off, that's more suspicious than anything," Greed commanded. The two teenagers reluctantly removed the hoods off of their heads as they headed down the street. "We're almost there anyway. If we're only staying for less than a day, does that mean we're not spending the night at an inn?" Amelia asked in her normal speaking voice. "Just to satisfy the blonde kid, yes." "Damn," Amelia sighed in resignation, but she knew that was a battle she didn't need to have with Edward. She glanced over at him. "Why are you acting so weird anyway? It's just Doubleth, you've only been here like once in the last year." "Yeah, well, some people know me in Doubleth, so I just want to be careful," Edward muttered, crossing his arms as they walked. "Well, are those people likely to be anywhere near some basement dive bar?" Amelia asked. When Edward didn't respond, she shrugged. "Then we'll be fine, stop freaking out." As they turned a corner, they arrived at the Devil's Nest. It looked exactly like Amelia remembered it, with a singular entrance in a brick wall with a set of stairs leading down into the dark tunnel that led to the building underground. Greed led the way, opening the door and seeing that the bar hadn't changed all that much either. Dimly lit for the sake of ambience, the entire bar reeking of cigarettes and tobacco with women scattered about in various booths corralling whatever male customers they could get. As soon as their group walked in, a pair immediately went to approach Heinkel and Darius, one of the girls having a bottle of wine in her hands. "Hey there, handsome Tilda," she flirtatiously greeted Heinkel, who stood stone-faced. "Why don't you come and sit with us for a bit? Have a drink, "Yeah, come and have a drink with us," the other girl said, tugging on Darius's hand that he quickly pulled away. "No thanks, we're not interested," Darius replied firmly. "And we don't have any money to spend on girls," Heinkel added. That immediately sent them away, and Amelia watched them go with wide eyes. Were those prostitutes? "You really want the answer to that question, or do you want to do this thing and get out of here?" Greed asked, and before she could respond, "That was rhetorical, let's do this." She sighed as her words died on the tip of her tongue as they went up to the bar. The bartender gave their group a suspicious look as they approached him. "Hey, I'm looking for a good bottle of let's say wine, how much would it cost me?" Greed, ever the one for charisma, took the lead in approaching him and grinned at the man. "Depends what kind you want." the bartender replied, looking past Greed's shoulders at Darius and Heinkel before his gaze moved to Edward and Amelia, his eyes narrowing a bit as he looked at the teenagers, and Amelia turned her head away casually, trying to make it look like she wasn't concerned as she looked around the seedy bar, though she was mainly hoping he didn't recognize her. I'm a big fan of red wine. There's this one blend I'm particularly fond of, maybe you've heard of it. Mostly, this blend of red grapes and cherries. Bit of sour to join the sweet. The bartender nodded, going over under the bar to find the wine he wanted. Haven't had anyone ask for this in a good while. He put it down on the bar and looked up at Greed. That'll be 5,600 cents. Greed frowned at the price. Little steep, isn't it? For this stuff, nah, I have to import it from Creta. There's cheaper blends if you want it, but mostly's a little pricey. Nah, we need mostly for what I've got in mind, Greed said, turning around to face Heinkel for the wallet. We barely have 6,000 cents left, I don't think so, Heinkel said, crossing his arms. Hey, we'll be fine, I've still got my guy, remember? Greed said, holding out his hand, making a somewhat insistent grabbing gesture to encourage him to get their shared wallet. Heinkel sighed and reached for it, handing it to him, watching as Greed pulled out nearly all of their money to hand to the bartender, watching him take it and give him his 400 cents back. Enjoy, if you want, I can give you some glasses for the change, the bartender offered. Thanks, but we won't need 'em. Have a good night, Gerald. Greed said as he took the bottle and started to make his way out of the bar, his little crew following him up the stairs as the bartender looked a little befuddled. When had he told that man his name? Once they were back into the sunlight, Greed started trying to get the cork out of the top of the bottle. All right, so how do I do this? Greed asked, and when his question was met with silence, he turned to Amelia, who looked up at him with wide eyes. Oh, she looked at the bottle. Well, first I guess we could say a few words about your old crew. What words? Greed asked as he went back to the cork, trying to yank it out with his hand, bringing his shield out so he could have nails strong enough to pierce the cork to try and wiggle it out. I don't know, what would you want to say about them? How the hell should I know? I've never done a damn memorial before. Greed watched in satisfaction as the cork slowly started to wriggle out with his fingers, making sure to keep a good grip on it as he kept pulling. What do you people normally say when someone dies? He grunted as he finally yanked it out with a pop, sniffing at the underside of it and letting out a sigh. Damn, that's good. Almost seems a waste. He tossed the cork away into a sewer drain. Well, I guess you would start by saying what kind of people your old crew was, how you want to remember them, stuff like that. Amelia answered. All right, let me think. Greed took in a slow breath. So, I guess my crew started with Myrtle. I found her in a bar somewhere kicking some major ass, and the first thing I thought was, damn, I want to take her home and... Respectfully, Amelia interrupted, respectfully talk about them. Jesus Christ, you said they were dead. This is respectful, Greed defended himself. Yeah, keep in mind, we don't want to know your inner thoughts about every woman you meet. Edward scowled up at him as he said it. You sure? I bet the princess wants to know. Greed couldn't help teasing Edward and Amelia a little bit, watching Amelia's nose scrunch up in disgust, while Edward immediately moved in between the two of them with that scowl still firmly set in place. Can we please not start another fight in the middle of the street? Darius asked in the tone of voice that one could only describe as an exhausted and tired parent. All right, fine, I'll be respectful or whatever, Greed sighed, but we started with Myrtle and she rejected me pretty harshly. Still, she had a good right hook, so I told her what I was looking for. She said she could hook me up with her friends if I beat her in a fight, so I did. When she found out I was about as human as she was, she said we were cool and I got to meet the other guys. And it was good. He looked down at the wine, reminiscing on his former comrades. Dorachet was fun, he was up for anything we did, always listened to my orders, always followed through. That was the dog in him, I guess. Bido was just a weird little guy, kinda lonely, but he was good for company. Ulchai was the quiet sort, never really knew him too well, but Myrtle told me he liked to swim in the sewers sometimes, transformed into his alligator form of course since his family lived around here. None of the others really had family, but he had a nephew or something around here with some rug rats. Liked to check in on them every once in a while. Good guy. Roa was pretty quiet too, but that was more because he just didn't want to say anything, bit stoic type but incredibly strong. Hardworking, kept everyone else in check when we needed it. And Myrtle? He paused, glancing down at the wine bottle again. Well, Myrtle was too good for her own good sometimes. Sweeter than she let on. She'd never tell you up front about it. She tried to hide it, but she was never all that comfortable taking lives, hurting people. She convinced me to do things more stealth and shadows, rather than guns blazing on a lot of jobs, for the better. I don't think we would have gotten as far as we did without her guidance sometimes. Everyone else was quiet as he let out his thoughts on his former crew, none of them really knowing who they were except Edward, though that was only because of what Alphonse had told him. None of them ever really knew who Greed had worked with before, but they were all quiet as he solemnly told them what he remembered about them, the qualities that shone through the most in his memories. It was a surprisingly human moment from him, one that Amelia had never really seen or expected. Still, it was clear that he was serious about it as he stared into the red liquid of the wine bottle. So, for everything we did, and everything that happened, I'll pour one out for you guys. Still, it almost seems a waste to use my favorite wine. I'm afraid it's a little too late to return it now, Amelia said, but there's no reason you can't have a sip before you pour one out. The one really only refers to one drink. Yeah, Greed smiled at that, tipping the bottle up to his lips and taking a gulp or two before letting out a sigh. Oh yeah, that's nice. He offered the bottle to Amelia, who shook her head. Guys, want one? I never liked wine, Darius declined. I'll pass, said Heinkel. No thanks, Edward declined, looking around the alley a little bit to make sure there wasn't anyone around that could recognize him. As far as he could tell, there thankfully wasn't. Suit yourselves, it's good stuff. Greed shrugged before looking to Amelia, so, I just pour out the rest, right? Yeah, if you want, she said. Greed nodded, starting to empty the contents of the bottle, watching the red wine spill down onto the cobbled road below them, the wine leaking through the cracks and encircling the stones as it went down towards the storm drain where the cork had been thrown. Greed emptied the bottle, shaking out the last droplets before looking at the bottle itself. All right, so now what do we do? He asked. Nothing, we're done, Amelia replied, reaching to take the bottle from him to throw away. What? Greed frowned, pulling the empty bottle out of her reach. I thought you said this would make me feel better. It's supposed to. She looked up at him in confusion. Well, I don't feel any better, I just feel the same. We must have missed a step. We didn't, maybe you're just grieving in a different way. Grieving? The fuck do you mean? That's what happens when people you care about die, you grieve them. So how does this make me feel better? I still feel exactly the same, except now I taste my favorite wine. As Greed bickered with Amelia, Edward noticed a figure down the way, turning his head to get a better look and froze as he instantly recognized a pair of dark eyes looking back at him, looking just as surprised to see him there as he was to see her. It's supposed to give you closure, so you can move on. Move on? I've been moving on, they're dead and gone already. It's an opportunity to mourn them. Mourn mourn. I wanted to feel better about my lost possessions that I can't get back. You're lost what? Hey, we have to go, Edward said, tapping Amelia's shoulder as he still stared at his teacher, who was noticing the crowd he had surrounded himself with. What? Why? She followed his gaze to see Izumi down the street, seemingly talking to someone out of sight before walking towards them. Who's that? We have to go, Edward said more insistently, pulling on Amelia's arm and starting to run. Now, now. Darius, Heinkel, and Greed didn't need any other convincing once they saw Edward starting to run. Is it the military? Amelia asked, looking back to see the woman that Edward had been looking at before was also starting to run after them. No, it's worse. What's worse than the military? Darius couldn't help asking. Is it the homunculi? Amelia asked. No, but that woman can kick major ass, Greed declared. A large man came up in front of them, Edward yelping and quickly yanking Amelia around a corner, leaving Darius and Heinkel to nearly crash into him, with Greed just barely managing to follow behind Edward. None of them had ever seen him run this fast. What is going on? Amelia asked in a panic, growing more scared as they all kept running. This is exactly why I didn't want to come to Dublith, was the only answer Edward really gave before he turned a corner and was suddenly knocked back, losing his grip on Amelia, though she fell onto her side on the sidewalk and saw Edward had been knocked onto his back a few feet away. "Ed," she looked up to see the woman from before looming over her. Her heart was pounding from running, and adrenaline was rushing through her veins as her fight-or-flight instincts kicked in. She quickly scrambled to her feet, not wanting to give this woman a chance to hit her next, so she went to punch her in the face. The woman expertly dodged it, and she went in with her other hand, which the woman grabbed, yanked, and Amelia was flipped over with a loud cry before landing on her back with a painful "Ugh." Greed had stopped behind the kids, looking at the woman with wide eyes, and she just glared at him. "Are you planning on trying to hit me too?" "No, ma'am, I know better," Greed said, putting his hands up in a preemptive surrender as he took a step back, and the woman turned to Edward. "And just where have you been?" she demanded of Edward, who was pushing himself to his feet. "I just got a call from Alphonse saying you were missing." "I'm sorry, teacher," Edward apologized sheepishly as he stood up, rubbing at his now swollen cheek from where his teacher had kicked him down. "Things got kind of complicated." "Wait." Amelia had the wind knocked out of her, but she was still able to push herself up onto her knees. "Is this your teacher?" Yeah." Edward came over to help her stand up, and she brushed some of the dirt and dust off of her since it now seemed Izumi had only flipped her over out of self-defense. "Amelia, this is Izumi Curtis, my alchemy teacher." Izumi looked down at her, and Amelia was about to somewhat awkwardly greet her before they heard some groaning and saw the large, bearded man from before with Darius and Heinkel just behind him, all of them rubbing different spots on their heads from where they had all knocked together. "And this is her husband, Sig Curtis." "Oh," Amelia looked up at the woman, who looked back down at her sternly. It's a pleasure to meet my teacher's teacher," she said with a polite smile. "Sorry about trying to hit you before. We've kind of been in a weird spot the last couple of weeks." "Your teacher's teacher?" Izumi looked over at Edward, who immediately shrunk under her gaze. "Since when did you take on students?" That's kind of a long story. Al didn't mention it." "Wait, you spoke with Alphonse?" Amelia instantly caught onto that fact, remembering that she had mentioned him earlier. "We've been trying to get in contact with him." "Oh, yeah." Edward, forgetting his guilt from his teacher's laser gaze, turned back to her. "When did he talk to you? Is he here?" Izumi let out a small sigh. "Clearly, we have a lot to talk about." She turned back to her husband. "Honey, it looks like I'll need you to get some of the extra chairs for the dining room." Sig only nodded and began to walk down the street, with Izumi wordlessly commanding Edward to follow them, Amelia trailing behind him, Darius and Heinkel trailing behind her, and Greed moving up the line since he refused to be standing at the back of it when he was supposed to be the leader. The Curtis home, while small and cozy, felt surprisingly roomy when the five of them sat at the round dining table, while Izumi and Sig were in the other room. An incredibly tempting smell was wafting in from the kitchen as whatever they were cooking was starting to reach its final stages. For the last 2 weeks, they had mostly been eating jerky and dried-out fruits for rations, along with whatever bread and things Amelia and Edward could transmute. So the smell of something being grilled was incredibly tantalizing to the point their stomachs were gurgling in eager anticipation. "So, you didn't want us to come to Doubleth because of your teacher?" Amelia asked Edward in the quiet of Izumi's home. "I don't get it. I mean, she's an ally, right?" "Yeah, but I thought it might be better for us to stay out of sight. We don't know who could be watching her house," Edward said, "and she's kind of merciless." "Kind of reminds me of the general," Amelia commented idly. "Oh, trust me, she's just as bad as the general," Edward grimaced. "Well, at least we'll know what's going on with Alphonse," Amelia said, hearing footsteps and lifting her head in time to see Izumi opening the door and closing it behind her. She came around to one of the 2 empty seats left, which happened to be between Heinkel and Darius, sitting down and looking straight at Edward. Again, Edward felt like shrinking under her gaze, but he sat up straight. "So, where's Alphonse?" "I honestly don't know. He wouldn't tell me that," Izumi answered. "He said it was better if I only knew the most necessary pieces of information. We're actually supposed to pass it along to someone else." "What information?" Edward asked. "The date of the promised day, that's coming up. We're supposed to pass along the information to Captain Buccaneer and Major Miles at Fort Briggs." "You found out when it was?" Amelia asked, knowing they had been badgering Greed about it for days before they finally gave up when he refused to tell them. Yes, it's in the coming spring, March 17th. Izumi said. He said it was important that I get it to them so they could create some kind of plan. That's only a few weeks away, Edward exclaimed. Oh, thank God, there's a plan. Amelia sighed in relief. Did he tell you what it was? No, all he could tell me was that he was going to be doing a lot of traveling over the next few weeks to help make sure it came to fruition. We didn't talk long. Izumi said, but we were actually planning to leave to head north this afternoon before we ran into you. What are you doing here, Edward? Ah, that would be my fault, Greed spoke up, lifting his hand to get her attention. I got everyone to come with me to pour one out for my old friends whose asses you kicked before the military killed them. Izumi's eyes were drawn to the Ouroboros tattoo on his hand, still staring at it as he put it down to rest on the table. I seem to recall someone else bearing that same tattoo in that same spot, Izumi said, turning to Edward, silently demanding an explanation that he instantly gave. This is Greed, the homunculus, but he's in the body of our friend Ling from Xing. Edward sighed. Like I said, things have gotten really complicated since we last spoke. Apparently, especially now that you and Alphonse are separated. Izumi leaned forward on the table. Tell me everything. Edward didn't hesitate to fill her in on all that they knew, the identity of the homunculi, their leader, Amelia becoming his apprentice, the nationwide transmutation circle, how he and Amelia were targeted for being sacrifices, everything that had happened in Briggs, how he and Alphonse became separated, and how he came to join up with Greed and the two chimeras on either side of her at the table. All the while, Izumi nodded with a solemn expression as she took in everything Edward was saying. When he was finished, she only had one question. What happened to get you labeled as a sacrifice to these homunculi? Well, that's actually something that affects you too, teacher, Edward said. Apparently, a sacrifice is someone who's opened the portal through human transmutation. Izumi only frowned more, letting out a sigh. I think it's best you get out of the country as soon as you can after you pass along your message. We should be able to stop their plans a little with that. And both of you have opened the portal. She turned to Amelia. What was your toll? Oh, I didn't actually. It's kind of complicated, but I didn't perform the transmutation, my friend did. Amelia said. She lost her body and her soul as the toll. And I was shown everything that earned me in the portal. That seems unusual, Izumi replied, and Amelia nodded. Believe me, I know. Things were already weird when she did a transmutation, let alone one for human transmutation. She said, and Izumi let out a small hum. Well, if nothing else, it's good to see that you're safe. Izumi said, smiling gently at Edward. Alphonse is worried about you. I'll be sure to let him know you're okay if he calls again, though I imagine by that time you might be reunited. Maybe, Edward replied hopefully, but first we'd need to know where he is. You're sure he didn't mention anything? No, all he told me was the information that he needed to pass along, and that they were working on gathering forces to help in their venture. He didn't want to risk saying too much in case my phone was tapped. Why would your phone be tapped? Amelia asked. I'm sure these homunculi would want to keep tabs on another sacrifice. It explains why I've had to send away the military so many times in the last few months. They keep coming to my door and trying to recruit me for their alchemist program. It doesn't matter how many times I tell them no. Izumi answered. I imagine it's only going to get worse now as we get closer to the promised day. Probably, Edward agreed, but are you sure he said he was gathering forces? That's it. Yes, I'm sure, Izumi said. That's all he would tell me. Where could he be gathering forces from? Amelia asked. Not everyone knows about the circle or the homunculi. Who would he ask? We have our allies in the military, like the major and the general. Edward put a hand to his chin as he started to think, and, well, who else is there? Colonel Mustang, his team. And Scar, Darius added in, he was with your brother when he left, right? Maybe they're getting some Ishvalans together. Is that possible? Amelia asked. There are plenty of Ishvalan slums all around the country. Lots of them fled during the Civil War. Heinkel said, if they're going to find Ishvalans to help, they'd be there. I'm sure there would be plenty who'd want to help in the downfall of Amstress where they could. Technically, this counts, Darius added. Huh, I guess that's something then. Amelia smiled at Edward, our first lead. We can try going to a slum and ask around about Scar or Al. It's not like they're too hard to miss. Edward smiled hopefully at her. Yeah, that's something at least. Excuse me. Greed got their attention. As I recall, I'm in charge here, and I say where we're going. Are you really going to tell us we can't go meet up with the people who are going to give your father exactly what he deserves for being such a dick? Amelia asked, watching the instant conflict on his face at this question. He didn't want to give up the mantle of leadership by going with someone else's suggestion unless it was his own, but at the same time, it was hard for him to deny that desire for revenge where he could get it. Plus, Scar is a well-known fighter, and pretty good too. He'd be on our side, so maybe we could convince him to join us. Greed grinned. You'd be an excellent sales girl, you know that. He laughed. All right, next stop, whatever Ishvalan slum we can find. The doors to the kitchen opened up at that moment, with Sig coming out bearing a plate of steaming meat that he put on the center of the table, and more than a few side dishes to join with the scrumptious-looking roast in the center. Oh man! Amelia gasped at the sight of it. Everyone, feel free to dig in. It'll be our last lunch at this house for a while, so we wanted to make sure it was a delicious one. Izumi said, and everyone was more than happy to reach for something to put on their plate, Amelia getting a slice of the incredibly delicious-smelling roast first, and Edward following right after her. Plates were gladly passed around the group, who had seen nothing but freeze-dried and salt-cured food for the last month or so, as if they hadn't eaten at all. Greed happily chowed down on his food, piling on a scoop of what looked like potatoes that looked impossibly fluffy to Amelia. Hey Greed, pass me that bowl so I can have some, Amelia asked, and the homunculus did so without even thinking, only it never made it to her. Edward reached out and took the bowl from Greed before he had the chance to pass it to Amelia, having made sure he was in the seat in between the two at the table before they ever sat down. He took the bowl from the homunculus, who looked over at him and watched as he handed it to Amelia, who frowned. Really? Again. What? Edward asked, going to reach for a spoonful of potatoes and put it on her plate. You're doing it again. You're doing that stupid thing where you don't let me handle stuff on my own. Amelia snapped. Darius let out a tired sigh, already knowing where this was going, and Izumi watched with piqued interest. I am not, I'm just passing you what you wanted, Edward said as he added another spoonful. Yeah, onto my plate. I can get my own potatoes, you know, she said as she took the bowl out of his hands. I never said you couldn't, Edward defended. Then why are you serving it to me? Amelia asked. This has been going on for damn weeks and I'm so sick of it. Why do you keep acting like this? Oh, not again. Heinkel sighed, his head going into his hands as he rubbed at his temples. I didn't do anything wrong, Edward snapped back. I'm sick of you treating me this way. Why do you keep pushing yourself in the middle like this? I get that you don't trust Greed, but he's literally passing me food that he's already eating. Where's the danger in that? I was just being nice. He could have reached me without your help. Before Edward could utter another word, Izumi's hands slammed on the table, getting everyone's attention as she stood up, looking between Edward and Amelia. You too. Outside. We're going to resolve this now. No, wait, come back. Amelia called out to Izumi and Sig, who were already long gone as they paddled away in their boat. You can't be serious? She looked over at Edward, who seemed calm. Your teacher just ditched us on an island. What the fuck? We'll be fine. Apparently she thinks we need to cool our heads for a while. Edward sighed, crossing his arms. Look, I've been here before. We'll be okay. Oh, we will. Amelia glared at him. You know, this is all your fault. My fault? Yeah, if you hadn't started acting so weird, we wouldn't even be here. I was not acting weird. You were the one who was acting weird. How the hell was I the weird one? You freaked out over me handing you some potatoes. I freaked out because you're acting like everything Greed gives me is somehow poisonous. I don't understand why you trust him so much. He's a homunculus. Yeah, and he's on our side. How the hell is that weird? You don't even like him. I may not like him, but he's not a little asshole like you are. Who the hell are you calling small? You little half-pint midget. She could see the veins bulging in Edward's neck as he was called the things he hated most. His hands were shaking, clearly itching to punch her, but he held them back. Who are you calling small, you spoiled brat? At least I'm not some tiny little amoeba. Oh yeah? Well, you're a self-righteous little rich asshole. And you're not even the size of a flea. And you're a narcissistic bitch. Amelia's eyes went wide, rage burning behind her eyes as he said a word that she had been dreading she'd ever hear. Her entire demeanor shifted at the mention of it, no longer enraged and screaming, but rather leaning back and looking murderously calm. "What did you just call me?" she asked in a calm, seething voice. "You heard me," Edward replied, crossing his arms and glaring at her. You son of a," she sputtered over her words angrily, her mind too focused on her rage to come up with a proper insult. "Fuck you, Ed." "Fuck you." She let out a loud scream in frustration. "Arg, I can't even talk to you like this." Amelia flipped him off as she started stomping into the forest. "Where are you going?" Edward snapped at her. "To get off this island and as far away from you as possible." Amelia snapped back over her shoulder. "Fine, see how well you get on without me." "Oh, I'll get on without you just fucking fine." "I'll bet you won't, you don't even know the first thing about survival." "Go fuck yourself, you asshole," Amelia shouted, storming further into the forest, leaving Edward on the coast as she went to find her own means of getting off the island. Surely it couldn't be too difficult to find the means to transmute some kind of boat to get as far away from here as possible. She could just go back to Izumi's house and wait there with Greed and the others, who were probably all wondering why this was Izumi's solution to Edward and Amelia's fighting. She hadn't liked their arguing at the table, and she had practically shoved them into her rowboat and told them she was going to fix this here and now. She had told them that she'd be back for them in the morning, but Amelia couldn't stand to be around Edward at this time. How in the hell did she ever have a crush on someone so infuriatingly smothering? Amelia looked up at the island's surroundings. The trees were the same as all the others in the area, nothing particularly tropical, but still very much an island as the sand became dirt under her shoes. She looked back at the coastline, waiting to see if she could hear Edward shouting back at her, but she didn't hear anything. Instead, she continued on through the forest, her mind trying to think of a potential plan to get out of there and hopefully see the end of this ridiculous situation. Izumi's solution wasn't going to work, especially not with Edward being so. So, she couldn't think of the right word to describe him, but she was only going to get angrier the more she thought about him and how annoyingly protective he had been of her. At first, she had thought it was kind of endearing that he wanted to make sure she was okay. But now it was just irritating, and it just made her feel like he couldn't trust her skills at all, even after he had praised them in their escape from the north. She hated it, and she just wanted to put some space between her and Edward. Her plan, for the time being, was to go to the other side of the island, transmute a boat together that could carry her across the large expanse of lake, and hopefully get back onto the mainland. It's not like there wasn't plenty of wood she could transmute from the trees. Though, admittedly, she didn't know the first thing about constructing a boat, she could figure it out. She was fairly confident she could at least build a raft. Amelia could feel her hands shaking as she looked down at the remains of tree bark and grass that was piled up. She had been attempting transmutations for the better part of an hour, and her body was beginning to heavily protest any continued use. She could feel her fingers tingling as they started to go numb from all the energy that had been coming through her, and it wasn't happy. To top that off, she was completely exhausted, and her raft was little more than a few fallen tree branches from the tree she had tried to take down. It made sense, alchemically, that she could just rearrange the atoms of the tree itself and get it to come apart and fall in the way that she wanted, but it wasn't working out at all. She let out a groan, falling onto her backside as she rubbed at her arms. God damn it! She cursed to herself as she tried to hurry and get feeling back in her hands. She had done more transmutations than this in Briggs. Then again, that was when Edward was missing, and she was afraid he was dead. She supposed she didn't have the energy to pull that kind of work again. She could barely bring her hands together to make a ring, she was shaking so much. She could feel some pain as her hands were going numb, and she knew she had to stop or she was going to seriously hurt herself. She needed a break, but she didn't really have anything to occupy her time on this island. Her phone was back with her coat at Izumi's place, with Greed and the others. She could only imagine how well Greed was handling them being gone, seeing as they were his possessions and all. She groaned and flopped back onto the ground, looking up at the trees that scattered the coastline of the other side of the island where she currently was. She could see some sunlight coming through the leaves, but that didn't really help her. Now that she was alone and tired, there wasn't much she could do except be alone with her thoughts. She really didn't like that idea, especially since all she could think about was trying to get out of there. But at the same time, she didn't particularly want to leave Edward behind. Even for all of his weird smothering and overprotectiveness, she still cared about him and was starting to feel guilty for fighting with him as soon as they had arrived on the island. She could only imagine what he was doing now that they were here. He didn't seem all that concerned when she stormed off, and she had got more comfortable with camping for the last 2 weeks since they had essentially done nothing but camping. He probably didn't have much reason to worry about her. She let herself relax into the dirt, taking a slow breath in and out as she thought over their situation. For the last 2 weeks, she and Edward had been traveling with the other guys, and it had been, well, admittedly a little annoying for everyone. She felt like it was almost impossible to have any time to herself, and they were constantly on the move, never really staying in a town for more than a night or two. She wanted to find a place to rest and relax and just do nothing for a little while. Though, nothing would be more enjoyable if she had her phone with her. It wasn't like she could transmute one from tree bark or limestone that littered the island. There wasn't much of anything for her to do except explore, and she didn't want to sit around here thinking about how much Edward made her angry in these last couple of weeks. She pushed herself up with a sigh, feeling the tingling had left her fingers finally. She knew better than to try another transmutation right away, and she pushed herself up onto her feet and started walking through the trees to go deeper into the forested area of the island. She wandered around in the natural environment, watching as the trees got thicker the deeper she went in. She walked around trees that seemed to be too close together, but all somehow survived together on that island. She could see some brightly colored mushrooms growing in different places in the tree roots. Some were a bright red with white dots on it that she knew she was probably better off not touching, and some were a deep shade of earthy brown that reminded her of the mushrooms she used to see in grocery stores. God, grocery stores. It wasn't like Amstress didn't have them, too, but they could be more considered marketplaces. And none of them were as big as the ones she had back home. How long had it been since she had even thought about home? The thought made her stop in her tracks as she tried to remember the last time she had thought about Sacramento. There were so many things about home that she missed: the convenience of grocery stores, the internet, her piano, her memory foam bed, what she wouldn't give for a real bed. She even missed her piano classes with her uptight teacher whose hair was always pulled back so tightly it looked like she was trying to give herself a back-alley facelift with the rubber band. And Kate. Kate was always in her classes. Her stomach dropped a little as she realized she had barely thought about Kate since the incident in Central when they were trying to capture Gluttony. That time felt like an eternity ago. She could only imagine what was happening to Kate in the gate now, sitting there and just waiting. She had no idea how she could even help her now. Edward was confident he could pull Alphonse's body out once he joined it with his soul, but how would he even do that without paying some kind of toll to open it? And then there was Kate's situation. She was a body and a soul inside of the gate. She didn't need to wait for anything except someone to take her out. Was human transmutation the only way to open the portal? What would she have to pay to get her friend back? A body and a soul were likely to be expensive. A body she could pay with her own and her soul, but that would only reverse their situations. What if Kate wasn't able to survive in there? Could she eat? Or sleep? Was there anything keeping her alive? And she had been there for months. Potentially, people could die after 3 days of no food or water. What if she was already decaying and rotting? She was suddenly reminded of the day that Alphonse asked that same question about his body, and remembered Edward's answer being that they had a unique connection from their transmutation being performed at the same time. She wasn't sure she and Kate had that same connection, and as far as they knew, Alphonse's body was still alive, if very thin from Edward's description of him. And he had been there for years. Kate wouldn't be so lucky if they didn't have some kind of connection. They didn't exactly perform a transmutation together, so it wasn't likely they were connected. Then again, how did she even get caught up in her transmutation? Kate was the one who performed it, and Amelia was fairly certain that she had been standing outside of the circle when she started it in her family's garage. Was it possible to get pulled into a transmutation without being inside of the circle and become affected by it? Edward would probably know about that. She sighed as she thought about Edward and realized she had just been standing there, staring off into space for the last few minutes as she thought over these alchemy questions. Edward likely would have something of an answer for her about this. He was more familiar with the portal and alchemy in general than she was, but she wasn't about to go and ask him. Not after all of his antics had gotten them stuck on this island. She shook her head and took a deep breath in and out. She didn't need to ask him these questions. He needed time to stew and think over how this impromptu timeout on an island was all his fault. She heard a rustling and looked over to see Edward a few yards away, walking towards one part of the island. He had stopped to grab something off of the ground, and she watched as he transmuted his automail into a kind of knife, beginning to cut at the long tree branch he had picked up before continuing to walk. Out of curiosity, she started to follow him, though she kept a bit of a distance so he didn't know she was there, being careful to avoid sticks on the ground, rocks, roots, anything that could give away her position, making sure to hide behind trees as she followed from a distance. Soon enough, he came to the western end of the island, and she watched as he approached a small lagoon that was just barely cut off from the rest of the lake but looked deep enough to take a swim in. She saw that in the time it had taken him to walk, he had sharpened the tree branch into a long spear. She watched as he took off his boots, rolled up one pant leg over his flesh leg, and took off his coat and his shirt. Her eyes widened a little as she looked over his body, having forgotten how muscular he actually was. Wait, he actually seemed like he had more muscles than the last time she had seen him this bare. And she couldn't deny that it was really cool to see his automail arm in full display like that with the rest of him. He went out into the water, wading and holding up the spear as he went about knee-deep, looking into it and waiting. She could feel her heart racing a little bit as she kept looking at his back. Had he gotten taller? Now that she looked at him, she would have to compare their height at some point. It looked like he was having a little bit of a growth spurt now that she was looking at him. She was pulled out of her thoughts as she watched him suddenly plunge his handmade spear into the ground in the water, pulling it out with a fish on the end of it, coming up to shore with a satisfied grin on his face as he put the spear on his shoulder with his catch. She felt like her insides were melting from that sight alone. Why was that the most attractive thing she had ever seen him do? She turned around, shaking her head and gently smacking her own cheeks to snap out of it. No, I'm mad. I'm not about to turn into some horny little teenager. She whispered to herself, so what if he looks hot with his shirt off? And when he catches fish with a spear? This isn't a deserted island romance, this is a punishment, and it's his fault we're here. Angry, stay angry. She shook her head and started to walk away to head back to the place where she was working on her escape raft, muttering to herself to remember why she was angry in the first place. She huffed and puffed to herself as she walked back to the north side of the island, though she paused as she noticed something unusual on one of the trees. One of the trees had marks in it, lines numbering roughly 10 in total for each little set. She moved her hand up to look over the scratches. All of them had been carved deep into the bark, and it looked like they had been put there years ago. She counted them up, and they numbered 30. For some reason, that stuck out to her in her mind, trying to think back to what she had heard before, remembering Alphonse had mentioned that their alchemy teacher had put him and Edward on an island for a month to fend for themselves. Was this that same island? It would explain how Edward knew how to survive out here, and how he knew exactly where to go to get food or things to make a shelter. She wondered what he had been doing for the last hour that she had been working. She supposed it didn't really matter all that much. She had her own plan, and while it was getting exhausting, she still had to keep working on it if she wanted to get out of there before night came around. Amelia sat on the shore, arms tingling and sore from all the work she had done on the remains of her raft. She had managed to get it to look, well, somewhat like a raft, but she couldn't bring together enough grass to make a strong enough rope, and she was too tired to keep trying. In the distance, she could see the sun setting on the horizon to her left, and she knew she wasn't going to be able to make her raft in the dark. She had no means of making a fire or any kind of light, and she wasn't even sure how to manipulate the air to create any kind of spark to do so. If nothing else, she could at least watch the last of the light of the day before she resigned herself to going to bed hungry, sitting down on the shore of the lake, hearing the gentle whispers of the waves reaching the sand that reminded her where she was as the orange orb of light slid down past a mountain range, and she lost sight of it completely. She was feeling exhausted, hungry, and just plain tired. She made her way up, stretching and groaning as she knew the last bit of light she had would disappear completely soon. God, I'm hungry. She turned around, starting to head deeper into the forested area of the island to find some suitable spot where she could make some kind of bed for herself on the grass and hopefully stay there until they came back tomorrow, though her stomach growled in protest at the idea of not eating anything. She put her hand over her middle as she seemed to find a decent-looking clearing. Oh, hush, you can survive without dinner for one night. She ran her hands over the grass, wanting to make sure she wasn't disturbing anything with her transmutation, or worse, get something caught up in it that she didn't want. She jumped when she felt tiny feet touching her fingers, seeing a mouse run off in the tall grass away from her. Ack! You. She jumped up, shaking her hands as if it would get rid of something that the mouse left on her, though it left nothing at all. It's so much easier with the rest of the guys. Animals never come near us at camp. Of course, their usual campsites had some kind of fire, and 2 huge human chimeras to ward off animals. It was better to travel in a group, and she was definitely feeling some of that struggle. As she sighed and forced herself to relax, she smelled something. Smoky. She lifted her head, sniffing at the air as she realized it was some wood burning, and something else that was getting her attention. Her stomach eagerly growled, urging her to follow it, and she did. She walked through the forest, using what little light there was until she could see another orange light up ahead as the forest around her began to dim as the last of the sun's light disappeared from the trees and her sight. It wasn't too long until she realized it was a little fire by the southern coast where she and Edward had come in. And of course, there was Edward, sitting on a log seat for himself right near it. She had meant to keep quiet once she saw Ed's silhouette, but she wasn't able to see where her feet were stepping in the dark, and a twig snapped under her heel, getting Edward to turn his head to look back into the woods. Amelia, he called, looking over his shoulder to see if she was there. Seeing no point in hiding, she started to come out of the trees, looking at Edward, and he looked right back at her. He didn't seem angry, his expression was neutral, and she got a closer look at what he was doing. Right next to his fire was 4 fish being charred on sticks right next to it. She could hear her stomach grumbling intensely, and she again put her hand over her belly to try and silence it. She couldn't help feeling a little sheepish as Edward grinned. You hungry? Yes, she admitted, and I'm really tired, and kinda cold. Edward shrugged, shifting over on the log bench to make room for her. I figured you might be. He gestured to the now open spot next to him, and she came to sit beside him. She got a closer look at the fire, seeing more than a few fish roasting in front of it on some sticks planted into the ground. Edward reached for one, looking it over before handing it to her. It might be a little charred, but it's been there long enough, just watch the bones and you should be fine. He warned her. She took it and started to nibble at the meat while he checked one of the other fish he had cooking. It's kinda burnt, she commented as she picked at the skin of it. It's charred, not burnt. Edward corrected her, and that's what happens when you cook meat over a campfire, it gets a little charred. This is burnt, Ed. You want it raw instead? Edward sassily asked her, and she rolled her eyes before going back to eating the fish, choosing not to respond to that, much to Edward's satisfaction. Yeah, I thought not. He reached for another fish and started eating. Amelia saw how he would pull some of the meat off with his automail hand to avoid some of the bones. She attempted to do the same and cursed as she realized how hot the fish was. Edward chuckled and she frowned. Oh, come on. If I had done the same thing, you would laugh your ass off. She sighed. Yeah. She knew he was right, going back to trying to eat it as she had before, the 2 of them just eating in silence around the fire that Edward had made. It seemed like he had a much better grasp of how this island worked and how to live off of it. He really seemed to have this nailed down, and now he was just letting her join him without question. She was eating some of his food, sitting around his fire at his small campsite. As she looked around, she could see a small area set up with leaves and grass on the ground as a kind of makeshift bed. There were actually 2 of them, side by side. Edward had gotten everything ready for both of them to be somewhat comfortable on this island, and he didn't even seem to care about how she had screamed at him before. She glanced over at him, watching him eat still, and she let out a small sigh. I'm sorry about earlier. You are? Edward turned to her curiously. She nodded. I was screaming at you and blaming you. I kind of made a mess of things, and I could have handled it more civilly than I did. So, for that, I'm sorry. She looked over at him, Edward looking back at her blankly for a moment before nodding sagely. All right, apology accepted, he said and went to take another bite of his food. Amelia frowned as she looked at him, watching him eat, clearly expecting him to have done something more other than just say, "Apology accepted." "So, are you going to acknowledge what you did wrong to get us stuck in timeout on this stupid island?" she pointedly asked. "I didn't do anything wrong," Edward replied casually. "The hell you didn't," she snapped almost immediately after. "What are you talking about? You just blew up for no reason." "No reason? Ed, you've been smothering me since we started traveling like this. You've hardly left me alone." "I have too left you alone." "When? I don't follow you to the bathroom, do I?" "What?" That threw her off. "Why no you? Of course you don't follow me to the bathroom, Jesus Christ." She sighed, realizing she was only just going to start yelling at him again if this kept up. I feel like you don't trust me anymore, and I don't know why that is." "Yeah, I don't know either," Edward replied. "I trust you way more than everyone else we're traveling with." He took a bite from his fish, and Amelia frowned. "Then why do you act like something bad is going to happen every time I get separated from you for one reason or another?" she asked. "Seriously, what brought this on? Before this, at Briggs, you were telling me what a great alchemist I was, and how I've come so far, and I've made this great progress in combat, and then you just don't let me use it. The only transmutations I've done in the last 2 weeks are for my little bed that I make at camp every night. You haven't let me do anything else." "You don't need to do anything else," Edward replied as he munched on another bite. "I can handle the other stuff okay, and you shouldn't become too reliant on alchemy anyway. It's a great science, but it only takes you so far." "Edward," Amelia's stern tone caught his attention. "Are you seriously saying there's been nothing wrong with the way that things have changed between us in the last few weeks?" Edward paused to think about his answer, and Amelia continued, "Because to be totally honest with you, I think there's a big problem. You can't seem to let me be alone for too long, and while you are my friend, I feel like you don't trust me to handle my own problems, and that just makes me feel like you don't trust me." Edward sighed as he listened to her, looking down at his dinner as she kept going. "Ed, you're my best friend, and definitely the person I'm closest to in all of this, but I don't know, it just feels like I'm being hounded all the time. If not by you, by greed or something." "See, Edward turned to her, immediately picking up on that last sentence. "That's my problem. You and Greed are spending way too much time together alone. I don't trust him with you at all." "It's not like he's done anything to me," Amelia said with a frown, "and I'm pretty sure he won't. Greed can be an ass, but it's still Ling's body. I doubt he would let a homunculus assault me or something awful like that." "You don't know that he can't still overpower him," Edward warned. "Actually, I do," Amelia replied, and Edward balked in his response, a little surprised and confused. "In all the time we've been talking, Greed's mentioned that he and Ling talk to each other all the time. Ling can't stop him from doing everything he doesn't like stealing stuff or being an ass to random strangers on our journey, but he could take over in the case of something big like that." "When did he tell you this?" Edward asked. "A few days ago, he came with me when I was going into town to get more rations and we talked," she said. "We mostly just spend our mornings talking to each other, and I get to learn a little about him every time we do. It's not exactly the best intelligence gathering, but it's also getting Greed to trust me. I mean, look at where we are. You think he would have made the impulse decision to come to Dublith to honor his old crew if I hadn't talked to him about it? How did you guys even get to talking about it?" "Oh God, I don't remember. We were talking about why people bury other people and stuff." She sighed. "Look, the point is the more Greed trusts us, the easier I think it will be to convince him to be more on our side, or at least convince him that his side is our side." "What, you're trying to make him human?" "Not in the literal sense, but at least human enough to where he would help us in our goal of defeating Father." She looked up at Edward. "From what I've seen of him, and what I know about him, I don't think he has it in him to actually kill his father. Beat him down, sure, but not kill him. He talks a big game, and he's definitely very proud of who he is as Daddy's little rebel, but I don't think he would ever be able to actually go through with killing his father, as much as it seems like he could. He's pretty soft under that steely exterior he tries to put out." She reached for the fish, the meat having cooled down enough to where it was warm to the touch, but not hot. She tugged off a piece and started to eat it. "He keeps everyone at an arm's distance because he doesn't want to risk anyone seeing that, but it's not hard to see at all if you know where to look." Having Ling with him probably doesn't help either. He has to be acting as Greed's conscience in the middle of all of this, telling him right from wrong in the middle of listing off his meal cravings. Edward chuckled. Ling lists his food cravings to him. All the time, Amelia laughed. Greed was complaining to me about how Ling kept talking about chicken and the different ways it was prepared, and it was all he could think about trying. It's why we got that canned chicken from the market the other day. That's why, Edward laughed. Oh man, who would have thought the Moocher Prince would have a homunculus wrapped around his finger like that? Well, it is his body. They're just stuck sharing. Amelia joked, and Edward laughed again before going back to eating. She took another bite of her own food, smiling as she realized how comfortable it was to just talk to Edward again. It felt like they hadn't really talked at all in the past couple of weeks, so it was nice to be able to sit and eat with him like they were friends again. They slipped into a comfortable silence for a few moments. The conversation starting to slip as Amelia tried to remember what they had been talking about before going on that tangent about her and Greed. Edward seemed to be in a similar state of thought. You know, it's not that I don't trust you're capable of handling yourself, he said in a soft voice, getting Amelia's attention. It's more that I just worry about you. I mean, before all of this, back when you just became my apprentice and we started your training, it's like you've always been by my side, and now that you're spending so much time with Greeling, I don't know. He sighed. I guess. Maybe I just don't like it that you're spending so much time with him, because it means I don't get to see you as much. Amelia's heart fluttered a little at hearing that Edward wanted to see her and spend time with her, and maybe that's kind of why I've been acting this way. I mean, you're my friend, but you're also the only girl here and you know what I'm getting at, right? She nodded. You're worried because I'm at a higher risk than you because I'm a girl. Edward looked up at her. Yeah, and there's a lot of really horrible people out there. I've met some of them and you have too. He looked up at her. Like back at Briggs when Kimberly pulled you away for some private meeting, I was freaking out then too. After everything we'd heard about the guy and then him getting you alone in a room. She smiled gently at him. I'm sorry for worrying you, she said. But to be fair to Kimberly, he's a murdering psychopath, not a raping one. She took another bite of her meal, looking back over at Edward when she heard no response to see him look at her with a pale face and wide eyes. What? Is that not what you were thinking about? No, is that what you were thinking about? Edward asked, horrified, leaning in and looking at her in concern. Amelia leaned back slightly, not having expected this at all. I thought that's what you meant. I mean, girls hear about that kind of stuff all the time. We always have to take precaution against it, so. She sighed. Look, I get where you're coming from about all of this, I do, but with me and Greed it's not as bad as you think. She smiled at him. You're my friend, and if something goes wrong, I do trust you to have my back and help me when I need it. I just don't need it as often as you think I do. Edward sat back, letting out a long breath through his nose. Yeah, and I guess knowing Ling is still in their annoying Greed helps me with that, too. He turned to Amelia with a grin. I'll bet he spends entire days listing off all of his favorite foods to him. Amelia laughed at the image of Ling pestering Greed about his perfect menu to eat. God, probably, she laughed, and poor Greed. I'm willing to bet he wouldn't eat it all if it wasn't for Ling. Edward laughed along with her. Poor Greed nothing. It just gives him an excuse to be more demanding and ask for foods we can't get. Amelia snorted out a laugh. Yeah, you're right. She smiled over at him. So, does this mean we're good again? Edward nodded. Yeah, we're good again. I'll give you a little space, but I'll still be keeping an eye on Greed. Fine, do that, Amelia agreed, and I'll try to blow up on you less. Edward nodded, more than happy with that arrangement between the two of them. And that means you apologize, right? Edward rolled his eyes good-naturedly. Fine, yes, I apologize for being so smothering the last few weeks, he said, and Amelia smiled. Seeing her smiling at him made him smile right back. It's nice to talk like this again. Yeah, I think so, too, Amelia agreed. She went back to eating alongside Edward, the two of them finishing off their first fish before going to the second one that each of them had cooking. So, where did you learn how to do all of this stuff anyway? I've been here before, Edward said casually. When Al and I were kids, teacher dumped us on this island for a month for the first part of our training. We only had one knife between us, and we weren't allowed to use any alchemy. Alphonse mentioned that to me, Amelia said. I saw a tree back there, it looked like it was some kind of calendar. This is really that same island? Edward nodded as he bit into his food. Yeah, same island. When we were here, she made sure to teach us a very important lesson, not just these great survival skills. Edward said. What lesson was that? Amelia asked. If he learned it from his teacher, she may as well learn it from him. One is all, and all is one. Edward said. She told us we had to figure out what that meant before the end of the month, or she would send us back home. So, what does it mean? Edward turned to look at Amelia. What do you think it means? She shrugged. It kind of sounds like, all is the world and the one is you or me or just the individual, I guess. She said, and Edward nodded. Yeah, that's the main message of it, but that's not the whole message, he said. It's talking about a lot more than that. The thing that got me started thinking about it was back when we were first on that island for the first week, we didn't have any survival skills at all, and we were really hungry. I ended up eating a few ants to try and keep myself going. Ants, really? She scrunched up her nose in disgust. That's gross, Ed. Yeah, it was, Edward laughed. But that got me thinking. If I hadn't eaten them, I might have died, and then I would have been eaten by them. I'd go into the earth and become grass, and then rabbits would eat that. And I know it sounds like I'm just talking about the food chain, but I'm not. It sounds like the circle of life, Amelia commented, and that made Edward pause, wordlessly asking her to elaborate. It's the cycle of life and death. We're born, we live, and we die, and when we die our bodies become fertilizer for grass that feeds different animals, which are hunted to feed different people, who still go on to die and feed them. Yeah, that's pretty close, but it's a lot more than that. Edward encouraged, like take this island for example. A long time ago, it could have been at the bottom of the ocean, and in a few thousand years from now, it might be the peak of a mountain. Everything we see, everyone we meet is connected, all caught up in the same great, unseen flow that includes our world, or hell, our universe even. Compared to something as huge as that, you and I are just miserable little specks that are just a small part of a much greater flow. But by putting all those little specks together, all those little ones, you get one great big all. Amelia nodded. I think I get it. We're all part of this one huge, endless flow, and that flow wouldn't even exist without us. Exactly, Edward smiled. You caught on to that a lot quicker than we did. Well, I imagine I'm a good deal older than when you first learned it, and I had a teacher that didn't tell me a phrase and leave me alone for a month. Edward laughed at her response. Seriously, what if you died or something? That's kind of nuts. Ah, we weren't alone. Teacher had her friend Mason come and watch us, Edward said. He looked after us and made sure we didn't die of starvation. But he also kind of dressed up like this insane lunatic to make us think we would constantly encounter him on the island. Amelia grimaced. I know how it sounds, trust me, but it was to build up our survival skills. He never intended to hurt us, just scare us. Once we found our footing, he left us alone and stuck around for a month to make sure we would survive, until the day our teacher came to get us. Still sounds kind of nuts. It is, Edward agreed, and the two shared a small laugh before going back to eating. The two chatted for the rest of the night. Things resolved between the two of them, and they were back to how they were before. With their food finished and the fire beginning to die out, Edward suggested they make their way to bed and stargaze until they fell asleep. It was very easy to do so on the island, considering there was no light from anywhere near town to keep them from seeing the stars. Amelia could see so many more than she saw that night at Fort Briggs, and the two of them talked for a little while, going back and forth on different things as they lay in their small beds, staring at the vast sky and talking about small nothings. Eventually, it got to where they stopped talking, and Edward fell asleep. Amelia stayed up just a little longer, turning over onto her side when she heard Edward's deep breathing, staying and watching him sleep for what felt like a small eternity, but at the same time was likely only about an hour or so. When she was sure he was in a deep enough sleep to not notice anything, she carefully reached out for his automail hand, letting her fingers slide gently over his metal palm before carefully linking her fingers through his. She blushed a little as she realized this would probably be the most intimate contact she would ever get with Edward, but she made herself content with it, holding onto his metal hand until she was about to drift off. As she started to fall asleep, she pulled her hand away so that she wasn't touching him anymore, but she was still outstretched towards him as she closed her eyes and let the deep darkness of sleep take her. When the morning came, Izumi would return them to Greed and the others, but for tonight, she at least had this time with Edward all to herself.